during a high school reunion due to an overwhelming influx of visitors within the park. Ling, who was inadvertently knocked over, found herself alongside another unfortunate soul, Fangyu. They both soul transmigrated into the bodies of two young wizards about to enroll in the magical world of Harry Potter. Ling remarked, "The built-in language plugin is incredibly considerate for someone as linguistically challenged as I am." Fangyu responded, "How fortunate it is not to share a cohort with the savior." Both individuals, enamored by the allure of Hogwarts, found themselves at their inaugural meal after enrollment. However, a dish of undercooked fried rice so ghastly left them disillusioned, shattering their culinary fantasies of Hogwarts. Violetta, Ling mused, "Every international student inevitably transitions into a culinary expert." Eric, Fangyu, pleaded, "Let's revise Hogwarts recipes, for heaven's sake." Should they cautiously bide their time until the conclusion, or should they fervently endeavor to rectify the unresolved grievances of this realm? Just as they grappled with their dilemmas and personal growth, they discovered that unforeseen variables had emerged in this world. Violetta and Eric exclaimed, "Do not go mad with the plot right here." Chapter 1. Is this still the same place? In early July in City B, amidst the vibrant summer cicadas, Universal Studios buzzed with tourists fulfilling their dreams from various locales. Amidst the throngs, lively discussions and exclamations filled the air. After all, here they could immerse themselves in worlds that had previously existed solely in text and on screens for a fleeting few hours. They imagined themselves as integral parts of those fantastical realms, believing those worlds to be genuinely real. Within the Harry Potter theme park, most visitors donned the robes of various Hogwarts houses, while others sported Beauxbatons uniforms. Perhaps due to the heat, none were seen in Durmstrang attire. Some posed in front of the castle, while others recited spells with rhythmic intonation at designated spots, brandishing their wands to simulate an array of magical effects, fulfilling long-held dreams and regrets since the age of 11. In the Three Broomsticks Tavern, a girl with a loosely tied ponytail and a heart-shaped face sipped her butterbeer, twirling a half-eaten potato wedge in her hand. She chatted with her friend beside her. Today was truly exhilarating. By the way, who suggested we hold the high school reunion here? I must express my gratitude. The round-faced girl conversing with her, expertly cutting into her pork chop with knife and fork, gestured towards another long table and said, "Well, it was our class president, Fangyu, who proposed it. He recalled how we used to pretend our pens were wands during breaks, shouting, 'Eat the big melon.' He thought it would be more enjoyable to gather here than have another monotonous karaoke dinner. You were probably too busy with work back then, Ling, so you missed the chat in the group." Ling, the girl with the heart-shaped face, glanced towards the adjacent table where her companions were laughing uproariously at something amusing. Only one boy, with an oval face and a hint of roundness, maintained a poised demeanor amidst the merriment, exuding an air of refined gentlemanliness. It was none other than class president Fangyu. Ling recollects that during their school days, Fangyu was one of the most fervent Harry Potter enthusiasts in the class, often heard in the corridors passionately shouting spells like Giant Grape and Patronus alongside her. She stifled a laugh as she averted her gaze, her hands pressed together in a gesture of sincere reverence, addressing the round-faced girl with a voice brimming with emotion. "Class monitor, your legacy shall endure through the ages." The round-faced girl stifled a laugh, nearly spewing out her pork chop. After satisfying their appetites, the group exited the Three Broomsticks, deliberating their next destination, ultimately deciding to attend the dance showcase of the Triwizard Tournament. A throng of spectators was already gathered in front of the stage, and as they arrived en masse, they immediately surrounded it, leaving no room for passage. Ling, having been delayed by a visit to the restroom, watched anxiously as the tall boys blocked her view, exclaiming, "You're too tall. I can't see." A boy, towering nearly 2 heads above her, turned upon hearing her voice. It was Fangyu. Initially oblivious to her presence, he bent down and finally spotted Ling, who was eager to squeeze into the crowd. Ling was left speechless by his actions. Among the girls in their class, standing at 165 centimeters, she was quite tall and certainly not to the extent of being overlooked entirely. It was a blow to her self-esteem. Fangyu smirked slightly, a faint dimple appearing on his cheek. He stepped aside to create space, gesturing for Ling Wei to pass while positioning himself behind her to shield her from the throngs of incoming spectators. After she settled in, Ling Wei turned to express her gratitude, and the petite girl standing in front of her was none other than the round-faced girl she had conversed with during their meal. Wow, the girls from both batons are truly stunning. Their legs are so slender and straight. I could just swoon. The boys from Durmstrang are so incredibly manly. Those chiseled abs, that physique, I'm utterly breathless. After the performance, Ling Wei and the round-faced girl walked with the crowd toward their next destination, eagerly discussing their impressions of the video they had just captured on their phones, their school robes draped casually over their arms, oblivious to the increasing density of the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, a tide of people surged towards them, causing Ling Wei to be unexpectedly separated from her companion. Her robe fell to the ground, and she stumbled backward, colliding with someone behind her, the refreshing scent of cedar enveloping her senses. The person behind her quickly and firmly grasped her shoulder, helping her regain her balance. Just as she turned to apologize, she felt another shove from behind, propelling her directly into the man's chest, causing both of them to topple over. In that instant, the man instinctively rolled to the side, shielding Ling Wei's head with his arm, while she internally lamented their predicament, fearing an accident amidst the throng of people. Strangely, the place where they fell was not level ground but a slope leading into a shadowy alley, and they rolled down into the depths of the passage. It felt as though an eternity had passed, or perhaps only a few rolls, until they both lost all sense of direction and finally came to a halt. Realizing they were temporarily safe, Ling Wei's trembling arm released its grip around her waist. She gasped for breath, one hand pressed against the cold, tiled floor while the other rested on the man's chest, slowly sitting up with a slight tremor. Fortunately, as she had been protected during the fall, her head remained unharmed, though her left calf throbbed slightly, likely scraped. The man inhaled sharply, propping himself up with his right shoulder, which had evidently sustained an injury during their fall. It was only then that Ling Wei recognized the unfortunate soul she had inadvertently implicated. Lu Fangyu. Catching sight of Lu Fangyu grimacing as he cradled his shoulder, she felt a surge of guilt and apologized earnestly. "I'm so sorry, class monitor. I lost my balance and caused you trouble." "Wait, no." It dawned on Ling Wei that her voice had transformed into a youthful, melodious tone, distinctly reminiscent of a prepubescent girl. In horror, she extended her hands, noting the chubby fingers she had once despised in her childhood. Turning her gaze back to Lu Fangyu, she found his face unchanged yet remarkably more youthful than she remembered from their middle school years. Lu Fangyu, startled by the sight of the young girl before him with wide, frightened eyes, gasped, his voice resonating with the clarity of a long-lost boyhood. "What on earth? Do we just regress in age after that fall?" The alley was dimly lit, and the floor felt uncomfortably cool. They could no longer remain seated and, supporting each other, stood up. It was at this moment that they both realized they had reverted to the appearance of elementary school children, their clothing proportionately reduced in size, which surprisingly alleviated some of their anxiety. However, before they could fully exhale in relief, a chill swept over them. From the depths of the alley, a group of disheveled individuals silently converged, their sinister gazes locked onto the pair, resembling vultures fixated on fresh meat, slowly inching closer. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fangyu pulled Ling Wei behind him. Ling Wei peered into the seemingly endless darkness of the alley before glancing back at the cacophony of voices not far away, feeling as if they were in two separate worlds. Making a swift decision, she avoided Lu Fangyu's injured right arm, wrapped her arm around his waist, pivoted him, and shouted, "Run!" Her command echoed like a starting signal at a sports meet, and they took off running, while the sinister group, clearly identifiable as villains, pursued them. Their point of collapse was not far from the alley's entrance. However, both of them had shrunk by several centimeters, struggling to propel their shorter legs forward with all their might. Just as the group was about to catch up to them, the regressed versions of Ling Wei and Lu Fangyu burst out of the alley, merging into the bustling crowd. To be safe, they continued to weave through the throng until they reached a pet shop, where they finally paused. For Ling Wei, who rarely exercised, this frantic escape had effectively drained her entire year's worth of physical energy. She leaned against her knees, gasping for breath, struggling to recover. As she straightened up, intending to suggest to Lu Fangyu that they search for the main troop together. She noticed Lu Fangyu staring intently ahead, his expression one of sheer terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. Before she could utter a word, Lu Fangyu trembled as he extended his uninjured left hand, pointing towards the shop across the street, stammering, Ling Wei, is this still Universal Studios? Following Lu Fangyu's gesture, Ling Wei beheld an emerald green flame erupting from the opposite fireplace, rising to the height of a person, and then a figure emerged from the fire, unscathed as it stepped out of the hearth. Ling Wei thought to herself, this scene feels eerily familiar. She glanced at the pet shop behind her, where a sign read, Yila Owl Shop, and observed the lethargic owls within, indifferent to the outside world. Next to Yila Owl Shop, from the direction they had come, was a clothing store, where Ling Wei unsurprisingly spotted a sign proclaiming Madame Mo Jin's robe shop. Peering through the window, she caught sight of a large pair of scissors and a measuring tape seemingly possessing their own consciousness, continuously measuring and cutting fabric around a small boy. Ling Wei tugged at Lu Fangyu's sleeve, forcing herself to remain composed, and said, this place must be the real deal. Indeed, the corner alley, he replied. Lu Fangyu paused for a moment in silence before speaking again. So, the alley we descended into is the upside-down alley? He rubbed his face despondently. Is this the peculiar means of time travel nowadays? Rolling through time, is that even feasible? The two crouched in front of Yila Owl's shop, silently absorbing this revelation, observing and acclimating to this strange yet familiar world. You may not have realized that you can comprehend the signs here. Although some of the words spoken by the locals are rather obscure, I grasp their meanings. I believe we will not encounter any language barriers when communicating with others. Lu Fangyu speculated as he surveyed his surroundings, standing up to enter the owl shop. After exchanging a few words with the attendant, he returned to crouch beside Ling Wei. My conjecture was correct. Our communication is entirely in Chinese. When I converse with the attendant, my words automatically transformed into impeccable English. At least in terms of language, we need not worry. Ling Wei exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, that's splendid. The journey through time even comes with a language plugin. Otherwise, with my mediocre English skills barely scraping through the CET4 and my speech akin to that of a mute, surviving here would be quite the challenge. After uttering these words, Ling Wei sighed, supporting herself against the shop's window as she gradually stood up, sharing her deductions with Lu Fangyu. Just now, I saw a child customizing a Hogwarts robe in Madame Mo Jin's shop. It must be right before the school term starts. I just wonder at what point in time we have landed. Our clothes may appear identical to our previous ones at first glance, yet there are subtle differences in fabric and style. This implies that we are not merely wearing these bodies. Rather, our souls have traversed into them, and this body is indeed an inhabitant of this world. Lu Fangyu's expression shifted to one of realization as he responded. So, it is highly probable that we are also wizards destined to attend Hogwarts? Ling Wei nodded, affirming his conjecture. Lu Fangyu was initially elated, but soon his expression dimmed, a cloud of melancholy overtaking him. Ling Wei, perplexed, listened as he bitterly mused, to be separated from my family and friends in exchange for the chance to fulfill a childhood dream. I cannot help but wonder if it is worth it. Ling Wei was taken aback, feeling a pang of bitterness that rendered her speechless. However, Lu Fangyu swiftly adjusted his mindset, using the wall for support as he stood upright, stamping his numb feet, and feigning nonchalance, he said, well, it seems we won't be returning anytime soon. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Perhaps one day, if we stumble at Hogwarts, we might accidentally find our way back. Ling Wei sighed in resignation, placing her hands on her hips, only to notice something in the pocket of her coat. Upon retrieving it, she discovered an open, pale yellow envelope, the wax seal adorned with none other than the Hogwarts crest. Ling Wei exchanged bewildered glances with Lu Fangyu, who, in the next moment, began rummaging through every pocket on his person, quickly retrieving a matching letter from his left trouser pocket. Both were filled with excitement, for the letter would bear their current names. Although they were aware that they were not considered outcasts, not knowing the name associated with this body would still pose a dilemma. With this thought, they eagerly extracted the contents of their letters, their gazes fixating on the salutation. Dear Mr. Lu, it began. Dear Miss Lin, followed. Ling Wei was flabbergasted. What's going on? Why are there only surnames? At that moment, Fangyu excitedly raised the envelope in his hand, declaring, "No, look at the envelope. The names are on it." Ling quickly flipped the envelope over, revealing an emerald green ink. North slope of Weasel Mountain, Violet Villa, second floor guest room, to Miss Violet Lin. Goodness, they've changed the surname outright. And this name, Violet, isn't that the meaning of purple? Is this body not of Chinese descent? Or are my parents thinking, not giving me a more oriental name like Xiaozhang? Ling regarded this hybrid name with the expression of a subway elder peering at a phone. Upon examining the letter more closely, it turned out to be an enrollment notice for first-year students. Violet, isn't that the meaning of purple? Fangyu glanced at Ling Wei's envelope, and then at his own name, Eric Liu. Well, that's quite the match, isn't it? Perhaps our parents collaborated on these names. His English name during his studies abroad was indeed Eric, so he felt quite at ease. Relieved to have discovered her new identity, Ling felt a sense of humor return. Say, at least you're not named Percy. Otherwise, you would truly be immortalized in infamy. Fangyu paused, contemplating how amusing the combination of those two names could be, and couldn't help but chuckle. The two individuals, newly bestowed with their identities, were oblivious to the distant figure with red hair, who was glancing about and murmuring, "How peculiar! Who just called my name?" Chapter 2. New Gear, New Parents Acquired. Now that we have familiarized ourselves with our new names, it would be prudent to address each other accordingly. Ling no, Violet. The boy spoke in a tone that belied his youthful appearance. All right, from now on, I shall call you Eric. The girl, who was half a head shorter than the boy, replied with a serious nod, just as they were about to discuss further details. A woman's voice echoed from a distance. Vivi, Violet, where are you? Violet turned to see a frantic couple at the end of the alley, scanning the area for their missing child. Beside them stood another couple, both of Eastern descent. The man exuded a serious handsomeness, while the woman was tall and strikingly beautiful, both craning their necks in search. Goodness, this name is eerily similar, and even my parents resemble my original ones, Violet remarked, gesturing for the boy to join her. Eric, those high-profile parents beside us, could they possibly be yours? Eric glanced over and replied with certainty. Indeed, they are a mirror image of my former parents. Taking advantage of their diminutive stature, they nimbly wove through the crowd towards the couple, who were standing in front of a towering, pristine white building. The white staircase afforded them a clear view, and they soon spotted Violet and Eric, hastening down the steps to greet them. Eric observed, "Ah, yet another famous landmark, Gringotts. Didn't I instruct you to wait for us at the entrance?" A woman clad in a deep purple robe, her gentle features portraying a mix of concern and reproach, surveyed Violet with a critical eye. "Oh dear, how did you scrape your leg?" The strikingly handsome man beside her, reminiscent of a refined gentleman, knelt down anxiously to examine the injury on Violet's foot. The two adult souls, striving to play the role of children, exchanged a glance. Violet seized the moment, stepping forward to embrace her mother's arm, feigning a look of trepidation as she said, "I'm sorry, I wanted to see the owls. And I asked Eric to accompany me. Unfortunately, as soon as we descended the stairs, I tripped, and Eric tried to pull me back, but failed. And we both tumbled into the alley of Upside Down." Eric, suppressing his amusement, silently applauded her performance. Impressive, he thought, as her half-truths were entirely plausible, showcasing her adeptness at deception. The parents gasped collectively at the mention of their children's fall into the alley of Upside Down. Eric's mother promptly retrieved a potion from her handbag, applying it to the girl's scraped skin, while Violet's mother looked as though she might faint. "Rest assured, we fell not far and encountered no ill-intentioned individuals," Eric assured them. Violet, reveling in her role, forced out a couple of tears and spoke in a tremulous voice. "I merely scraped my skin, but Eric, in his attempt to protect me, injured his shoulder. It seems quite painful. Andy, I'm so sorry." Eric, observing Violet's theatrical flair, felt a shiver run down his spine, his lips twitching as he shot her a warning glance. "All right, that's enough." Violet instantly ceased her act. "Okay, cut." Upon hearing that her beloved son had been injured, the tall witch swiftly drew her wand, murmuring a healing spell over Eric's injured shoulder. Violet noted that the striking witch bore a striking resemblance to Eric, and it was highly likely she worked at St. Mungo's, having tended to their wounds. The two families set off together to procure supplies for their soon-to-be-enrolled children. "Alice, I apologize for Violet's mischief that resulted in Eric injuring his arm," Violet's mother said softly to the witch beside her, whose height surpassed her own by half a head, her voice as soothing as a winter's spring. "Oh, it's hardly a matter of concern. With my skills, healing is but a moment's task. Layla, you need not doubt my medical prowess," the stunning witch replied nonchalantly. her voice resonating with an assertive grace. Nonetheless, Eric has sustained injuries shortly after his discharge. I feel quite guilty. How about this? You both come to my home the day after tomorrow, and I shall prepare a feast as compensation, she proposed. Cooking? I must attend. The tall witch Alice insisted, turning to the quiet, burly man beside her. Alan, remember that. Layla then turned to her husband, saying, William, make sure to return home early the day after tomorrow. Do not work late. Violet and Eric, walking ahead, perked up their ears and realized they no longer needed to probe for their new parents' names. They had acquired them. With the guidance of adults, their shopping list gradually filled, leaving only the school robes and wands to be obtained. The two families decided to first visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to have their uniforms tailored. Madame Malkin, a woman of ample stature, skillfully attended to each customer amidst the bustling store. Violet experienced the wonders of the magical world's automated tailoring for the first time, finding it utterly fascinating, though the large scissors snipping nearby filled her with trepidation, as if they might inadvertently snip her. Seeing Violet cower in fear, her chin jutting out comically, Madame Malkin couldn't help but chuckle. Violet glanced at Eric, who appeared equally stiff and unnerved. Magic is truly extraordinary. I've never received custom clothing so swiftly, she marveled. Once they exited the robe shop, both children finally exhaled in relief. Eric, still visibly shaken, remarked, It is quite extraordinary, but those large scissors, I can hardly bear the thought. As they continued their hushed conversation, they followed their parents into the final destination of their shopping venture, Ollivander's wand shop. Due to the limited space within the store, the parents decided to let the two children enter alone while they chatted outside. Finally, the moment had arrived for them to possess genuine wands, and both could hardly conceal their excitement. The elderly man with silver hair circled around the children for a moment before speaking. A new Hogwarts student, I presume? Who shall go first? Eric stepped back slightly, gesturing gallantly, ladies first. Mr. Ollivander nodded, very well. And what shall I call you, young lady? Which is your dominant hand? You may call me Violet, and I am right-handed. As soon as she spoke, a soft measuring tape zipped through the air to her right hand, commencing its measurements. Meanwhile, Mr. Ollivander busied himself rummaging through the shelves behind him. I recall your father wielded a wand of rowan wood, with a dragon heartstring core, 14 3/4 inches. Quite flexible, perfect for casting defensive spells. With that, he presented her with a wand. Try this one, a rowan wood wand, unicorn hair, 11 inches, with excellent flexibility. Violet grasped the wand, feeling the presence of magic for the first time, though regrettably, it was a bit unresponsive. The wand did not seem to harmonize with her. The magic flowed awkwardly, causing discomfort. She refrained from waving it about and instead conveyed her sensations to Mr. Ollivander. In a flash, he snatched the wand from her grasp and turned to search the shelves once more. What nonsense! Based on my extensive experience, I cannot allow her to wave it about. Soon, he returned with another wand in hand. How about this one? Cedar wood, snake heartstring, 9 inches, with reasonable flexibility. Violet accepted the wand, and this time, it felt fluid, but still not extraordinary. She waved it gently, and suddenly, boom! At the pinnacle of the wand, a powerful jet of water suddenly erupted, brushing past Ollivander's ear and toppling the shelves behind him. Violet stood there, stupefied. If she were a firefighter, this wand would undoubtedly be the perfect match. Ollivander, unfazed, waved his wand with a flourish and restored everything to its original state. He had witnessed far more chaotic scenes than this, and it was merely child's play for him. Subsequently, she tried several more wands, surmising that the elderly gentleman had assembled a collection of materials previously used by her parents for her to test. Regrettably, none suited her, and the once classic wand shop had transformed into a battlefield of chaos. Eventually, Violet's expression became somewhat vacant. Yet, Ollivander grew increasingly animated, as if struck by inspiration. He climbed a ladder and retrieved a box from the highest shelf on the left side, muttering to himself, Of course, how could I have overlooked this? This must be the one. He opened the box and presented a wand that was slightly curved at the tip, solemnly handing it to Violet. Larch wood, dragon heartstring. 13 inches in length, astonishingly flexible. Violet dazedly accepted the wand and felt a warm current surge from its core to her heart, her magical essence rejoicing in jubilation, while a bright and lively flame flickered at the wand's tip. Indeed, this was it. She gazed at the wand in her hand, her expression inscrutable. After making her selection, she paid 7 galleons, and it was Eric's turn. He was even more particular about choosing a wand than she was. Causing explosions and mayhem was merely a trifle for him. On one occasion, he had even flooded the shop. Ollivander, with an agility that belied his age, deftly climbed over the counter, while she hurried up the stairs beside the wooden shelves, both watching as the culprit was swept out into the street by a wave of water. Ollivander remarked, I must admit, I have never encountered such a spectacle. Violet responded. I am utterly astonished. What a performance this is. After much ado, Eric finally found his dream wand. Aspen wood, phoenix feather, 12 inches long. Ollivander exhaled a sigh of relief, and after receiving payment, he ushered them out of the shop as if they were harbingers of misfortune. The two families chatted merrily as they made their way to the leaky cauldron, planning to return home via the Floo network through the fireplace. Throughout the journey, Violet clutched the wand's box, lost in reverie. With his own wand in hand, Eric excitedly practiced the spells he knew, but upon observing the girl's demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. When they reached the fireplace at the leaky cauldron, Violet was still absorbed in the texture of the wand's box. Seizing the moment while their parents were engaged in farewells, Eric quietly asked, I noticed something was off when you received your wand. Is there a problem with it? You seem rather distracted. Violet snapped back to reality, opened the box, and gazed at the wand resting quietly within. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed her lips together and replied, You know, the specifications of this wand are identical to those I tested on the official website. Was our arrival here truly a mere coincidence? Eric opened his mouth to respond but closed it again, finally uttering, Perhaps it is just a coincidence. Violet took a deep breath and closed the box, saying, Perhaps. By the way, we still have some time before school starts. Your pet is an owl. Let's keep in touch and share any information. Violet, we must be on our way. William called out, supporting his wife's shoulder and turning to beckon his daughter. Hurry along. I'll write to you with any new discoveries or thoughts. Eric gently ruffled her hair, speaking in a soothing tone, Don't worry. At least you're not alone. We can keep each other company. Violet suppressed her swirling thoughts, smiled at the boy, waved goodbye, and walked towards her parents. Layla was the first to scatter the Floo powder, stepping into the fireplace and clearly enunciating her destination, Violet Villa. Instantly, green flames erupted, and Layla's figure vanished. Following her example, Violet tossed a handful of Floo powder into the fireplace, stepped inside, and mimicked Layla's pronunciation, Violet Villa. After a dizzying whirl, she finally felt her feet on solid ground, realizing she had arrived home. However, due to the disorientation, she struggled to maintain her balance and stumbled out of the fireplace, collapsing onto the sofa. Was there truly no normal mode of transportation for wizards? For someone like her, who could barely manage a few cartwheels in gym class without losing her bearings, this was exceedingly unfriendly. Just as she was grappling with her dizziness, William emerged from the fireplace and, upon seeing his daughter sprawled helplessly on the sofa, couldn't help but chuckle. How long has it been? How have you not adjusted yet? He promptly lifted Violet and allowed her to recline comfortably on the sofa. Meanwhile, Eric was not faring much better, but fortunately, his frequent exercise helped him stabilize himself against the wall after just a couple of staggering steps. Unfortunately, he stood in the wrong spot, blocking Alan's path, and collided directly with him. Alan reacted swiftly. Before Eric could even topple over, he had grabbed him by the collar to steady him. How many times must I tell you not to stand in front of the fireplace? It's dangerous for both of you. Alan's authoritative voice carried a weight of pressure, prompting Eric to instinctively stand straight and bow his head in apology. Musing how uncanny it was that his father in this world bore such a striking resemblance, not only in appearance, but also in temperament. Alan chose not to reprimand him further, simply instructing him to carry his newly acquired belongings to his room. Eric paused. Realizing the predicament, he had no idea which room was his, as the address on the envelope was not specified. In a moment of inspiration, he decided to mimic Violet's half-truths. Dad, my right shoulder is still a bit sore. Could you help me carry the heavy things upstairs? I can manage the lighter items myself. Alan glanced at his shoulder, recalling the injury he sustained earlier that afternoon, and nodded. Drawing his wand, he levitated the heavier items, books, cauldrons, and such, up to the attic on the 3rd floor. Eric, grasping the owl's cage, followed closely behind, secretly relieved at his cleverness. Otherwise, he would have been caught. Thus, the two clumsily began to integrate themselves into this new world. Chapter 3. Not being able to enter isn't a big deal, but hitting a wall is quite painful. In the days leading up to the start of school, Violet and Eric maintained a daily correspondence, sharing the knowledge they had acquired. Dear Violet, help. I'm so accustomed to using VX that writing a letter feels utterly foreign to me. That day in Diagon Alley, I heard that your home is Violet Villa. So I attempted to write this letter, hoping Claire would deliver it. Oh, by the way, Claire is my owl. I initially named her Shunfeng, but she nibbled on my fingers. My home is a cedar cottage on the south slope of Weasel Mountain, surrounded by many cedar trees. When the snow season arrives, it must be breathtakingly picturesque here. We have many books, and the decor leans towards shades of blue. I suspect one or both of my parents might be from Ravenclaw. My room is in the attic, similar to Sakura's room from Cardcaptor Sakura. Currently, I don't have much information, but I'll let you know if anything new comes up. P.S. My parents not only look identical, but also share the same temperament. It's quite overwhelming. Eric. Dear Eric, help. I must admit, this letter writing is quite challenging for me too. Regarding Claire's name, I can only say, it was indeed fitting that she was a bit peckish. Should I get another owl and name it Yuantong? Coincidentally, Violet Villa is located on the north slope of Weasel Mountain. I recall that the Weasley family and Cedric also reside on Weasel Mountain. During our time in Diagon Alley, I noticed our families seemed quite close. Perhaps we could visit each other from time to time in the future. As I busied myself with packing, I took the opportunity to explore the entire house, confirming that my mother is indeed a Hufflepuff. Upon returning from dinner, I remarked that the culinary talents of Badger House are as renowned as they are deserved. Surprisingly, my father turns out to be a Gryffindor. Unlike you, my father's temperament is significantly more amiable than it once was. While rummaging through the house, I stumbled upon the Daily Prophet, revealing that it is now the year 1989. I cannot recall the year in which the protagonist was admitted to Hogwarts, but during dinner, I probed my parents. The Chosen One has yet to return to the wizarding world. One thing is certain, we enrolled before the Chosen One. Violet. My dear Violet, I was utterly astounded to learn that my father is a graduate of Ilvermorny's Thunderbird House. My Ravenclaw mother suggested we dine at your home tomorrow evening, so let us converse face to face then, thus sparing us the need for letters. Enrolling before the Chosen One implies we will graduate before him as well, if we wish to avoid becoming embroiled in the subsequent two disheartening narratives. This can be deemed good news. After searching the house, I realized that my birthday remains unchanged, August 18th. A sense of unease washed over me. Could it truly be, as you suggested, that our arrival here was not merely a coincidence? Strangely, I turned 11 last year. Why then am I only starting school this year? Eric, my dear Eric, my birthday, too, remains the same, June 19th. Perhaps parallel universes truly exist. It must be a profound love for Aunt Alice that compels Uncle Alan to traverse the sea and settle in England. The meals over the past few days have left me somewhat disgruntled. Being of Chinese descent, why has there been such a dearth of traditional Chinese cuisine? This overwhelming westernization is quite excessive. I must seek an opportunity to enrich our family's menu. That day in Diagon Alley, my mother mentioned that you had just been discharged from the hospital a few days prior. I suspect this is the reason for your delayed enrollment this year. Regarding whether we become entangled in the plot, I believe we need to contemplate this matter carefully. It is not suitable for detailed discussion in a letter. Let us converse tomorrow. Violet, my dear Violet, you are correct. It is indeed time to diversify our family's menu. While delectable as they may be, English dishes cannot sustain us indefinitely. As for our involvement in the plot, we have yet to clarify our position. I propose we take things one step at a time. Sometimes, events do not unfold as we desire, and human perspectives can shift. I believe it best for us to diligently study magic, fortifying our abilities in preparation. Thus, even if we are ultimately drawn into the conflict, we shall not be swept away in a single tide. P.S. Do not disclose the reason for my delayed enrollment, or our friendship shall be forfeit. Eric, poor unfortunate child. What culinary delights can one expect from a nation seemingly forsaken by the gods of gastronomy? You make a valid point. Let us proceed with the flow. Tomorrow, I shall begin to review my lessons. Upon reflection, the triad is quite the troublemakers, especially when accompanied by a certain serpent-faced fiend and a rather troublesome headmaster. We may not remain unscathed. Strengthening our abilities is indeed a wise precaution. P.S. To be sent to St. Mungo's due to mistakenly consuming a potion my mother was experimenting with, resulting in my delayed enrollment. What a stroke of misfortune. Ha. I would be too embarrassed to admit that. P.S. What sort of potion could baffle even Aunt Alice, a healer at St. Mungo's? P.S. I can assure you I shall remain silent. Yet I understand that secrets in the magical community are as elusive as shadows. You are on your own. P.S. Claire seems to have lost weight. Do not deprive her of her rations. Violet. Eric, upon reading the letter, bit his molars in frustration. How could he be blamed for the potion mishap? That was clearly the original occupant's doing. And as for withholding the owl's food, he himself cannot consume owl feed. What purpose would that serve? It was the fatigue from delivering letters twice a day that had him looking gaunt. Though irritated, Eric nonetheless scooped a generous spoonful of owl feed and placed it before the barn owl, who was preening its feathers on the windowsill. Claire, catching sight of the feast, momentarily abandoned her grooming to partake. The remaining 2 months of vacation swiftly passed amidst their fervent preparations. On September 1st, at 10:30 in the morning, King's Cross Station. In an inconspicuous alleyway outside the station, the Lin and Lu families convened. The pale-faced Eric greeted the Lin couple before shifting his gaze to Violet, who was cradling a cream-colored kitten and appeared equally pale. Long time no see. What's wrong? You look rather unwell, Eric inquired, his concern evident as he scrutinized her countenance. Violet, my heart is heavy. yet words elude me. This morning, Violet had neatly packed her belongings and descended to the dining room for breakfast. At the table, her family began to debate their means of reaching King's Cross Station. Vivian, now less fazed by the Flu network, suggested, "Shall we use the Flu network?" No. I recall there are no connected fireplaces near King's Cross Station. As she expertly directed the pot on the stove with her wand, Layla dismissed her suggestion. "Let us opt for apparition. It's quicker and easier." William mumbled through a mouthful of fried egg. "But Vivian has never operated with us. Wouldn't she be squeezed out of breakfast?" Layla furrowed her brow. The thought too delightful for her to bear. As the one directly involved, Violet interjected, "Thank you for the invitation, but I cannot accept any of these so-called tumble-dryer modes of transportation." This debate continued until the very moment they were to leave, concluding with a game of tossing galleons. If the coin landed heads up, they would apparate. If tails, they would use a portkey. Violet, lacking enthusiasm, tossed the coin carelessly, and it landed heads up. Her mood soured further. "Can't we just take the night bus?" Upon hearing the rationale, Eric stifled a laugh, turning it into a cough. "You'll need to acclimatize. In truth, apparition isn't all that daunting. Don't frighten yourself. Besides, with the wild nature of the night bus. Are you certain you won't get motion sickness?" Violet replied flatly. "If your complexion were not so ashen, your words would carry more weight." Her sense of balance had always been poor. Even a carousel could make her nauseous, and nothing had changed since arriving here. Mew, the long-haired kitten, with its black nose and white paws, seemed to sense its owner's distress, shaking its ears and gently nudging her cheek with its damp nose. "Oh, how I adore this little kitten. It truly is my angel." Amidst their conversation, they followed their families to the junction of platforms 9 and 10. The legendary entrance to the magical world, platform 9. Although Violet had yearned for her original family during these past 2 months, standing before the fabled wall stirred within her an involuntary excitement and longing. This was the place she had dreamt of while reading. Eric echoed her thoughts, and they exchanged a knowing smile. "All right, Alice and I shall push the luggage through first, followed by the 2 children, and lastly, William and Alan." "Agreed?" Layla gently arranged the order. No one disagreed, nodding in agreement. Layla took the lead, briskly pushing Violet's luggage as she charged toward the wall. Unsurprisingly, she vanished through it. Next was Alice, who also breezed through with familiarity. Then came the 2 pseudo-children. "Nervous?" Eric whispered, his eyes fixed on the seemingly unremarkable wall. "Nervously. I feared we might not be able to pass through. However, not being able to enter is trivial. Colliding with the wall can be quite painful." Violet recalled the incident when Harry and Ron, in their second year, had collided with someone, causing quite a commotion. "Aren't you missing the point?" Eric remarked, exasperated. "If you're scared, shall I go first? I succeeded, so you surely can as well." With that, Eric moved to the spot where their mothers had just departed, took a deep breath, and sprinted forward, shouting, "Charge." Just as he was about to make contact with the wall, both he and Violet instinctively clenched their jaws. Violet fixed her gaze on his figure until he vanished into the wall. He succeeded. Witnessing Eric successfully enter the platform alleviated much of her doubt, filling her with confidence as she positioned herself at the starting point. "Vivi, there's no need to be anxious or afraid. Just keep moving forward." William's warm, dry hand rested reassuringly on her shoulder, softly encouraging his daughter. Violet nodded, took a deep breath, held her breath, and took off. At the moment she was about to collide with the wall, an inexplicable surge of courage surged within her, compelling her to resist the instinct to blink. This was her first moment of profound significance in this world, and she did not want to miss a single second. She plunged into the wall, and on the other side lay a dark corridor, inertia propelling her forward. After 2 steps, a bustling platform suddenly appeared before her. Turning back, she saw a deep crimson steam locomotive parked beside the platform, and Eric, who had entered ahead of her, was excitedly waving at her from beside the engine. They had both made it. They were on their way to Hogwarts. Realizing this, Violet was instantly overcome with joy, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Aside from the moment she learned the true reason behind Eric's delayed enrollment, this was the happiest she had felt since arriving in this world. As they had arrived half an hour early, there were still plenty of empty compartments on the train. They chose one nearby, and both fathers helped carry their luggage aboard, while the mothers on the platform offered their children detailed advice. Layla gently scratched the chin of the small kitten, which elegantly pressed her right paw against Layla's hand. "Vivi, remember to write home once you arrive at school. The Sorting Hat's result is secondary. The priority is to reassure your family. Also, take good care of Sesame. Judy entrusted her little daughter to you, which is a sign of her trust. By the way, are you really not considering giving her a different name?" Judy was a ragdoll cat they had at home, while her husband was a dashing bicolor ragdoll named Alexander. They were a wedding anniversary gift from William to Layla 2 years prior. The little glove in Violet's arms was their 4-month-old daughter, whom she had chosen to bring to Hogwarts as a pet, naming her Sesame. She had always adored cats, and seeing such lovely ragdolls in her family made her ecstatic. Every day, when she felt drowsy from reading, she would take the entire family of cats out to the lawn for some fresh air. Although she had considered renaming her, she was fond of the name Sesame and felt unable to change it. Violet pouted. Sesame was quite stubborn. She had prepared 5 names for her, such as Belle, Nina, and Olivia, names that were chic and pleasant. But the little mistress would not acknowledge any of them, insisting on being called Sesame, which she had casually mentioned. During the shedding season, ragdolls lose a lot of fur. You've learned how to clean up after them, right? Don't make things difficult for your roommate. I know, Violet replied. On the other side, it was less a mother-son bond and more akin to brotherhood. Eric was also puzzled by how his mother, who could befriend anyone, had captured the heart of his father, a stoic old-timer. I'm a Ravenclaw, and your dad is from Thunderbird. I'm a bit curious if you'll end up in Ravenclaw or Gryffindor, Alice said, draping her arm around her elder son's shoulder as if they were just buddies chatting. Eric shrugged. Who knows? What if I end up in Slytherin? Alice's smile faltered as she imagined that scenario, gleefully remarking, then that plastic father-son relationship would be even more precarious. Eric maintained a straight face. No, I believe my life would be in jeopardy. Over the past 2 months, he had come to understand that his father's stern demeanor was not a reflection of deep paternal love, but rather a perception that he was vying for his mother's affection. What an absurd notion. Today, as they packed to leave, Alan was more enthusiastic than anyone. In truth, Eric held no particular prejudice against Slytherin. However, when Voldemort and the Death Eaters wreaked havoc, Alan learned of Alice's dangerous situation and heroically came to her defense, confronting the Death Eaters immediately after graduating in America. If he were truly sorted into Slytherin, he feared he might not even be able to enter his own home. He could only pray that he would be sorted as the official tests indicated. Chapter 4. Stuff. What stuff? With only 5 minutes until the train's departure, Alan and William returned to the platform after stowing their luggage. William, reluctant to part with his precious daughter, tightly embraced Violet, his eyes glistening with emotion, as Sesame desperately scrambled up onto her shoulder. Sesame thought, a father's love is like a mountain, it's a landslide. Alan seemed to suddenly recall that this son was indeed his flesh and blood, and his demeanor softened considerably. Be careful at school. Focus on your studies and don't get into any nonsense. Also, remember, you're older than Violet, so look after her a bit more. Nonsense. Eric's lips twitched. Just tell me not to associate with pure-blood elitists. Alice added, if you feel unwell, head to the hospital wing. If it's serious, write to let me know. Children grow up and must eventually leave home. They all understood this truth. After a few heartfelt goodbyes, they sent the two off onto the train. Eric opened the carriage window and waved goodbye, while Violet playfully made a beckoning gesture with Sesame's tiny paw, managing to elicit laughter from the almost tearful Layla and William. With a whistle, the train began to move. As their compartment was near the front, the parents of both families reached the end of the platform after a few steps and decided not to follow further. Alan exhaled deeply. Finally got that kid off my hands. Let us go explore Chinatown. Is it really necessary? Alice asked. Inside the compartment, Violet used a cat toy to entertain Sesame, laughing at Eric's unfortunate encounters with his father, completely disregarding her image. You're so unfortunate. Competing for your father's affection is truly a rare phenomenon. Huh? Eric leaned against the table beside the window, a look of despair on his face. Thank goodness we're heading to Hogwarts. This miserable chapter is finally coming to an end. He then extended his hand towards Sesame, testing whether she would allow him to pet her. Sesame cautiously twitched her little black nose, sniffing the unfamiliar hand all over before turning and hiding in Violet's embrace. Violet, with a doting smile, explained, she's afraid of strangers. She only bonds with me at home, which is why I brought her along. Eric didn't mind much. At least the little cat had not scratched him, which he considered a sign of good temper. He accepted the cat toy Violet offered and continued to amuse the little black face. I remember you used to love cats, and even had a similar one named Sesame? He inquired while playing. Violet was taken aback. How did you know? Eric glanced at her with a knowing smile. Continuing to play with Sesame. You posted about her on social media. I happened to see it. She was quite adorable. But I haven't seen you post about her since. Violet's smile was subtly restrained as she gently caressed the small head of Sesame, her voice tinged with nostalgia. Indeed, it's a pity that after nurturing her for a year, due to severe heart failure, I had to grant her a merciful release. Pausing her playful swishing of the cat toy, Eric gazed at Violet in surprise and awkwardly murmured, I'm sorry, I had no idea. Violet shook her head. At that moment, Sesame sprawled out, exposing her snowy belly, her limbs stretching contentedly. Violet chuckled softly, running her fingers through Sesame's silky fur along her abdomen. It's all right. She no longer has to suffer, which is quite wonderful. When I arrived here, on my first day back at the Violet Villa, this little creature scampered toward me from her nest, and I thought, perhaps, she had returned. Eric observed her serene smile, and then glanced at the small cat, whose azure eyes were now narrowed in blissful slumber, her purring resonating throughout the space. He sincerely added, yes, she has returned. Seizing the opportunity while the kitten was distracted, he playfully ruffled her fur, eliciting a disgruntled swat from Sesame. As they indulged in their feline affection, there came a gentle knock on the compartment door. Upon receiving their response, the door swung open to reveal a boy with chestnut hair. Violet's eyes brightened as she took in his striking appearance. Such a well-proportioned figure and those handsome features. He was undoubtedly a young gentleman. The boy, his cheeks tinged with a slight blush, shyly inquired, "Excuse me, would you mind if I sit here? I arrived late, nearly missing the train, and after searching, I found that this compartment was the only one with available seating." Violet nodded fervently in her mind. Not only did she not mind, but she felt compelled to welcome him, given his delightful visage. However, as she was not alone, she sought Eric's opinion to avoid any semblance of disrespect. "I don't mind. What about you?" "I'm fine with it. Please, come in and let me take your luggage." Eric, ever amiable, stood to assist the boy in stowing his suitcase. The boy, upon entering, noticed their seating arrangement and, out of courtesy, thanked them before taking a seat beside Eric. He then introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory, a first-year student." "Said what? Diggory?" Violet and Eric exchanged astonished glances, utterly taken aback by their good fortune to encounter such a renowned Hogwarts alumnus so soon after boarding. Excitement bubbled within Violet. Cedric, the illustrious Hufflepuff senior, the school idol. They were in the same year. Eric, nearly losing his composure, managed to retain his cool demeanor as Cedric finished his introduction, recognizing that silence would only lead to awkwardness. Years of composure allowed him to clear his throat and extend his hand to Cedric. "Hello, we are also first-year students. I am Eric Liu, and this is Violet Lin." He cast a glance at Violet, subtly urging her to maintain her poise. "I am somewhat different. I delayed my enrollment by a year, so I am likely older than both of you." "A delayed enrollment?" Cedric inquired, perplexed. Eric sheepishly rubbed his nose. "I was ill last year and had to go to St. Mungo's, missing the start of term. The headmaster granted me special permission to enter this year." Cedric responded with an understanding. "I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you are fully recovered now." At this point, Violet regained her composure and naturally interjected. "Our families have been friends for generations, so Eric and I have known each other since childhood. We were just discussing the prospect of making new friends. And here you are? Technically, we've known each other since our past lives." Cedric smiled bashfully. "It is an honor to befriend both of you." Violet had initially considered using the Weasley connection to bridge their bond, but thought better of it. Realizing it might come off as too eager, she decided to leave that topic for another time. Cedric, equally intrigued by Sesame's little black face, found himself charmed by the kitten, who displayed no favoritism, treating both gentlemen with equal indifference. As noon approached, the sound of a small cart rolling down the aisle echoed, and a woman with a warm smile and shallow dimples in her cheeks opened the compartment door. "Children, would you like to purchase some food?" Eric gestured for Violet to choose, and she, not wanting to dominate the conversation, turned to solicit their opinions. Ultimately, in addition to a bounty of chocolate frogs, they ordered Mars bars, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and jelly slugs. As for the infamous Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Violet kept her distance, while the other two eagerly requested a box. Before boarding, Layla had filled Violet's small purse, encouraging her to buy whatever she desired. Thus, when it came time to pay, she waved her hand grandly, exclaiming, "Miss Lin will cover the expenses for this compartment today." Eric, having caught on to the joke, chuckled heartily, while Cedric blushed as he clutched his food, insisting on paying for his portion, stating it was inappropriate to take advantage of her generosity. "Cedric, we are friends. This is merely a treat among friends. Please don't be so reserved," Violet earnestly replied. What a splendid opportunity to break the ice. With such a charming and academically gifted friend, they were indeed fortunate. Eric dabbed at the tears of laughter forming at the corners of his eyes and chimed in. "Violet is correct. We are friends. If you truly feel obliged, you can treat us next time. We will be classmates for 7 years. Surely, there will be ample opportunities." Hearing this, Cedric relented, sincerely expressing his gratitude to Violet before settling down to enjoy the feast with them. The two boys devoured their pumpkin pasties and cauldron cakes, while Violet unwrapped a box of chocolate frogs, which promptly leapt about in the box before vaulting toward Eric. Without a flicker of surprise, Violet reached out and snagged the airborne chocolate frog mid-leap. The two boys across from her were momentarily taken aback by her deftness. The girl, however, maintained a calm demeanor. What a jest! Having raised a cat for a year, she certainly possessed the ability to anticipate and capture. Cedric marveled, "That's impressive. If you played Quidditch, you would undoubtedly excel as a seeker. Violet felt a flush of embarrassment. Dear Cedric, the future seeker of Hufflepuff was you. After the trio had their fill, Violet found herself growing drowsy, with Sesame already curled up and fast asleep on her lap. After a few meandering conversations about sorting and classes, she could no longer resist and leaned to the side for a nap. As soon as her eyes fluttered shut, Eric noticed and signaled to Cedric, "Violet's asleep. Let us keep our voices down." Cedric glanced over and, ever the gentleman, averted his gaze, advising in hushed tones, "Let us close the windows slightly. It could get chilly as night falls. The train won't arrive until dark. You stay here. I'll fetch a blanket from the conductor," he added, ensuring she would be warm. Eric nodded, gently pulling the window down to leave a small crack for ventilation. Cedric tiptoed out of the compartment and soon returned with a neatly folded blanket. "The conductor said we can leave the blanket on the seat when we disembark. Someone will come to collect it," Cedric whispered as he placed the blanket beside Violet's empty seat. Initially, Violet had only intended to rest her eyes briefly, but she heard the tender exchange between Eric and Cedric. The warmth of their concern enveloped her, and she surrendered to the embrace of slumber. When she finally awoke, her face aglow with contentment, she found that the sky had darkened considerably, save for the lingering hues of sunset, while her companions had donned their black school robes. Awake? As Eric, engrossed in his reading of theories of magic, glanced up at her, he remarked, "You truly have a knack for timing. The train is nearing its destination, and you would do well to change your clothes swiftly. We have already packed away the food, and please, for the time being, keep Sesame contained." Violet, still slightly dazed from her slumber, lifted the blanket covering her, vigorously patted her slightly chubby cheeks to fully awaken herself. "You certainly show no mercy to your own face," Eric observed, grinning as he watched her slap her cheeks with fervor. Violet hastily stuffed the disheveled Sesame into her cat carrier, tidied up her clothing and seat, and then frantically rummaged through her suitcase for her school uniform and matching black shoes. Cedric glanced out the window as the train began to slow down. The remnants of the sunset had completely faded, leaving the sky a deep shade of purple. "The train is decelerating. We must act quickly," he reminded. "Violet, will you change in the compartment or in the restroom?" Eric tucked his book into his suitcase and stood up to move towards the door as he replied, "The restroom is likely overcrowded. We should stand guard outside. You can draw the curtains and change in the compartment. Otherwise, we truly won't make it in time." Cedric followed suit, joining him outside the compartment. They positioned themselves with their backs to the compartment door, guarding it. Cedric glanced towards the restroom, where the aisle was filled with anxious students clutching their garments, some attempting to approach, only to turn back upon witnessing the chaos. "Thank goodness you suggested Violet change in the compartment. Otherwise, with this queue, we might not have made it even if the train had already arrived," Cedric mused, astonished. Before long, Violet finished changing and knocked on the compartment door, signaling for them to enter. In her previous life as a beleaguered worker, she had learned to compress her grooming routine into mere moments, honing the skill of rapid dressing over time. Meanwhile, the train's announcement echoed, "In 5 minutes, we will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will ensure it reaches the school." Violet, too lazy to meticulously fold her clothes, tossed them haphazardly into her suitcase. Just as she locked it, she remembered, "Blast, I forgot my wand." Once they had finally gathered their belongings, the train came to a halt. Students who had changed rushed towards the train door, while the two boys, seasoned passengers of high-speed trains and airplanes, ambled leisurely at the back of the throng, guiding Cedric along. However composed they appeared, disembarking meant confronting the bustling crowd on the platform. The tallest among them, Eric, was the first to step off, claiming a small patch of space, followed by Violet, and finally Cedric. In September's England, the temperature fluctuated drastically between day and night. The boys fared well, but Violet felt compelled to don her robe's hood, reminiscent of a Dementor. The platform was dimly lit, and the students' black robes only added to the somber atmosphere. Then, a swaying lantern appeared on the platform. First-year students, come gather by me." The sight of the lantern brightened Violet's spirits. Here comes Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Spotting the towering figure and the lamp in his hand, half-blind Violet found her focus, tugging at her companion's sleeves as she attempted to navigate her way through the crowd. "Excuse us. We are first-year students. Please make way." Eric and Cedric did not allow Violet to forge ahead alone. They flanked her, ensuring she remained protected in their midst. In their journey, Cedric nearly tripped a dark-skinned girl. "Oh, I apologize. I hope you're unhurt. Are you also a first-year? Perfect. Let us go together." They proceeded to join the newly met girl, Angelina Johnson, before Hagrid, following him down a narrow, steep path. The damp terrain, characteristic of England's maritime climate, made it feel as if they were climbing the Great Wall amid rain and snow. One misstep could send them sliding down. Just one more bend, and you shall behold Hogwarts Castle," Hagrid called back. Excitement bubbled among the young wizards, though Violet remained silent, intently focused on her footing, carefully supporting the dark-skinned girl as they tread cautiously. At last, they reached a small flat area at the end of the path. Facing a dark lake, across the water loomed a grand, majestic castle atop a high hill. Warm light streamed through its windows, mingling with the starlight above and casting a gentle glow upon the lake's surface, creating a dreamlike scene. "Do you see those boats? Board them in groups of 4," Hagrid instructed, holding the lantern aloft while gesturing towards the row of small boats at the shore. "Remember, each boat can only accommodate 4 individuals." Violet and her companions formed a group, hastening to the water's edge. Cedric was the first to board, extending his hand to assist the 2 girls after the boat stabilized, while Eric settled himself at the rear. Once everyone was aboard, the dark-skinned girl spoke up. "We didn't have a chance to introduce ourselves earlier. Hello, I'm Angelina Johnson. Wow, the future Gryffindor chaser and Quidditch captain, the remarkable girl who manages the Weasley twins." Violet's eyes sparkled as she exchanged names with her. The boys also politely introduced themselves. The other first-year students soon found their companions and boarded their boats. Hagrid joined one of the vessels, leading the way as they set off. The boats glided in formation towards the castle, which appeared even more imposing and majestic as they approached, silencing the new students in awe. Eric gently nudged the entranced Violet, stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, this experience is already worth it." Violet, entranced by the unfolding spectacle, murmured in agreement, "Indeed, it's utterly enchanting." Angelina nodded in agreement, sharing in their wonder. Time slipped away, and eventually, the boats came to a halt. They disembarked and followed Hagrid along a winding path for quite some distance. Just as Violet resigned herself to losing her sense of direction, the group came to a stop. "This year as first years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," came a voice. Violet stood on tiptoe to glimpse the speaker. Initially, she only spotted Hagrid's mountain-like silhouette, but once he stepped aside, she beheld a stern-looking witch clad in a vivid green robe. True to her reputation as the unyielding Minerva, the gaze of Professor McGonagall, reminiscent of a school principal she once had, instinctively made Violet shrink back, her toes returning to the ground. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Professor McGonagall led the first years into the castle, guiding them to a grand hall where the sound of numerous conversations echoed. Violet surmised that this must be the Hogwarts Great Hall. Instead of entering immediately, they were ushered into an adjacent empty classroom. Once everyone had settled, Professor McGonagall began to speak. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Shortly, we will proceed into the Great Hall for your sorting ceremony. Hogwarts consists of 4 houses," she stated, scanning the newcomers with her piercing gaze. "The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. During your time here, your conduct will either earn or deduct points for your respective house, and at the year's end, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup. Therefore, I implore each of you to be ever mindful of your words and actions, striving to bring honor to your house. Now, I must make my way to the Great Hall to prepare for the sorting ceremony. Please take a moment to tidy yourselves up." With that, Professor McGonagall briskly exited the empty classroom. The 4 of them began to check one another over. Violet retrieved her wand and performed a cleaning charm on each of them, removing the dirt that had clung to their robes and shoes. Before long, Professor McGonagall returned, instructing the first years to line up in front of the classroom door before leading them into the Great Hall. As depicted in the book, the brightly lit hall was adorned with 4 long tables, each set with gleaming gold plates and goblets. She surveyed the students' uniforms, noting from left to right the houses of Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Slytherin. Countless white candles floated above them, and the enchanted ceiling sparkled like a summer's Milky Way. The only aspect that unsettled Violet was the specters drifting in the air, as she had harbored a childhood fear of the dark and of ghosts. The line finally halted before a high stool, where Professor McGonagall unfurled a parchment inscribed with the list of new students and lifted a tattered, patched wizard's hat from the stool. "As I call your name, please step forward, don the sorting hat, and await your house assignment." First up, Ashley Brown. A girl with wavy chestnut hair approached with a tense expression. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat atop her head. Ashley's face remained impassive, but her hands clenched nervously on her lap. Soon enough, the sorting hat made its decision. Hufflepuff. In an instant, Ashley's face lit up with a smile as she dashed to the Hufflepuff table, where the students applauded her warmly. Violet realized that when Ashley smiled, her eyes curved into crescents, and her cheeks dimpled, giving her a doll-like charm that was utterly endearing. It seemed her earlier tension had stemmed from nerves. Cedric Diggory. Cedric clenched his jaw and sat down with forced composure. The sorting hat deliberated for a bit longer than it had for Ashley. Violet speculated that the hat was weighing whether to place such a bright and handsome lad in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. Yet, predictably, the Sorting Hat eventually called out, "Hufflepuff." Excitement erupted among the Hufflepuff students, with some of the girls even blushing as they applauded. Whispers circulated among the students, speculating whether this year luck had favored their house or if the headmaster had discreetly bribed the Sorting Hat to deliver two prominent figures to Hufflepuff. Lewis Evans, Ravenclaw, the Sorting Hat declared without hesitation. After Terrence Higgs was sorted into Slytherin and Angelina into Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall called out the next name, Eric Liu. Eric pressed his lips together and stepped forward. Compared to Ashley and Cedric, he appeared considerably more relaxed. However, the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. It was only natural to feel a touch of apprehension when one's own fate hung in the balance. Violet recalled how, during their visit to Universal Studios, everyone had chosen their desired house robes, and Eric had confidently picked out a Ravenclaw robe first. Ravenclaw, the Sorting Hat proclaimed. Violet was taken aback. So soon? Was it truly Ravenclaw? Indeed, the robe Eric had selected was that of Ravenclaw. But given his excellent academic record and rapid learning abilities, it came as no surprise. He had been recommended for university and had even studied abroad as an exchange student. His high school classmates unanimously believed that his exceptional intellect marked him as a future scientist. Violet felt a genuine happiness for him and clapped enthusiastically. Eric gleefully made his way to the Ravenclaw table, shaking hands with his fellow students before glancing at Violet in the crowd and giving her a thumbs up. Before she could respond, she heard her own name called, Violet Lynn. Her breath hitched, and her body stiffened slightly. Angelina, seated beside her, gently squeezed her hand and whispered, "Don't be nervous, go on." With a gentle push, she nudged Violet forward. Following Angelina's encouragement, Violet stumbled a few steps ahead and took a deep breath. Resolutely sitting on the high stool, Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon her head, whether it was due to her small head or the hat's size. The brim nearly obscured her nose. Just as she contemplated reaching up to adjust the hat, she heard a faint voice from within. "Ah. It has been quite some time since I encountered such an intriguing soul." What? What is intriguing? Let me see. You lack the ambition for fame. And it is clear Slytherin is not suited for you. You prefer stability over adventure, yet you are not one to simply follow the crowd. How paradoxical. Oh, your talent is commendable, your focus is adequate, and there is a purity in your expectations of the world around you, or perhaps a high standard. So, how shall I decide? As Violet listened to the Sorting Hat muttering in her ear, she inadvertently remembered her past life, during which she had taken the sorting tests on the official website twice, 5 years apart, both times resulting in Hufflepuff. No, stop. Who knows what the Sorting Hat might see that it shouldn't see? Oh, Hufflepuff, you say? That indeed suits you well. If Helga were still around, she would undoubtedly choose you as her student. Therefore, Hufflepuff, the Sorting Hat's final decree released the tension that had gripped Violet's heart. In truth, setting aside the results of the sorting tests, she genuinely preferred the atmosphere and living conditions of Hufflepuff. As Professor McGonagall lifted the hat from her head, Violet could hardly contain her excitement and joyfully bounded to the Hufflepuff table, her ponytail bouncing with each step. The students in the hall could not help but chuckle at this delightful scene, and even a few teachers at the staff table could hardly suppress their smiles. The Hufflepuff students warmly welcomed her with shouts of greeting. A fifth-year girl approached and guided her to sit beside Ashley, kindly saying, "Welcome to the Hufflepuff family. I am Wendy Stibbins, your prefect. If you encounter any difficulties in life or studies, feel free to seek me out." Across the table, Cedric appeared equally elated, sincerely congratulating her. "Congratulations, Violet. It's hard to believe we are in the same house. We are truly fortunate." Violet continuously thanked her classmates who offered their congratulations while casting a glance at the Ravenclaw table, where Eric was applauding so fervently that his palms were turning red. Upon noticing her gaze, he raised both thumbs up in encouragement. Violet's bright eyes curved into crescents as she beamed. Just as Professor McGonagall called out the next new student's name, prompting everyone to settle down once more. Following her, another 5 or 6 students were sorted into Hufflepuff, nearly filling the long table. Gryffindor welcomed 4 new members, while Ravenclaw had no further newcomers after Fiona White and Albert Williams. And Slytherin remained quiet aside from Terrence Higgs and Dorian Pusey. Due to the proximity of the long tables of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, she overheard the students of Ravenclaw calmly discussing, "Not bad, there are 4 new students this year. I remember there was only 1 last year. And 1 year it seemed there were none at all." Ravenclaw demanded its students to be knowledgeable and wise, a criterion that was sufficient to disqualify most newcomers. Slytherin held a belief in blood purity, yet the number of strictly pure-blood wizards has dwindled over the years, with an increasing number of half-blood wizards being admitted. Even so, the students who met Slytherin's admission standards remained few. Both of these houses traditionally had sparse numbers. To her surprise, the Weasley twins were among this year's new arrivals. With Fred and George swiftly sorted into Gryffindor by the sorting hat, this year's sorting ceremony came to a close. Professor McGonagall removed the high stool and the sorting hat, and students from various houses eagerly discussed the recent sorting. Dumbledore did not keep the ravenous students waiting long. After Professor McGonagall took her seat and delivered a few customary words of caution, he announced that the feast would commence. As Dumbledore settled into his chair, the dining tables were instantly laden with an abundance of food. The aroma of roasted meats and the sound of clattering cutlery filled the hall. The students began to dine in unison, and even the usually poised Slytherins elegantly yet swiftly filled their plates with food. Chapter 6, Hufflepuff Common Room. Violet helped herself to a roasted chicken leg, a roasted wing, along with some mashed potatoes, salad, and fries. She noticed the ketchup was a bit out of reach. Just as she was about to stand up to grab it, Ashley brought the ketchup to her. "Hello, I'm Ashley Brown. May I call you Violet?" "Oh, thank you. You've been such a help." Violet quickly expressed her gratitude. Who said only boys like pretty girls? Girls could appreciate them too. Moreover, Ashley was not only exquisite in appearance, but her voice was as melodious as wind chimes. After exchanging a few words, the two quickly grew familiar with one another. "I've never seen an Eastern face before, but my mother mentioned it. She said it's hard to tell the real age of people from the East," Ashley said, her cheeks bulging like a little squirrel as she munched on Yorkshire pudding. She recounted how she once saw a beautiful Eastern girl lost at Hogwarts. Thinking the girl was a year younger, she escorted her to the divination classroom, only to realize that the girl was actually a year her senior. Violet fell silent. Layla had told her that during her years at Hogwarts, she, Alice, and William were the only three of Chinese descent. It could be that Ashley's mother had encountered either Layla or Alice. She shared her speculation with Ashley, who was intrigued and mentioned she would ask her mother about the name of the Eastern girl she had met back then. The Hogwarts feast was indeed consistent with the descriptions in the books, featuring a plethora of dishes. However, for Violet, who was not a native of England, not every dish was palatable. According to her habits, she needed to have rice for dinner to stave off hunger. Thus, when she spotted fried rice beside Cedric, she happily scooped a generous helping. However, after taking a spoonful, she instantly rolled her eyes in regret. If it weren't for the decorum, she would have spat it out. How could fried rice be so unappetizing? The seemingly fragrant and visually appealing egg fried rice, in reality, was nothing short of a culinary disaster. Violet suspected that the rice had been cooked from uncooked grains, for it had a distinctly undercooked texture. The notorious inedibility of British cuisine was indeed well-deserved. After her unfortunate encounter with the dish, she concluded that even a house elf skilled in cooking would struggle to redeem British cuisine. For her, the culinary offerings at Hogwarts were limited to fried, roasted, baked, and sweet dishes. Furthermore, pork products were to be blacklisted from her diet. Even in desserts, Violet preferred lighter sweetness. She could hardly tolerate overly sweet cakes. The atmosphere in Hufflepuff was genuinely delightful. Even as the topics of conversation shifted, the students seamlessly connected and engaged in lively discussions. With even first-year newcomers able to join in, Violet felt that the opening banquet was reminiscent of her past late-night snacks with her close friends, filled with chatter. After satisfying their appetites, the students largely set down their knives and forks, and it seemed as if the plates could sense the moment. In the blink of an eye, the leftover food vanished. At that moment, Dumbledore rose once again, and the students ceased their chatter, turning their attention to the illustrious headmaster whose name resounded throughout the wizarding world. First-year students, take note, the Forbidden Forest is off-limits. Violet raised an eyebrow at this statement and glanced at the Gryffindor table, where Fred and George exchanged knowing looks. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors between classes. After discussing some Quidditch tryout matters, Dumbledore waved his wand lightly, and a golden ribbon soared from its tip, spiraling above the dining tables, forming letters. Violet watched the golden ribbon twist and turn, inwardly lamenting that she was fortunate to have a built-in language plugin upon her arrival. Otherwise, she would have been utterly baffled by the swirling letters. Next came the customary segment, the school song. Dumbledore's resonant voice echoed throughout the hall as each person chose a tune they favored, singing together. Violet maintained a stiff expression, moving her lips without producing any sound, determined to continue her ruse while attempting to discern the melodies being sung around her. Oh, Ashley was using the Blue Danube. Cedric was predictably singing God Save the Queen. And the Weasley twins opted for Radetzky March instead of the funeral march from the original text. Quite creative, she thought. Violet was relieved she hadn't sung aloud, for she would surely have been led astray by the tune. Alas, if she were not socially anxious, she would have delighted in performing the Hogwarts March for everyone. Oh, perhaps next year, if she was bold enough to sing Hedwig's theme, it would be a delightful reciprocation. Violet's thoughts drifted aimlessly while her eyes remained fixed on her surroundings. Thus, she noticed that after Ashley and Cedric bravely completed their songs, she quickly closed her mouth. Soon, other students finished their songs in a haphazard manner. If she had to describe this segment with one word, it would be lackluster. With 2 words, utterly disappointing. Dumbledore, pleased with the collective singing, clapped his hands, yet his sharp gaze, magnified by his half-moon spectacles, curiously lingered on Violet. Instincts honed from years of being called upon by teachers compelled Violet to avert her gaze within a second, her head lowered sheepishly, as if sitting on pins and needles. Surely not, surely not. Amidst the cacophony of hundreds of students, could he actually discern that she was slacking off and not singing? His gaze lingered on her for merely 2 seconds before shifting away, and Dumbledore promptly instructed everyone to return to their respective dormitories for the night. Violet, along with Ashley, followed closely behind Wendy, their amiable prefect, who spoke gently to the newcomers about the precautions they should take along the way. As Violet had anticipated, the Hufflepuff common room was in close proximity to the Great Hall. She felt as though she had descended only 2 levels down the marble staircase to the right of the hall, passed through a corridor, and arrived in front of a cluster of round oak barrels. Wendy, holding her wand, said, "First-year students, remember which barrel I knock and the rhythm of my knocks. Do not forget, otherwise you'll end up drenched in vinegar." As she spoke, she turned around and gently tapped the middle barrel of the second row. The anxious first-year students mimicking her actions with their fingers, Violet attentively listened to the rhythm, which indeed resembled that of Helga Hufflepuff. Soon, the lid of the tapped barrel slowly opened, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch endlessly before them. Wendy and the male prefect, Edward Weil, conferred for a moment and decided that he would lead the boys inside first, as the girls were clad in skirts, making it awkward for them to crawl in front of the boys. Once the boys had entered, Wendy gestured for Violet and Ashley to lead the way, while she took up the rear. The passage was dark, and Violet hesitated to crawl too quickly, fearful of accidentally kicking the boys ahead of her. Before long, a warm glow appeared at the end of the passage, signaling that they were nearing their destination. Edward and Cedric stood at either side of the exit, assisting each student as they emerged from the tunnel. Perhaps due to the prolonged crawl, Violet felt a twinge of pain in her knees the moment she stepped onto the floor of the common room. She feared she might collapse in front of everyone if not for the hands of the 2 boys steadying her. Once she and Ashley had moved aside, Violet waved her wand to tidy up the 2 of them and began to examine the common room, which had been scarcely described in the original text. The Hufflepuff common room was circular, with a somewhat low ceiling. Inside, polished tables, plush chairs, and sofas adorned in yellow and black decorated the space. Perhaps due to the warm hues of yellow in the decor and the honey-colored wood that filled the room, accompanied by the crackling sound of the flames in the fireplace, it evoked an ambience of perpetual sunshine. Violet mused that even amidst the heavy snows of winter, this room would surely remain as warm as spring. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that plants were scattered throughout the common room, some placed on circular stands and others hanging from the ceiling. Gardening tools were conveniently stored within reach for the care of these plants. At that moment, Violet felt a profound gratitude towards the Sorting Hat, convinced she had found the right house. A common room infused with the essence of nature was undoubtedly a splendid place to reside. She couldn't help but wonder if the dormitories were similarly decorated. The older students did not rush back to their dormitories, but instead lingered in the common room, each finding a spot to observe the first years gathering at the tunnel's entrance with amused expressions. The newcomers appeared somewhat bewildered by the scene, unsure of what to do next, and their nerves were palpable. Edward and Wendy exchanged smiles, and Edward spoke first, his voice warm. "All right. Does anyone have something they'd like to say to the first years? Please, one at a time." A pale girl with a heart-shaped face was the first to speak. "Welcome to Hufflepuff. I'm Nymphadora Tonks, a 5th year. Hufflepuff isn't about unnecessary complications. If you need assistance, feel free to approach us." She pointed to a slightly cracked wooden board on the wall. "See that board? If you need anything, you can write it on parchment and stick it there. We all help one another." Violet regarded the 5th-year girl with curiosity. This was the Tonks who had not yet graduated and become an Auror, exhibiting a more vivacious and spirited demeanor than her adult self. Perhaps it was the environment that greatly influenced one's character. In such a warm and cheerful common room, one could easily imagine individuals like Tonks, the Scamander brothers, and others. Violet's gaze fell upon Cedric, who stood out even among the boys. Indeed, many Hufflepuff students possessed such a comforting aura. With Tonks initiating the introductions, other upperclassmen followed suit, sharing tidbits of everyday life, small, unremarkable tips, yet all imbued with kindness. One boy even elaborated on the way to the kitchen and how to interact with house elves. Violet glanced at his round figure and whispered to Ashley, "It's clear he must visit the kitchen daily to improve the meals." Ashley stifled a laugh, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth. The Hufflepuff welcome gathering did not last long, as it was already time to retire for the night. Wendy and Edward escorted the new students to the fireplace, saying, "Your luggage has already been delivered to your dormitories. The nameplates on the doors indicate your respective rooms, so please find your dorms accordingly." The door to the left of the fireplace leads to the boys' dormitory, while the right leads to the girls'. "All right, you may head back now. Rest well, and be sure not to be late for class tomorrow." Cedric and Violet exchanged farewells as they entered the dormitory passage. The door to the dormitory resembled a large barrel lid, and this time, they did not have to awkwardly crawl inside. The passage was a corridor, with dormitory doors lining either side, each door also circular in shape. Goodness, it felt as though they were living in a wine cellar. The first years meticulously examined the names on each door, gradually finding their respective rooms. As Violet glanced left and right, feeling somewhat disoriented, she suddenly heard Ashley's excited voice. "Violet. How fortunate. We're in the same dormitory." She was then led to a wooden door. The nameplate prominently displayed the names of Ashley and herself, followed by 3 others, Rose Sharp, Carl Miller, and Camille Evans. Ashley gently knocked on the door, and a voice soon replied from within, "Come in." Upon entering, the two discovered that their 3 roommates were already there, sitting in a circle around a central fire pit. A girl with softly curled, light golden hair rose to greet them, exclaiming cheerfully, "At last, you've arrived. Come, sit down. During the feast, we were all separated. But now we can get to know each other, especially since we'll be living together for the next 7 years." She ushered them to sit by the fire. Once seated, the golden-haired girl spoke first. "Since I'm the first to find the dormitory, I'll start with my introduction. Hello, I'm Camille Evans. I have a twin brother, Lewis Evans, who was sorted into Ravenclaw." Violet examined Camille closely, recalling the boy named Lewis. The siblings indeed bore a striking resemblance, though her brother appeared more serious while Camille exuded a more extroverted nature, suggesting she would be easy to get along with. To Camille's left sat a girl with shoulder-length, deep brown hair, who continued, "I'm Rose Sharp. Both my parents are muggles, and it was actually Professor Sprout who took me to Diagon Alley. I don't know much about wizards yet, so I might make some blunders. I hope you all will be patient with me." She concluded with a shy smile. Violet considered her words carefully before offering reassurance. "Not at all. My mother is a witch from a muggle background, and she was the prefect in Hufflepuff during her time at Hogwarts. Perhaps your performance will excel, and I might even find myself seeking your assistance in the future." Upon hearing this, Rose seemed to relax a bit, while Ashley chimed in, "Indeed, Hufflepuff doesn't hold blood status in such high regard as Slytherin. It is said that the founder of Hufflepuff believed that regardless of being pureblood or muggle-born, as long as you are a student of Hogwarts, she will ensure everyone receives an equal education. It appears you've made the right choice in coming to Hufflepuff." The girls offered words of comfort and encouragement, and Rose completely relaxed, no longer appearing as tense. The girl to Ashley's right then introduced herself. "I'm Carl Miller, born in the UK but raised in America, returning only at the age of 10. Because my father is a wizard from America prior to receiving the admission letter from Hogwarts. My parents were in a quandary about whether I would attend Hogwarts or Ilvermorny, or perhaps, in the most unfortunate scenario, be unable to attend either." A few girls couldn't help but chuckle at Carol's self-deprecating humor. Carol was someone Violet had been observing since she entered the dormitory, not for any particular reason, but because, like her, Carol boasted a head of black hair, yet her appearance bore a striking resemblance to a young Audrey Hepburn, making her stand out in the crowd. Noticing the gazes of the girls fixated upon her, Violet confidently introduced herself. "I am Violet Lin, of Chinese descent. As you may have gathered, I am a half-blood wizard. How serendipitous, my friend Eric has been sorted into Ravenclaw, and his father just so happens to be an Ilvermorny graduate. Perhaps he and Carol's father were contemporaries. Oh, what a coincidence. I shall inquire in my letter home. They might indeed know each other." "That leaves me," declared Ashley Brown. "Both my parents are pure-blood wizards, and I am the first to join Hufflepuff this year." Ashley proudly placed her hands on her hips. "By the way, have you all chosen your beds yet?" Chapter 7, The First Lesson in Charms. Ross shook his head. "Not yet. Camille and I arrived first, surveyed the room, but the beds are unmarked. Probably left for us to choose. Since you and Violet hadn't arrived, it wouldn't have been right for us to pick first. So we settled here, and we'll wait for everyone to gather." Violet nodded to herself, realizing her future roommates seemed amiable, unlike those who thrive on chaos. It was quite comforting. Harmonious roommate relationships could alleviate numerous worries. The group did not deliberate for long. As Carol suggested, they draw sticks from the fire to determine bed assignments, with the longest being number 1 and the shortest number 5. The first bed to the left upon entry was designated as number 1, and so on. Ultimately, Ross had the best luck and drew number 1, while Violet was fortunate enough to draw number 2. Ashley, Camille, and Carol were assigned numbers 3, 4, and 5, respectively. Carol lay on her bed, lamenting. I shouldn't have suggested drawing lots. How could I forget that my luck is abysmal? Violet chuckled to herself while tending to her pet Sesame. Amused by the misfortune of the one who had proposed the draw, such bravery should earn her a place in Gryffindor. Before she could speak, Ross interjected, "Not at all. Both our beds are near the door. If reversed, you would be number 1. Let me tell you, in the East, the positions beside the door are reserved for the door gods. The door gods are the deities that bestow peace upon the household. And with you all here in the dormitory, I am greatly reassured." Violet spoke with utmost sincerity, weaving her fanciful tale. The girls, intrigued, inquired about the origins of her assertion. In their eyes, Violet's Eastern features lent an air of authenticity to her words. After Violet's whimsical ramblings, Carol skeptically began to arrange her bed. Meanwhile, Ross, intrigued, leaned closer while organizing her bedside table and whispered, "You're mixing truth with fiction, aren't you?" Violet replied playfully, "Oh, is there actually a clever child here who hasn't been bamboozled?" Stealing a glance at the flustered Carol, who was angrily rummaging for her loungewear. Ross continued, "The door gods are indeed real, and their significance is genuine. It's just that the images are affixed to the door, correct?" Upon hearing this, Violet raised an eyebrow, assessing the serene girl before her. "Well, I hadn't expected Ross to possess knowledge of these Eastern customs." "Don't look at me like that," Ross said, her cheeks flushing slightly under Violet's scrutiny. "I know these things because I live near Chinatown. Over time, I've picked up a few facts. Before coming to Hogwarts, I used to visit Chinatown every spring festival to watch the lion and dragon dances." Chinatown. Violet's interest piqued. She leaned in closer and asked, "Could I ask you to help me procure some items from Chinatown in the future?" "Of course," Ross replied, neatly arranging her textbooks on the bedside shelf. "During the holidays, you can also come over to my house, and we can explore Chinatown together." The girls didn't linger too long. After taking turns to shower, they switched off the lights and settled down for the night. The central bonfire, sensing that everyone in the room had drifted into slumber, ceased its crackling and quietly burned. Perhaps due to the unfamiliarity of the surroundings, aside from Carol, the other 4 had fitful sleep. Even though Violet consciously tried to minimize her movements, 1 or 2 of them would inevitably awaken at her slightest stir. By the next morning, the quartet, still adjusting to their new beds, sat at the edge of their beds, glancing at each other's dark circles before observing the rosy-cheeked Carol, feeling a mix of envy and amusement. Thankfully, their first class commenced at 11:15. Otherwise, given their current state, they would surely have dozed off en masse during the lesson. Ashley attempted to rouse Carol for breakfast in the Great Hall, but Carol merely mumbled and turned back to sleep. Dressed and ready, Ross witnessed this failed wake-up call and softly suggested, "Since we don't have class first period, why don't we head to the Great Hall? If we delay, breakfast will be gone, and we could bring back something for Carol." Camille, meticulously combing through her light golden hair, nodded in agreement. "That's a splendid idea. Let us leave a note on her bedside table." Violet gently pulled Carol's curtains shut. "All right, let us be off. Today can be her day off, but tomorrow, we must ensure she comes to class, even if we have to drag her there." Thus, the 4 of them tiptoed out of the dormitory, quietly closing the door behind them, and relied on their memories to navigate the route they had taken yesterday to reach the Great Hall. They arrived in due time, though the Hufflepuff long table was already half filled with students. Cedric, who appeared to have been there for a while, was elegantly slicing a sausage on his plate, his movements pleasing to the eye. Noticing their arrival, Cedric set down his cutlery, greeted them with a warm good morning, and gestured for them to join him at the vacant seat beside him. Camille and Ashley promptly took their seats, while Violet waved at Cedric, returning his greeting, and settled on the side closer to the Ravenclaw table. Just as Violet sat down, she heard Camille's excited voice, "Brother." Raising her head, she saw Camille's twin brother, Louis, stop by their table alongside Eric. "Good morning, Violet," Louis said, addressing his sister, while Eric turned his gaze toward Violet, his eyes scanning her face. "Though it appears you didn't rest well." Violet, feeling slightly disheartened, rubbed her under-eye circles, which were rather prominent. "It's the adjustment to the new bed, an old habit. I'll be fine in a couple of days, and thankfully, after breakfast, I can catch up on some sleep. My first class is charms, at 11, what about you?" Eric thought for a moment, recalling the nearly 20-minute walk to the Ravenclaw common room, and sighed. "I have herbology, starting a little after 10. If it weren't for the distance to the dormitory, I do wish to catch up on sleep as well." Violet, recalling the chilly heights of the Ravenclaw dorms, felt a wave of sympathy. Considering the door answering mechanism at your common room, it must be quite a challenge to make the journey back only to possibly not gain entry. Before Eric could respond, Camille's indignant voice rang out, "I did not oversleep." The echoing acoustics of the spacious hall caused all the students within to instinctively turn their heads toward her. Blushing under the scrutiny, Camille lowered her voice and reiterated, "I did not oversleep." Noticing the commotion, Violet turned her head toward Eric and whispered, "Thank goodness they are siblings. If they were a brother and sister, just wait and see how Lewis would be reprimanded." Eric couldn't help but chuckle. Upon witnessing his younger sister's indignation, Lewis, fully aware that further teasing would cross the line, allowed a playful smirk to grace his lips. He reached out to tousle Camille's hair, which glimmered resplendently in the sunlight, and reverted to his usual nonchalant tone. "All right, I'm here to tell you that I'll be heading to the Olery to send a letter. Have you written to Mom and Dad? If so, I can send it for you." Upon hearing that it was about mailing a letter to their parents, Camille quickly dismissed her anger, rummaging through her backpack to produce a letter. After smoothing out a few creases with her hand, she handed it over to Lewis. Noticing Camille's letter, Eric suddenly remembered that he had yet to write his own, and turned to Violet. "I'll be sending a letter too. Have you written one? If you have, give it to me, and I'll have Claire send it back." Violet took a deep breath. "Good question. I haven't written one yet. You go ahead and eat breakfast. I'll give you the letter once I finish." With that, she retrieved a roll of parchment and ink from her bag, alongside a croissant, preparing to write as she ate. After devouring 2 croissants and a serving of bacon and eggs, followed by a glass of milk, Violet finally completed her letter. In truth, she hadn't written much, just a note about being sorted into Hufflepuff and expressing her fondness for its environment. As she observed Camille and the others packing up to leave, she hurriedly folded her letter neatly and handed it to Eric, who was still struggling with his tousled hair and squeezing out words as if he were penning an apology rather than a letter of reassurance. He accepted the letter with a thumbs up, and Violet patted him on the shoulder before sprinting a few steps to catch up with Camille and the others. Upon returning to their dormitory, they encountered Carol, who had just risen. Carol was flustered about oversleeping, but her spirits lifted upon seeing the thoughtful breakfast the girls had brought her, prompting her to cheerfully head off to wash up. Violet set an alarm for 10:30 and nestled down with Sesame for a brief nap. Ashley also took the opportunity to catch some extra sleep, while Carol, after her breakfast, began to review their charms class with Camille at Ross's suggestion. Perhaps due to her hearty meal, Violet did not sleep deeply and awoke by 9:30. Nonetheless, the nap proved beneficial. Her energy was notably revitalized compared to the morning. Gently placing the drowsy Sesame on her pillow, she performed a cleaning charm to tidy her bed and attire, then quietly drew the curtains to allow Sesame to continue his slumber in a semi-conscious state. As Violet silenced her alarm, the other 3, engrossed in their textbooks, noticed her movements and raised their books in acknowledgement. Realizing there was still over an hour until class, she extracted her copy of Standard Spells, Beginner, and joined the study group. At 10:30, Ashley's alarm startled the engrossed group, causing her to bolt upright from her bed as if resurrected, while Sesame's bright blue eyes widened in surprise. After replenishing Sesame's water and food, Violet followed the others out. The charms classroom was located on the 4th floor, but since Hufflepuff's common room was in the basement, they essentially had to ascend 6 or 7 flights of stairs for class. Due to her unfamiliarity with the British floor numbering system, Violet almost took a wrong turn to the 3rd floor. Had it not been for a portrait of a lady in black lace who advised them they were headed the wrong way, they would have indeed been in a predicament. The first lesson of the academic year was charms. This year, Hufflepuff's first-year class was not combined with other houses, meaning the classroom was filled solely with first-year Hufflepuffs. As Violet gazed at Professor Flitwick standing atop a stack of books, a thrill of excitement surged within her. "Today marks our first charms lesson since entering Hogwarts, and we shall commence with some fundamental spells," Professor Flitwick announced. The lesson would focus on Lumos and Nox, but prior to waving their wands, they would first delve into the principles underlying the 2 spells. Violet opened her book and, as Professor Flitwick continued his lecture, she gradually slipped into a study mode reminiscent of her senior year, skillfully and attentively underlining key points in the textbook with her quill, then summarizing the essentials in her notebook according to her own habits. The students flanking her, Ashley and Ross, watched her in awe, eager to emulate her method. Before long, half the class had elapsed, and Professor Flitwick completed his explanation of the spell's principles and the wand movements. "Now you may take out your wands. Remember the trajectory. For Lumos, draw a counterclockwise oval, and for Nox, sweep from right to left, mimicking the tip of a wizard's hat." The students eagerly brandished their wands, imitating Professor Flitwick's gestures. Most importantly, pronounced the incantation accurately, Lumos. With a swift flick of his wand, Professor Flitwick demonstrated, and the tip of his wand emitted a light akin to that of a small bulb. "Nox, all right, now you may attempt it yourselves." The classroom erupted into a chorus of incantations, but many students struggled with their wand movements, resulting in a flurry of attempts that yielded disappointing results. Violet chose not to rush into trying it herself. Instead, she flipped through her notebook to review the theoretical points, practiced the wand movements a few times, and then confidently declared, "Lumos." To her surprise, the tip of her wand remained inert. Violet stared at her wand, pondering which step she might have misexecuted. At that moment, Ross leaned in to whisper, "Violet, your pronunciation seems off." He then took his wand and, with movements identical to Professor Flitwick's, enunciated clearly, "Lumos." Violet and Ashley watched enviously as Ross's wand successfully illuminated. In the back row, Camille and Carol even gave Ross a thumbs up. Simultaneously, Cedric, seated across from them, also managed to light up his wand. "Oh look, Miss Sharp and Mr. Diggory have succeeded. Excellent work. Each has earned Hufflepuff 5 points." Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his voice laced with excitement. Seeing their classmates succeed ignited a sense of urgency among the other students, and the volume of incantations in the classroom rose. Subsequently, Ross successfully extinguished his glowing wand with Nox, and repeated both spells several times until he felt proficient, promptly jotting down his experiences and insights in his notebook, while also assisting Ashley in correcting Violet's pronunciation. Violet practiced the incantation repeatedly, and after Ross and Ashley confirmed her pronunciation was correct, she invited Ashley to join her. "Ashley, let us do it together." Ashley nodded vigorously, and together they waved their wands. Lumos. This time, they succeeded. Violet beamed at her glowing wand, filled with boundless joy. Although the first spell she had mastered was more complex, Scourgify, the gentle radiance at the tip of her wand illuminated her path in this world, much like the morning sun. Miss Lynn and Miss Brown have also succeeded. Your performances have each earned Hufflepuff 3 points, Professor Flitwick declared, and as he finished speaking, Ross set down his quill and applauded enthusiastically for the two. The duo followed Ross's lead, diligently practicing Lumos and Nox until they were confident in their mastery, then hastily scribbling in their notebooks. As Camille and Carol watched their roommates succeed one after another, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety from their seats at the back. Ross passed his notebook to them, meticulously sharing his insights, while Violet and Ashley turned to assist in refining their pronunciation and spellcasting movements. With their guidance, Camille and Carol eventually mastered the 2 incantations. Wiping the sweat that had formed on his brow, Camille, feeling a bit disheartened, remarked, "No wonder the Sorting Hat didn't place me into Ravenclaw with Lewis. Being born on the same day doesn't seem to have blessed me with the same intellect." Violet, however, took offense at his words. While it's true that talent sets a ceiling, dedication can elevate the floor. Hard work can indeed compensate for shortcomings. Just look at your efforts. Haven't you succeeded as well? Chapter 8, The Yearly Professor. Carol waved her small hand and continued Violet's sentiment, saying, "Don't burden yourself with such pressure. Geniuses are few and far between. As long as we've learned and grasped the material, that's what truly matters." With that, she handed over her notebook as well, suggesting, "Let us review together and check for any gaps in our notes. We can help each other improve." Thus, a collaborative learning dynamic emerged among the 5, where those who were more advanced supported their peers to achieve collective prosperity. As Camille and Carol filled in their notes, they also shared their thoughts on the spells. The Lumos and Nox incantations were relatively simple, and by the end of the class, everyone had a firm grasp of them. "Everyone performed admirably today. Please practice the 2 spells we learned today, and preview the 2 enhancement spells for Lumos, Lumos Maxima, and Lumos Solum, which we will cover in our next class." Flitwick assigned the homework, while Violet marked the spells to be previewed with star symbols. The charms class concluded, and the clock struck noon, sending the hungry little wizards scurrying down the stairs towards the Great Hall. Upon arrival, they found Eric and Lewis already seated at the Ravenclaw table, looking rather disheveled compared to their earlier, pristine appearances, with their clothing dusted with dirt. "Didn't you go to herbology? You look as though you've just escaped a disaster." Violet, seated at the Ravenclaw table, glanced at their disheveled state and promptly cast a cleaning charm on them. "Thanks. The herbology class is in the greenhouse. It's unavoidable," Eric replied resignedly, adding that having a cat was advantageous, as it at least taught him how to clean up. Lewis finally relaxed his tightly furrowed brow and said, somewhat through gritted teeth, "No way. I must master that spell before Wednesday's herbology class. I can't keep bothering you for help." Violet served herself a bowl of pumpkin soup and turned to the 2. "That spell can be quite challenging. I encountered several mishaps while learning it." As she added some roasted meat and sausages drizzled with black pepper sauce to her plate, she continued, "I took notes during my holiday while learning this spell. Would you like me to share them with you?" "Sure, you have herbology class this afternoon, right? I can lend you my notes for reference," she offered. Lewis, feeling a bit shy as they were still getting acquainted, hesitated, but Eric eagerly accepted. Notes from a Ravenclaw are bound to be of exceptional quality. Violet graciously accepted Eric's herbology notebook. She had repurposed her notebook from the cleaning charm lesson for her charms class notes, so she exchanged it for Eric's, ensuring a fair trade. The notes contained the consolidated learnings from their charms class, and since all 5 had shared their notes, she informed them that they could borrow from each other for revision, making her quite generous with the exchange. Today's lunch featured Violet's favorite garlic potato wedges, and in addition, she piled her plate with pea shoots. Upon seeing the potato wedges on her plate, Ashley naturally pushed the ketchup towards her. Violet, touched, embraced Ashley, then proceeded to appease her hunger with bites of meat and vegetables. After lunch, the five returned to their dormitory to swap their charms textbooks for those they would use in the afternoon's herbology and defense against the dark arts classes. With an hour remaining before their next class, fueled by the collaborative spirit from their charms lesson, they unanimously decided to forego their nap and instead prepare for the afternoon subjects. With Eric's notes and the relatively straightforward prior chapters, they swiftly completed their herbology preparation and then, with renewed momentum, began their review of defense against the dark arts. However, this course proved to be less straightforward. Ross quickly identified a problem. A significant portion of this content discusses the origins and dangers of dark magic. With very few practical defensive spells, I find myself quite confused. Not only Ross, but even Violet, who was adept at capturing key ideas, struggled to make notes with her quill, remaining stagnant for half the time. Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her hair, untangling her messy braid before readying it. Given that the course instructor was known for their inconsistent teaching quality, the prospect of failing to self-study only compounded her worries. Camille, who had been buoyed with confidence from the morning's charms class, suddenly felt disheartened. Oh no. If everyone feels this way, how can I possibly learn? Ashley flipped through the pages with a rustling sound, finally slamming the textbook shut with a thud, pinching the bridge of her nose. It's just a preview. Let us not panic yet. We should first see how the professor teaches this afternoon. The textbook's approach is sound. We need to understand what dark magic is before we can learn how to defend against it. Carol promptly shoved the book into her bag, took a sip of water, and after a moment of contemplation, proposed, "My dad graduated from Ilvermorny. I could write to him and ask how he approached learning this." Additionally, she suggested, once Ravenclaw has had its turn in defense against the dark arts, we could seek Lewis and Eric's insights. After all, Camille and Violet are quite familiar with them, aren't you? Very much so, Violet added. As long as you grasp my intention, I mean. We could consider their study methods and perhaps even collaborate on our learning, Carol articulated clearly. Ross glanced at the time and began to pack her bag. That's an excellent idea. Studying together is far better than muddling through alone. However, let us put this on hold for now. We need to head to herbology class. The other four, reminded by her, hurriedly gathered their belongings and set off towards the greenhouse. The Hufflepuff herbology class was shared with Gryffindor. Professor Sprout, despite being the head of Hufflepuff, was known for her fairness in awarding points, ensuring no favoritism towards her own house. The first lesson focused on the white root, and with Eric's notes and their prior preparations, they quickly grasped the theoretical knowledge. When Professor Sprout posed questions, Ross, Ashley, and Violet, who had already earned points in the charms class, graciously allowed Camille and Carol the opportunity to shine. Meanwhile, Angelina was not to be outdone, fiercely securing 10 points for Gryffindor. The latter half of the class involved taking observational notes on the white root, weeding, and watering. Aside from Angelina nearly dropping a watering can on Violet's foot, and the Weasley twins stealthily hiding a seemingly inconspicuous white root seedling, the herbology lesson proceeded without incident. Interestingly, Violet's ability to catch Fred and George's antics was thanks to Angelina. As she instinctively dodged the watering can, she inadvertently bumped into George's back. As Violet turned to apologize, she caught sight of Fred surreptitiously stashing a white root seedling into his pocket. A playful eyebrow arched at the sight of Fred and George. Had their joke shop venture truly commenced in their first year? The Weasley twins, still somewhat inexperienced in their antics, wore strikingly similar expressions of guilt on their identical faces, which elicited a suppressed smile from Violet. Nevertheless, she had no intention of exposing the two ingenious pranksters. After her apology, she discreetly offered a couple of tips on transplanting the seedlings, then resumed her weeding duties as if nothing had transpired. Fred and George exchanged glances, with Fred hastily concealing the seedling, while George pretended to water the plants, causing a minor deluge. "Brother, this Hufflepuff is rather intriguing. She didn't expose us." Fred, quick on the uptake, continued pulling weeds. "Did I just hear Angelina call her Violet?" George nodded, as a token of gratitude. "Let us find an opportunity to invite this Miss Violet to be our next prank test subject." In disbelief, Violet exclaimed, "You ungrateful wretches." Between herbology and defense against the dark arts, there was merely a 15-minute interval. Herbology took place in the greenhouse at the back of the castle, whereas the classroom for defense against the dark arts was located on the 4th floor, akin to the charms classroom. Hence, they had to hurry down the stairs immediately after class to ensure they wouldn't be tardy. Caro, climbing the stairs in a state of exasperation, gasped. What on earth was the scheduler thinking? Morning classes on the 4th floor, afternoon lessons in the greenhouse, and now back to the 4th floor, only to rush down again for the next flying lesson. Couldn't they arrange charms and defense against the dark arts together, and herbology with flying? Does the scheduling teacher have some misunderstanding about the stamina of first years? Violet, could you please give me a quick cleaning? My sleeves and shoes are covered in mud. Rose, panting as she ascended the stairs, spoke, her face slightly flushed. Not a problem, Ashley said knowingly. Stepping back to shield Violet's movements as she raised her bag to conceal her wand, cleaning everyone off in turn. Once this was accomplished, they arrived at the fourth-floor corridor. Camille, hanging off Violet, panted like a little dog, nuzzling her shoulder. Darling, the cleaned-up you is my Merlin. At breakfast, the enthusiastic Tonks had introduced the new students to their defense against the dark arts professor, a petite lady named Nova Anderson. Before class commenced, Violet overheard Andrew Blaine, seated next to Cedric, gossiping in hushed tones. I heard from third-year students that this professor originally taught Muggle studies and had intended to leave this June. But Dumbledore couldn't find anyone to teach defense against the dark arts, and had to personally persuade her to stay on for another year. Ashley had initially planned to share some gossip with Violet, but upon catching a glimpse of the doorway, she fell silent, opening her textbook with a demeanor of earnest preparation. Violet turned to see a woman clad in a deep gray robe, her hair impeccably styled, striding briskly into the classroom. Her expression was stern, and with each step, the heels of her shoes echoed sharply against the marble floor, exuding an unmistakable air of impatience. Ling Wei, who had come from a mundane life of toil, had switched jobs 3 times within just 5 years post-graduation. Although Professor Anderson made an effort to conceal her discontent, Violet perceptibly detected a hint of resentment. Having attempted to resign but failing to do so, and now being obliged to fill an exceptionally undesirable position for a year, such a predicament was one Violet, a former worker herself, could readily empathize with. However, after this class, Violet's anxiety regarding defense against the dark arts somewhat subsided. Although Professor Anderson was not particularly enthusiastic about teaching the subject and merely recited from the textbook, she did manage to clarify the knowledge framework and key points. For someone like Violet, accustomed to a test-oriented education, she felt a 90% confidence in passing the written portion of the final exam. Once class concluded, the freshmen hastily stuffed their textbooks and notes into their bags, their steps quickening as they descended the stairs, leaving the castle to traverse the sloping grass toward a flat lawn on the opposite side. The weather was delightful. Outside the castle, the autumn sun accompanied by a gentle breeze created a rare, refreshing atmosphere. Ravenclaw students were already gathered, chatting in small clusters. Eric, with a hand in his pocket, was animatedly discussing something with Lewis, gesturing occasionally. Upon noticing Violet and her companions approaching, he halted his conversation and waved them over. Our bags are over there. You can place yours together. He pointed to a nearby patch of grass where several bags were huddled together. Violet picked up Camille's bag, as Camille was currently complaining to her brother Lewis about the unreasonable schedule. When she returned, Eric, having listened intently to the complaints, chuckled softly, teasing her. Anyone who knows will understand you are heading to class. Those unaware might think you're engaged in some Hogwarts triathlon. Violet responded with a deadpan expression. You, residing atop the Forbidden Tower, are hardly in a position to mock us. At least for these 7 years, as long as we avoid gluttony. We needn't worry about gaining weight. Eric, having just received a verbal boomerang, coughed slightly. That was a miscalculation. Despite the neatly arranged brooms of legendary quality on the lawn, there was still some time before class began. Lewis seized the opportunity to discuss the cleaning charm with Violet. She, too, freely shared her insights from practice. Although Caro and Rose joked that having Violet in their dormitory meant they were set for the cleaning charm, after experiencing a herbology class, they still prioritized learning it. Hearing their discussion, Cedric, who had merely intended to greet Eric, also paused to join the academic discourse. As Lewis pondered Violet's explanations, Madame Hooch approached with a commanding presence. Her eagle-like gaze swept over the assembled students, and before she could speak, Violet had already nimbly positioned herself beside the nearest broomstick. All right, time is of the essence. Each of you, select a broomstick and stand beside it, no dawdling. She barked. Eric stood close to Violet's left, while Ashley and Caro positioned themselves on her right. The Evans siblings and Rose stood opposite them. As the other students sporadically chose their brooms, Violet looked down at the rather ancient-looking broom at her feet, muttering quietly. This broom seems older than I am. I might just glide around at low altitude for a bit. Eric, overhearing her muttering and glancing at her skirt, remarked with a slightly disapproving expression, why don't you change into pants? Violet shook her head. I was so flustered during the midday review of defense against the dark arts that I completely forgot. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something further, when Madame Hooch's resonant voice rang out. Everyone, extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick handle. Then say, up. Chapter 9, Improper Broomstick Handling, Tears Among Kin. Eric swallowed the words he had almost uttered, mimicking the scene from a movie, extending his right hand and firmly commanding the broom on the ground, up. Contrary to its decrepit appearance, Eric's broom immediately leapt into his grasp. Eric grimaced, switching the broom to his other hand. Goodness, this broom seems to possess an extraordinary resilience. My hand is going numb. He continuously shook his right hand, which had been struck by his teammate. Among those who successfully summoned their brooms on the first attempt, Cedric, Ross, and Carol joined Eric. After several attempts, Lewis and Camille finally succeeded as well. Now, within this familiar group, only Violet and Ashley's brooms remained utterly still. Get up, get up. Violet persistently altered her tone, having exhausted all 4 tones of pinyin, yet the broom merely rolled over like a sesame seed. She mused that perhaps Quidditch was not encoded in her genes. If you don't rise, I shall prune your twigs. Ashley, out of patience, adopted a demeanor of shared doom. Fortunately, her threat proved effective. The broom reluctantly leaped into her grasp, twisting and turning as if ready to flee at any moment. However, Violet sensed potential repercussions and hesitated for a considerable time before deciding to adopt a more conciliatory approach. After contemplating for a moment, she tucked her skirt neatly and squatted down, gently stroking the broom handle with the same finesse she used to pet sesame seeds. Negotiating with the broom. We are merely temporary partners. Let me ride you for a bit, and I will pretend to fly a few circles. This way, we can all fulfill our obligations. Eric watched her negotiate with skepticism, and when he saw the broom finally drifting lazily into her hand, he felt as if he had witnessed a ghost. I am utterly astounded, yet I do not comprehend, he remarked. Subsequently, Madame Hooch instructed them on how to mount their brooms, emphasizing various safety protocols while individually guiding each student. Violet listened intently, her grip impeccable. After a couple of approving glances, Madame Hooch nodded and turned her attention to Ashley. Countless paths exist, yet safety is paramount. An improper grip may lead to tears. Violet recited. As Madame Hooch's whistle sounded, everyone pushed off the ground vigorously, ascending several feet atop their brooms. Most of them wobbled precariously, but Cedric and Eric remained steady, earning accolades from Madame Hooch. Mr. Diggory and Mr. Liu performed admirably, prompting Madame Hooch to praise them loudly, awarding 5 points each to Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. With a playful wink at Eric, Violet teased, Mr. Liu truly is exceptionally gifted. Eric retorted with a chuckle, off you go, ride your own broom. Don't fall and waste the points Cedric earned. Perhaps due to Violet's gentle negotiation with the broom, although the ascent was on the brink of collapse. She recalled Madame Hooch's tips and stabilized when she reached a height comparable to Eric's. Feeling a bit warm, she cautiously removed her robe and placed it on her thigh. In stark contrast, Ashley's experience was nothing short of harrowing, fraught with peril. Like a rebellious partner, Ashley's broom twisted violently the moment she took off, causing her to scream in terror. With Ashley's grip already flawed, she was soon sent tumbling toward the ground. Violet gasped, realizing that while the grass below wouldn't seriously injure Ashley, the embarrassment of exposure was a far greater concern, especially since Ashley had been flung upside down. Hey, watch out. In a split second, as Ashley was on the verge of losing her modesty, Violet instinctively tossed her robe like a fishing net over Ashley's waist. At that moment, Violet lost her balance and nearly slipped off her broom. Eric quickly reached out, grasping her arm and pulling her back onto the broom. Surprisingly, the broom, despite being a plastic partner, remained remarkably reliable, allowing Violet to regain her seat swiftly. The entire episode transpired in mere seconds, yet the students were left somewhat startled. Madame Hooch hurried to Ashley's side, softly inquiring if she was injured and if she needed to visit the hospital wing. Carol promptly dismounted to check for any injuries on Ashley's hands and feet. Ashley shook her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her pale blue irises resembling aquamarines touched by morning dew. Defiantly, she bit her pink lower lip and stubbornly remounted the troublesome broom. This time, the broom behaved itself, allowing Ashley to ascend obediently to the same height as the others. Well, as you can see, an improper grip can lead to accidents, whether large or small. Madame Hooch admonished sternly. Ms. Lin displayed remarkable reflexes, protecting Ms. Brown. Hufflepuff gains 3 points. After Ashley, no further incidents occurred. Everyone adhered to Madame Hooch's instructions, flying in low circles around the lawn, evoking memories for Violet reminiscent of her university's running drills. After 2 laps, Violet felt a sense of relief, her previously tense spirit and body relaxing slightly. Casually wiping her sweaty palms on her skirt, she used her robe's sleeve to dry the broom handle. Excellent. Everyone is flying well, Madame Hooch observed, nodding in encouragement as she watched the students soar in an orderly manner. Now, you may fly a bit higher, but remember, do not exceed the height of the 3rd floor. Having just witnessed Ashley's mishap, Madame Hooch remained vigilant, even mounting her silver arrow to accompany the students. Eric, you may go fly. I'll stay with Ashley and Madame Hooch. At this height, it's perfectly safe. Violet discerned that Eric longed to embrace the challenge but was hesitant, fearing he might encounter trouble. Eric felt tempted yet remained concerned. Madame Hooch can't attend to both of us. Really, it's fine, go ahead. Fly well. Perhaps you'll make the Ravenclaw team next year. Violet jested lightly. Eric still hesitated. At that moment, Carol and Cedric, having soared to the third-floor height, approached them. Cedric kindly assured, Carol and I have already flown. We'll stay with them. You can rest easy. Ross descended from the second floor, playfully remarking, Lewis and Camille just flew. They asked me to relay that we'll take turns looking after Violet and Ashley. Violet forced a smile. It's not necessary. Truly. It's not. Eric finally relaxed, advising, be mindful of your limits. If you feel unsteady, just stop, and make sure your robe is secured. He then lifted his broom and ascended. With a protective entourage, Madame Hooch felt at ease guiding a few students eager to challenge themselves. Cedric and Carol flanked her, while Lewis and Camille took over from Ross to guard Ashley, and they flew another couple of laps. Only when the sun began to set did the cautious Violet elevate her altitude to the second floor. Just as Ashley was eager to attempt the third floor, Madame Hooch declared the lesson over. The first flying lesson of the school year was evidently an excellent topic of conversation among the young wizards. Even as they sat in the great hall for dinner, they excitedly shared their inaugural flying experiences. Riding their brooms, soaring like birds against the wind, what a marvelous feeling. Cedric exclaimed, a rosy hue blooming on his cheeks. I can hardly wait for the second-year Quidditch team tryouts. You and Eric summoned your brooms successfully on the first go. You're sure to be selected, perhaps even as a seeker, Violet remarked, her hand shaking slightly as she cut her steak. She had been so tense while riding the broom that she only noticed her trembling once she had relaxed. Ashley was no better off. The pumpkin juice in her hand trembled as if it were experiencing an earthquake. Seated across from one another, Caro and Rose hastily grabbed a plate to serve the steak, while one boldly brought over the pot. Lewis's voice resonated from behind. Violet, are you so certain that Cedric will make the Quidditch team? With a ketchup-covered French fry clutched between her teeth, Violet found it cumbersome to respond, prompting Camille to interject. Isn't it obvious? Today, the only ones who took to the brooms were four: Cedric, Eric, Rose, and Carol. Even Madame Hooch praised their talent. Surely they won't settle for being Quidditch commentators? What about me? I'm not lacking either. Why don't you mention me? Camille assessed Lewis from head to toe and reluctantly conceded. Well, there are fewer Ravenclaws. So you might just scrape by? Sibling rivalry was non-existent. It was merely a matter of cosmic justice. Eric suppressed a laugh, patting his roommate's shoulder sympathetically. After a flying lesson, the bonds among the group swiftly tightened. Observing everyone laughing together, Violet reflected on the class as reminiscent of ice-breaking sessions during previous employee training. Seizing the moment, Caro broached their concerns regarding defense against the dark arts with Lewis, suggesting they form a study group. Lewis, having been admonished by his parents to ensure his sister's diligence in her studies before boarding the train, naturally welcomed the opportunity presented by Caro. Here, your notebook, Eric said, handing over the notebook Violet had lent him at noon. This afternoon, we only have flying class, and since you have herbology tomorrow morning, it would be inconvenient without your notes. Lewis and I copied down your notes before class. You two are remarkably quick. I imagine it won't be long before you master the art of tidying up, Violet remarked as she accepted the notebook, returning Eric's in kind. Actually, we also have potions together tomorrow. You could return it then. Just as Eric was about to express his surprise at her high opinion of him, he caught sight of a hurried figure approaching. Violet. Angelina seated herself beside her, notebook in hand. Apologies, Eric, but may I borrow a moment of Violet's time? Eric nodded slightly before turning back to snatch the last piece of steak from Lewis's grasp, inciting an indignant protest from him. Violet turned her head, casting a questioning glance at Angelina. Without beating around the bush, Angelina got straight to the point. Weren't you in flying class this afternoon? Violet, somewhat perplexed, nodded. Could you share your experiences with me? For instance, what does it feel like to fly on a broom? And are there any precautions to take? Ah, well. Violet's expression stiffened. Her focus had been solely on not falling off the broom, and she truly couldn't articulate what flying felt like. How to put this? Violet struggled to find the right words. First, before the flying class, make sure to wear pants. As soon as those words left her lips, Ashley, enjoying her pumpkin pasty, nearly choked. And, also, tie your hair back neatly. A braid is best. This time Lewis coughed, prompting Camille to deliver an annoyed punch to him. The reason was simple. During the afternoon flying session, Camille's flowing hair had nearly obscured her vision, and had it not been for Lewis's grip, she would have collided with the wall. Finally, Violet found herself at a loss for words, concluding, then, just mount the broom and push off hard from the ground. The rest, leave it to fate. Or Merlin, I suppose. She had initially intended to say leave it to destiny, but recalling that wizards often invoked Merlin, she altered her phrasing. She remembered that Angelina was destined to become a chaser for Gryffindor, so she hoped there would be no mishaps during the flying class. Indeed, Angelina did not encounter any issues during the following day's flying lesson. Rather, thanks to Violet's reminder to wear pants and tie back her hair, Madame Hooch commended her preparedness, awarding Gryffindor an additional 3 points. The real mishap occurred during potions class, where Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were paired together. Everyone anticipated that there might be 1 or 2 unfortunate souls whose cauldrons would explode. What no one expected was that the chosen unfortunate would be Lewis. Their first potions lesson, unsurprisingly, involved concocting a scabbers potion. Lewis eagerly teamed up with his sister Camille, declaring he would keep a close eye on her to prevent any explosions. Rose partnered with the only Ravenclaw girl this year, Fiona White, as they both hailed from Muggle families and had hit it off since the flying class. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but when it came time to add the porcupine quills, Lewis confused the weight measurement, adding a full double of the required amount. The result was an explosive catastrophe for his cauldron. Camille, unable to warn Lewis in time, instinctively drew her wand as the cauldron was on the verge of detonating. Protego. Lewis pulled his sister into his embrace, shielding her with his back as the potion erupted. Fortunately, the shield charm successfully protected them both. Fortunately, they were seated in the front row, so the splattered potion only affected Eric, who was grouped with Albert Williams nearby. Eric, quickly take off your outer robe, Violet shouted anxiously. Eric, still processing the chaos of the exploding cauldron, responded instinctively to Violet's command, hastily shedding his robe. Thankfully, he managed to remove it in time, as the potion quickly corroded a hole in the fabric. Gazing down at the ruined garment, Eric broke into a cold sweat, realizing that had Violet not alerted him, he might have been facing a visit to the hospital wing. The first potions lesson included a cauldron explosion, which I found predictable. However, it surprised me that the one responsible for the explosion was a Ravenclaw. Snape's cold voice echoed from the back of the classroom as he approached the scene of the incident, his brows knitting together in disbelief. Unbelievable, Mr. Evans, that you could misjudge the weight of the porcupine quills. Such carelessness. It's astonishing that the sorting hat allowed you into Ravenclaw instead of pairing you with your sister. I believe it is necessary for the headmaster to re-evaluate the sorting hat's judgments. 5 points were deducted from Ravenclaw for Mr. Evans's lack of attention, while Miss Evans was penalized for shouting in class, resulting in a 2-point deduction for Hufflepuff. Snape waved his wand over the remnants of the cauldron, casting a cleaning charm. Now, immediately brew another batch of Scabbers potion to submit, if you wish to avoid missing lunch. With that, Snape turned his attention away from the 2 siblings. The Evans siblings paled, one frantically preparing a new cauldron while the other hurried to the back of the classroom for new potion ingredients. Holding a stirring rod, Violet could hardly believe her eyes. What on earth? How was it that her well-intentioned reminder resulted in a deduction of points? Chapter 10. A name that speaks of gentle kindness. At the Hufflepuff table, Camille listlessly prodded her steak with a fork, her light golden hair seeming to dull in hue. Violet glanced over at Lewis, who was being consoled by Cedric and Eric, equally unable to eat. Turning back, she placed a peppermint candy in front of Camille, softly comforting her. Don't let it bother you too much. Didn't Tonks say so? Professor Snape is just like that. What Hogwarts student hasn't he been scolded by him? Only Slytherins seem to escape his wrath. We'll be more careful next time and ensure he has no opportunity to deduct points. At that moment, the head girl, Wendy, approached. Leaning in to whisper to Camille, the headmaster is already aware of what happened in potions class. She asked me to convey that you and Violet handled the situation commendably, preventing harm to other students. The points lost have already been credited back to you. Upon finishing her words, Wendy gently pressed Camille's shoulder, casting a glance at Violet, her eyes imbued with a sense of reassurance and encouragement, before returning to her seat to dine with her friends. Hearing that the points deducted from her had been restored, Camille let out a deep sigh of relief. The weight on her heart finally lifted, and the clouds of despair on her face dissipated. What followed was the hunger she had long neglected. The previously despondent Camille suddenly seemed rejuvenated, quickly piling 4 or 5 large chicken legs onto her plate. Rose poured Camille a glass of pumpkin juice, remarking, when he was right, your use of the shield charm was splendid. I glanced at the textbook, and that spell is certainly not one taught in the first year. At that moment, Lewis, with everyone's encouragement, adjusted his mindset, stating, Eric is correct. Making mistakes is not dreadful. What is truly frightening is failing to reflect on where one went wrong. Recognizing one's errors and learning how to avoid them is invaluable experience. He then turned to Rose with a cheeky grin. Camille was so anxious about her potions class causing an explosion that she insisted on pestering her father to teach her the shield charm. And she studied it for an entire month. Camille proudly lifted her chin, declaring, "I have foresight. Look, someone here has already blown up a cauldron on the first day of school." Lewis was momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard. In the afternoon, with no classes for Hufflepuff, they collectively decided to head to the library to work on the essay assigned by Snape. As far as Violet was concerned, an 11 or 12-year-old child grasping the complexities of an essay was absurd. It was merely an exercise in organizing textbook knowledge and notes into a structured format, then supplementing it with a few reference books to broaden one's understanding, thereby achieving the integration and reinforcement of knowledge. Having completed countless similar assignments during her 4 years at university, Violet had already formulated a draft in her mind on the way to the library. Once seated, she unfurled her parchment and began writing with fervor. The first section detailed the origins of the scabious potion. Information readily available in the textbook and referenced in several books Ashley had procured, translating between English and Chinese as she went. The following portion on the ingredients required little creativity. She simply followed the textbook. After all, it was evident that today Lewis had nearly caused a catastrophic mishap in potions class by miscalculating the amount of porcupine quills. The next section on the preparation steps offered little room for innovation, although some reference books suggested minor improvements. However, due to insufficient experimental data, she merely mentioned them briefly. Flipping through her notes, she incorporated several points raised by Professor Snape during class. When reaching the section on potion applications, an idea struck her. During her time playing the HP game, she had often utilized potions in combat. With this realization, Violet felt as though she had unlocked a new level of understanding. Thus, in addition to the standard applications listed in her textbooks and reference materials, she dedicated an extensive paragraph to discuss the potion's effectiveness in disrupting enemies during real combat situations. Her quill gliding across the parchment with remarkable speed, nearly igniting sparks upon contact. From the moment she sat down until she completed her essay, merely 2 hours had passed. While her roommates were still struggling to articulate their thoughts, wrestling with the feathered tips of their quills. Sitting back with her arms crossed, she gazed at her essay drying on the table, feeling as though she had discovered the formula and template for writing a potion essay. She wondered how Professor Snape would react to her concluding paragraph. Would he mark her paper with a resounding using his quill? Once the ink had dried, Violet carefully rolled the essay and placed it in her bag, observing her peers still grappling with their work, scratching their heads in search of words. She contemplated for a moment before quietly rising to wander the library, hoping to find books that piqued her interest. The afternoon sun streamed through the library windows, casting a warm glow upon the chilly marble floor. Aside from the faint sound of quills scratching against parchment, the library was so serene that one could hear the distant chirping of sparrows. Violet tiptoed through the towering shelves, her delicate fingertips brushing against the spines of each book. The mingling scents of wooden shelves and inked pages created a unique and tranquil aroma that enveloped her, imparting a sense of calm and grounding. After traversing much of the library, her gaze finally settled upon a book of similar thickness to her potions textbook titled The Theory of Food Magic. Although its pages had yellowed with age, it remained pristine, suggesting it had languished on the shelf for quite some time, seldom read. Her eyes brightened. She had long desired to improve her meals. While seeking out house elves in the kitchen for special treats was an option, there were certain dishes that the elves might not be familiar with, necessitating her own culinary efforts. If she could master food magic, it would be tremendously convenient. With this thought, she carefully removed the book from the shelf, briefly scanning the table of contents and realizing it was likely intended for beginners. Covering the spectrum from theory to simple food spells, it was perfectly suited for someone like her, who was a blank slate in this area. After noting the borrowing history of the book, she discovered that only a handful of individuals had checked it out over the past 30 years. Violet mused that the British seemed rather indifferent about food, whether Muggle or wizard, both appearing to undervalue the art of cooking. Beside The Theory of Food Magic was another book with a similar cover, titled Food Magic, From Novice to Proficient, which had also seen minimal circulation. However, upon examining the borrowing records, Violet noticed a familiar name repeated in both books, Molly Pruitt. Molly? Is she the Mrs. Weasley I know? Violet pondered, recalling that in the original series, Mrs. Weasley was renowned for her culinary prowess. It seemed both books were indeed worthy of her attention. Violet took both books and, upon returning to her seat, found that her companions had already begun to pack up, preparing to leave. She joined them, heading towards the exit while stopping at the stern Madame Pants to check out her selections. The bespectacled Madame Pants, donned in a black, pointed witch's hat, regarded her with mild surprise as she accepted the 2 books, seemingly taken aback that a student would choose to borrow them. Fortunately, since the books were not inappropriate for young readers, Madame Pants efficiently processed the paperwork, allowing Violet to take them home. Astronomy class was scheduled for the evening, and after dinner, the group strolled leisurely towards the astronomy tower, treating it as a means to aid digestion. They were uncertain about how long the class would last. Carol let out a hearty burp, having indulged in her favorite dish, meat sauce spaghetti. She had overindulged, her little belly round and full. At least it won't be past curfew, Ashley lazily remarked, linking her arm with Violet's and yawning, her half-closed eyes misty with fatigue. I should have packed a couple of cauldron cakes in my pocket. That was a miscalculation. Rose bounced her backpack up and down, saying, the kitchen is right next to our common room, so we can swing by on the way back. But do you remember how to get to the kitchen? Violet interjected. By the time we get there, it will be close to curfew. A large group would attract too much attention. Just one or two should go. She tore a sheet from her notebook and handed it to Camille. Write down what you all want, and I'll take this to the kitchen to place the order. Rose nodded in agreement. True. That way, even if we lose points, it will only affect two of us. If a whole group gets caught by Filch, it would be disastrous. Violet, I'll accompany you, someone offered. If you have a lot of items, I can help carry them. A group of individuals deliberated over their late-night snack, scribbling and crossing out options on paper, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the astronomical tower. Aside from them, Cedric and his roommate Andrew had already made their way there, while the elusive Slytherin students, akin to rare creatures, had yet to make an appearance. Professor Sinistra had arranged a telescope for the two boys, while Violet and Ross temporarily formed a takeout committee, finding themselves seated together. The Slytherin students arrived languidly, just 5 minutes before class commenced. Violet recalled that only 2 students had joined Slytherin this year, rendering its new intake almost negligible. The 2 Slytherins hastily took their seats beside Violet, one of them inadvertently knocking her bag over as he set down his own. A hastily folded piece of paper tumbled out, landing at the feet of the boy. Upon closer inspection, Violet realized it was the very takeout order they had just jotted down. Anxiously, she reached out to reclaim it. But the boy who had knocked her bag over was quicker, deftly picking up the paper with his long fingers. Goodness, this would surely reinforce the stereotype of Hufflepuff foodies. Violet felt her toes curl and her ears flush with embarrassment, just as she was about to lift her gaze and demand the paper back when she was taken aback by the boy's appearance. The Slytherin across from her possessed a fair complexion, strikingly handsome features, and a chiseled jawline. A hint of melancholy lingered in his expression, perhaps due to the dim lighting of the tower, which gave off an impression of his subdued demeanor. His attire was impeccably neat, yet he bore an air of composure and elegance that was atypical for someone of his age. At that moment, this youthful gentleman was gazing at the paper in his hands, a look of confusion etched across his face. Aware of Violet's scrutiny, he regained his composure and, unfazed, folded the paper neatly before returning it to her, apologizing. I'm sorry for knocking your things, truly my apologies. His voice was youthful yet slightly husky, prompting Violet to wish he would continue speaking. No worries, it's quite all right, she replied, feeling flustered in the presence of this courteous stranger. As she accepted the paper from him, her mind raced with various adjectives to describe his voice. This Slytherin was quite different from her preconceived notions. Just then, Caro took the takeout order from Violet and handed it to Cedric in the front row, excitedly whispering, Are you all planning to have a late-night snack? Write what you want on there, and we'll pick it up on our way back. Cedric appeared somewhat hesitant, ready to decline. But Andrew's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he eagerly took the paper. Yes, definitely. I've been waking up hungry at midnight these past 2 nights. He swiftly scribbled down a couple of food items. Cedric, observing his roommate's unabashed eagerness, sighed in resignation. There are too many items. Andrew and I will go fetch them later. You all should head back to the common room and wait for us. As the Hufflepuffs became engrossed in selecting their orders, the 2 Slytherin students felt as though they were not in an astronomical setting, but rather in a bustling restaurant. While Violet was organizing her bag, Professor Sinistra began calling the roll, and it was at this moment she learned that the boy's name was Terrence Higgs, while the other robust-looking Slytherin was Dorian Pusey. Terrence truly lived up to his name, gentle and amiable. However, Violet soon found herself too preoccupied to focus on this atypical Slytherin. Professor Sinistra instructed them to observe designated stars. And aside from the familiar 8 planets of the solar system, she was utterly lost. Oh, right, she had forgotten. It was still 1989, and Pluto had yet to be demoted, making the solar system still consist of 9 planets. The night at the astronomical tower was tranquil and enigmatic, with Terrence diligently writing his notes on Jupiter, though his thoughts were persistently distracted by the murmurs from the girl beside him. Where's Mars? Oh, there it is. And what's that large red star next to it? Sirius? No, that can't be seen at this time. Listening to the girl flip through her books in frustration, Terrence, almost instinctively, aimed the telescope at Mars, then adjusted it slightly to focus on the star that puzzled her. Wait, didn't the textbook mention that Mars would pass through the Pleiades in September? He paused, pen hovering above the page. Aware that if the girl continued to struggle with identifying the stars, he would fail to complete his observational task for that lesson. With a soft sigh, He calmly reminded the girl with the ponytail, "That should be Aldebaran. It's mentioned in the section about Mars." Violet, who had been anxiously rifling through her book, was startled by the sudden sound of his voice, causing her quill to slip and leave an ink mark on her notes. She stared at Terence for a few seconds. "Aldebaran?" Hurriedly, she flipped to the section on Mars, her fingers swiftly scanning the lines until she found Aldebaran in the corner of the illustration. Comparing the celestial view through the telescope to the textbook's illustration, she noted that the positions and characteristics matched perfectly. It was indeed Aldebaran. How could she have agonized over such a simple answer for nearly half the lesson? Violet felt a flush of embarrassment creep up her neck, her ears burning and a slight sheen of sweat forming on her brow. Everyone around them was focused on observing, so she forced herself to meet his gaze. Lowering her voice to express her gratitude, "Thank you for your reminder, Higgs. I realize I've been a distraction to you, and I apologize." Terence shook his head, saying nothing further, merely gesturing towards her notebook, encouraging her to quickly complete her observational notes. Seeing that he did not mock her, Violet exhaled in relief, offering him a smile and nodding before bending down to write fervently. Terence returned his attention to the notebook on his lap, his eyes veiled in thought. Yet his quill remained still. Wait, weren't we just observing Jupiter? How did we end up with Mars and Aldebaran? Dorian pondered, gazing through the telescope, while Violet felt a moment of rigidity. So, was she the only one unable to distinguish the stars? The boy's clear voice drifted to her like a gentle night breeze. "Oh, I bumped the telescope earlier. It might have been misaligned." Chapter 11. The Assassin Healer. The evening breeze brought with it a blanket of clouds, obscuring the stars and moon, significantly impacting their observational efforts. Professor Sinistra, left with no alternative, reluctantly announced the early dismissal of the astronomy class. Both Slytherin and Hufflepuff common rooms were situated underground, leading the students of both houses to naturally walk together. Terence and Dorian trailed behind the Hufflepuffs, maintaining a respectful distance. Violet and Ashley, in unison, rubbed their eyes, while Ross and Camille assisted each other like volunteers, occasionally reminding the two girls to watch their step. This class had truly strained their eyes. Violet rubbed her hands together to generate warmth, then placed them over her eyes. The poor lighting of the astronomical tower, coupled with adjusting the telescope and taking notes, had left her eyes feeling sore. What made it worse was that they were not allowed to use glowing spells. Ashley sighed in agreement, relieved that they only had one astronomy class each week. If the frequency were any higher, she would be consulting Madame Pomfrey about potions for nearsightedness. "If there are any, please get me a dose." Violet dropped her hands, squinting as she walked forward, feeling drained. The dimness of the astronomical tower suddenly gave way to the brightness of the corridor, the flickering torchlight blinding her momentarily. "By the way, Violet," Cedric said, "Andrew and I will go pick up the late-night snacks shortly, so you all can head back to the common room first." Suddenly, Carol recalled Cedric's words before class and turned to inform Violet. Cedric's presence was hardly surprising. He was as considerate and gentlemanly as ever. However, Violet had her own intentions. "You all go ahead. I have something I need the house elf to help me with, and I must make a trip." The others, upon hearing that Violet had her own matters to attend to, raised no objections. Upon reaching the dungeons, as the Slytherin common room lay in the opposite direction to that of Hufflepuff, Terence and Diane parted ways with the Hufflepuff group. Just before turning away, Terence caught a glimpse of Violet discreetly waving goodbye to him, her lips forming the words bye-bye. Terence found himself at a loss for the emotions swirling within him. Half of Slytherin's classes were shared with Gryffindor, and the rivalry between the two houses was as sharp as ever. With only 2 Slytherins in their year, he and Diane often found themselves outnumbered and at a disadvantage. Attending classes with Ravenclaw was a welcome relief. The smaller numbers and Ravenclaw's emphasis on knowledge fostered a peaceful coexistence, though they hardly became close. Today marked their first joint lesson with Hufflepuff, and Terence held modest expectations. He merely hoped that there would be no disputes leading to point deductions for their houses. To his surprise, the Hufflepuffs were too preoccupied with ordering their supper to notice the presence of 2 Slytherins among them, until Professor Sinistra called the roll. When Terence spotted the crumpled paper at his feet, he initially assumed it to be yet another trivial gossip from Hufflepuff. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was filled with food orders scrawled in a chaotic hand. After passing the paper to a lovely Eastern girl with almond-shaped eyes, it made its way around the group absurdly until it landed back in the hands of him and Diane. He couldn't quite decipher his own expression at that moment, but Diane's face was a clear picture of incredulity. While Hufflepuff was known for its congeniality, what could they possibly be thinking, inviting unfamiliar Slytherins to supper? The class left both Slytherins feeling unsettled, and it wasn't until they settled onto the couch in their common room, gazing at the green lanterns suspended from the ceiling, that they belatedly realized they were somewhat hungry. Terence rubbed his slightly deflated stomach, pondering, no wonder those Hufflepuffs were so eager to order supper. Perhaps I should join them next time? At the very least, I should learn how to find the kitchen. Unbeknownst to Violet, who was on her way to the kitchen, Terence and Diane were lamenting their absence from the supper brigade, while she was engaged in a conversation with a house elf named Bobo about a dessert recipe. Initially puzzled by the ingredients, Bobo wondered how these two could possibly make a dessert together. However, when the little witch pulled a daisy from her pocket and placed it in its palm, gazing at it with eager expectation, curiosity compelled Bobo to follow her recipe. After crafting 10 servings, the little witch tasted one and, with tears brimming in her eyes, exclaimed, "This is the taste of home. Bobo, you are truly remarkable. Here, have a taste. Can I count on you to help me again in the future?" Bobo, unsure how it had agreed, felt as if the little witch had cast some enchanting spell upon it, leaving it utterly captivated. "It would be my honor to serve you. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to command Bobo." Perhaps influenced by the little witch's charm, the two young wizards who accompanied her exchanged glances before ultimately carrying 2 large baskets filled with food, expressing their gratitude to the 4 house elves who had assisted them. The other house elves exchanged incredulous looks, seemingly questioning whether those 3 young witches had been bewitched, for why else would they thank them for their efforts? Bobo watched as the 3 young wizards departed the kitchen, lifting the still steaming dessert to take a bite. It understood why the little witch had cried. It was indeed spicy yet deliciously sweet. Sated, the little badgers enjoyed a sounder sleep that night. The following morning, in the Hufflepuff common room, a certain vibrancy filled the air. Hufflepuff had a transfiguration class scheduled for the afternoon, and coincidentally, Eric and Lewis had attended yesterday and readily agreed to help them and Cedric prepare in the Great Hall. It must be said, transfiguration was indeed challenging. Right from the start, we were tasked with transforming matches into silver needles, and I fumbled the incantation so badly that I could barely manage to sharpen the match heads. Eric stood behind Violet, propping himself against the table with his left hand while gesturing toward a line in the textbook with his right, signaling her to underline it. Lewis recalled Professor McGonagall's expression from the previous day and remarked, "You're lucky to have even managed to sharpen a match. I don't know what I turned mine into." "Did you see Professor McGonagall's face? I was afraid she'd faint on the spot." Camille, nibbling on a strip of bacon, looked puzzled, wondering what her brother had transformed to provoke such a reaction from Professor McGonagall. She cast a questioning glance at her brother, then turned her gaze to Eric. Eric merely covered his mouth, shaking with suppressed laughter. Camille, intrigued, thought to herself, "Who can satisfy my curiosity?" At that moment, Fiona from the Ravenclaw table turned around, suppressing her laughter as she said, "Lewis not only managed to turn a match into silver, he turned it into a hammer." As soon as she finished speaking, Albert, one of the witnesses, could no longer contain his laughter and burst out. "He turned it into a hammer. A silver one." The study group erupted into laughter, with Camille and Carol pounding the table, while Ashley buried her head in her arms, shaking with mirth. Violet and Rose clutched their stomachs, laughing until tears streamed down their cheeks. They exchanged knowing glances, and in a moment of synchronicity, began to sing. "Oh, young man, did you lose a hammer? I found it for you. Pray tell, was it this golden hammer or this silver one?" The laughter that ensued was infectious, causing students and professors alike in the Great Hall to turn their heads in curiosity. Dumbledore, slicing his fried eggs, remarked with a sense of satisfaction, "Heartfelt laughter is truly contagious. It makes me feel a touch younger." Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall maintained a stern expression, the veins on her forehead pulsing. Lewis's hammer had become the source of their amusement for the better part of the day. Why only for half a day, you may ask? Because by the afternoon transfiguration class, they found little reason to laugh. The matches before them showed no sign of transformation. Initially, they believed it was due to mispronunciation of the incantation, but after several corrections yielded no results, they ruled that out. The sounds of incantations echoed in the classroom like buzzing mosquitoes, further frustrating Violet, who grew increasingly anxious as the matches remained unchanged. Professor McGonagall patrolled the classroom with an expression that suggested she had seen it all before. Having taken over the Transfiguration curriculum from Dumbledore for decades, she had taught countless students. Those who managed even the slightest alteration in the first lesson were considered gifted, while those capable of turning a match into a silver needle were exceedingly rare. If Lewis could transform a match into a hammer, she was determined to achieve at least a minor change. Camille glared at the match in front of her with fierce determination, her jaw clenched tightly. Violet glanced up just in time to see Professor McGonagall passing by, momentarily pausing before continuing on her way, seemingly unfazed. Unbeknownst to her, Professor McGonagall was also gritting her teeth in frustration. A perfectly capable Ravenclaw, with an extraordinary talent for transfiguration, she was determined to reclaim the boy's misaligned gift. Violet continued to furrow her brow, poring over her notes to ensure she had not overlooked any key points. At that moment, Ashley, seemingly struck by a revelation, murmured. Didn't he Eric mention this morning that when transforming a matchstick, one should visualize the silver needle more concretely? Violet halted her flipping of pages. Wasn't he that a concept from some fan fiction she had jokingly referenced? Could it actually be effective? Miss Brown had already transformed the match head into a silver needle tip, quite impressive, earning Hufflepuff 3 points. Professor McGonagall observed the matchstick, now half transformed into a silver needle, nodding with evident approval. Excellent, yet another promising talent. Violet blinked, rolled up her sleeves, and brandished her wand towards the matchstick. Wasn't it merely a specific image of a needle? She had plenty. Thus, she aimed her wand steadily at the matchstick, reciting the incantation swiftly and accurately. Each repetition accompanied by a vivid mental image of various types of needles. Sewing needles, embroidery needles, syringe needles, infusion needles, acupuncture needles, and the iconic dagger from the Eastern legend. Suddenly, the matchstick on the table began to morph, elongating and narrowing, its color lightening gradually, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Violet stared, agape, at the sharply transformed object before her, her pupils trembling in disbelief. How could this be? Violet, how are you doing over there? Ashley, having struggled for some time, without success in transforming her matchstick, approached her desk, feeling somewhat disheartened. To her astonishment, she beheld the gleaming silver object in front of Violet. Merlin S. Beard. Professor McGonagall, Violet has conjured a silver needle. Initially displeased with Ashley's whispering, Professor McGonagall quickly moved to their side upon hearing the latter part of the exclamation, her usually stern visage breaking into a delighted smile. A rosy blush spreading across her gaunt features. Outstanding. Miss Lin is the first student to perfectly transform a matchstick into a silver needle, earning Hufflepuff 5 points. Afterward, Professor McGonagall surveyed Violet with satisfaction, nodding repeatedly. This girl's talent in transfiguration was indeed remarkable, surpassing even that of her parents. If she were willing to study diligently, there would be no doubt she could advance to the advanced transfiguration class in her newts. Violet forced a smile, pretending to be bashful as she lowered her head. Yet inside, 1,000 alpacas were racing through her mind. She had vividly imagined each scenario. How could only this one have changed? Transforming a matchstick into a needle was quite an accomplishment, so why did she look so displeased? During flying lessons, Eric flew alongside Violet on his broom. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, and with a tone of concern asked, "Is the needle you transformed not aesthetically pleasing? But I heard Ashley say that Professor McGonagall praised your transfiguration as flawless." The mention of praise made Violet's expression falter once more. "No, it's quite beautiful, and it's a perfect replica." Eric, momentarily confused, countered, "So what kind of needle did you conjure?" Violet covered her face, the weapon of an assassin healer. Eric's face was a canvas of bewilderment. Assassin healer? What is that? In the next moment, realization dawned upon him, and he erupted into laughter, tumbling from his broom and collapsing onto the grass, still chuckling uncontrollably. "Hey, how did you fall?" Violet, alarmed at his tumble, quickly descended to the ground, leaping off her broom to kneel beside Eric, who was doubled over in laughter. "Ha ha ha, the needle that old Lady Rong used on Ziwei. Ha ha. Cough, cough, cough." Eric choked on his own laughter, gasping for breath. Seeing him laughing so excessively, Violet, flustered and enraged, clenched her fists and began to pummel him lightly. "Stop laughing. What is so funny? Get up and see if you're hurt." Despite her small stature, her punches were surprisingly forceful. Eric dodged her blows, quickly suppressing his laughter. "Cough, cough. All right, I'm sorry, I won't laugh anymore, don't be angry." The next moment, receiving a fierce glare from Violet, Eric swiftly adjusted his expression to one of innocence, sitting up properly. "What happened? Is Mr. Liu injured?" Mrs. Hooch rushed over, checking if Eric was hurt, to which he shook his head vigorously, assuring her he was fine. As she helped him to his feet, her tone turned serious as she admonished, "I have warned you all, beginners must focus while handling broomsticks, safety first. You were lucky this time, do not let it happen again." Having confirmed that no one was injured, and seeing the two nodding like chickens pecking at grain, Mrs. Hooch finally relaxed and walked away. The two sighed in relief, and Eric gently nudged Violet's arm, wearing a sheepish expression. Violet shot him an annoyed glance as she mounted her broom, ready to take off, with Eric hastily following suit. "You can laugh if you want, but can't you see the occasion? Can't you wait until we're off the broom to laugh?" All right, I was wrong. I was wrong, don't be mad." Chapter 12. Cedric, the good guy? The first week of classes had been nothing short of exhilarating. By Friday's final lesson, the students' thoughts were understandably wandering. According to Tonks, their dormitory had started a betting pool on how many of their year would withstand Professor Bin's hypnosis. Carol, flitting along with the crowd towards the history of magic classroom like a lively little warbler, eagerly shared the latest gossip, her short, mischievous locks bouncing against her petite nose. I heard last year's Hufflepuff class was completely wiped out. Ross stifled a yawn, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. I don't know about you all, but I certainly want to make it. She had stayed up late studying the night before and was still groggy, having been caught daydreaming several times during Transfiguration by Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze. Upon reaching the History of Magic classroom, Violet hefted her heavy textbook onto the desk with a thud. This book is so heavy. If I dropped it on someone else's head, it would be more effective than any sleeping potion. Violet rolled her shoulders, feeling the strain of carrying the tome all morning. Meanwhile, Camille slumped in her seat. Weekly chimed in, "Be confident. A strong blow could rival Avada Kedavra." Violet solemnly patted the cover of the book. That's why they say knowledge is power. Ross had already opened the textbook, crossing her arms and burying her head as if preparing for a summons from the Dream Lord. I can attest from experience that this book is more effective than a dreamless sleep potion. I'll sit at the back this lesson. You all guard me. Suddenly recalling something, she rummaged through her bag and produced a notebook, handing it over with her eyes closed. The outlines and possible key points from the first 3 chapters of History of Magic are in here. Whoever is still awake during class, please verify against this. If even Ross, the most studious of their dormitory, was this way, how could they possibly manage? Camille and Carol exchanged glances, while Ashley shook her head vigorously. Violet sighed in resignation and accepted the notebook. As she settled down, she noticed that sitting in front of her was none other than Cedric, an eyebrow raised, perhaps. Cedric, seated at the front, felt an inexplicable tension in his back, rendering him restless. Professor Bin's renowned hypnotic methods lived up to their reputation. Within 5 minutes of class, half the students were incapacitated. Camille and Carol succumbed first, followed by Ashley, who, after a valiant effort to assist Violet with the first page of Rose's notes, declared defeat by the 9th minute of the lecture. By the 15th minute, only 3 students remained to valiantly resist: Cedric, his desk partner Andrew, and the last standing girl, Violet. At this moment, Violet's gaze had grown vacant, and the words in her notebook seemed to come alive, gently stretching and dancing across the pages, serenading her with Macapaka. The 2 figures in front had long since fallen silent. Suddenly, Andrew straightened up, devoutly cradling his book, placing it on the desk, and then crossing his arms on the edge like a primary school student. Violet thought, wait, this sequence of actions seems rather familiar. In the next instant, his once straight spine seemed to lose all strength, and his head, in a solemn manner, inevitably fell onto his arms. Violet sighed. Well, another one bites the dust. Now, only she and Cedric remained to battle it out. Startled by his desk partner's movement, Cedric surveyed the History of Magic classroom, ultimately locking eyes with the already dazed Violet. Cedric pleaded, "Please don't do this. The pressure is overwhelming. I beseech you to hold on." To his horror, he noticed tears welling in Violet's eyes, her unfocused pupils struggling to regain a glimmer of vitality as she trembled to grasp her notebook, gazing at him with desperate hope. "Cedric, I can't hold on any longer." Cedric exclaimed, "Don't you dare. This notebook, along with my dorm mates, is already 1/3 complete." He continued, "Wait, please." Then, with a final surge of strength, Violet thrust the notebook into Cedric's arms. He stared at the scalding hot potato now resting in his embrace, feeling utterly despondent. "Oh right. I also placed a bet with Tonks." As Violet's eyelids began to droop, her voice fractured. "I wager one of us remains conscious for the next month. Whether I gain weight or lose it depends on you." With that, she turned the now petrified Cedric back around and nestled behind his silhouette, peacefully sinking into a sweet oblivion. A distraught Cedric mentally screamed, "The Great Hall has so much food, and it doesn't require galleons." After the class ended, every Hufflepuff appeared invigorated, except for Cedric, who seemed as if he had been kissed by a Dementor, stripped of his usual vibrant spirit. He shakily stood up, numbly returning the notebook, now adorned with elegant handwriting, to the stretching Violet, before being guided out of the classroom by Andrew, like a wandering soul. "What happened? How did my notebook end up with Cedric?" Rose took back her notebook from Violet, flipping through it roughly. The first third contained 4 different handwritings, those of her roommates, which was not surprising. However, the latter 2/3 were distinctly in a boy's handwriting. Rose incredulously asked, "So, you all handed the notes to Cedric? Not one of you managed to hold on?" Violet, feeling a twinge of guilt, admitted, "The 3 of them had long since fallen, and I thought I could last. But I found I could not. Just as I was about to succumb, I noticed Cedric still could, so." The 5 of them exchanged glances, each looking at the other, their hands instinctively resting over their hearts. A pang of conscience suddenly struck. Regardless, this deed was ultimately rather dishonorable, and during lunch, everyone sincerely apologized to Cedric. Cedric appeared somewhat taken aback, his cheeks tinged with pink as he waved his hand, stating that Rose's summarized notes were extremely helpful, clearer than Professor Bin's lecture. He then earnestly sought Rose's permission to continue using her history of magic notes, which left her feeling somewhat bashful. Carol, deeply moved, teared up and gave Cedric a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Cedric, you're a good person." After lunch, Violet did not return to the dormitory with the others, but instead sought out Tonks to collect her betting winnings. Tonks readily handed her 20 galleons and eagerly inquired about the details of the history of magic class. Emerging from Tonks' dormitory, Violet glanced at the bag of galleons in her hand, and a thought struck her. Eager to discuss with her friends, her pace quickened as she made her way back to the dormitory. "Are you suggesting we prepare a gift for Cedric with this money?" Carol leaned against the bed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "That's a splendid idea. Winning this bet was all thanks to Cedric's heroic efforts. We ought to express our gratitude." Camille absent-mindedly tapped her cheek, pondering, what kind of gift should we prepare? A book? Food? A brooch? Rose also contemplated, Cedric excels academically. A book would be a safe choice, and jewelry or trinkets would also be nice. But since it's a gift, we should select something he likes, right? Violet stroked the sesame seed in her arms, eliciting a contented purr, and upon hearing Rose's words, a spark ignited in her eyes. Quidditch. What? The others were momentarily puzzled. Caught off guard, Violet's eyes lit up, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Do you remember? Cedric is an excellent flyer and even mentioned wanting to try out for the Quidditch team in his second year." The group suddenly understood, and Ashley clapped her hands, decisively stating, "Great. I'll send an owl to Diagon Alley to fetch a shopping pamphlet from the store. Oh, and tomorrow is Saturday. Students in third year and above can visit Hogsmeade, so we can ask Tonks to bring back the shopping pamphlet from there. Then we can choose together." Carol chimed in that she needed to send a letter home and could accompany Ashley, which Ashley readily agreed to. Since everyone had a restful time during the history of magic class, that afternoon, each student felt rejuvenated. While the others continued to work on their unfinished potions essays in the common room, Violet settled near a window with a copy of the Theory of Food Magic. The bright sunlight streamed through the round window, casting a golden glow over the honey-colored wooden table, which held a pot of beverage and several ceramic teacups. The sweet aroma of milk tea wafted from the teapot, mingling with the jasmine fragrance that lingered in the common room, bringing Violet a sense of tranquility. She placed her hand on the teapot to gauge its warmth before pouring herself a cup of milk tea. The tea emitted a gentle steam, and after cautiously taking a sip, she found the sweetness to be just right. Satisfied, she set down her cup and began to delve into the theory of food magic. Students in the common room were either completing assignments or reading, and those passing by instinctively softened their footsteps, while a few intending to practice spells discreetly formed groups and left for the Black Lake. Amidst the deliberately subdued tones of discussion, the soft scratching of a quill against parchment and the occasional crackle of burning wood in the fireplace, Violet soon found herself immersed in this novel ocean of knowledge, periodically jotting down her insights and inquiries in her notebook. Cups of milk tea were replenished one after another, until the light streaming through the window turned a dull hue, at which point she realized that an entire afternoon had slipped away in silence. The theory of food magic was rather unkind to those with a fragile foundation in magic. After an entire afternoon, she had scarcely delved into 2 chapters. Glancing at her notebook, she noted that her understanding was minimal, while it had transformed into a cascade of questions. Violet stretched her slightly sore wrist and stiff neck, and from the corner of her eye, she saw Ashley sauntering over. Stretching lazily, resting her chin on Violet's shoulder as she languidly remarked, "Violet, dinner time is approaching. Are you ready?" Violet couldn't help but chuckle in that moment. Ashley bore a striking resemblance to her clingy pet. "I'm merely reading an extracurricular book. I could leave at any moment. What about you all? Have you finished your papers?" Violet inquired while gathering her belongings. "I'm almost done, but the others have completed theirs," Ashley replied, a hint of dejection in her tone. "I just can't think of anything else to write." Violet blinked, pausing to contemplate before suggesting, "Tonight, I'll let you have a look at my paper for reference." Also, she lowered her voice. "You usually write in small letters. Perhaps you could try writing larger and spacing the lines out a bit." Ashley, the obedient darling, seemed to have discovered a new realm. "Is that really a thing?" "Just a few little tricks. Just be cautious not to overdo it." Violet continued to tidy her things. After finishing her milk tea, she stared into her empty cup for a moment, then tore a page from her notebook and swiftly inscribed a note. "The milk tea in the lounge is absolutely delightful. Thank you for your hospitality." Accompanying the note was a single jasmine flower, a token of her gratitude. "P.S. I've heard that the fragrance of jasmine complements milk tea splendidly." Once she folded the note and affixed the jasmine blossom to it, she placed it beside her used teacup. Having completed her task, she gathered her books and notes and followed Ashley and the others out of the lounge. At dinner, Ashley's owl returned, carrying a hefty stack of mail. It swooped through the air, dropping the mail with dramatic flair, landing forcefully on Violet's pumpkin pie, squashing it until its original form was unrecognizable. The owl screeched in indignation. I'm utterly exhausted. Eric exclaimed, "Oh, what just attacked me?" As Violet gazed incredulously at the pie crumbs splattered on her sleeve, she exclaimed, "Wait, I didn't ask you to do that. Why are you stepping on my pumpkin pie?" Merlin's beard. "Mark, get down from there," Ashley gasped, hurriedly yanking the owl away, repeatedly apologizing to Eric and Violet, while hastily pulling out a handkerchief to clean the owl's claws. Eric winced, gingerly touching his sore crown, and glanced around, spotting the weapon of his unexpected assault on the corridor behind him. "What is this?" he wondered, picking up the crumpled mail, weighing it in his hands. "Goodness, this must be nearly 2 pounds. If it were any heavier, I might not live to see my 12th birthday." Violet, upon hearing this, squinted at the pile, her lips twitching. "How many shops did you collect these from?" Remembering the surprise she and her roommates were planning, she seized the opportunity while everyone was focused on Ashley to sidle over to Eric, leaning in to whisper her idea. Chapter 13. International students will eventually become culinary masters. The warm breath accompanying her whisper lightly caressed Eric's ear, sending a shiver down his spine and momentarily halting his heartbeat. Eric instinctively shuddered, discreetly inhaling deeply to create some distance, then turned his head, lowering his voice. "A gift?" Why the sudden urge to present Cedric with a present? As he spoke, he inconspicuously rubbed his slightly flushed ear, lingering for a few seconds before his hand naturally moved upward, continuing to massage his impacted crown. Recalling the morning's history of magic class, Violet shyly touched her nose and briefly recounted the context. After listening, Eric couldn't help but regard Cedric with newfound respect. To remain alert throughout an entire class with Professor Binns? Now that's impressive. "So you haven't decided what to gift yet, hence the pile of mail?" he queried, untangling the string binding the correspondence and flicking through the contents. "This could take ages to sift through." "Not exactly. We've settled on a general theme related to Quidditch, but we haven't narrowed down the specifics yet," Violet replied, seizing the scroll of mail from his hands and winking at him. "This is a secret surprise, so keep it under wraps." Observing the playful glint in her eyes, Eric raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting downward to her sleeve, now speckled with pie crumbs. He gently brushed the remnants away, speaking casually. "You might be unaware of what types of gifts boys prefer. How about this? You lend me your history of magic notes for the year." At Eric's suggestion, Violet's eyes sparkled. Of course, having studied abroad for so long, Eric must be well acquainted with the customs of gift-giving among Western boys. With his guidance, their efficiency would undoubtedly improve. "However, the thing is, I dozed off during class, so my notes are mostly compiled by Ross and Cedric. I merely outlined a timeline." Eric shrugged nonchalantly. "What I'm interested in is your timeline. In high school, I managed fine in most subjects, but history was always a struggle. If it weren't for your notes, I might have flunked my history assessment." Violet rolled her eyes. "You're too modest. Your performance in other subjects is nothing short of stellar. Besides, I only maintain my science grades thanks to your notes." The moment she mentioned it, she recalled. "Speaking of which, your history notes were quite the bargain. I had to trade my notes from math, physics, and chemistry, 3 for 1. You made out like a bandit." Eric shot her a look. Mentioning this caused Violet to falter, her confidence diminishing slightly as she sheepishly laughed. "Oh dear, let us not dwell on ancient history. I'll go speak to Cedric and Ross. If they don't mind, I'll lend you my notes, all right?" With that, she hurried back to the Hufflepuff table, eager to avoid any further discussions on past exchanges. Though Eric sought her history of magic notes, they were largely the fruits of Ross and Cedric's labor. After some thought, she decided to inform both of them. Cedric readily agreed. "That's your notebook? You really didn't need to ask my permission. But I appreciate you letting me know." Ross, upon hearing that Eric would assist them in brainstorming gift ideas, was even more thrilled. Eric observed Violet chatting with the two, surmising she was seeking their approval, and chuckled lightly before turning back to his meal. Since their conversation was conducted in hushed tones, it was nearly inaudible to others. Although Lewis was nearby, he only caught snippets of the words lend and notes, and his upbringing prevented him from eavesdropping. As he noticed their private discussion coming to a close, he hurriedly approached Eric, eager to gossip. "What is going on? I heard you were talking about notes?" "Nothing much. I merely borrowed her notes on the history of magic," Eric briefly mentioned, before deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. As he savored his salad, memories flooded back of his high school days, when he was renowned as the academic prodigy of his grade, and his notes were highly sought after. Despite his willingness to share with classmates, a past incident lingered in his mind. One of his basketball teammates had borrowed his physics notes, only to make multiple copies and sell them to classmates without ever consulting him. The betrayal gnawed at him, prompting him to reclaim his notes under the pretext of inaccuracies in the formulas. Soon after, he sustained an ankle injury during a game, which conveniently allowed him to distance himself from that teammate. Consequently, He refrained from lending his notes for a considerable period. Classmates had heard whispers about his notes, and when he gently declined their requests, they took it in stride, often approaching him with questions instead. He was always amiable and never turned them away. Eventually, he found himself lending his notes to Ling Wei, now known as Violet. Not only because he needed her assistance, but also because he had overheard her criticizing that same basketball teammate. He thought it fair to lend them out since the original borrower had not explicitly permitted sharing. It was only courteous to ask for consent before distributing them further. The audacity of selling copies without even a word to him was infuriating. During one gym class, having just recuperated from his injury and unable to engage in strenuous activities, the teacher allowed him to partake in free activities. Rather than idling, he volunteered to fetch bottled water for a few friends. To his surprise, he stumbled upon Ling Wei and several female classmates discussing the very incident, and instinctively, he halted, concealing himself around the corner. The act of copying and distributing the notes without the original owner's consent was already egregious. The fact that they were sold was downright unacceptable. Just imagining it raised his blood pressure. The class monitor had been gracious enough to distance herself from him, yet he had the audacity to call her stingy, thus bringing her embarrassment. Frankly, the class monitor was the one truly burdened by having such a teammate. If it were him, he would have seized that teammate by the neck, demanding restitution for the money he made from selling the notes. Listening to Ling Wei vent her frustrations, her hands rhythmically striking the stone table, he felt a pang of empathy resonate within him. Unable to resist, he peeked around the corner and caught sight of her, indignant, clutching a water bottle as if it were the throat of his former teammate. The sight was amusing, and he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Known for his gentle disposition, he typically allowed for some leniency in all matters. Although he felt vexed internally regarding the incident, he merely kept his distance outwardly. Ling Wei's tirade, however, articulated all his unvoiced grievances. Witnessing someone so passionately defend him alleviated some of his own discontent. Realizing that stepping out would not only reveal his eavesdropping but also embarrass Ling Wei, he opted to remain hidden until they concluded their conversation. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Ling Wei and her companions departed the gazebo, meandering toward his corner. Hearing their approach, he emerged, feigning coincidence, and greeted them naturally before continuing toward the small shop. Ling Wei, upon noticing him, stiffened visibly, her gaze darting away as she hastily waved goodbye, urging her friends to leave. It was as if the mention of the class monitor had summoned him. Surely, he hadn't overheard, right? No, he had just arrived. The conversation had moved on, so he couldn't possibly have heard anything. He reassured himself, shaking off the lingering anxiety. Time pressed on. He couldn't afford to linger too long, lest the gym teacher grow irritated. If only Ling Wei had glanced back, she would have seen his shoulders subtly shaking from suppressed laughter. It was precisely this incident that made him willing to lend her his notes. When she received them, she fervently vowed never to misuse them. Subsequently, many sought to borrow her notes, yet she never took the initiative to lend them out. She always asked him first if he was agreeable. Over time, their exchanges flourished. Their shared enthusiasm for Harry Potter brought them closer, leading to magical duels in the hallways during breaks. The following day was Saturday. After a week of early mornings, students naturally relished the chance to sleep in, and Violet was no exception. When she jolted awake, she found herself alone in the dormitory, accompanied only by Ashley, who was sleeping soundly like a contented pig. Once she hastily completed her morning routine, clutching her notebook, she raced to the auditorium, with only 20 minutes left before breakfast concluded. "I promised to return your notes on Monday," Violet gasped, shoving her notebook into Eric's hands while he was in the midst of savoring a slice of crispy bacon. Before she sank into her seat to catch her breath, Eric thanked her and opened the notebook, but upon seeing the contents, he froze in his seat. The relationship between food magic and transfiguration? Is the essence of controlling heat not about regulating the output of magical energy? What is this? He asked, bewildered. Violet, in the throes of devouring her meat sauce pasta, nearly choked at his words. After a few coughs, she turned to see Eric holding the notebook open for her to view. Wait a minute. This is the notes from when I was studying the theory of food magic yesterday afternoon. How did I end up with this one? Realizing her mistake, Violet felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She quickly snatched the notebook from Eric's grasp, acknowledging that she had hurried out without properly checking. Just a moment, I'll go swap it back, she declared, hastily stuffing a few bites of pasta into her mouth before dashing out of the auditorium. You just ate, don't run, Eric called after her retreating figure, bemused. What's the rush? You could easily go back after finishing your meal. Shaking his head, he moved to her recently vacated seat and glanced at her barely touched plate of pasta. He grabbed another empty plate, loading it with a couple of slices of egg toast, and after a moment's thought, he added 2 sausages and poured himself a cup of hot chocolate, placing it beside her pasta. Within 10 minutes, Violet returned, hair slightly disheveled, with Ashley in tow. Having made the round trip, She was now breathless and seeing stars, fearing that another run would leave her faint. Observing the girl catching her breath and coughing, Eric frowned and took the notebook from her hands, placing it on the table before gently patting her back to help ease her breathing. What is the hurry? We don't have classes today. It's fine to take your time. I won't be returning to the lounge. Waiting for you here or at your dorm is the same. Besides, you just ate. Don't you worry about running into appendicitis? Once Violet regained her breath, Eric pressed her shoulder, guiding her back into her seat. Breakfast is almost over. Hurry up and eat. We can talk later. Violet glanced at the toast and hot chocolate before her, realizing they were set aside for her by Eric. A warmth spread through her heart as she sincerely expressed her gratitude, diving into her meal with gusto. She was indeed famished. Eric sighed softly, returning to his seat and perusing the notes she had just retrieved. Fortunately, this time I did not pick up the wrong notes. Indeed, they are the notes on the history of magic. After breakfast, Ashley made her way to the opposite end of the long table, seeking out Tonks, who was preparing to depart for Hogsmeade. Violet remained seated, waiting to return to the dormitory with her. Are you studying food magic? Isn't it a bit early for a first-year student? Eric inquired as he took a seat across from her. I glanced at your notes, and they seemed quite comprehensive. Violet burped softly, recalling the book that had left her utterly bewildered, which caused her a slight headache. Indeed, it may be a bit premature, but I wish to improve our meals swiftly. I still bear the psychological scars from the undercooked rice dish at the welcome feast. Eric stifled a laugh, vividly remembering the disastrous texture of that fried rice. Even someone accustomed to Western cuisine like himself found it intolerable. It seems that international students in the UK will inevitably transition into chefs, becoming self-sufficient, he mused. However, he was puzzled. I thought Mrs. Layla was quite skilled in the kitchen. Why not seek her guidance? Although our parents here are of Chinese descent, they have been away from home for too long. It's uncertain how much they remember of the dishes, let alone if they can recreate the authentic flavors, Violet replied, exchanging a nostalgic glance with Eric. Moreover, she might not even know how to prepare the cuisine of our hometown. In that case, I might as well learn food magic swiftly to fend for myself. Eric fell silent, his gaze dropping as he unconsciously rubbed his thumb against his index finger. Yes, Alice and Alan may resemble his original parents, yet they are not truly them, and the longing for home lingers perpetually. From unfamiliar names to unpalatable dishes, each reminded him that he was an uninvited guest. In the past, studying abroad had its challenges, but at least he could return home. Now, he found himself separated from his family by a mysterious chasm of time and space, unsure how to return. Thus, during those quiet, solitary nights, he yearned profoundly for the home of another reality. Perhaps he should be grateful that he was not alone in this strange and fantastical world. Violet was with him, alleviating his solitude. With this thought, Eric patted Violet's shoulder with a flourish, exclaiming, I shall eagerly await the chef's masterpiece. They exchanged high fives and shared a smile. Chapter 14. Mischief and Mortality, though distinct in nature. Dearest Mother, it has been over a month since I arrived at Hogwarts, and I have adapted splendidly. My classmates are amiable, though the coursework poses some challenges. Do not worry about me. In your last letter, you inquired whether I would return for Christmas. Must I even answer? Of course, I shall return. I miss your home-cooked Chinese meals. The kitchen elves simply cannot replicate that flavor. Lately, I have developed an interest in food magic and borrowed 2 related books from the library. Unfortunately, they are rather complex for me to comprehend. I plan to return home for Christmas to have you teach me. In 3 weeks, it will be Halloween, and I have conceived a rather amusing prank. However, when Eric saw my design sketches, he remarked that even a boggart would not be as terrifying as my idea. Nevertheless, it is Halloween, the only day outside of April Fool's when pranks are legally permitted, so we must seize the opportunity. Thus, I would appreciate your assistance in gathering props. P.S. The sesame fish snacks are nearly finished. Your favorite, Vivi. At the Olery, Eric observed Claire soaring away with their letter, a perplexed expression on his face. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? I believe the psychological toll on Fred and George will be immeasurable. Violet, feigning guilt, placed her hand over her heart and replied, I apologize for subjecting them to such horror at such a young age. However, to truly frighten Fred and George, one must employ a heavy hand. Indeed, she intended to unleash an elaborate scheme this Halloween, purely for revenge. In last week's herbology class, Professor Sprout had instructed them on how to deworm Devil's snare. Given that Fred and George were always seated near her, she had grown accustomed to their antics, provided they did not cause too much trouble. Yet, they often sought mischief, casually uprooting a few herb seedlings. Consequently, whenever they acted up, she was invariably affected. For instance, they frequently shattered her group's flower pots, drenched her with water, or secretly mixed dung into their fertilizer. The most outrageous incident occurred a few days ago when they stealthily placed worms at her feet during the deworming lesson, causing them to enlarge rapidly. Violet, terrified of the creatures, was left paralyzed on the ground, weeping uncontrollably alongside a similarly shocked Angelina. Cedric and Andrew eventually came to assist them, guiding them away from the greenhouse. Other students, noticing the commotion, screamed and rushed to escape the greenhouse, wishing to erase the memory entirely. A few incidents could be dismissed as accidents, but after 7 or 8 occurrences, it could no longer be deemed mere coincidence. Despite the twins' charm, as the victim of their antics, Violet's blood pressure was inevitably rising. Day after day, it seemed they were fixated on tormenting her, surely. Their companions were mere numerical constructs. Professor Sprout stormed over, wand in hand, and swiftly dealt with the colossal worms, deducting 20 points from Gryffindor and reporting them to Professor McGonagall. As Sprout entered, her fury palpable, 6th-year Charlie Weasley happened to be in Professor McGonagall's office, discussing a promising second-year student he had scouted as a potential keeper. Upon hearing that his troublesome twin brothers had been reported, his face flushed with embarrassment, nearly matching the hue of his hair. When asked why there was no mention of a sister, Fred and George explained that while there was one, she was a red line in the hearts of Arthur and Molly. Cross it, and they would face dire consequences. They had to tread lightly, yet it was unsatisfying. Mischief and mortality are indeed distinct. Before Professor McGonagall could express her displeasure, Charlie hastily assured her that he would certainly ensure his twin brothers apologized to the Hufflepuff girl they had pranked. To that end, he made a special trip back to the dormitory to retrieve a box of fudge his mother had recently sent him. Rarely could a girl resist the allure of sweets, especially those crafted by a mother's hand, and he had complete confidence in her culinary skills. He had not yet tasted it himself, but, in order to clean up the mess his brothers had made, he was compelled to offer it as an apology. At dinner that evening, he dragged the twins by the collars of their shirts toward the Hufflepuff table, quickly spotting the girl with the black ponytail. Violet was engaged in a discussion with Caro and the others about gifts. After obtaining her notes on the history of magic, Eric had suggested they consider brooches, cufflinks, and bow ties as potential gifts. Knowing the general direction, they had scoured the newspapers upon returning to their dormitory, each selecting an option as a backup for a vote later. The designs for the brooches and cufflinks had been settled, yet they had yet to find a satisfactory bow tie option. As the Weasley brothers approached, they found her in the corner of the long table, quietly deliberating. Pardon the interruption. Violet and her companions halted their discussion at the sound, lifting their gazes to behold 3 boys clad in Gryffindor robes standing before them. The 2 boys in front, with their unruly red hair, exhibited restless eyes that darted about, yet they were familiar foes. No, rather, old acquaintances. As the 2 approached, an air of vigilance enveloped the group, subtly positioning Violet at the center for protection. However, the 2 mischief-makers resembled frightened kittens caught in a mishap, each grasped firmly by the scruff of their necks. The one restraining them towered over the Weasley twins, robust and sturdy, with a broad, good-natured face freckled across his sun-kissed complexion, which blended seamlessly with the freckles, rendering them almost inconspicuous. Noticing the apprehensive and wary glances from the Hufflepuff girls, Charlie Weasley hastily interjected, "I am Charlie Weasley, a 6th year from Gryffindor, and the elder brother of Fred and George. I have heard about the incident in herbology class and have brought them here to apologize to Miss Lynn." Violet scrutinized him closely. The burly Charlie Weasley bore little resemblance to his fair-skinned younger siblings. Were it not for his equally striking red hair and similarly shaped eyes, she would hardly suspect any familial connection to the Weasley clan. Soon enough, the commotion drew the attention of those nearby. Upon entering the Great Hall, Lewis had been seized by Camille, fervently lamenting the Weasley twins' antics in herbology, while Eric listened intently, sympathizing with his ill-fated friend. As the 3 red-haired boys appeared beside the Hufflepuff table, Lewis and Eric exchanged glances and rose to stand protectively behind the girls. Cedric and Andrew, equally startled, approached with unfriendly expressions. Charlie felt a headache brewing at the sight. They say that a person with a gentle temperament can be the most fearsome when angered. A heartfelt apology and kind words might suffice, but flattery and smooth talk could lead to disaster. Furthermore, with 2 clever Ravenclaw students present, it was plausible that his younger brothers might encounter further traps. Contemplating this, he discarded much of his planned conciliatory speech and, standing tall under the scrutinizing gazes, he exerted a subtle pressure with his hands and said with an undertone of authority, "Fred, George, you've created this mess yourselves. Apologize at once." He then leaned closer to whisper to them, "I can still shield you for now, but if this reaches Mom and Dad, it will be an entirely different matter." Fred and George, already realizing their prank had spiraled out of control, felt a shiver run down their spines at their brother's words. Yielding to the pressure at their necks, they bent slightly, muttering, "We're sorry, we didn't team manage our prank well this time and frightened you. We only intended to make the worms roughly the size of a baguette, but we miscalculated and made them too large, so large that even we were startled. We were wrong and want to use worms for pranks again. We sincerely ask for your forgiveness." As Violet listened to their apologies, her lips twitched in disbelief. What did they mean by merely wanting to make them the size of a baguette? Achieving baguette size was already alarming enough. Not to mention, they could have filmed an invasion of giant worms. That prehistoric creature had punctured a hole in the greenhouse ceiling. "If you are apologizing for the previous prank you played on me, I would naturally accept," Violet stated, observing the gleeful expressions on the Weasley brothers' faces, momentarily silencing herself. However, the repercussions of this incident were too far-reaching. The students in the greenhouse had been thoroughly terrified, and Professor Sprout's greenhouse had been left in disarray. "My forgiveness would only represent my personal view, and it could not extend to encompass the sentiments of others. Whether you can win their understanding is beyond my control." Charlie sighed heavily. He understood this truth all too well. Yet, Fred and George had initially targeted Violet, and she had borne the brunt of their antics. They needed to apologize to her. If the principal victim was willing to reconcile, the two rascals might receive a lighter punishment. As for the fury of others, unless the twins were confined, they would have to face it themselves. Feeling the weight of his younger brother's actions bearing down on him, Charlie's face burned with embarrassment as he recalled the box of fudge he had brought along. He quickly produced it, saying, "I understand your points completely. I apologize for not reining them in better and allowing them to cause chaos. I am truly sorry. In addition to whatever punishment Professor Sprout administers, I will discipline them further. This is a token of my apology. I hope you will accept it." Violet remained silent. Could she refuse? She still harbored a desire to give the twins a good thrashing. At that moment, she felt a gentle pressure on her shoulder, followed by Eric's voice, deliberately switching to their native dialect. "Accept it. It will make you appear magnanimous. At the end of the month during Halloween, I'll accompany you to stuff them in a sack." Violet furrowed her brows in contemplation. Professor Sprout had already imposed a punishment, and now the boy's elder brother had gone so far as to offer this gesture. To cling to her grievances would indeed seem somewhat unforgiving. Moreover, she had not truly frightened them. The Hufflepuffs outnumbered them, and even Gryffindor had suffered. Those who had been scared might, like Camille, have friends or family in other houses, effectively provoking the ire of all of Hogwarts. In the days to come, Fred and George would undoubtedly face their own trials. Besides, she was genuinely curious about how Eric, with his gentlemanly demeanor, would look while stuffing their heads in a sack. With that thought, Violet's indignation began to dissipate. Glancing at the box Charlie had presented, she inhaled deeply and accepted it with both hands. "Since you have acknowledged your mistakes, I shall not hold it against you. However, for the foreseeable future, I cannot bring myself to sit beside you in herbology class." Upon hearing Violet accept the gift, Charlie's spirits soared, and he hastily uttered numerous apologies. Fred and George, however, noticed the conspiratorial whispers between Eric and Violet, and the fleeting glimmer of mischief in her eyes sent an ominous chill through them. When Violet unwrapped the gift, a sweet, creamy aroma wafted forth, immediately captivating everyone's senses. Tonks approached, drawn by the scent. "What a delightful fragrance. Is that fudge? It smells even richer than what I bought from Honeydukes. May I have a piece to try?" Violet, of course, obliged, handing Tonks a piece, and seeing Camille's eager gaze, she placed another in her palm. Unable to resist, she took a piece for herself, and the three of them simultaneously indulged. Fred and George, witnessing this with alarm, rushed forward to intervene. "No, no, no, don't eat that." Their swift actions were futile, as their elder brother continued to hold onto their collars, yanking them back just as they watched in horror as the three consumed the fudge, leaving Fred and George utterly pale. Three piercing screams reverberated throughout the hall, instantly drawing all attention to the Hufflepuff long table. The professors seated at the staff table hastily rose from their seats, their faces etched with concern as they made their way over. In that fleeting moment when Violet bit into the soft, creamy candy, she detected a faintly sour taste. The next instant, a sharp pain blossomed in her tongue. Leaping to her feet, she spat the candy from her mouth, only to be met with Rose's horrified scream. "Violet, your tongue. There's a hole in your tongue." The agony coursing through Violet's tongue sent beads of cold sweat streaming down her body, while the cacophony of screams surrounding her made her ears buzz. Eric, standing behind her, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Upon seeing Violet clutching her mouth and sagging to the ground, he quickly rushed to support her, half squatting behind her to lend his strength. Given that Violet's group was closest to the staff table, it took mere seconds for the professors to arrive and regain control of the situation. Madame Pomfrey forcefully parted the crowd, crouching down to assess Violet's condition. Snape and Dumbledore worked in tandem to restrain the thrashing Tonks, while Professor Sprout attended to the pallid Lewis, who was cradling Camille in his arms. Chapter 15. Potions are truly remarkable. My dear, do not fear. I am Madame Pomfrey from the hospital wing. Open your mouth. Let me see your tongue, she gently coaxed, allowing Violet's anxiety to subside slightly as tears welled in her eyes. Violet complied, and Madame Pomfrey examined her closely, her tone turning reassuring. Poor child. You have accidentally ingested sour pop rocks. However, such candies typically only cause a minor sting on the tongue. This level of pain suggests something else was added to the candy. Fear not, it is a minor issue for me. With a sympathetic gesture, she tenderly brushed away the tears on Violet's cheek. Then she raised her voice. Quickly, take these 3 students to the hospital wing, together with Eric. She helped Violet to her feet. Snape and Dumbledore, upon hearing her command, began escorting Tonks towards the hall's exit, while Lewis and Eric each carried one of the girls. Following closely behind, Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey brought up the rear, while Professors Flitwick and McGonagall remained behind to maintain order. The Weasley triplets stood frozen, aghast at the chaotic scene. McGonagall approached them with fiery indignation in her eyes, and even the usually unflappable Charlie appeared unsettled. Fred and George, pale as ghosts, muttered, "Bro, it's over. Apologies won't save us now." Charlie gazed at the scattered pop rocks and, recalling the tongues that had been punctured, realized the truth. Those 3 Hufflepuff girls had shielded him from calamity. He had only received that box of candy the previous morning, placing it on his bedside before heading off to class and tending to Quidditch team matters. It must have been Fred and George, seizing the opportunity while he was away from the dormitory, who had tampered with the candy, intending to prank him, only to have him unwittingly offer it to that Eastern girl. He glared at his 2 brothers, who had finally gone too far, his knuckles cracking ominously as his sun-kissed complexion darkened with rage. "You're finished. I can't protect you now. Brace yourselves for Mum's wrath." Eric, carrying Violet on his back, followed closely behind Dumbledore and Snape as they hurried to the hospital wing, listening to the girl behind him shiver uncontrollably and sob in distress. He felt an urgency swell within him. He had been close enough to see the gaping hole on her tongue during Madame Pomfrey's examination, and Violet's ashen complexion made him want to hurl the meat sauce pasta on the twins' heads. A sack? A mere sack won't suffice. I should tie them up and toss them into the Whomping Willow. The group swiftly arrived at the hospital wing, where the 3 girls were each placed on his separate beds. The relentless pain had not only begun to numb Violet's tongue, but also dulled her responses to her surroundings. Madame Pomfrey retrieved a vial glowing with an eerie green light and 3 cups, pouring a third of the potion into each receptacle with swift precision. "Poor child. Drink this potion quickly. Remember, down it all at once. Do not sip it bit by bit." She pressed the potion into the hands of the 3 unfortunate girls, instructing, "You all must stay in the hospital wing for observation tonight. If your tongues are healed by morning, you may return, and if fortune smiles upon you, you might even catch the first class." Violet's hands trembled involuntarily, causing the potion in her cup to sway as if aboard the Hogwarts Express. Gazing into the cup, the strange green hue and the occasional waft of grass reminded her of a childhood game where she blended clover from the flower bed downstairs into an unidentifiable concoction using a blender. Of course, though she had been just a kindergarten child then, her wits had still been intact, and she had refrained from drinking that particular beverage. Since arriving in this world, she had yet to consume any potion. Thus, she found herself hesitating at the sight of its color and presumed effects. She glanced to her left at Tonks, who, without hesitation, downed the potion in one swift motion, her expression contorting before her hair transformed into a vibrant grass green, mirroring the potion's hue. Dumbledore observed her hair with the enthusiasm of a newfound discovery, while Snape wrinkled his nose in distaste. Violet watched in astonishment at Tonks's vivid green locks, pondering whether this was the famed polyjuice potion. Shifting her gaze to her right, she noticed Camille, who was clearly reluctant to drink the potion. Despite the pain in her tongue, Camille resisted the potion, bringing the cup to her lips multiple times, but failing to muster the resolve to drink. Lewis, watching his sister's indecisiveness, finally lost patience as she hesitated for the 4th time. As the cup brushed against Camille's lips, he seized it with one hand while gently pressing down on the back of her head with the other, forcing the potion down her throat. Just as Camille seemed poised to regurgitate the potion, Lewis quickly covered her mouth, his palm gliding down her throat, compelling her to swallow the liquid. Violet observed this seamless process with wide eyes, utterly astounded. Goodness, this was exactly how she administered medicine to her pet cat, just a breath away from perfection. However, Camille, how much do you despise taking medicine? Lewis's technique was alarmingly practiced. As Violet remained transfixed on Lewis's deft maneuver, Eric's voice, laced with amusement, broke through her thoughts. "I imagine you would not want me to administer your potion in such a manner, would you?" He extended his hand towards the cup in her grasp. Violet gasped, shaking her head vigorously in denial. No, I'll do it myself. What was a potion, after all? She had managed to drink that abysmal-tasting compound licorice syrup from the hospital as a child. Surely this potion could not be worse. Resolutely pinching her nose, she tilted her head back and gulped down the mixture. In the next moment, the indescribable sour bitterness overwhelmed the pain in her tongue, flooding her mouth, swiftly followed by a sharp, mustard-like spiciness that surged up her nasal passages. Violet's eyes widened in disbelief, her hands and feet instinctively curling. This was truly far worse than that licorice syrup. Eric fixated intently on Violet's movements and her capricious expressions, contemplating that should she truly be unable to contain herself, he might as well mimic her distress by administering a swift dose to her throat. Fortunately, Violet's extensive experience with potions from a young age enabled her to stubbornly, albeit laboriously, swallow the concoction. Observing this, Eric breathed a sigh of relief, amusedly watching her roll her eyes, her demeanor reminiscent of a soul departing its earthly vessel. Seizing the moment while she remained preoccupied with her grimace against the potion's taste, he stealthily relieved her of the cup in her grasp. Though the potion was unpalatable, its effects were immediate. Once the sour, bitter, and pungent flavors dissipated, a refreshing wave surged forth, akin to the ocean's tide, soothing Violet's tongue, which had been ravaged by pain and bitterness, alleviating much of her discomfort, leaving only a faint lingering ache. Indeed, the potion was quite remarkable. Carrying the cup, Eric approached the entrance to the infirmary, cleansing the remnants of the potion with pure water before refilling it with fresh water and returning to Violet's bedside. He scrutinized her expression, noting a slight softening of her pallor, which allowed his previously anxious heart to ease somewhat. He extended the cup towards her, remarking, "You seem to be faring a bit better. Your complexion is not as ghastly as before." Noticing her scrutinizing the water with suspicion, then sniffing it, Eric chuckled softly, adding, "Rest assured, the cup has been thoroughly washed." With that, Violet finally relaxed, lifting the cup to sip cautiously. Soon after, Madame Pomfrey distributed hospital robes to the 3 patients. Her expression serious as she instructed, "Now, quickly change into your garments. The rest of you must vacate this area. The patients require their rest." She then called over Snape, stating, "Severus, as you have just witnessed, we are out of potion. I regret to request your assistance in brewing another batch." With a furrowed brow, she lamented further, "Ever since the Weasley twins enrolled, my potion brewing pace has been outstripped by demand." Snape rolled his eyes in response, his brow furrowed tightly, yet he did not refuse her. With a perfunctory nod, he acquiesced to her request and stormed out of the infirmary. Before departing, Dumbledore placed a few lemon drops at each patient's bedside, leading Violet to think that for a man so fond of sweets, it was indeed a heartfelt gesture. With her tongue still not fully recovered, Violet was unable to articulate her thoughts, resorting instead to gestures and glances to assure Eric that he should return to rest. Eric nodded, gently ruffling her hair twice, and reluctantly pulled Lewis along as they exited the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand at the ceiling and walls, extinguishing the lights one by one. The 3 of them changed into their robes and settled into their beds, drifting off to sleep. Tonks soon fell into a deep slumber, her soft snores causing Violet to reflect on her, the future Auror, whose heart was undeniably large and adaptability commendable. Camille also fell silent, presumably asleep, while Violet tossed and turned restlessly. Her penchant for recognizing beds had resurfaced, and the scene from the Great Hall replayed ceaselessly in her mind. After an indeterminate amount of time, she finally began to feel drowsy, only to be stirred by the sound of the door creaking open. Shortly thereafter, she sensed a weight pressing down on her blanket. Groggily opening her eyes, she was startled to meet a pair of glowing red eyes shimmering in the moonlight. Violet. The next moment, her panic subsided as she recognized the familiar face of her beloved pet, Sesame. With a long sigh of relief, she had to admit that while the ragdoll cat's eyes were indeed beautiful, by day it was an angel, and by night, a mischievous imp, which could be rather disconcerting. Violet gently lifted a corner of the blanket, and Sesame blinked, stealthily wriggling under the covers to snuggle beside her, its fluffy tail flopping down onto her belly, contentedly beginning to purr. Violet's eyes crinkled with a smile as she adjusted the blanket to cover Sesame, the sound of its purring resembling a gentle lullaby. No longer restless, she soon succumbed to a deep sleep. Neither she nor her feline companion noted when the infirmary door was quietly closed. Eric softly shut the door and glanced at his watch before addressing the girl beside him, who bore a resemblance to Hepburn. "It's nearly curfew. We must hasten back to the common room. Not to mention the considerable distance to Ravenclaw's common room." He needed to pick up the pace. The girl, affectionately dubbed Little Hepburn by Violet, nodded in agreement, bidding farewell before scurrying away. After Eric and Lewis exited the infirmary, they returned to the Great Hall, where dinner was nearly concluded, hastily finishing the remnants of their meal. As they stepped outside, Eric spotted Carol rushing towards them, cradling a fluffy bundle. Eric, wait, she called, panting as she halted before them. Once we return to the dormitory, Sesame has been meowing incessantly. Violet has always been a light sleeper and struggles with unfamiliar beds. She only settles better with Sesame beside her. Ashley and Ross suggested I take Sesame to her. I've never been to the infirmary. Can you guide me there? Only then did Eric recognize that the fluffy bundle was indeed the ragdoll cat he had seen on the Hogwarts Express, now gazing with its bright blue eyes, squirming in Carol's arms, eager to be set down. Sure, I'll lead you, Eric replied without hesitation, then pointedly addressed the fussy Sesame. If you wish to see your owner, behave yourself. Seemingly understanding him, the little black-faced cat ceased struggling and allowed itself to be held by Carol. Eric led Carol to the infirmary entrance, discreetly cracking the door open to peer inside, where the dim lighting revealed faint sounds of soft snoring. Realizing that the lights had been extinguished and the occupants likely asleep, he gestured for Carol to set Sesame down, then nudged the door open a fraction more. Once on the floor, Sesame twitched its dark nose, confirming its owner was indeed within, and promptly squeezed through the door's gap. Eric and Carol peered through the door, watching as the pair of human and cat nestled together in slumber before they felt assured enough to depart. Back in the common room, Eric collapsed into the sofa, reflecting on the events of the evening. He mused that they had been overly complacent. Since their arrival in this world, they had passively absorbed information about their characters, neglecting the fact that this realm remained inherently perilous. Magic was wondrous, powerful, and captivating. However, with such formidable power came an escalated threat to life and well-being. They had only remembered that in this world, no matter how severe the injuries, magical healing spells and potions could restore one to their former state. Yet they had forgotten that those injuries could, in themselves, pose a lethal risk, and the accompanying pain would not be spared. Not to mention, there existed dark magic and the chilling, unforgivable curses. The harm inflicted by dark magic and the unforgivable curses could not be easily remedied by healing spells or potions. Thoughts of the Cruciatus curse and the Longbottoms, the killing curse and the Potters haunted him. At this realization, a cold sweat broke out on Eric's brow. Since entering this world, he had never felt such fear or clarity regarding their circumstances. He and Violet were no longer mere readers or spectators, but participants in a world constructed from countless words. In order to thrive in this world until the day Voldemort is utterly vanquished, one must exercise utmost caution and never let their guard down. The sour explosive candy from today serves as a stark warning. To be complacent could indeed lead to dire consequences. Chapter 16. The exquisite doll transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Violet awoke to find the sun high in the sky. Upon awakening, she noticed that Sesame had vanished, likely in search of food. Tonks had long since departed the infirmary. Yet Camille remained in a deep slumber. After conducting a thorough examination, Madame Pomfrey finally declared Violet cured and free to leave. Violet glanced at Camille in the adjacent bed, her complexion pale and her usually lustrous golden hair appearing somewhat dulled. With a hint of concern, she softly inquired, Madame Pomfrey, what has happened to Camille? With a sigh, Madame Pomfrey lowered her voice in response. She has suffered a severe fright, which caused her to develop a fever in the middle of the night. It was only just before dawn that it subsided. I fear she will need to stay here for at least another day. Violet felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. After politely bidding farewell to Madame Pomfrey, she exited the infirmary, burdened by guilt. The spiced toffees had originated from Weasley, and it was she who had handed them to Camille, thus subjecting her friend to such distress. Although Weasley was the true instigator, Violet could not shake her feelings of self-reproach. Having gauged the time, Violet meandered towards the great hall, assuming mealtime was approaching. As she neared the entrance, a cacophony of voices reached her ears. Squinting against the light, she discerned 5 or 6 students entering, their robes and shoes speckled with dirt. Clear evidence of having just completed herbology class. Violet. One of them spotted her, and it was Fiona, her hair braided into 2 long plaits reaching her waist. Fiona's cheerful exclamation drew the attention of the entire group, which included Eric, Lewis, and 2 Slytherins, Dorian Pusey and Terence Higgs, with whom she had interacted during astronomy class. Upon seeing Violet smiling and waving from the staircase, Dorian Pusey offered a courteous nod, while Terence Higgs appraised her before also returning the gesture. Eric and Lewis, however, hurried up the stairs to stand before her, their gazes scanning her from head to toe with an intensity reminiscent of an MRI. Madame Pomfrey has released you? Does that mean you're all right? Eric inquired, as he thrust his herbology notes into her hands. How do you feel? And what of Camille? Lewis, noticing her apparent vitality, glanced anxiously behind her. Violet spread her arms and shrugged, indicating her well-being. I'm perfectly fine. If there were any issues, Madame Pomfrey would not have let me out. Then, with a hint of regret, she added for Lewis. Camille developed a fever last night. Madame Pomfrey said it was due to shock. and she'll likely need to remain in the infirmary for another day. Upon hearing this, Louis's brow furrowed tightly, his amber eyes mirroring Camille's, filled with worry. After hastily expressing his gratitude to Violet, he darted back towards the infirmary like a gust of wind. Fiona, who had just called out to her, approached them. Observing Louis's rapid departure with a sigh, we all know how particular Louis is. It's evident he is truly worried about his sister. Violet, no longer buoyant, lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously tracing the notes in her hand as thoughts swirled in her mind. Noticing her despondence, Eric turned back and asked with concern, "What troubles you? Are you still feeling unwell?" Violet snapped back to reality and shook her head, replying, "It's nothing, really. I just can't shake the thought that Camille was fine until I gave her that piece of candy, and now she is suffering because of me. I feel somewhat guilty." She contemplated preparing some snacks for Camille when she returned. Eric patted her back, offering comfort. "You are not the culprit. It's Fred and George who bear that title. You too are a victim. Try not to dwell on it." Albert, standing beside Fiona, echoed, "Indeed. It's that mischievous pair we should blame. If you're looking for retribution, I'm at your service." He thumped his chest with a hearty sound, adding, "I've endured their antics for far too long. More than once in astronomy class, they've misaligned my telescope, preventing me from completing my observations on time." Before he could finish, Eric elbowed him, and upon seeing Eric's narrowed eyes, Albert swallowed his words. Violet couldn't help but chuckle at Albert's antics. He stood apart from his peers, robust and sturdy, resembling a miniature version of Charlie Weasley. In contrast, she and her companions appeared almost delicate beside him. Should she truly enlist Albert to confront Fred and George, the Weasley twins might find themselves in for quite a challenge. Amidst their laughter, they entered the Great Hall, where a considerable number of students already awaited the meal. At the Hufflepuff table, Ross and Carol, initially looking somewhat lackluster, sprang to life upon seeing Violet approach, rushing over to envelop her in a warm embrace. "We were planning to visit you in the infirmary. It's a delightful surprise to see you out," Ross exclaimed. "Seeing you well puts my mind at ease. You three truly frightened us yesterday." As Carol nestled her head against Violet's shoulder like an affectionate puppy, her short black hair occasionally brushed against Violet's neck, prompting her to instinctively shrink away, tickled. "Ah, I'm fine now, but that tickles." Ross's eyes bore traces of redness, with dark circles hinting at a lack of rest. She grasped Violet's hand and led her towards their seats. Her usually sweet voice tinged with hoarseness. "Last night's events terrified everyone. I worried you wouldn't sleep. So Ashley and I thought it best to have Carol bring your cat to you." Carol chimed in from the other side. "Yes, but I've never been to the infirmary before. Thankfully, I ran into Eric on the way. As soon as I mentioned I was delivering your cat, he immediately escorted me there. However, by the time we arrived, the lights were out. We had to sneak a crack in the door to let the little kitten slip inside." Violet turned in surprise to glance at Eric. Realizing now why Sesame had appeared in the infirmary, it had been the collective idea of her friends. Eric merely smiled faintly and shook his head, signaling her not to concern herself with it. She settled down and exchanged a few words with Cedric, who inquired after her health. Scanning the room, she noticed Ashley was absent. "Where's Ashley? I haven't seen her," she asked Ross, puzzled. With a sigh, Ross replied, "After you went to the infirmary yesterday." She snapped back to reality, her eyes red-rimmed. She was furious and took it out on Fred and George, pulling their hair and giving them a good thrashing. Even Charlie Weasley couldn't restrain her. In the end, both she and the twins received a deduction of points and were sent to write lines by Professor McGonagall. She has been in her office since early this morning. Leaning closer, Ross whispered, "We all struggled to sleep last night and discovered Ashley had buried herself under her covers, quietly crying. Her pillow was soaked. It took quite a while to console her." Hearing how Ashley had erupted in a fit of rage for her sake, transforming from the exquisite doll into a ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex before the entire school, Violet felt incredulous yet warmed, as if enveloped in a soothing embrace. As she pondered, her peripheral vision caught sight of three figures appearing at the entrance of the hall, causing a momentary hush to envelop the entire space. Among them, two boys. Their attire disheveled and their unruly red hair tousled, shuffled slowly towards the Gryffindor long table, their faces marked by a sense of dejection. The third figure, a girl with chestnut waves cascading down her shoulders, wore a stern expression, her eyes simmered with indignation, and her delicately pale visage was shrouded in an icy demeanor. As she entered, her piercing glares were directed at the two boys ahead, prompting them to quicken their pace, as if they were being pursued by an unseen menace. Violet observed Ashley, whose demeanor radiated a palpable aura of hostility, and could not suppress a smirk. It appeared the trio had just encountered yet another tumultuous confrontation. The resentment emanating from her dear friend seemed far more intense than the complaints she had previously encountered in her former world. Ashley rolled her eyes. Dismissing Fred and George entirely, and made her way toward the Hufflepuff table. Halfway there, her gaze landed upon a particular spot, and her icy demeanor dissipated instantly. Her rose-petal lips curved into a smile as she bounded over to Violet, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Have you fully recovered? I was so worried about you." Ashley released Violet, her aquamarine eyes sparkling with a cheerful innocence that belied her earlier irritation. At that moment, the lunch bell rang, and an array of delectable dishes materialized upon the long table. Violet guided Ashley to a seat, pouring her a glass of pumpkin juice while soothingly remarking, "Madame Pomfrey is truly remarkable. After a short slumber, I am now perfectly fine, so do not fret. But you, my dear, it seems you did not sleep well last night." Ashley pouted. I was both worried and angry, and had to contemplate how to pin my apology to Professor McGonagall. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford. With that, she stabbed a piece of steak onto her plate with exaggerated ferocity, as though it were the neck of the Weasley twins. "Unfortunately, I was a tad slow yesterday. I barely landed a few hits before Professor McGonagall intervened. Otherwise, I would have certainly decapitated them." Violet choked momentarily, realizing she had never perceived Ashley to possess such a fierce temperament. Moreover, judging by the bruises and scratches adorning Fred and George's faces, it seemed her friend had indeed unleashed a fair amount of wrath. Still, one could argue it was well-deserved. As lunch drew to a close, a gray owl suddenly swooped down from above, clutching a red envelope in its beak, which it carelessly dropped onto Fred's roasted chicken leg, tossing the envelope into George's greasy hands. The brothers' faces turned ashen. Nearby, Angelina leaned over to take a peek, exclaiming, "Oh no," before hastily making her exit. Accompanying her were two red-haired figures, one stocky and the other slender, who stumbled away, eager to dissociate from the impending chaos. Violet recognized the stocky one as Charlie, who had apologized to her on behalf of Fred and George the previous day. The other? Violet began mentally counting the members of the Weasley family. Charlie, the second eldest, was now in his 6th year, and the eldest, Bill, had surely graduated. Fred and George were in their 1st year, which meant the slender figure must be Percy Weasley, the other academic prodigy of the family, having secured 12 OWLs. Just as Violet completed her mental tally, Fred, with remarkable speed, tore open the red envelope as if fearing it would devour them if he hesitated. However, the contents, a howler, seemed just as threatening. "Fred Weasley, George Weasley." The howler's shrill voice reverberated throughout the hall, startling the birds outside. All eyes in the hall turned, fixated on the twins. "You may torment your siblings at home, but you have no sense of decorum here at school. You dismiss my words as mere background noise, but now you've truly caused a calamity. Are you satisfied? Do you comprehend the embarrassment I felt receiving Professor McGonagall's letter alongside your father? Do you know how heartbroken Mrs. Weasley was during her visit?" Initially, Violet had been covering her ears, relishing the spectacle of Fred and George being berated by the howler, but upon hearing the mention of Mrs. Weasley, a multitude of sympathetic gazes fell upon her, leaving her feeling utterly awkward. "I am not the only one suffering. Do not solely focus on me." The howler continued its relentless tirade, its voice echoing painfully, but thankfully, Tonks and Camille were also called out, diverting some attention away from Violet. "If you cause any more trouble in the coming days, I shall dispose of everything hidden in your room." She exchanged a knowing glance with Eric, both suppressing their laughter. The weight of that threat was not to be underestimated. They understood well that the twins' room was the birthplace of their prankster endeavors. Mrs. Weasley had expertly grasped their Achilles heel. Finally, the howler's tirade subsided, and it ignited itself, curling into ashes upon the table. As the hall returned to normalcy, students began to disperse in small groups, casting glances back at the quaking Fred and George, whispering amongst themselves. Violet bid farewell to Eric and departed with Ashley. Upon leaving the hall, Eric and Lewis did not head back to the Ravenclaw common room. Instead, they concealed themselves in the corridor leading to the Gryffindor common room alongside Albert. "Is everything ready?" Eric inquired. Lewis nodded, and Albert flexed his biceps, declaring, "In 1st year, I have never lost a strength contest. Rest assured, if either of them resists, I shall subdue them." They did not wait long before Fred and George appeared, resembling deflated balloons. Their prankster reputation had always been untarnished. But who would have thought they would suffer such a humiliating defeat at the hands of a Hufflepuff? With their vulnerabilities exposed, the brothers would have to lie low for the foreseeable future. As they plotted how to relocate their vital assets during the Christmas holidays, Fred was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Before he could even scream, he was thrown to the ground, the cold, hard stone floor knocking the breath from his lungs. He had always been inseparable from George. But in this dark, confined space, he lost sight of his brother, an unsettling sense of panic beginning to creep in. Chapter 17. This is harder to control than a pig. Meanwhile, George experienced a similar fate. The moment the ambush occurred, he instinctively searched for Fred. However, before he could call out his brother's name, A powerful fist rained down upon him like a summer storm, causing him to cry out in pain. Hearing George's cry, Fred quickly realized they were under attack and began to struggle, attempting to evade the onslaught of punches while shouting for help. Who is it? Ouch, please stop. This must be a misunderstanding. Ouch, let us speak civilly. Not a chance. As their captors dragged Fred and George into an empty classroom in the corridor, Lewis and Eric, maintaining stoic expressions, positioned themselves back to back atop Fred, one holding his legs while the other continued to deliver punishing blows, each strike more forceful than the last. Speak civilly. Do you think we are fools? Your legs are going to be stiff as a board. Lewis drew his wand and aimed it at Fred's feet, murmuring the leg locker curse in a hushed tone, effectively binding Fred's struggling feet together, rendering him as helpless as a fish floundering on dry land. In the midst of his loud cries and frantic struggles, Fred was oblivious to the incantation being uttered by Lewis, thus missing the opportunity to discern his assailant's identity. Caught off guard by the ambush, Fred had indeed contemplated who might be causing him trouble. However, the sheer number of their prank victims made it difficult to pinpoint a suspect. Having immobilized Fred's feet, Lewis swiftly redirected his wand towards another sack containing Albert, casting the same curse to alleviate Albert's burden, allowing him to fully subdue George. As the operation of ensnaring the sacks neared completion, the trio exchanged breathless glances, preparing for their next move. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, becoming increasingly distinct as Fred and George pressed their ears to the ground to listen more intently. Without a moment's hesitation, Fred bellowed dramatically, "Help! Someone's in danger. Whoever you are, come save us." The sudden outburst startled Albert, who was pinning George down, causing him to jump. Though he remembered to conceal his identity and merely mouthed a complaint, George, following suit, intensified his struggles, shouting for help alongside Fred with such fervor that Albert found it hard to maintain his grip. "This is more challenging than wrangling a pig," Albert exclaimed in frustration. The footsteps at the corridor's end faltered for a brief moment before resuming their steady pace. As Fred listened to the approaching sounds, hope surged within him. They were about to be rescued. Eric and his companions also noticed the oncoming presence, hastening their actions to secure the sacks, attempting to subdue the two noisy captives before anyone arrived. If only they had learned the sleeping spell, they wouldn't have to deal with such complexity. However, Fred and George's vigorous writhing made their task exceedingly difficult, and before they could reposition with the levitation charm, the owner of the footsteps had already appeared at the doorway. Eric cautiously raised his gaze, squinting against the light flooding in from the entrance, revealing two silhouettes standing in backlight. It was none other than Terrence Higgs and Adrian Pusey, the two Slytherins who attended herbology class with them. The three of them tensed, eyeing the intruders with suspicion while continuing to suppress the yelling sacks, fearful that the Slytherins might intervene at any moment. Terrence cast a disdainful glance at the trio from Ravenclaw, wrinkling his brow at their disheveled attire. His gaze then fell upon the raucous sacks, and with a knowing expression, he took a couple of steps forward, brandishing his wand towards George, who was trapped beneath Albert. Instantly, the three friends drew their wands, attempting to thwart Terrence's interference. Adrian quickly positioned himself between both parties, allowing Terrence to take advantage of the distraction. He swiftly unleashed two spells upon George, Silencio and Muffliato. The noisy sacks were instantly silenced, leaving Lewis and Eric momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Fred, however, immediately recognized the sudden cessation of George's voice as an omen of impending danger. In a flurry of panic, Fred finally remembered his wand and began to fumble in his pocket. Just as his fingertips brushed against the wand, a cacophony of indistinguishable buzzing filled his ears. Fred thought to himself, this is it. With Terrence's silencing and muffling spells successfully enacted upon the Weasley twins, Eric and his companions finally grasped that Terrence and Adrian had come to gloat over their misfortune, prompting a collective sigh of relief as their guard was momentarily lowered. Adrian, noticing Fred and George's continued restlessness, scoffed and drew his wand, petrifying each of the brothers into complete immobility. Thus, the Weasley twins were utterly stripped of their ability to resist. Seeing that the situation was under control, Terrence and Adrian exchanged nods with the three, uttering no further words before turning to exit the empty classroom. Lewis, observing their abrupt appearance and departure, adjusted his slightly disheveled clothing and remarked with confusion, "How strange that those two Slytherins would assist us." Albert brushed off the dust from his robe, nonchalantly stating, "That's hardly surprising. Gryffindor and Slytherin have long been at odds. Violet and Fred often find themselves on the receiving end of their pranks, so they must have tormented those two Slytherins as well. Eric, where shall we dispose of them next?" As Eric pondered the retreating figures of Terrence and Adrian, he turned back to the two now silent sacks, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Let's take them to the Quidditch pitch." It was midday, and most students were congregated in the common room, leaving the corridors relatively deserted, save for a few wandering near the Black Lake. Eric and Lewis levitated Fred and George, while Albert led the way, scouting ahead. They moved along the walls, evading the castle's line of sight, pausing for brief rests when the levitation charm began to falter. After about 15 minutes of this stop-and-go journey, they arrived at the Quidditch pitch. Upon reaching the pitch, Eric and Albert switched roles, with Albert taking charge of the sacks since he had never visited the Quidditch pitch before. Conversely, Eric was familiar with the terrain, having been targeted by the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain several times, who often invited them to watch team practices, navigating through the wooden pillars with ease. Eric led Lewis and Albert closely behind until they found themselves before a dilapidated wooden door. "What is this place?" Albert inquired as he dropped the sack heavily on the ground, struggling with the levitation charm. "This is the room for storing the brooms," Eric explained, aiming his wand at the door lock and uttering, "Alohomora." With a satisfying click, the door swung open, creaking ominously as dust swirled in the dimly lit room. Lewis, who had a penchant for cleanliness, grimaced at the sight, his face contorting with distaste. Eric initially intended to toss Fred and George into the Whomping Willow's hole, knowing how to control the tree's movements. However, he realized it would be difficult to explain how a first-year student, having only been at Hogwarts for just over a month, knew how to handle the tree. Hence, he opted for the Quidditch pitch as a more manageable alternative. Aside from training and matches, the pitch was seldom visited, and most players had their own brooms. Thus, the brooms in this room were typically used by students who could not afford their own or were attending flying lessons. "Look, that tattered broom in the corner is the one I used for the act with Violet," Eric noted. He stepped aside and waved his wand, tossing one sack into the pile of brooms, while Lewis followed suit, placing the other atop it. A few brooms, disturbed by the commotion, began to rattle and struck Fred and George a couple of times. Eric securely locked the door once more, sharing a conspiratorial glance with Lewis and Albert. The trio stealthily departed from the Quidditch pitch, making their way towards the Black Lake, feigning that they were merely taking a stroll to aid digestion after a hearty meal. As they traversed the grassy expanse, Albert, with an arm draped over Lewis's shoulder, excitedly inquired, "When do you think they will be discovered?" Lewis chuckled softly and replied, "Not until at least 4 o'clock. That's when Madame Hooch will find them." Albert blinked in confusion, asking, "Why?" Eric, standing beside them, added nonchalantly, "Because flying lessons are at 4. Understanding dawned on Albert. Lewis, with a slight smirk, remarked, "In my opinion, they should have been tossed into the Black Lake instead." Eric glanced at Lewis in mild astonishment. He had only considered letting the Whomping Willow break their legs, while Lewis seemed to wish for far worse. What a devilish thought. Despite Lewis often teasing his sister to the point of frustration, he had been genuinely upset all night after Fred and George had inadvertently harmed Camille. During breakfast, when Eric mentioned the idea of a sack, Lewis had immediately prepared both the sack and the route, displaying remarkable initiative. It was unclear where he had procured them, but he had indeed witnessed Filch grumbling about the castle's rats stealing the sack and rope. Although the incident involving the acid pops had been an accident, it was undeniably the handiwork of the Weasley twins, and Violet and her friends had genuinely suffered both injury and fright. Presently, Fred and George were not yet the refined pranksters they would become. They had not yet mastered the art of moderation in their mischief, emboldened by their previous harmless pranks. Their lack of restraint had led them to be increasingly reckless, culminating in this unfortunate mishap. In the original narrative, Ron had been similarly victimized by the twins with acid pops and an unbreakable vow, which had earned the twins a stern reprimand from their father, Arthur. It was only after that incident that they began to grasp the delicate balance required for their pranks. Eric exhaled deeply, hoping that this experience would impart a valuable lesson to Fred and George. He and Violet had yet to devise a specific plan for navigating the unfolding events, and another blow from their allies would be simply too unjust. After the lunch break concluded, Eric cast aside thoughts of the twins, feeling that the matter had reached a satisfactory conclusion. However, it was Lewis who remained distracted during defense against the dark arts, anxious that Fred and George might be discovered prematurely. It was not until just before flying lessons, when the first-year Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs awaited on the lawn, that the absence of their expected brooms and Madame Hooch finally allowed Lewis to relax. Violet regarded Eric and Lewis's knowing smiles with curiosity, sensing that they were harboring a secret. Just as she was about to inquire directly, Eric shook his head and said, "I'll tell you during dinner." This only heightened her intrigue. When the class ended and they made their way to the Great Hall for dinner, Eric feigned extreme hunger, urging Violet to eat without him, which left her anxiously anticipating a meal while failing to notice Fred and George drifting into the hall like wraiths. Nor did she observe the knowing smiles exchanged between Terence and Dorian at the Slytherin table. It was not until nearly finishing their meal that Violet turned to glare at Eric's back with a mix of resentment and frustration. Eric, stifling laughter, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and leaned close to her ear to reveal the details of their earlier escapade. Despite the clamor within the hall, Violet could hear Eric's words clearly, and her shock was palpable. As Eric's statement hung in the air, he placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence, causing Violet's eyes to widen in astonishment, stifling her urge to exclaim. Fortunately, her back was turned to Gryffindor, preventing them from noticing her surprise. Cautiously glancing around, Violet gritted her teeth and whispered, "You really are quite inconsiderate. Didn't you say you would bring me along yesterday?" Eric naturally refrained from confessing that he had been swept away by anger upon witnessing her reaction the previous night, which had fueled his desire for swift retribution. Instead, he pointed to Lewis, who was still consuming his beef Wellington, confidently shifting the blame. "I intended to bring you along in a few days, but Lewis couldn't wait." Violet sighed in disappointment, but quickly perked up, playfully patting Eric on the shoulder, embodying the spirit of a loyal friend. "Regardless, you did this for our sake, and I commend your efforts. However, I must take matters into my own hands. Only then will I feel completely satisfied. Halloween is at the end of the month, and I need to come up with a brilliant idea." After dinner concluded, with some time left before astronomy class, Lewis departed for the hospital wing, bringing Camille a pumpkin pasty. Violet instructed Ashley and rose to head back to their dormitory while she ventured to the kitchen. Although she regretted not being able to personally bag the twins, she felt a sense of satisfaction from Eric's actions. As Eric would be attending the eye-straining astronomy class, she decided to request 3 corn fritters with vision-enhancing properties from Dobby as a token of gratitude, ensuring that he added a warming charm. Remembering Fiona, she felt it would be rude to leave her out, so she asked Dobby for an additional corn fritter. After packaging everything, she handed Dobby a piece of lemon sherbet as thanks and swiftly made her way to the astronomy tower. Chapter 18. Ingenious Schemes Against the Twins. Estimating that class would soon end, she arrived near the astronomy tower, clutching the warm corn fritters. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor resided in opposite towers, so upon the dismissal of their astronomy class, they would part ways. Violet waited in the corridor leading towards Ravenclaw. The evening was splendid, with scarcely a cloud in the sky, making for exceptional stargazing conditions. The sole drawback was the chilly autumn breeze. There was no shelter in the corridor, and Violet soon found herself shivering and sneezing, her hands and feet growing cold. She peered around, spotting the only relatively warm spot in the corridor near the torch. Exhaling warm breath into her hands, she moved closer to the flame. She did not have to wait long. Soon the sounds of conversation and footsteps echoed in the corridor. As she craned her neck to see, she spotted first-year Ravenclaws, Eric and Lewis leading the way, followed closely by Fiona and Albert. It was undeniable that Ravenclaw was rather sparse in numbers. In comparison, the Hufflepuffs were a boisterous crowd, bustling about like a market. Not to mention the 2 solitary Slytherins in joint classes with Hufflepuff, their presence nearly non-existent. Standing by the torch, Violet was quite visible in the flickering light. Lewis caught sight of her from the corner of his eye and alerted Eric, who waved at her before hastening their steps in her direction. "What are you doing here?" The evening breeze was brisk. "Did you not fear catching a cold?" Eric stepped forward, shielding them from the biting wind. Violet smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, and proudly revealed the food she held in her arms, declaring, "I have come to deliver a late-night snack." With that, she distributed the still-warm corn fritters to each person. "I thought since you have astronomy class tonight, I would fetch these corn fritters from the kitchen for you. They are good for the eyes." The 4 across from her gratefully accepted the fritters, their expressions genuine as they thanked Violet. She shyly pressed her lips together in a smile and waved her hand, indicating there was no need for thanks. Mission accomplished. With curfew approaching and the distance to the Hufflepuff common room considerable, she decided to leave. "See you tomorrow," she said, turning and trotting away. Eric managed to call out, "Slow down, be careful on your way." Watching Violet's usual spirited demeanor, he shook his head helplessly and turned back to beckon the others to leave. Upon returning to the Ravenclaw common room, he settled into his usual spot, poured himself a cup of hot milk, and prepared to savor the corn fritters Violet had brought. As he unwrapped the parchment, he noticed a line of Chinese characters written on the outer layer. "You all contributed greatly today. This is a token of gratitude." At that moment, Albert and Lewis also spotted the writing on the packaging, albeit in English, and excitedly raised it to Eric. "We dealt with some people, avenged ourselves, blew off steam. And now we have a midnight snack. This is worth it." Meanwhile, Violet had a smooth journey, but as she approached the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, she was startled by a portrait of a young girl in the corridor. The girl, with flaxen hair, sat at a desk by the window, a partially written letter before her. One hand held a quill, while the other supported her chin, her eyes slightly squinted as if lost in thought. Violet's footsteps shattered the corridor's tranquility, awakening the girl from her reverie. She opened her emerald eyes in displeasure, turned to Violet, and, with a chilling smile, rasped, "Little girl. It is late. You have disturbed me. Violet had been at Hogwarts long enough to force herself to ignore the ghostly specters. Yet she remained easily frightened by these moving and speaking portraits. Already breathless from running, she was so startled by the portrait that she lost her breath entirely, coughing audibly. Once she finally regained her composure and shot a resentful glance at the still glaring portrait, a brilliant idea sparked in her mind. Oh, she seemed to have conceived a splendid prank for the twins. That night, excitement kept her restless, tossing and turning in bed until even her pet Sesame nipped at her in annoyance, prompting her to calm down and finally drift into slumber by 4 in the morning. Even in her dreams, she was valiantly battling in a 1v2 scenario, sending Fred flying with her left foot and George soaring with her right hand. The following morning, after breakfast, Violet mysteriously beckoned Eric to the fountain outside the Great Hall, her eyes sparkling as she shared her preliminary plans. Eric listened with a look of awe. You are more ruthless than I am. I merely planned a bag over the head, while you are launching a direct psychological assault. Violet shot him a look. Not compared to them. A giant earthworm would deliver a double whammy, not to mention a sour candy for the finishing blow. Seated by the fountain, her slender legs swinging gently, Violet continued to elaborate on her scheme while Eric sat beside her, listening intently and occasionally chiming in. The challenges of the plan were twofold, the props and the inside help. I've already decided. I will write to Layla, asking her and William to prepare the props. As for how to deliver them to their dormitory, I plan to enlist Angelina. She was thoroughly frightened that day. And now that she has an opportunity to prank them back, she should be more than willing. Eric listened quietly, occasionally adding a remark, until they concluded their loud plotting as class time approached. Violet stood, dusted off her skirt, bid Eric farewell, and turned toward the charms classroom. Eric waved goodbye, preparing to head to herbology class in the greenhouse, when suddenly he recalled his thoughts from the night Violet was injured. Violet, wait a moment. I have a few words of caution for you. With that, he pulled Violet back to the fountain, speaking softly. The sound of the fountain effectively masked his words. So even if someone passed nearby, they would only observe their increasingly serious expressions without discerning their conversation. I know you still harbor resentment. So whatever you wish to do this time, I won't stop you. However, after Halloween, let us consider this matter settled and maintain our distance from the twins. They have yet to learn the limits of their pranks, and when they do, we can resume our interactions. Eric spoke earnestly. Violet furrowed her brow in contemplation. Eric's words rang true. They had both overlooked the dangers of this world. Even a prank from the twins could potentially endanger their lives. Not to mention, with the arrival of the Chosen One, the perils within Hogwarts were likely to multiply, serving as a sort of desensitization therapy. The notion that Hogwarts was the safest place was nothing short of a cruel joke. The urgent task at hand was to diligently study magic, enhancing their self-defense capabilities. Engaging with the characters from the original story was secondary. With that thought, Violet nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. After Halloween, we will focus and study earnestly. Eric ruffled Violet's hair, his tone softening. In Hogwarts curriculum, aside from divination and defense against the dark arts, the other subjects are quite secure. We can learn them step by step. As for defense against the dark arts and practical combat, if Alan could come all the way from America to confront Death Eaters and still be alive, he must possess considerable skill. During the Christmas holidays, I'll discuss with him and see if he can devise a study plan for us. After glancing at his watch, Eric urged, all right, we have 10 minutes before class starts. We should be on our way. Violet gasped, realizing the charms classroom was on the 4th floor of the castle. And if she didn't hurry, she would truly be late. She quickly bid Eric farewell and dashed away, swiftly disappearing into the castle. The greenhouse was not nearby either, and Eric quickened his pace considerably. Ultimately, Violet arrived breathlessly at the charms classroom just as the bell rang. Ever since Eric's Claire sent out the letter, Violet had been eagerly craning her neck, awaiting a reply. Fortunately, within a few days, Layla responded, and along with her letter came a large bag of fish treats. The note only playfully chided her for her mischief but assured her that the props would be taken care of by the couple, instructing her to await further developments. Receiving Layla's response settled Violet's heart. After one herbology class, she discreetly pulled Angelina aside, lagging a few steps behind the departing students, and quietly shared her plan. Angelina's eyes sparkled with mischief. A grin crept onto her lips as she pondered for a moment before giving Violet a confident okay gesture, signifying she would take care of it. While awaiting Layla's grand endeavor, Violet and her companions finally settled on a gift for Cedric, a finely crafted bow tie in the shape of a golden snitch, produced by Madame Malkin's robe shop. The exquisite golden flying thief bow tie is a limited edition masterpiece from Madame Malkin's robe shop, costing them an entire 30 galleons. The expenditure caused considerable pain for the 5 of them, and they purchased it with tears in their eyes. Violet had only 120 galleons. But after discussing with Ashley and the others, She decided to contribute an additional 6 galleons herself, while Ashley and the other 4 each chipped in 1, thereby gathering enough funds to acquire the coveted bow tie. Upon its acquisition, they fortuitously encountered Cedric's birthday, and thus, it was only natural for them to present the gift on that day. When Cedric received it, he was profoundly moved, repeatedly expressing his disbelief at the extravagance of the gift, which he believed had surely cost the girls dearly. The 5 girls, with tears streaming down their faces, exclaimed, "This is not merely a lavish expense. This is a significant sacrifice." A week before Halloween, Claire returned to Hogwarts clutching a slender cylindrical tube approximately 3 feet in length, along with 2 letters, one addressed to her and the other to Eric. Violet promptly handed Eric's letter over and quickly tore open her own. To her surprise, she discovered 2 sheets of different handwriting within. The first, penned by Layla, contained instructions, concluding with an inquiry about her culinary preferences for the Christmas holiday. The second was a letter from William. Although William often corresponded with her, he usually shared a single sheet with Layla, offering succinct expressions of longing and well wishes. For a generally extroverted Gryffindor, William was notably gentle and reserved, except, of course, for the incident years ago when he had unceremoniously ejected a Death Eater from their home. Violet was somewhat taken aback by the lengthy discourse from William and began to read attentively. The first half of the letter contained his concern and comfort regarding her injury from the sour sweet candy, along with his palpable frustration towards Fred and George, and reminders for her to prioritize her safety. Nothing unusual. However, the latter half took a rather peculiar turn. William strongly endorsed her intentions to retaliate, but insisted that the creation of props should be his responsibility as a father rather than Layla's. Violet read this with confusion, her mind swirling with questions. Why? Was he worried about exhausting his wife? Did he feel undervalued by his daughter? As she continued reading, her perplexity deepened. William remarked that her sketches were commendable, but advised her not to draw anymore, as both he and Layla had been startled upon seeing them. Layla's escalating fear, he noted, only fueled her anger over her mistreatment, resulting in increasingly terrifying props that ultimately frightened her into nightmares. With each line, Violet's expression twisted in disbelief. Layla truly ought to ask William to handle such matters if she was frightened. Why subject herself to this torturous cycle? Conclusively, William reiterated that for any future parental assignments, she must prioritize consulting him first. Violet, exasperated, folded the letters and returned them to their envelope, convinced that her parents were decidedly misaligned. After hastily consuming a few bites of dinner, she took the slender tube back to her dormitory. Upon returning, Violet tossed her bag at the foot of her bed, startling Sesame, who raised its head with a disgruntled squint before curling up in another direction. "It was my fault, dear. I shouldn't have frightened you," Violet cooed. Offering an apology, she gently rubbed its warm, soft belly, coaxing it into a blissful purring state, eventually leaving it sprawled on its back. Once she had pacified her furry companion, Violet eagerly unrolled the contents of the tube, revealing 2 rolled-up sheets of drawing paper. As she carefully unfurled them, she gasped in shock, dropping the paper onto the floor. "Good heavens! By Merlin's beard!" Violet pressed her hand to her racing heart, astonished by the intensity of Layla's feelings towards Fred and George. If her own sketches could be considered rough drafts, then Layla's creations were the Max Pro Plus versions, exuding a palpable sense of resentment. Even under the scrutiny of her previous life's discerning gaze, they would surely be deemed too provocative. Just a single glance had sent her into a state of shock. If she were to execute her plan to terrify others, anyone with even a modicum of timidity would surely be petrified. Upon receiving the props, Violet felt an overwhelming sense of relief and elation. Even during the otherwise tense potions class, she managed to greet the brooding Professor Snape with a smile, drawing the astonished gazes of her peers. In Eric's words, Violet was positively soaring. While others approached potion making as if conducting a meticulous chemistry experiment, measuring every step with a caliper to avoid any mishaps, Violet approached it with an air of carefree spontaneity, akin to a Guangdong mother brewing a rich herbal soup, a sight that left onlookers in a state of anxious disbelief, prompting even Professor Snape to grip his wand tightly, fixated on her. Yet, the potion in her cauldron remained remarkably stable, and Snape could only admonish her twice for hazardous practices. Eric remarked, from a certain perspective, Violet could indeed be considered a potion prodigy. Chapter 19, A Halloween Fright. In the lead-up to Halloween, to discern the movements of everyone in the dormitory and the twin sleeping arrangements, Angelina devised numerous excuses to visit Fred and George's quarters. Fred and George, having already developed a newfound respect for her impressive performance in flying class, were pleasantly surprised by her frequent visits. Once all preparations were complete, the duo deliberated for an extended period before finally selecting a window of opportunity just before the Halloween feast for their operation. On the morning of Halloween, following the conclusion of herbology class, Violet once again pulled Angelina aside, swiftly handing her the re-rolled drawings and a freshly transcribed instruction manual. The next step hinged on Angelina's performance. That afternoon, coincidentally, Gryffindor and Slytherin had their flying lesson. As expected, the two houses clashed once more. Two Gryffindor boys, seizing the moment when Madame Hooch was escorting a girl who had fallen from her broom to the hospital wing, hurled insults at Terence. "Hey, pretty boy from Slytherin. What did you just say? You think a second year can join the Quidditch team? Huh, look at you. Flailing about on your broom every flying lesson. You'll be the first to get knocked off by a bludger." This year's Slytherin team consisted of just the two of them. If they actually recruited those Gryffindors next year, the Quidditch Cup would surely be lost. Had Violet been present, she would have worn the expression of a subway elder staring at a phone, thinking, "Young man, the pretty boy you mock is Slytherin's future seeker." Before the savior even steps onto the field, he has already won. Terence, unwilling to engage in a futile verbal spar, merely furrowed his brow in annoyance and ascended higher on his broom. Seeing Terence's expression, one of the Gryffindor boys, Kenneth Toller, felt insulted and, in a fit of rage, chased after him, grabbing hold of Terence's broom and yanking him down. Terence, quick on his feet, rolled over and regained his balance on the broom. Just then, Darian caught up and shoved Kenneth aside. Kenneth Toller, lacking in flying skills, let out a scream as he tumbled off his broom. At that very moment, Angelina and Elias Pinnett were passing below when Kenneth fortuitously crashed into the tail end of Angelina's broom, causing her to plummet alongside him in a chaotic tumble. Fortunately, Angelina had refrained from soaring too high, mindful of Elias's presence. Reacting swiftly after the fall, she rolled several times to dissipate the impact, emerging unscathed, albeit adorned with a layer of grass and mud. "I must say, you Gryffindors have an uncanny penchant for inflicting such injuries upon your own comrades," De Leon remarked, unable to suppress a smirk as he observed the disheveled Gryffindors. Indeed, this was not the first time. Previously, Weasley had instigated a ruckus with a creature in the greenhouse, and now Kenneth had unleashed chaos upon a fellow housemate. Terence, steering his broom with one hand, gracefully descended beside De Leon, stating, "Well, De Leon, we should count our blessings that no one was injured." He then leaned down to Kenneth, who was sprawled on the grass, gritting his teeth in discomfort, and coldly remarked, "If you're not afraid, feel free to escalate this. Madame Hooch will return shortly, and you have no grounds for justification. She will not take your side." Kenneth, incensed, shot an indignant glare at the Slytherins and opened his mouth to retort. Just then, Madame Hooch's figure appeared at the castle entrance. Elias supported Angelina, casting a disapproving glance at Kenneth, who, feeling culpable, could only see that Terence while being escorted away by Fred and George. After the flying lesson concluded, Angelina hastened back to the dormitory for a refreshing shower and changed into a clean, neat outfit. Clutching a book on Quidditch, she settled in front of the fireplace in the common room, occasionally flipping through its pages while discreetly monitoring Fred and George's movements as they contemplated leaving Gryffindor Tower. Elias, brushing her damp hair, sat beside Angelina and inquired, "Aren't you heading to the Great Hall yet?" Stealing a glance at the stairs leading to the boys' dormitory, Angelina turned a page and languidly replied, "My hair isn't completely dry yet. Stepping out in this breeze would surely lead to a cold. You all should go ahead without me." Upon hearing this, Elias reached out to touch Angelina's hair, confirming it was indeed still wet. Nodding in understanding, she joined the other girls in departing. The Gryffindor common room had already been adorned with Halloween decorations, with various spooky toys scattered across tables and chairs. Alongside several floating jack-o'-lanterns, students buzzed with excitement, animatedly discussing the upcoming Halloween feast. Before long, the common room was nearly empty. The crackling of the fire in the hearth filled the silence, radiating warmth towards the girl, who was beginning to exhibit a wild beauty. Angelina patiently waited a while longer, and soon enough, Fred and George emerged from the boys' dormitory, leaning against the back of the sofa where Angelina sat, bantering back and forth like a comedy duo. "Lucky Miss Johnson," Fred exclaimed. "Indeed, it is fortunate that no one was harmed," George chimed in. "Tonight is the Halloween feast I have eagerly anticipated. Likewise, it is an event I have been longing for." They both queried in unison, "So why aren't you heading to the Great Hall yet?" Angelina composed her expression, tousling her hair, and feigned exasperation. "My hair is still damp. I certainly do not wish to catch a cold from the wind." She then glanced at Fred. "Since you're so eager, why are you still here chatting with me?" Fred and George exchanged knowing smiles, swiftly donning the hoods of their robes, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Trick or treat. Violet and Eric, I'm familiar with this. We do the same during the holidays." Angelina burst into laughter, amused by their antics. She grabbed a handful of toffees from the candy box on the table and shoved them into the brothers' hands, playfully urging them towards the door. "All right, Here is your candy. Now hurry off. If they lingered any longer, she would have no time for mischief. With the sweets in hand, Fred and George removed their hoods, draping an arm over each other's shoulders as they jovially departed the dormitory. Once they were gone, Angelina let out a quiet sigh of relief and returned to the fireplace. Waiting a moment longer, once certain she was alone in the Gryffindor common room, she retreated to her dormitory to retrieve her hidden items from the bedside cabinet. With a lightness in her step, she made her way to Fred and George's dormitory, softly casting Alohomora to unlock the door and slipping inside. Though the Gryffindor tower was empty at that moment, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings before gently closing the door behind her. Ah, truly befitting of a boys' dormitory. The disarray is quite appalling, Angelina quipped, surveying the chaos around her. Perhaps it was her first endeavor in mischief. Her heart raced faster than usual as she fumbled with the packaging, her hands slightly trembling. After confirming the instructions, she unfolded the drawing paper she intended to use. What the? Angelina's eyes widened in shock as she discerned the contents of the drawing paper, nearly tossing it aside in horror. She placed a calming hand over her racing heart, murmuring to herself, "No wonder Violet advised me to avoid looking too closely. This is utterly terrifying. One more glance, and I'd be plagued by nightmares." Regaining her composure, Angelina deftly used the sticking charm to affix the drawing paper to the top frames of 2 beds. The haunting gaze of the figure within the drawing would align perfectly with the pillows below, ensuring the twins would meet the artwork's eerie eyes the moment they lay down. Having been reminded by Violet a week prior to master the sticking charm, she now swiftly adhered both pieces of paper in under a minute. Once affixed, she pointed her wand at the drawing paper while retrieving the instruction manual, softly reciting the incantations circled at the bottom. Before long, the paper began to dissolve like rice paper submerged in water, gradually vanishing without a trace, absorbed entirely by the bed frame. What a marvelous spell. Violet's mother is truly remarkable. Angelina marveled at the scene. After replicating the process for the second drawing, she hastily crumpled the remaining packaging together and stealthily exited the twins' dormitory. She rushed back to the common room, disposing of the packaging and instructions into the fire. To be safe, she stood by the hearth, ensuring the flames consumed all evidence before mixing the ashes with a poker. Only then did she wash her hands thoroughly, don her outer robe, and leave the common room. By the time Angelina arrived at the bustling Great Hall, night had fully enveloped Hogwarts. The stars twinkling like jewels scattered across the vast sky. Violet, somewhat distracted, listened as Carol recounted experiences of Halloween in America versus England, frequently glancing towards the entrance. Upon spotting Angelina, her eyes lit up, and she blinked inquiringly. Did it go well? Angelina responded with a reassuring glance, subtly nodding. Have no worries. Their gazes parted, appearing to others merely as a friendly exchange. Angelina was not the last Gryffindor to arrive. After she settled in her seat for 5 or 6 minutes, a breathless Oliver Wood rushed in, broom in hand. A few Slytherins followed closely behind Professor Snape, and only then was the student body fully assembled. Dumbledore was engaged in animated conversation with Professor McGonagall, and upon seeing Professor Snape take his seat, he raised his hand to signal the commencement of the feast. Violet was once again treated to the magical spectacle she had witnessed at the start of term banquet, as all the delectable dishes materialized on the long table in an instant. With nimble fingers and keen eyes, she swiftly gathered for herself 2 muffins, a slice of pumpkin pie, and 2 Orleans-style chicken wings, followed by a generous scoop of black pepper gravy mashed potatoes, and began to indulge heartily. The sweet-toothed Ashley decisively seized the last piece of apple pie before her, leaving Caro, who was a moment too slow, nearly in tears. Upon witnessing this, Cedric kindly offered her a piece from his own remaining apple pie, to which Caro responded with a radiant smile as she accepted it. Meanwhile, Ross was partaking of his steak with genteel bites, perhaps due to the festive nature of the Halloween banquet. The long table was adorned with an abundance of candies and desserts, prompting even Camille, who typically shunned sweets, to take a few mint hard candies. Children of 10 or so are in a phase of growth, their appetites insatiable. Within half an hour, the long tables of each house had been ravaged, their culinary delights reduced to mere remnants. Sated, Violet let out a contented burp. The sensation of being filled with exquisite food was delightful, causing her to squint her eyes in satisfaction. While her mind insisted she was full, her mouth yearned for more. Eric, having also reached his limit, engaged in a casual conversation with Violet. How goes your plan? Smoothly. Angelina has already set everything up. We shall see shortly how frightened we can make them. What a pity. I have yet to witness the props Aunt Layla crafted. Your ignorance is a blessing. You cannot fathom how I covet a pair of untainted eyes. Huh. That sounds quite terrifying. With the savior yet to enroll, this year's Halloween banquet concluded quietly and peacefully. After a hearty meal, Violet began to feel drowsy. Upon returning to her dormitory and washing up, she flopped onto her bed, cradling her round belly, and drifted into a deep slumber, utterly unaware that in a certain boys' dormitory of Gryffindor Tower, chaos had erupted. Since Fred and George had been bagged, they had become notably more subdued, fearful of further retribution. They had realized the identity of their captors while confined in the broom cupboard at the Quidditch pitch. It was likely that the ones who bagged them were connected to the 3 Hufflepuff girls' friends. However, they acknowledged their own culpability and accepted it. Yet, more than half a month had passed without any further encounters, and the twins began to revert to their old ways, clandestinely plotting new pranks. Fred's imaginative mind proposed a plethora of mischievous ideas, while George, being the more rational of the two, began to impose some restraint on their antics. After the Halloween banquet, they returned to their dorm with laughter, washed up, and sat down on their beds, chatting with their roommates before drawing the curtains, preparing to retire for the night. Little did they know that upon lying down, they would gaze up to see a pale girl's face on the ceiling, adorned with a ghastly smile, as her gray-white eyes slowly opened. Fred and George gasped in horror, their lips trembling, rendered speechless. The girl's eerie smile widened, her eye sockets oozing blood, slowly forming a single tear of blood, precariously poised to drop. Fred and George froze in terror. The girl gradually opened her mouth, revealing fangs stained with blood. Her mouth widened further, causing her cheeks to begin to tear. At that moment, the blood tear plopped down onto Fred and George's noses, and a pair of bloodied claws suddenly emerged from the ceiling, the girl's head following suit, silently screaming as it lunged towards Fred and George. The sight sent Fred and George into a panic, letting out a shrill scream as they tumbled off their beds, scrambling to escape the dormitory. Help! There's a female ghost. The other occupants of the dorm, who had been on the verge of slumber, jolted awake at their cries, throwing off their covers to sit up, only to catch a glimpse of the frantic figures of the twins fleeing. What's wrong? What's wrong? Jordan, seated beside George, glanced around in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Fred and George continued to scream as they raced down the spiral staircase, reaching the common room where they huddled together on the long sofa by the fireplace, trembling in fear. The commotion roused everyone in Gryffindor Tower, with Charlie and Percy being the first to arrive, checking on their younger brother's condition. Chapter 20, Castle Horror, Zombie Face to Face. The head of Gryffindor House soon followed, and upon seeing that Fred and George were unharmed, patiently inquired as to what had transpired. During the inquiry, curious students gathered in the common room, watching as the pale-faced twins stuttered through their explanations, whispering among themselves. It was quite a sight. They were known for pranking others, yet here they were, truly terrified. Whoever did this has accomplished what I have long desired. Didn't they say there was a female ghost? But isn't Hogwarts reputed to be the safest place in the wizarding world? How could there be a ghost? Could it be because today is Halloween? Once the two house leaders grasped the situation, they proceeded to examine the twins' beds, but found nothing but the clean wooden bed frames, devoid of any evidence. Exchanging glances, they sensed something was amiss. The Weasley twins, notorious for their audacity, were now cowering in fear at the mere mention of a ghost, refusing to step back into the dorm. After deliberation, the two house leaders decided to report the incident to Professor McGonagall. Upon hearing the news, Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment before summoning Dumbledore, and together they made their way to Gryffindor Tower. Having changed into his pajamas, Professor McGonagall quickly arrived at the dormitory where the ghostly disturbance had been reported, and they split up to investigate the twins' beds. Dumbledore, with his elder wand in hand, meticulously examined every corner of the bed frame, particularly the ceiling where the twins claimed the ghost had appeared. When the tip of the wand approached the area where the drawing paper merged, he paused, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered, then gently caressed each inch of the wood with his elongated fingers. Outside, Angelina observed Dumbledore's actions, her heart racing with apprehension. For the very spot he was touching corresponded precisely with the drawing paper's location. Fear gripped her. She had anticipated only summoning Professor McGonagall, never expecting Dumbledore himself would come, and she felt on the verge of exposure. Meanwhile, Dumbledore concluded his inspection, withdrawing his hand, a contemplative expression on his face as he gazed at the ceiling, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his blue eyes behind his half-moon glasses. Before meeting Professor McGonagall's gaze, they exchanged a knowing look and turned to leave the dormitory, returning to the common room by the fireplace, awaiting the arrival of the Gryffindor students. Albus, did you uncover something? I sense something is amiss, yet I lack clarity, McGonagall inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. His tone relaxed. Oh, there's no need for undue concern, Minerva. Merely a rather clever one-time prank, truly, quite ingenious. The dormitory is now free of danger. Yet, I must say, it has been over a decade since I've encountered such a tactic. Professor McGonagall appeared puzzled. Over a decade? Before she could ponder further, Dumbledore gestured. And she understood, opting to remain silent. The Gryffindor students had gathered, and Dumbledore reassured the frightened students. Professor McGonagall and I have just conducted a thorough inspection, and there is nothing amiss in the dormitory. This evening marks Halloween, and perhaps it is merely the spirits within the castle playing tricks. So there is no need for excessive alarm. As the night deepens, everyone should feel free to retire to their chambers for rest. The other students, not having witnessed the events firsthand, were reassured by the esteemed headmaster's words, and they gradually made their way back to their dormitories in small groups. Angelina, anxious about being discovered, quietly exhaled in relief as she linked arms with Elia on their return, observing Fred and George still appearing dazed. Charlie and Percy chose to remain in the common room to continue comforting them. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall departed the Gryffindor Tower, their leisurely footsteps echoing in the dimly lit and tranquil corridor as they resumed their earlier conversation. Albus, what did you mean by that reference to events over a decade ago? McGonagall inquired. Have you not recalled? Over a decade ago, James and that individual were similarly tormented. James insisted that you identify the instigator. Upon mentioning that individual, both Dumbledore and McGonagall fell momentarily silent. Yet, as the topic shifted, McGonagall recalled the incident and, striving to lighten the mood, remarked, "Ah, I remember now. You discovered it was a girl from Hufflepuff collaborating with a boy from Gryffindor, correct? Huh. Their methods mirror those of the past, perhaps even more exquisite. No wonder the Weasley twins were so thoroughly frightened." McGonagall, reflecting on Fred and George's pallor, grew concerned. It may be even more terrifying than back then. You saw how all the Weasley boys looked. Albus, do you not think we should pen a letter to advise them? Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, responding, "You are the head of Gryffindor. You may decide. However, do not be overly harsh. Ultimately, this incident was instigated by the Weasley twins. A mother defending her children is not in the wrong." McGonagall nodded, her mind already made up as the two tall figures gradually faded into the distance. On the northern slope of White Weasel Mountain, beneath a starlit sky, a couple strolled hand in hand across the grass in front of their home, occasionally leaning their heads together to share a laugh. As the night grew late, it was time to retire. Ah, by the way, Violet wrote back last time to say she would be taking action tonight. Do you think Professor McGonagall will realize that it was my doing? Well, it's hard to say. If it's just Professor McGonagall, she probably won't figure it out. But if Professor Dumbledore is involved, it may not remain concealed. True enough. We were so discreet back then. Yet Dumbledore still uncovered it. Never mind, I'm tired. Let us head back. Right? We've been out too long. You don't want to strain your back again. The following morning, Violet, having slept soundly, did not linger in bed as she and Ashley arrived at the Great Hall, feeling invigorated. The hall, typically lively, buzzed even more with excitement that day. Students animatedly discussed something, punctuated by exaggerated gestures and expressions. News of last night's haunting at Gryffindor Tower had spread like wildfire throughout every corner of Hogwarts. Gossip, as it often does, morphed through imagination, rapidly evolving into various versions. During breakfast, Violet and Ashley had already heard several retellings. Albert, slicing into his steak, exclaimed, "I heard a Gryffindor student was splattered with blood dripping from the ceiling while they slept." Fiona, sipping her corn juice, chimed in excitedly, "But I heard Peeves transformed into a female ghost and terrified the Gryffindor students." Lewis, with bacon in his mouth, mumbled, "I heard there was a vampire in Gryffindor Tower." The most outrageous claim came from Tonks, who waved her knife and fork, declaring, "Last night a Dementor attacked Gryffindor Tower, and some students were kissed by it." Andrew, slicing his sausage, added with an air of mystery, "They're all wrong. A Death Eater hid a corpse in Gryffindor Tower, and an enraged Dumbledore gave them a good thrashing." Kara, puffing up with faux seriousness, insisted, "No, it was a werewolf hiding in Gryffindor Tower, chasing after those two brothers." The very instigator of the chaos stood aghast. If one disregards the element of timeliness, it is true that a werewolf had indeed once taken refuge in Gryffindor. After breakfast, Ashley went to the Ollery to send a letter, while Violet planned to return to the common room to prepare for the afternoon's transfiguration lesson. The subject had become increasingly challenging, now requiring the addition of intricate patterns to objects. Just as she reached the entrance of the Great Hall, Angelina pulled her aside to share first-hand news. "Last night the prefect asked us what happened, and we told them a ghost was smiling down at us from above our beds." "Ah, that was expected." Then the ghost's head floated out, opened its gaping maw, and its face was all cracked. That doesn't quite match my expectations." Then the ghost reached out with claws to grab us, and its head flew over to bite us. They said if we hadn't run fast, our noses would have been bitten off. What? The director, Violet, stood dumbfounded, unable to believe it. The script she had provided to Ms. Layla was clearly about a castle haunting, not a horror film akin to Resident Evil. And now there was even a face-to-face attack? It's no wonder William's letter mentioned that Ms. Layla's work had frightened even her. A zombie face-to-face assault would terrify anyone. No wonder Fred and George appeared so pale, their eyes shadowed. They likely hadn't dared to close an eye all night. Ms. Layla, you should open a horror-themed escape room in Diagon Alley. It would surely teach the wizarding world a thing or two. By the way, after the incident yesterday, the prefect summoned Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore. McGonagall didn't seem to notice anything, but Dumbledore appeared to have picked up on some clues, Angelina said anxiously. Upon hearing that the pinnacle of intelligence and power in the magical world had arrived, Violet was startled, but after a moment of contemplation, she felt reassured. She comforted Angelina, saying, "It's only natural for Dumbledore to notice something, being as clever as he is, since he hasn't sought us out for a discussion. It indicates he is aware and does not intend to pursue the matter. Just carry on as usual." Angelina, upon hearing this, felt a fraction of the tension that had been hanging over her since last night ease, and her expression relaxed. She bid farewell to Violet and hurried off to the Transfiguration classroom. Violet was not mistaken. Throughout the day, neither Professor McGonagall nor even her own head of house, Professor Sprout, sought her out. She strongly suspected that Dumbledore and McGonagall had not informed Professor Sprout of the events at all. With that thought, Violet felt a sense of relief wash over her. Little did she know that far away on White Weasel Mountain, Ms. Layla, despite her age, was still receiving reprimands from the professors at Hogwarts. During dinner, Violet recounted Angelina's story verbatim to her Ravenclaw companions, prompting them to erupt in laughter, with even Fiona dropping her apple pie in mirth. The mischievous Camille and Lewis were still play-acting the scene with exaggerated flair. No matter how extraordinary a tale, its fervor seldom lasts long. Coupled with the teacher's silence on the matter, it was mere days before few spoke of it again. The Weasley twins' harrowing experience became a light-hearted jest shared only among those in their dormitory. After Halloween, the weather seemed to plunge into a rapid descent into coldness. With the mountains surrounding the school shrouded in a gray haze, and the icy snow gradually encasing the Black Lake, causing the breath exhaled to condense into white mist. The younger students appeared to have discovered something amusing, wandering the corridors with an expression of enchantment, pretending to be adults as they puffed out clouds of vapor. Even the color of Sesame's fur deepened slightly. Eric, who had spent many years studying abroad, was accustomed to such weather. However, one morning in the auditorium, upon seeing Violet curled up like a ball, he was reminded that this weather posed a severe challenge for her. Violet, formerly known as Ling, had grown up in the warm southern regions, where, at times in December, she could still wear short sleeves while enjoying ice cream. Upon arriving here, it was the sweltering summer, and she had never experienced what a snowy winter felt like. Therefore, adapting to the winter at Hogwarts proved to be quite difficult for her, especially having to attend classes in a short skirt amidst the icy terrain, which felt akin to punishment, leading her to contemplate skipping class daily. Noticing her almost hibernating demeanor, Eric rallied everyone to request Professor Flitwick to provide extra assistance, and they learned the warming charm. Later, he also mastered Hermione's technique of trapping blue flames in a bottle, allowing Violet to carry it as a hand warmer. These measures significantly alleviated Violet's predicament, but just as she began to feel she could endure the winter comfortably, an unexpected flu outbreak swept through Hogwarts in early December. The flu initially arose among the Hufflepuffs, likely contracted by a senior student who caught a chill or was infected by other wizards while visiting Hogsmeade, and upon returning to school, began spreading it to the other Hufflepuff students. In no time, the infirmary transformed into a pediatric emergency room, bustling with patients. Since the temperature had dropped, the cold air exacerbated Violet's already sensitive nose. Fortunately, she had a mask in her luggage, which she donned, concealing her face with a scarf. Although it appeared somewhat dubious, it at least spared her from the irritation of the cold air. This precaution served her well during the initial spread of the flu, yet her dormitory companions, Rose and Carol, soon succumbed to the illness. Upon awakening the next day, she felt as though her head was heavy and her nose was completely blocked, like it had been sealed with cement, and her throat felt as if she had swallowed razor blades, her voice hoarse as if shouting for Baujuan's Anxionio. Today's herbology class was set to cover crucial knowledge, and after much internal struggle, Violet forced herself to rise, masking up to attend class. Initially, her spirits were relatively high, perhaps due to the warmer temperature in the greenhouse, causing her cheeks to feel slightly flushed. However, as time passed, a dull headache set in. After bending down to move a flower pot and standing up again, she was met with a flurry of stars before her eyes. Her entire body ached and felt weak, and she collapsed onto the ground, the flower pot rolling away and spilling its soil all over the floor. "Violet, are you all right?" Camille, her group partner, was alarmed, watching her lie motionless on the ground. She quickly removed her dragonhide gloves and, feeling a slight warmth in her palm, placed it on Violet's forehead, only to recoil in shock at the intense heat, rising to her feet in a panic and shouting, "Professor, Violet has a high fever." Instantly, all eyes in the greenhouse turned toward them. Professor Sprout hurried over, gently propping up the dizzy Violet against her thigh, conducting a brief examination of her condition, and then softly inquiring a few questions. With an authoritative tone, she declared, "Dear, you have a significant fever. We must take you to the infirmary at once for Madame Pomfrey to attend to you. Do not worry about your classes. Your health is of utmost importance." Chapter 21. Entering the infirmary. Seeing Violet's dazed eyes, lacking the strength to walk, Professor Sprout looked up and asked if any boys were willing to escort her to the infirmary. Cedric immediately removed his gloves and stepped forward, with the assistance of the professor and Camille, lifting Violet onto his back as they made their way outside. Ashley, Carol, and others wished to follow, but were halted by Professor Sprout, left anxiously peering at the greenhouse door. Violet, feeling dizzy from the fever, couldn't resist making a joke in her hoarse voice. Cough, cough. "Huh, why is it that every time I go to the infirmary, it's always being carried?" Hearing her cough, Cedric worriedly pressed his lips together, adjusting her on his back and quickening his pace, while Camille supported her to prevent her from slipping down, her eyes filled with concern and urgency. It was still class time, and the corridors were mostly empty. They soon arrived at the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey rushed to meet them upon their entrance, directing them to place Violet on the sickbed. Violet strained to lift her gaze, and lo and behold, it was the same bed as last time. What a coincidence! Listening to Madame Pomfrey's instructions, Camille carefully removed Violet's coat, mask, and shoes, then covered her with a thick blanket. Cedric succinctly summarized her symptoms. Madame Pomfrey. Violet fainted in class due to a high fever, and she was also coughing on the way here. Her voice is very hoarse. Madame Pomfrey, having grasped the general situation, spoke softly to Violet to avoid misdiagnosis. "My dear, besides the high fever and cough, do you feel discomfort anywhere else?" Violet, her face flushed, suppressed the itch in her throat and cleared it, responding, "My whole body aches. I feel hot and cold alternately. I have no strength. My head hurts. My nose is blocked, and I had a bit of ringing in my ears earlier." Madame Pomfrey nodded, conducting a thorough examination of her body, and after ensuring she was snug under a thick blanket, she hurried away to fetch some medicine. In her past life as Ling Wei, she had a friend studying medicine, and because of her, Ling Wei always held a deep respect for the angels in white. That medical student often lamented how challenging it was to diagnose patients who could not articulate their discomfort accurately, requiring more effort for a proper diagnosis. Thus, Violet, in her later years, would always prepare a precise account of her symptoms to relay to doctors before visiting the hospital, which significantly improved the efficiency of her diagnoses. Soon, Madame Pomfrey returned with 3 vials of potion, instructing Violet to drink them. "One is a cooling potion. Your fever is quite high, and we must reduce it quickly. The second is a tonic to alleviate your cold, and the third is a dreamless sleep potion, which will allow you to rest well. There is no remedy more restorative than sleep." Violet, still haunted by the memory of the last potion, was reluctant to drink it again. Yet, feeling utterly miserable, and with the 3 watching her with expressions that brooked no refusal, she pouted and, with the determination of a warrior before battle, downed all 3 potions at once, only to be met with the inevitable coughing fit that felt as if her insides were being rearranged. Before she could even savor the taste of the potions, the effects of the dreamless sleep potion kicked in. Her eyes rolled back, and she fell straight back, losing consciousness and plunging into a deep sleep, its onset swifter than anesthesia. Immediately, the effects of the stimulant became apparent. Camille and Cedric beheld a girl, unconscious upon the bed, her ears emitting white smoke akin to the locomotive of the Hogwarts Express. Madame Pomfrey, unfazed, gently tucked Violet in with a blanket, meticulously securing the corners, before shooing the still anxious Camille and Cedric out of the infirmary. "She will need to sleep until lunch. Your presence here is of no use. Hurry back to class." Reluctantly, they complied and departed. After the herbology class, Hufflepuff hurried to the dungeon for their joint potions lesson with Ravenclaw. Camille furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. "I fear that with Violet so gravely ill, I shall be unable to focus during potions." Ashley sighed wistfully. "At least you have your brother to rely on. I usually partner with Violet. Despite her intimidating approach to potion making, we've never encountered any mishaps. Now that she is absent, I find myself even more apprehensive." Camille pondered. "Is it I who depends on him, or he on me?" This thought left her feeling despondent about the upcoming lesson. Cedric, leading the way, wore a somber expression, devoid of his usual cheer. Upon hearing Ashley's words, he paused and turned back. "Coincidentally, Andrew is also unwell today. I shall partner with you." Ashley's spirits lifted at this news, for Cedric was among the top potion makers, and she quickly nodded in agreement. Yet, she sighed again, her demeanor still lacking vitality. The Ravenclaw students had already arrived in the classroom, busily engaged in their studies. Noticing the trio's in trance, their expressions darkened, inciting a flicker of curiosity. Eric perceptively noted Violet's absence and furrowed his brow. Observing Ashley, who typically partnered with Violet, now aligned with Cedric, his confusion deepened. Camille lethargically dragged herself to a seat beside Lewis and collapsed, sighing heavily. Lewis sensed something was amiss and, with concern, inquired, "What's wrong? Are you unwell? Have you caught something?" He reached out, placing his hand on Camille's forehead. She shook her head, recalling Violet's recent condition, her eyes reddening. Turning to Eric, she solemnly stated, "It's not me. I am fine." Lewis was perplexed. If she were indeed well, why did she appear so drained? Just then, Cedric approached, standing beside Eric as he announced, "Eric, Violet developed a high fever during herbology." Before Cedric could finish, Eric shot up, disbelief etched across his face. "What?" He then cast an inquiring glance toward the girls who shared a dormitory with Violet. Camille turned to face Eric, looking up at him. After the cold set in, Violet has been wearing a mask. We could not discern when she began to feel feverish. She was not in good spirits when she arose, and halfway through class, she succumbed and fainted. It was then we noticed her face was flushed with fever. Lewis, equally astonished, remarked, "Violet usually appears quite healthy. How could she fall ill so severely?" Ross and Carol exchanged guilty looks. "It's likely we transmitted the flu to her." Fiona, worried, asked, "Where's Violet now? How is she faring?" Cedric, upon hearing this, raised his palm to calm their worries, explaining, "Professor Sprout promptly instructed Camille and me to take her to the infirmary. We stayed until she had taken her medicine and fallen asleep. You are well aware of Madame Pomfrey's skills. There is no cause for alarm." Eric's concern intensified, and he hoisted his bag, intending to skip class to check on the infirmary, only to be seized by Cedric, who grasped his arm. "Do not be hasty. She is under Madame Pomfrey's care and will be fine." Skipping class would only result in trouble with Professor Snape. As if summoned by their conversation, Professor Snape abruptly pushed open the dungeon door, his flowing robes swirling with a chilling wind that further lowered the already cold temperature, causing all present to shudder. His gaze fell upon Eric, and his expression darkened as he coldly inquired, "It's nearly time for class, Mr. Liu. Where do you think you are headed with that bag? Do you have grievances regarding my teaching?" The students fell silent, and Cedric felt apprehensive. Tightening his grip on Eric's arm and signaling him urgently, Eric closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, his hands clenched tightly before he released them, and, upon opening his eyes again, spoke with calm resolve, "No, Professor. This seat is rather cold. I merely intended to change seats." He reassured himself that since Violet was in Madame Pomfrey's capable hands, she would receive thorough care. If he fled class in a fit of anxiety, it would only serve to unsettle her further, hindering her recovery. Professor Snape remained silent, his penetrating gaze scrutinizing Eric as though he sought to extract the truth from his words. He had already noted the absence of the Hufflepuff girl notorious for her crude potion-making methods, and the Ravenclaw before him was invariably her shadow. Coupled with the bag he carried and his barely concealed anxiety, it was not difficult for Snape to surmise that the Hufflepuff girl was likely reporting her condition to Madame Pomfrey. Even if their potions had compelled him to begrudgingly grant them an O, he felt no inclination to display kindness towards them. Snape's icy scrutiny made the other students lower their heads, the timorous ones beginning to tremble, none daring to disrupt the palpable tension, fearful that any utterance would invite Snape's wrath and result in lost points. Thus, silence loomed like a low-pressure system, suffocating the already oppressive dungeon atmosphere. After what felt like an eternity, just as Eric's face began to pale, the class bell rang, shattering the standoff. Snape raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth twitching into a barely perceptible smirk. "The bell has rung. Why are you still standing there? Return to your seats at once. Today we shall concoct a swelling solution. The ingredient list is on the board. Retrieve your materials from the shelf promptly." Cedric exhaled in relief, shooting a warning glance at Eric. Once he received a nod in response, he weakly made his way back to his partner. The potions class proceeded unusually smoothly, partly due to the simplicity of the swelling solution, which required no stirring, thus significantly increasing the margin for error. Furthermore, those prone to mishaps fortuitously had competent partners. Even Lewis, typically prone to errors during potion making, surprisingly maintained a steady hand this time. When Professor Snape assessed the swelling solution Lewis submitted, he regarded it with astonishment, as if to wonder whether Rowena Ravenclaw herself had returned to restore the other half of his brain. Eric, having handed in his potion, swiftly departed with his bag, while Professor Snape's expression darkened to the point of rivaling the shade of his robes. For reasons unclear, although Snape had awarded an A for their swelling solution, Eric could not shake the feeling that he was being subjected to ridicule. Lewis, dragged along by Camille, fled the dungeon as if pursued by hounds. Camille cast a sympathetic glance at her foolish brother. There was no mistaking that look in his eyes. It spoke volumes, suggesting he had finally managed to engage his intellect for once. Cedric and the others hastily caught up, and Ross inquired, "Since we have no classes this afternoon, would anyone care to visit Violet in the hospital wing?" Fiona, who had always been Ross's partner in potions, recalled their schedule for the day and responded, "We are free until 3 o'clock. Why not go after lunch? We can bring some treats for Violet." The group unanimously agreed, and on their way, Carol and Ashley debated not only what food to bring, but also what else might be suitable. Albert initially suggested bringing some fresh flowers, but upon feeling the biting cold of the snowflakes carried by the wind, he quickly realized that finding flowers in the depths of winter was a futile endeavor. "There are flowers in the greenhouse. If we explain the situation to Professor Sprout, she is quite concerned about Violet and should not refuse our request," Cedric gently proposed. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, they were unsurprised to discover that Eric was absent. It seemed he had rushed straight to the hospital wing after class. Albert sighed, realizing he would have to save a meal for his roommate. Alone in the hospital wing, Eric arrived just as Violet was awakening from her slumber. Madame Pomfrey's dreamless sleep potion had been administered with precision, and indeed, she was stirring just in time for a meal. Under Madame Pomfrey's stern gaze, Eric tread lightly as he approached his ailing companion's bedside. Violet, just coming to, had not yet fully focused her eyes, her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue. The effects of the stimulant potion still lingered, causing her ears to emit a comical wisp of smoke. Sensing Eric blocking the light, she gazed hazily in his direction, and it took several moments for her mind to clear completely. "What brings you here?" Violet asked, her brow furrowing immediately. The good news was that she had not lost her voice. The bad news was that her voice had transformed, sounding akin to a bellowing buffalo in the fields. A tone so unpleasant she could not suppress a roll of her eyes. Seeing Violet struggle to sit up, he quickly moved to assist her, propping her up with a pillow. Camille placed her discarded clothes on the chair beside the bed. And although Eric intended to retrieve them and drape them over Violet to shield her from the chill, the icy touch made him reconsider. He opted instead to remove his own outer robe and drape it over her shoulders. In winter, one often wonders whether it is the clothing that warms the person or the person that warms the clothing. He was determined not to inadvertently worsen Violet's condition with well-meaning but misguided intentions. Chapter 22. Bearing the badge of goodness, yet engaging in foolishness. Violet, feeling the warmth radiating from the robe, felt immediately comforted and weakly quipped, "I never expected to find myself as a Ravenclaw." Upon witnessing Violet's attempt to rise, Madame Pomfrey approached to assess her condition. "Your fever has not completely subsided. Once you have something to eat, you will need to take another dose of medicine. If your fever breaks before dinner, you won't need to stay overnight." Violet obediently nodded, and Madame Pomfrey, observing her frail state, affectionately patted her head and poured her a glass of warm water before returning to her desk for lunch. Usually, she would dine in the Great Hall, but concerned for Violet's health, she had arranged for the house elf to deliver her meal directly to the hospital wing. Eric carefully placed his hand against Violet's forehead, the abnormal warmth causing his expression to grow serious. Before he could inquire about the severity of her illness, Violet, with great effort, began to speak in her raspy voice. "The Hufflepuff flu has been circulating for ages, and I've only just succumbed. My immune system did its best." Despite her condition, her spirit remained intact, and Eric noted her attempt at humor as a sign of recovery. "Thank you for the compliment." She coughed lightly, then added, "I feel a bit hungry." Upon hearing this, Eric instinctively leaned forward. "What would you like to eat? I can fetch it for you." Violet's eyes sparkled with nostalgia as she replied, "I'm craving lean meat congee. You know, the kind with finely shredded meat, soft and creamy, with a strong ginger flavor." In moments of vulnerability, one often yearns for the comforts of home. Eric understood that she longed for her hometown's congee. He pondered briefly and did not refuse her request. Though he was aware that British pork often carried an unpleasant taste due to the methods of preparation and slaughter. Since arriving, Violet had been particularly critical of the pork here. "I'm not sure if the kitchen has prepared pork today. If not, I can ask the house elf to chop up some duck meat instead and add ginger to make the congee. My mother always said duck meat is warming and perfect for someone recovering. What do you think?" Violet readily agreed, nodding enthusiastically, her eyes shining with delight. She simply yearned for the congee of her homeland, and the specific ingredients were of little concern to her. Eric placed his bag on the bedside table and swiftly made his way to the kitchen. Before leaving, he handed Violet his potions textbook and notebook, fearing she might grow bored waiting for him. Since Violet had treated them to a late-night snack, they had learned to place their orders in the kitchen after dinner. Mainly due to the considerable distance from Ravenclaw Tower, venturing out late could easily lead to missing curfew. Thus, Eric was now quite familiar with the route to the kitchen. Upon arrival, he spotted the house elf, Bobo, resting in a corner. Bobo had been introduced to him by Violet. and it was always Bobo who assisted them during their kitchen visits. Noticing the familiar face at the door, Bobo perked up, eager to assist. "Sir, how may I help you?" "Bobo will do everything possible to fulfill your request." Bobo blinked with wide, earnest eyes, displaying a keen eagerness. "Bobo, Violet is unwell, and I need your help to prepare a bowl of congee. I will tell you the specifics shortly," Eric explained, crouching down to meet Bobo's gaze gently. Upon hearing that the little witch, who often concocted delightful dishes with him, was ill, Bobo gasped softly, its eyes widening with concern. "Please, sir, do not hesitate to give instructions. Bobo wishes for the food to help the young lady recover swiftly." With that, Bobo bowed deeply. Following Eric's guidance, Bobo gathered pork, beef, and duck, chopping and marinating them meticulously, while ginger was finely minced. Eric, having been cautioned by his mother that chicken could worsen a cold, did not request any chicken. To minimize waste, they decided to prepare the congee base first. Although Eric remembered the desired consistency of the congee, he was uncertain about the preliminary steps and failed to achieve the proper result after 3 attempts. Fortunately, the experienced Bobo suggested washing the rice, adding a pinch of salt and sesame oil, and allowing it to rest. Then, Bobo retrieved a clay pot, measuring the water to rice at a ratio of 1 to 100, bringing it to a boil before adding the rice. Once the rice was added, the pot was covered and the heat reduced to allow it to simmer, stirring occasionally to prevent sticking. The resulting congee was nearly perfect. The rice cooked to a creamy consistency, with each grain completely dissolved, creating a smooth and velvety texture. Eric beamed at the successful pot of congee, genuinely praising, "Bobo, you are truly remarkable. I find myself at a loss regarding the precise methods. You merely listened to me a few times and then independently discovered the solution." Bubbling with joy at Eric's praise, Bobo shyly lowered its head. With the successful creation of the porridge base, Bobo's confidence surged, and it divided the pot of porridge into 3 portions, each transformed into lean meat porridge, beef porridge, and duck puree porridge. Uncertain of Violet's condition, it merely thought to prepare several varieties to provide her with more options. Bobo carefully ladled the cooked porridge into a food box, thoughtfully casting a warming charm before delicately handing it to Eric. Eric received it with both hands, emptied his pockets of all the candies, and placed them in Bobo's palm, sincerely expressing his gratitude before hastily departing the kitchen. As Bobo watched Eric leave, it pondered the idea of perhaps requesting a break in the afternoon to clandestinely visit the little witch in the medical wing. When Eric returned with the porridge to the medical wing, he found a throng gathered around Violet's bedside, with Madame Pomfrey's face darkened like the bottom of a cauldron, as she contemplated whether a mop or a broom would be more effective. "Please make way. I have brought food for Violet." Cedric and Ashley turned to see a perspiring Eric and quickly cleared a path. After finishing their meal, they had sought Professor Sprout's assistance, and the kind-hearted professor readily agreed, personally escorting them to the greenhouse, where she helped them clean the flowers they had selected, transforming them into a bouquet with ribbons conjured by her wand, and sprinkling a few droplets of water along with the vital warming charm. "It is commendable that you show concern for your classmates and foster camaraderie. This is excellent." Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw each earned 5 points. Professor Sprout remarked with satisfaction, encouraging them, "Go now. The flowers symbolize vitality, and Violet will surely feel better upon seeing your heartfelt gesture." This is perhaps why many students at Hogwarts hold Professor Sprout in such high regard. The flowers they brought required 3 vases from Madame Pomfrey to accommodate them all. Noticing the food box Eric carried, Ashley and Ross knowingly moved the bedside table closer, allowing Eric to place the food atop it. "We didn't know what you might eat, so we only brought flowers and a card. Thankfully, Eric has brought you food." Camille assisted in placing the steaming food box down, her fingertips reddened from the heat, quickly rubbing them against her ear. Eric opened the lids one by one, handing Violet a spoon. "I'm not certain of the exact steps, but luckily Bobo is clever and figured it out after a few tries. It looks quite similar to what we used to have." Violet scooped a few spoonfuls of the porridge, pleasantly surprised to find it indeed resembled her memories. However, she was puzzled by the presence of 3 bowls. Catching the questioning look in Violet's eyes, Eric promptly explained, "Bobo said it would be nice to prepare several flavors for you to choose from. The meat was marinated exceptionally well. I tasted it when it was freshly made." Observing her delicate condition, it seemed best for her to speak less. Violet was profoundly touched, never expecting Bobo, a mere sprite, to be so considerate towards her. "I don't believe we've ever had this kind of porridge," Carol remarked curiously, gazing at the steaming bowl. Albert chimed in, "I've had oatmeal once, but it was much thicker, resembling a failed potion by Lewis." Innocently called out, Lewis rolled his eyes at him. Fiona attentively observed, before coming to Hogwarts, "I loved visiting Muggle Chinese restaurants with my parents, where I also had porridge, but none was as well cooked as this. It smells delightful and instantly appetizing." The portions were modest, Yet Bobo's culinary skill wafted an irresistible aroma that piqued Violet's appetite. She finished the duck puree and lean meat porridge, leaving only a small amount of the beef porridge. Seeing that her appetite was quite good, everyone felt relieved. A healthy appetite is essential for recovery. Even Madame Pomfrey's expression softened slightly upon witnessing it. Eric continued to tidy the food box while inquiring, "Would you like porridge again tonight, or do you prefer something else?" Feeling slightly better after the warm porridge, Violet tilted her head in contemplation and softly replied, "If I don't have to stay here tonight, I would like to join you all in the Great Hall for dinner. If luck isn't on my side, perhaps a pumpkin and rib stew would suffice." Eric nodded. "All right, I will check on you after my transfiguration class this afternoon. If you are well enough to be discharged, I will take you along to the Great Hall." Ross seemed to recall something and pulled 2 sandwiches from his backpack, placing them on the bedside table. "I remember porridge doesn't quite fill you up. If you get hungry this afternoon, you can have these." "Sounds good, thank you," Violet said, her eyes narrowing with childlike glee as she expressed her gratitude. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey approached with a stern demeanor, ushering everyone out. Ashley and Carol hurriedly placed chocolate frogs on the bedside table before being swept away with the rest by Madame Pomfrey. Violet leaned back to rest for a while, and after taking her second dose of medicine, she drifted into a deep sleep, awakening only as the sunlight streaming into the ward turned golden. Upon waking from this slumber, she felt a remarkable lightness in her body. All symptoms of her cold vanished, and her once dull mind regained its clarity. The lights in the medical wing were fully illuminated, and Eric sat in a chair by her bedside, his crossed legs resting atop an open notebook. A long piece of parchment lay before him, and he was engrossed in writing with a quill. After squinting to focus for a moment, Violet noticed that the parchment was filled with transfiguration notes. It seemed Eric had been there for quite some time, working on his homework while she slept. "Isn't your neck uncomfortable from writing like that?" Violet asked softly, surprised to find her voice had returned to normal, no longer resembling the croaky sound of a cow. Hearing Violet's voice, Eric paused mid-sentence, abruptly looking up, then hastily set aside his transfiguration assignment, helping Violet, who was stretching, to sit up. "When I arrived, Madame Pomfrey was examining you, but you were still asleep," Eric said gently, pouring her a glass of warm water. "Oh, what did Madame Pomfrey say?" Violet inquired, taking slow sips of water to soothe her parched throat from fever. Eric appeared considerably more relaxed than at noon, reassuringly stating, "She said you have broken your fever and won't need to stay here tonight. You do need to be cautious for the next few days, though. Don't catch a chill again. You must be feeling much better now, right?" After finishing the water, Violet patted her chest, declaring, "With one meal, I could take on a griffin." Eric chuckled at her playful remark, shaking his head. At that moment, Professor Snape entered the medical wing, carrying a batch of freshly brewed potions. Upon entering, he happened to catch the 2 exchanging smiles, grimacing at their lightheartedness as he approached Madame Pomfrey. "This is the 3rd stimulant I've brewed this month. I hope it will be the last," he remarked, his tone laced with impatience. One can only hope that the students at Hogwarts will soon gain a clearer understanding of their physical limits. With that, Professor Snape turned on his heel, pausing briefly by Violet's bedside to cast a sidelong glance at the pair, deliberately elongating his voice as he said, "Let us not have anyone returning here every few days for potions." After speaking, Professor Snape strode out of the infirmary, leaving the 2 bemused individuals to sulk at his retreating figure, with Violet furiously shaking her fist at him. Despite ostensibly playing the role of the good guy, he still managed to irk them. Once Professor Snape departed, Violet was also granted permission by Madame Pomfrey to leave the infirmary. Eric carried Violet's backpack as they conversed while making their way to the Great Hall. Violet's exuberant return alleviated the concerns of those who had worried about her. Before the meal commenced, Eric attentively reminded her to be cautious with her diet, and their classmates, including Ashley, listened intently. When the food was served, Violet's eager gaze fixated on the roasted chicken wings and potato wedges. Just as she reached out, Ashley firmly restrained her and coldly interjected, "Eric just said you can't eat fried foods for the next few days, so don't even think about it." Violet blinked her large, grape-like eyes and pouted pitifully at Ashley, who remained unmoved, her resolve as steadfast as a rock. Sitting across from her, Ross quickly attempted to diffuse the situation. "Violet, don't you love meat sauce lasagna? They have it today. Let me get you a portion." Camille, seated beside her, knowingly took Violet's plate and had Ross fill it with a generous serving of meat sauce lasagna. Chapter 23, An Unexpected Event Before Christmas. Carol also chimed in. "Did Madame Pomfrey not say you should eat more vegetables and fruits? Come, let me fetch you some fruit salad." Even Cedric poured her a cup of warm pumpkin juice, advising, "If it gets cold, pour it out and refill it. You should drink it warm for these few days." With tears welling in her eyes, Violet slurped a mouthful of noodles, conceding that she could not refuse everyone's good intentions. It was only for a few days, she could endure. Having spent less than 3 months back at school and already visiting the infirmary twice, Violet had become the focus of concern among her roommates. Although she repeatedly insisted that she had fully recovered, Ashley and the others still regarded her as frail and prone to illness. Violet protested, "I am fine. I could go out and fetch a sack right now." As December approached, Professor Sprout began compiling a list of students who would remain at school for the holidays. Violet and Eric had long decided to return home for the festivities. In truth, they were eager to experience the Christmas atmosphere at Hogwarts. However, their return was primarily to discuss the specifics of advanced defense against the dark arts with Uncle Alan, leaving them to regretfully await next year's Christmas. Among the other 4 in their dormitory, only Carol planned to stay behind, while the others intended to spend Christmas with their families. Yet, a week after Carol submitted her name, on a snowy afternoon, a frost-covered owl delivered a letter to her. Carol hastily tore it open, her eyes widening in panic as she rushed to find Professor Sprout. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Upon returning to their dormitory, they found Carol with tear-streaked cheeks packing her belongings, and the situation became clear. "My parents had planned to spend this Christmas in America with my grandparents, but I thought it was too far and told them I would stay at Hogwarts for the holidays." Carol sobbed, wiping her tears. "Who knew they received a letter yesterday saying that my grandfather was struck in the back of the head by a snowball containing stones while visiting a friend's house and lost consciousness immediately?" Violet and the others gasped in shock. Stuffing stones in a snowball was simply unconscionable. "My aunt's letter said that the wound on my grandfather's head was treated with potions, but he remains in a coma. They are worried about what might happen, urging us to hurry to Arizona. Just in case, we want to see him one last time." Carol's eyes were already swollen from crying. Ross helped her to sit down on the edge of her bed, gently comforting her. Camille assisted by retrieving winter clothing and footwear from the wardrobe, while Violet and Ashley organized her belongings in the suitcase. Fortunately, with only a week left until the Christmas break, they could quickly catch up on the missed classes, and they promised to compile notes for her. Along with her Christmas gifts, Violet took the neatly folded sweater and scarf from Camille and placed them in the suitcase. Camille, holding a deep blue outer robe, reminded Carol, "You don't need to worry about holiday assignments. Your situation is special, and they shouldn't impose strict requirements on you. Even if they do, we will be here to help." Ashley produced a tiny diamond-shaped black obsidian pendant from beneath her pillow, placed it in a small, deep brown flannel bag, and gently placed it in Carol's palm. "This is a pendant my godmother gave me at birth, said to bring good luck to its wearer. Later, she gave me a similar one, but I still believe this one is more potent. Whether you wear it or give it to Mr. Miller, I hope it brings you both good fortune." Carol clutched the bag containing the blessing tightly, her eyes glistening with gratitude as she looked up at Ashley, her long lashes adorned with shimmering tears. Though Ross felt that the elderly gentleman had suffered greatly, she endeavored to console Carol. "Speaking of good luck, do you remember Violet often says that kind and cheerful people do not have bad luck?" Upon hearing this, Violet nodded vigorously in agreement, as if to affirm Ross's words. "You have told us so many stories about Mr. Miller's good deeds and amusing antics, which clearly indicates that he is favored by fortune." In just about 10 minutes, the girls had organized Carol's belongings. Together with Professor Sprout, they braved the harsh wind and snow to escort her to the school gates. The weary Mr. and Mrs. Miller awaited in a carriage at the entrance, and upon seeing the group approach, they disembarked, conjuring an invisible umbrella with magic, stepping forward cautiously. Ross and Camille handed Carol's luggage to the Millers, who graciously accepted it, expressing their gratitude. Before beginning a conversation with Professor Sprout to allow the children some space for farewells, Violet took Carol's hands in her own, looking into her similarly dark eyes, and sincerely wished, "Carol, I wish you the best of luck. We shall see each other after the holidays." With a firm grip, she released her hands and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Carol's anxious heart was calmed significantly by the hug, feeling the strength Violet sought to impart. Tears welled in her eyes as she exhaled a shaky breath, choking out, "Thank you for your blessings. We will see each other after the holidays." The other girls approached one by one to embrace and bid farewell, fully aware that time waits for no one, and they did not linger too long. After the 5 girls shared a tight embrace, they quickly parted, accompanying Professor Sprout as they ushered the Millers and Carol into the carriage, watching it depart. The blinding snow soon obscured the carriage's trail, and once it was no longer visible, Professor Sprout hurriedly cast warming spells on each of the remaining children. "The snow is far too heavy today. Let's get back to the castle and warm up. We mustn't catch a chill again," Violet remarked. "I feel as though I was just called out. Why say again?" With Professor Sprout herding them towards the castle, the 4 swiftly returned to the warm and inviting Hufflepuff common room. Although Professor Sprout had kindly cast warming spells on them, the bitter cold still made them shiver uncontrollably. In the cozy common room, a warm supply of milk tea awaited them, and they huddled before the fireplace like 4 little bears. gradually feeling their icy fingers and toes warm after sipping 3 or 4 cups. Perhaps the note left by Violet was spotted by the house elf. For the milk tea in the lounge had recently taken on a refreshing hint of jasmine, garnering rave reviews from the Hufflepuff students. Violet made another trip to the kitchen, returning with 4 bowls of ginger milk pudding. After consuming a bowl, the lingering chill within her was dispelled, enveloping her in a comforting warmth akin to that of a soothing hot spring. Initially, Ashley and the others were not fond of the spicy ginger flavor mingling with the sweet milk, each time Violet returned with it as a late-night snack. They wore expressions of incredulity. Yet, since the heavy snow had completely encased Hogwarts, they each found excuses to sneak off to the kitchen upon returning from the outdoors, reappearing contented, their garments imbued with a faint aroma of ginger and milk. At first, Violet did not notice this change until one day. Bobo inadvertently mentioned that her friends often sought her out to make this dessert, leading Violet to a sudden realization. The harsh cold had a way of softening even the most stubborn of children. As days turned into weeks, the castle's Christmas decorations gradually multiplied. Each time Violet passed the Great Hall, she would see Professor Flitwick enthusiastically adorning the Christmas tree, while Professor Dumbledore offered suggestions nearby. Perhaps his ideas did not align with Professor Flitwick's aesthetic, for the latter always seemed somewhat exasperated. The news about Caro family reached Ravenclaw's little group the next day. The account of old Mr. Miller's injury was quite alarming, causing the young ones, save for Eric, to pale in fear. Referencing the spellcasting notes Eric had provided her, Violet absent-mindedly worked on her homework for charms, her mind wandering to Eric's earlier words, though they had become more cautious of the potential dangers in the magical world. The incident involving Mr. Caro served once again as a stark reminder. Through their daily conversations, she learned that Caro's grandfather had once been an exceptionally skilled orar, earning the respect of Eric's father, Alan. Even now, in his retirement, he could still impart wisdom to young orars. Such a powerful wizard, even with the aid of wondrous potions, remained perilously vulnerable. Without their own strength or the halo of the protagonists, they would need to exercise utmost caution to ensure their safety. Violet, what are your plans for Caro's Christmas gift? Fiona's voice brought Violet back to the present. She set down her quill and replied, "It's too far to send gifts to America in this cold. It would be rather inhumane to have an owl deliver them. Besides, considering their current situation, they likely have little interest in receiving gifts. We agreed to wait until the holiday is over to present it to her together." Fiona nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. This isn't the right time for gift-giving. I will join you in waiting until the holiday to give it to her." A week swiftly passed, and on Christmas Eve, Violet packed her belongings and placed the course notes she had prepared for Caro on her bedside table. Caro had departed before them, and due to the recent events, everyone felt a bit lethargic, casting a shadow over the dormitory's atmosphere. Violet sighed softly, genuinely missing Caro's melodious voice, akin to that of a lark, as she shared gossip. She hoped for a smooth journey for her and that the old man would awaken. Closing the bedside drawer, she grabbed her cat carrier in one hand and pulled her suitcase with the other, waiting by the door for the others. Ross and the others, like her, placed their respective notes into Caro's bedside table before dragging their suitcases to the Great Hall, where they met up with Eric and the others, joining the larger group to take a carriage to Hogsmeade Station. Through the carriage window, Violet gazed ahead, imagining that the horses pulling them were the legendary nightmares. Only those who have witnessed and understood the true meaning of death could behold the nightmare's true form. She felt fortunate and grateful, for neither in her past life nor in the present had she lost anyone close to her. She hoped that here, until the very end, neither she nor Eric would encounter a nightmare. The weather today was relatively forgiving. The wind was mild, and the overcast sky was dusted with scattered snowflakes, devoid of the previous few days' intensity that threatened to bury Hogwarts. Upon arriving at the train station, Eric took Violet's luggage and cat carrier, handing her a jar of blue flame jam, instructing her to wait on the platform while he, along with the train attendant, loaded the luggage into the compartment. "Violet, come aboard," Eric called from the compartment window after securing the luggage, promptly shutting the window tightly afterward. The vast majority of students opted to return home for the Christmas holidays, rendering the platform lively and crowded, reminiscent of the beginning of the term. While waiting, Violet found herself accidentally bumped into several times by hurried students. When Eric urged her to board the train, she breathed a sigh of relief. After 15 minutes, the train home began to move, and Violet couldn't resist stealing one last glance at Hogwarts through the window. The castle, adorned in silver, appeared more sacred and mysterious than when the term commenced, gradually fading from her view as the train accelerated. Inside the compartment, Sesame had been released, curled up on Violet's lap, her dark gray tail wagging contentedly. Due to the cold, Sesame not only had a smeared little face, but also a frizzy coat, resembling a grumpy, Fluffball Piglet compared to her arrival. Unlike the beginning of the term, in addition to her, Eric, and Cedric, the compartment now also included Ashley, Ross, and Andrew. With more people, the compartment buzzed with lively chatter, as Cedric engaged in a game of wizard chess with Andrew. Initially wary of strangers, Sesame was drawn to the animated and noisy chess pieces on the board, slowly inching over to sit beside the chessboard, tilting her little head in curiosity. Ashley and Ross were engrossed in examining the promotional catalog from Madame Malkin's robe shop. During their previous selection of gifts for Cedric, they discovered a shared taste in aesthetics, leading to a wealth of common ground in fashion. Meanwhile, Violet and Eric held onto the theory of food magic, attempting to comprehend the concepts within using their rudimentary magical knowledge. When utilizing food magic, it seemed that kitchenware was not always necessary. It appeared that during her observations in the kitchen, other house elves seldom used utensils except for soups. She recalled that Queenie had also cooked without them. I propose a bold hypothesis. Perhaps wizards and house elves use magic to simulate kitchenware and temperature, or the cooking environment itself. Violet mused. Wait, my mind is swirling. If this idea holds true, then the greatest challenge or essence of learning food magic lies in the precise control of magical output, which is a formidable task. This could pose a challenge even for many adult wizards. Lost in their academic discussion, the duo remained oblivious to the incredulous gazes from the other occupants of the compartment. Here we go again. Those two diligent students are at it again. Even during the holidays they can't stop, Ashley remarked with an exasperated sigh. Andrew had minimal interaction with their small group, and incredulously inquired of Cedric, do they usually study this diligently? Cedric nodded in a manner that suggested it was commonplace. They often study like this in the auditorium. Rose smirked slightly. The only thing that can silence them is Professor Snape personally overseeing their study sessions. Chapter 24. What is food magic? In all honesty, if it weren't for the tumultuous undercurrents and lurking dangers of the magical world, Violet and Eric would have preferred not to be so engrossed in their studies. After so many years since graduation, who would willingly return to the rigors of their senior year schedule? In truth, Ashley and the others were merely teasing. They were aware that having such an accomplished friend and roommate would undoubtedly benefit them. Setting aside the influence of their study attitudes and methods, just the discussions between the two during study sessions had often illuminated their understanding. Thus, whenever confronted with Professor Snape supervising their studies, Ashley and her friends felt rather unfortunate. As Violet would put it, they had ventured out without consulting the almanac. As evening descended, the Hogwarts Express gradually came to a halt at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station, where Violet and Eric's parents awaited them. Having spotted them on the train, the pair disembarked and navigated through the crowd towards their parents. Oh, my darling Vivi, you've been away from home for so long. Mother has missed you dearly, exclaimed Mrs. Layla, embracing Violet with fervent affection, releasing 3 months' worth of maternal love. Mr. William, ever the epitome of sophistication, took the cat carrier and, noticing his wife had no intention of releasing their daughter, could only affectionately ruffle Violet's bun of hair. Indeed, since the onset of winter, blustery weather had become frequent. Despite Violet's efforts to tie her sleek, dark hair into a tidy ponytail, the wind would leave it in disarray outdoors. By the time she returned to her dormitory, what seemed to be a reasonably neat hairstyle had turned into a tangled mess. On yet another occasion of trying to untangle her hair, Violet gazed at the heap of strands on the floor and finally resolved to twist her hair into a bun, intending to maintain this style until the snow melted away. Look at my son. He seems to have grown a bit sturdier since the start of school, Alice remarked, surveying Eric as she pinched his shoulders and gestured to his height. He appears to have gained quite a bit in stature. Those pants are just barely fitting now. Alan, I suspect we'll have to take him to Madame Malkin's robe shop again this Christmas. Alan remained silent, merely nodding in response. Seeing her son in good health, Alice turned her affectionate gaze towards Violet. Vivi seems to have lost a little weight. Her face isn't as round as it was at the beginning of the term. Is your health all right? When we heard about your injury, it truly frightened us. Violet, feeling slightly bashful, scratched her face. Madame Pomfrey is quite remarkable. I was perfectly fine the very next day. Eric even stood up for me when I was bullied. She had intended to mention how Eric had taken his friends to deal with the bullies, but upon catching Eric's frantic gestures, she swallowed her words. After all, Uncle Alan certainly had the demeanor of a strict father. It would be best not to cause Eric any trouble. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the group found a secluded corner and each disapparated back home. Upon arriving home, Violet immediately suppressed her dizziness to release Sesame. The cat seemed somewhat unfamiliar with the house, cautiously sniffing around. The other kittens left behind seemed to have forgotten about Violet and their little sister. The bolder ones jumped to higher spots to observe, occasionally hissing at Sesame, while the timid ones had long since vanished, unwilling to show themselves. Sesame, having seen enough of the world, remained unbothered even when hissed at by her own siblings, gracefully trotting after Violet back to her room. Violet enjoyed a relaxing bath, donned a wine-red puff-sleeve gown, and happily bounded downstairs with the theory of food magic in her hands. Outside, dusk had settled, and the light snow was falling slightly more densely than during the day. Yet it drifted leisurely through the air. In contrast to the icy world outside, the Violet Villa was brilliantly illuminated, and the family of ragdolls welcomed Sesame back. Frolicking and playing, William continued with the Christmas tree decorations he had started before leaving, occasionally responding to Layla's inquiries about the flavors of the dishes. Meanwhile, Layla was in the kitchen showcasing her culinary skills. With a flick of her wand, the knife on the cutting board began chopping vegetables. And with a wave of her hand, the ingredients obediently leapt into the pot, while a self-stirring spoon diligently mixed the contents. Violet stood at the kitchen door, admiring Layla's effortless multitasking, but remained silent until Layla completed 2 dishes and took a moment to drink water. "Mom, you're amazing. I can hardly comprehend this book. Yet you make it look so effortless." With that, she showcased the borrowed the theory of food magic to Layla. Layla had long noticed Violet peeking in from the kitchen door upon hearing her daughter's praise. She recalled Violet's mention in a letter about wanting to consult her on food magic. It must be said, both mother and daughter shared a profound interest in the subject. With only one more simple dish of mashed potatoes to complete, Layla seized the opportunity to address her daughter's inquiries. On the train, Eric and I discussed whether the essence of food magic is to use magic to simulate kitchen tools and cooking techniques. Isn't the difficulty rooted in the precise control of magical energy? Layla gazed at her daughter in surprise. "Well done. You've grasped the crux of the matter. How did you come to this conclusion?" Violet felt a bit shy as she replied. "We often go to the school kitchen to observe the house elves cooking. I'm not that clever. It was Eric who deduced it." "Eric? I recall that Alice's boy was sorted into Ravenclaw, correct?" Layla pondered thoughtfully, and upon receiving Violet's affirmation, continued, "That makes sense. Those who enter Ravenclaw are certainly not lacking in intelligence. So, what aspects do you find perplexing?" Violet hurried back to her room to fetch the 100,000 whys, asking her questions one by one. Layla listened attentively, endeavoring to explain in a manner that Violet would easily understand, while Violet diligently took notes. "Your understanding of magical simulation of kitchen tools is correct, but to accomplish this, a high level of mastery in transfiguration and charms is required. The foundational stage in lower-level transfiguration involves transforming one object into another. It is essential to establish a solid base. I believe you've recognized what the key to successful transfiguration is?" Violet promptly replied, "It's crucial to visualize the image as specifically as possible. The more detailed, the easier it is to succeed." Layla affirmed, "Exactly. This key point permeates all transfiguration courses. As you progress to advanced transfiguration studies, you will engage with using magic to simulate objects. Of course, many wizards struggle with this, which is why those individuals still require real kitchen tools for cooking. However, Professor McGonagall mentioned in her letter that you possess considerable talent in transfiguration. I believe you may be capable of achieving this." Violet continued to jot down Layla's words, while also inquiring, "What does mastery of charms entail?" Layla took a sip of water, contemplated for a moment, and guided Violet to consider. "In cooking, how many methods are there for handling ingredients?" Violet counted on her fingers, meticulously outlining the process: washing, chopping, chilling, or heating until cooked. "Oh, and the stirring. It's essential during seasoning and marinating, as well as when making soup and stir-frying." Layla beamed with approval. "Exactly, very thorough. Now, if you were to use spells from your charms textbook to prepare a dish, which spells would you choose?" This question left Violet momentarily perplexed. She paced the kitchen like an elderly woman, hands clasped behind her back, racking her brain to recall the spells from her charms book. Meticulously comparing and selecting each one, jotting them down in her notebook to avoid omissions. During this time, Layla refrained from interrupting her thoughts, affectionately smiling as she turned to deftly prepare mashed potatoes. Vivi had mentioned in her letter that she adored black pepper sauce with mashed potatoes, which was simple enough to whip up. By the time Layla had finished preparing all the dishes and set them on the table, Violet concluded her brainstorming. "Mom, do you think my thoughts are correct?" She eagerly thrust her notebook into Layla's hands, her youthful fingers gliding over each line as she spoke. "For washing, we can use the cleansing charm; for chopping, the cutting charm; for refrigeration, the freezing charm; for heating, the heating charm, and perhaps the fiendfire charm as well. The stirring charm goes without saying, and it's also occasionally used in potion making." After finishing, she looked at Layla with bright eyes. "Am I right?" Layla was somewhat astonished. Vivi had nearly gotten everything correct, even recalling the fiendfire charm. Most British wizards seldom think to apply that spell in cooking. Typically, the heating charm suffices, while Asian wizards tend to emphasize the timing in stir-frying. Essentially, she was right. Vivi was indeed clever. However, I would add 2 more: the levitation charm. which you just learned, Wingardium Leviosa, and the summoning charm. Layla took the pen and added these notes in her elegant handwriting. The levitation and summoning charms. Violet pondered, realization dawning upon her. Indeed, while Layla was cooking, she had commanded the ingredients to enter the pot and summon seasonings from afar, which was precisely the levitation and summoning charms in action. Layla called to William to help tidy up before dinner, then sat down with Violet at the table, continuing her lesson. Your and Eric's other hypothesis about precisely controlling magical power refers to the ability to modulate the magical energy used with these spells, much like adjusting the heat on a stove to achieve the desired cooking results. Violet's mind clicked into place. So that's why Eric said that food magic appears to be highly comprehensive. It must satisfy all these requirements simultaneously. However, she felt a bit disheartened. I'm only in first grade. When will I be as skilled as you, Mom? Layla embraced her daughter, gently encouraging. It's already impressive that Vivi can grasp these concepts in first grade. The next step is merely the accumulation of knowledge and gradual practice. You can certainly achieve it. Yet, Violet mused, recalling how daunting Layla's insight sounded. She reflected on Helga Hufflepuff, the founder of Hufflepuff House, who could create food spells. How remarkable that must have been. Layla, hailing from Hufflepuff, explained. The theory behind food spells is built upon these foundational charms, integrating all relevant spell effects, depending on the cooking steps of the dish. The magical energy is adjusted during the casting of food spells, thus expediting the cooking process. However, aside from Helga herself, the only wizards she knew capable of such feats were Queenie Goldstein, Molly Weasley, and her own mother, Layla. As William finished feeding the family cat and took his seat, the mother-daughter duo concluded their academic discussion and commenced their Christmas Eve dinner. Layla remained attentive to everyone's drinks, promptly setting down her knife and fork to use her wand to refill the brass kettle automatically. William occasionally added food to Violet's plate, smiling as he listened to her animated recounting of how she and her friends had frightened Fred and George on Halloween, chiming in with a few comments. Before long, Violet had been fed to her heart's content by William. Those two Weasley boys are in dire need of a lesson, he mused. Respecting a child's nature is commendable, but sometimes discipline is necessary. Otherwise, unchecked play can lead to harm for both parties. William assisted his wife in clearing the dishes, taking a moment to express his frustrations about the twins who incessantly targeted their daughter. He worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic, 2 floors away from Arthur Weasley's department, which dealt with the misuse of Muggle artifacts. When he received a letter from Rita, Arthur was leisurely chatting in his office, his expression turning sour as he felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration. He vowed to give the twins a good talking to once the Christmas holidays arrived. There's no need to be angry, Dad. Eric put them in a sack and gave them a good thrashing the next day. Didn't Mom also step in later? I heard Angelina mention it. It was quite the spectacle. Eric put them in a sack? What happened? William seized upon this detail. Violet's smile faltered. Oh no. How had she let that slip? She had hoped to change the subject with a laugh, but Layla, embodying Hufflepuff's penchant for gossip, teamed up with her husband to press Violet for information. Your notes are in my possession. Spill the beans. With no escape, Violet divulged all the details she knew. Layla, upon hearing, laughed uncontrollably before rising to the fireplace, tossing a handful of flue powder into the flames and leaning in to speak. Violet's gaze shifted nervously. Eric, I'm sorry. I let it slip after a hearty meal. William continued to tidy up, casually summarizing, that Eric kid may seem weak, but after all that time in St. Mungo's, it turns out he's quite capable. Meanwhile, at the same time, Eric's family, having finished their dinner, sat warmly conversing by the fireplace. Eric was discussing defense against the dark arts with Alan when suddenly, vibrant green flames erupted in the hearth, and a head emerged from the fire, startling all 3 of them. Alice, your son is quite something. He actually put Vivi's tormentors in a sack. Alan and Alice exchanged puzzled glances. Under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, Eric's world turned dark. Oh no, my good son Persona is in jeopardy. Chapter 25, we want to, but school doesn't teach us. On the south slope of Weasel Mountain, in a small cedar cottage, the 3 sat in silence, exchanging glances before finally breaking the stillness. Ahem, let us discuss this in detail. Alice elegantly crossed her legs, resting her hands casually on her crossed thigh, a bemused smile playing on her lips. How did you learn to fight? Eric hung his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. Layla had not provided much detail in the fireplace. Yet even this was sufficient to mortify him. He was still in shock. What was going on with Violet? Hadn't they agreed not to let their parents know about this? How had she betrayed their pact after just one meal? Fred and George have teased Violet countless times. We had long wanted to retaliate, but we were worried about being caught by the professors and losing house points. So I told Violet to find a secluded place to sack them. But how did the Evans and Williams children get involved? Later, they came to apologize. bringing Violet a box of fudge as a peace offering, which she shared with her friends. To my astonishment, the apology was laced with ulterior motives, leaving those who partook in it injured, among them the daughter of the Evans family, who also happens to be Violet's roommate. Thus, her brother resolved to enlist Williams and you for a rather audacious endeavor, correct? Yes. Initially, they intended to wait until Violet had fully recovered before taking action, but Lewis could not contain his impatience. How did you manage to evade the professor's notice? During lunch break, the corridors were sparsely populated, and there were numerous empty classrooms nearby. Once they were ensnared, they were dragged into a classroom for a beating, and once incapacitated, they were discarded at the Quidditch pitch. Dejected, Eric recounted the entire sequence of events, having initially wished to conceal the involvement of Slytherin, only to have Alan, with his keen perception, detect inconsistencies in Eric's narrative. Wait, you haven't clarified how you ensured they remained silent during the beating, Alan interjected, his father's scrutiny piercing, leaving no room for evasion. Eric, already intimidated by his father's commanding presence, crumbled under the pressure, spilling the truth like a broken dam. 2 Slytherins from our year were drawn in by their cries. Given the ongoing skirmishes between Gryffindor and Slytherin since the start of term, Pusey and Higgs likely seized the opportunity to further antagonize us, assisting us with a silencing charm and a petrification spell. Alan's jaw tightened, his dissatisfaction palpable as he muttered, setting aside the morality of fighting, as a wizard. You resorted to mere fisticuffs instead of employing spells. And you allowed 2 Slytherins to instruct you on how to trip them up? His brow furrowed deeper with each word, his complexion darkening further. Eric weakly protested, we wanted to, but the school hadn't taught us these things yet. His current understanding of defense against the dark arts was limited to the teachings of the 2 professors who had earnestly instructed, Professor Lupin and the imposter, Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Alastair Moody. Oh, and let us not forget the savior of D.A., he added, setting aside the matter of Death Eaters, Barty Crouch Jr. had indeed imparted a wealth of valuable knowledge, which the savior ultimately utilized against his own master. Alan found himself momentarily speechless, the words caught in his throat, his expression darkening further. Initially, upon receiving his son's letter requesting assistance with the defense against the dark arts for the 2 children, he had considered it a trivial matter. However, during dinner, he learned from Eric just how abysmal the defense against the dark arts curriculum had become since Voldemort's dormancy. Now, hearing that his son had engaged in a fight without using spells, he resolved to earnestly assist these 2 children in their studies of dark arts defense. Alice, having chuckled to herself at her husband's troubled demeanor, sought to lighten the atmosphere. Well, at least in this matter, our son did not come to harm. Nor was he discovered by the professor. That is commendable. The Weasley boy had caused Violet a great deal of trouble, and seeing their son, with his sweet disposition, unable to refrain from retaliating, illustrated just how excessive those twins had been. Turning to her eldest son, she feigned seriousness as she admonished him. This time, circumstances warranted your actions, so I shall let it slide. However, do not act so rashly in the future. As a wizard, resorting to physical confrontation is quite unbecoming. That said, your earlier suggestion was commendable. If the school's defense against the dark arts class is unreliable, then you should learn diligently from your father. At this juncture, Alice's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Let me be clear, since this matter was initiated by you, no matter how arduous the journey may be, you must not speak of giving up. If you can acquire even half of Alan's abilities, you will be sufficiently equipped to safeguard yourselves, regardless of how the tides may turn. Though Eric felt a wave of embarrassment at his past misdeeds, he committed Alice's words to memory. Now, it is nearly time for a break. Hurry and wash up, then return to your rooms, Alice urged, waving her hand in impatience. The 2 boys complied dutifully, rising to retreat to their respective chambers. Just as they reached the staircase, Eric seemed to recall something, pausing to inquire, by the way, Mother, aren't we to celebrate Christmas with Aunt Layla's family tomorrow? Could you please check on Violet's health while you're at it? Alice, somewhat perplexed, responded. Has Violet's injury not healed yet? I am well aware of Madame Pomfrey's skills. That should not be the case. Eric feigned concern, sighing dramatically, before the holiday. She caught the flu and was burning with fever, barely able to stand. Although Madame Pomfrey treated her, she mentioned that Violet remains weak and needs to recuperate gradually. With the holiday at home, I believe it would be safer with you overseeing her. Upon hearing this, Alice readily agreed. Ah, I see. Layla did not mention this to me. I suppose Violet was trying to spare me worry. Rest assured, I will take care of Violet's situation. Eric then exhaled in relief, bidding Alice good night as he returned to his room. After closing the door, a mischievous smile crept across his lips, shattering the formerly gentle and polite expression. It is often said that a gentleman avenges his grievances the very next day. The following morning, soft light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting gentle rays upon the room, with a few glimmers landing on the small mound formed by the covers. Violet, intending to linger in bed, was abruptly awakened by her internal biological clock. Groggily, she emerged from her cocoon, glancing at the alarm clock on her bedside table. "It's only 7:30, she lamented, collapsing back onto her pillow with a groan. This biological clock was indeed relentless. In that moment, she buried her head in the soft, warm belly of her plush toy, seeking solace in the rhythmic sounds of snoring and gentle cooing, a small comfort to her spirit. The two families had planned to visit Diagon Alley that day to procure new clothes for the children, who were beginning to outgrow their garments, as well as to gather ingredients for the Christmas dinner feast. Around 11 o'clock, everyone would meet at the Violet Manor for lunch before traveling through the Flu network to their destination. Reluctantly, Violet rolled about in her cozy bed, savoring the warmth until she finally accepted that sleep had eluded her. With a sigh, she rose to wash up. William, sipping coffee and perusing the Daily Prophet, was taken aback when he saw his daughter descend the stairs with a glum expression. "It's only the first day of the holiday. Why not sleep a little longer?" Today, Violet wore an ensemble of festive colors, a delightful little dress selected by Madame Layla, perfectly suited to the occasion. Layla, surprised to see her awake so early, promptly prepared a breakfast for her. Violet lazily spread peanut butter on a slice of slightly toasted bread. The peanut butter was freshly made by Layla just a few days prior. Normally, she and William preferred jam, but Violet had a penchant for peanut butter, prompting Layla to concoct a batch just for her. "I didn't even set my alarm. I just wanted to sleep in a bit longer. Who knew my body was so accustomed to the school schedule that I couldn't adjust?" William, closing the Daily Prophet, gestured toward the pile of gifts beneath the Christmas tree. "Your Christmas presents are over there. It appears Violet has made quite a few friends at school." Violet, mid-bite of her fried egg, followed William's finger and gasped. "I actually received so many Christmas gifts?" Unable to contain her excitement, she instinctively moved to inspect them closely, but was halted by William's hand on her shoulder. "No rush. Finish your breakfast first." With the gifts so tantalizingly close, all decorum was forgotten as Violet hurriedly devoured her meal, drained her glass of milk, wiped her mouth, and dashed off to explore the treasures awaiting her. William observed her eager retreating figure, a gentle smile of affection gracing the corners of his eyes and lips. She chose to unwrap the gifts bestowed upon her by her parents first. Among them was a splendid set of pearl jewelry from William, featuring a pair of charmingly delicate bow-shaped pearl earrings, perfectly suited for everyday wear. Each pearl in the accompanying necklace and bracelet was impeccably round and smooth, their lustrous sheen and tactile warmth rendering Violet utterly enamored. Her mother had gifted her a large box, and upon unwrapping it, Violet was delightfully surprised to discover a handcrafted badger hat within. The hat was whimsically designed in a chibi style, with flaps resembling a Russian fur hat, crafted from soft fur and adorned with black and white square tassels, providing excellent protection for her delicate ears against the biting cold. Eagerly donning the hat, Violet scampered to the mirror, adjusting her angles repeatedly, growing more fond of it with each glance. She resolved that when she ventured to Diagon Alley later, she would wear this hat, certain to be the most eye-catching presence there. "Thank you, Dad and Mom, for the Christmas gifts. Vivi adores them," Violet exclaimed excitedly, bounding over to embrace Layla and William tightly. Planting a kiss on each cheek, she returned to the Christmas tree to retrieve the gift perched atop. This present was meticulously wrapped in soft lavender paper, and upon unwrapping, she found a rather unremarkable notebook with a brown cover. Curiously flipping through a couple of pages, she recognized the familiar handwriting, interspersed with occasional Chinese annotations, immediately confirming it to be Eric's handiwork. Eric's notes were nothing short of a treasure trove for the academically challenged. Her delight magnified upon realizing that this notebook contained information concerning Helga Hufflepuff's culinary spells. The front page simply outlined the source of the notes. It turned out that after learning of her intention to study food magic, Eric had scoured the entirety of the Hogwarts library, meticulously copying every relevant detail. He even sought Professor Flitwick's assistance for a signed note, allowing him access to the restricted section, where he astonishingly found a transcript of Helga's personal journal. After gathering all the materials, he reorganized and transcribed them, habitually adding his thoughts, ultimately culminating in this remarkable notebook. It must be said, this notebook struck a chord deep within her. While the Christmas gift she had prepared for him, a silver eagle-shaped brooch adorned with a sapphire, was also thoughtfully crafted, it paled in comparison to the notebook's significance. With exuberance, Violet carried the notebook back to her room, carefully placing it in her desk drawer before returning to the living room to continue unwrapping gifts. Ashley's present was a pendant, reminiscent of the one she had gifted to Carol. Though this one was more exquisite, a teardrop-shaped amethyst pendant framed in a laurel branch design embellished with tiny diamonds, perfectly suited for a young lady. The accompanying Christmas card revealed that Ashley had requested her godmother to create it especially for her, selecting amethyst due to Violet's name. Well then, if it was blessed by her godmother, it must be worn. Violet compared the pendant to the pearl necklace from William and found them to be a wonderful match. She decided to ask Layla for assistance in combining the pendant and necklace later. Camille and Louis gifted her a large box of chocolate frogs and lemon drops, clearly attuned to her sweet tooth. Carol, having taken an unexpected leave due to her grandfather's circumstances, would not be seen until they returned to school. But Violet felt no disappointment, merely a tinge of concern for her friend in America, wondering how she and her family were faring. In contrast, Rose's gift caught her off guard. She had sent a highly coveted magical cookbook titled Conjuring a Feast. Knowing Violet's interest in food magic, it was indeed a thoughtful gift. Angelina's present was particularly unique, a magical camera identical to the one used by the young fan of the Savior, Colin Creevey, complete with potions and film. However, having only used digital cameras, Violet felt a bit perplexed, intending to seek guidance from William and Layla on its operation. The subsequent gifts seemed to be a collective effort arranged by Tonks from the Duke of Bees. Cedric gifted her a box of Buzzing Bee candies. Andrew opted for Blow Pop Super Bubblegum. Fiona chose pear hard candies, and Albert presented her with cream-filled peanut brittle. Violet gazed at the pile of sweets, bemused, as she recalled never having openly declared her fondness for candy. Why had these individuals chosen to shower her with sweets? Surely, Camille and Louis had not coordinated their gifts as well. Yet, her aversion to Bertie Bott's every flavor beans was well known, especially since Albert had tricked her into tasting a bean that resembled earwax, forever marking her as the lone traitor among her peers regarding those beans. Counting her gifts, she noted that her closest friends had all thought of her content. She gathered her treasures and returned to her room to store them safely, then returned to tidy the remnants of wrapping paper. Chapter 26. A gift given is a gift returned. Halfway through her cleanup, Violet noticed a gift nestled at the base of the Christmas tree. A small box, palm-sized and wrapped in dark green paper, had been obscured in the shadows. Had she not been clearing the scattered remnants of wrapping, it may have gone unnoticed until the tree's retirement. Unwrapping the gift revealed a neatly rolled pale lavender silk ribbon lying quietly within. Curiously, Violet unfolded it to discover it was a headband, favored by many long-haired girls at Hogwarts. She rushed to the mirror to try it on, marveling at how the subtle hue complemented her complexion. In summer, paired with light-colored dresses, it would create a refreshingly charming appearance. The most special aspect of the headband was the floral pattern, symbolizing her name, Violet. Violet cherished this gift dearly, inspecting the box meticulously, hoping to uncover the Cinder's identity so she could return the gesture with a Christmas card. After a thorough search, however, she found no trace of a name, only 2 letters inscribed in elegant handwriting on the corner of the green wrapping, WL. WL was an abbreviation of her name. Yet the packaging bore no information about the sender. Violet pondered for a considerable time, speculating that the sender perhaps intended to remain anonymous but worried about the owl delivering the wrong package, thus resorting to the initials to ensure it reached her safely. She found herself baffled. What sort of socially anxious individual would send a gift, yet wish to remain unknown? What was the purpose? Having tidied the mess, Violet glanced at the time. It was still before 9, and Eric's family wouldn't arrive until 11. Contemplating her remaining time, she decided to tackle some homework. Cradling the gifts as she ascended the stairs, glancing back to inform her parents, "I'm heading to my room to work on my assignments. I'll come down around the usual time." Layla, with a touch of concern, remarked, "It's only the first day of break. Why rush into homework? You can always do it tomorrow. Let us enjoy today." Violet pouted slightly, replying, "The professors have assigned so much homework. If I don't get it done quickly, I want to have time to learn food magic with you." With a sigh, Layla refrained from further comment, merely advising her to take care and not strain her eyes too much. Violet was not exaggerating. Indeed, the professors at Hogwarts assigned a considerable amount of homework. However, she had already managed to complete a portion of it while at school, leaving her with only a few hours each day to finish the remaining tasks. After diligently completing her assignments each day, she intended to dedicate the rest of her time to studying food magic with Layla. In the warm, luminous room, Violet bent over her desk, her quill gliding across the parchment, producing a soft, rustling sound. Sesame, as always, lounged beside her, occasionally licking his newly formed scarf into a makeshift rag, and then closing his eyes, his deep gray tail dangling over the edge of the table, swaying gently in rhythm with the cat-shaped clock on the wall. With a burst of determination, Violet completed her homework for the day in one go. She set down her quill, gently massaging her slightly sore right hand and stiff shoulders, glancing at the clock. Only 5 minutes remained until 11. Hastily, she gathered her assignments and stationery, tidied herself up, and headed downstairs to the living room with Sesame. Layla was in the kitchen preparing lunch. And after a brief moment of indulgence where Violet coaxed her for a glass of juice, she watched Sesame frolic with his siblings while sipping slowly. Suddenly, the tranquil fireplace erupted into a towering green flame. Startled by the commotion of the Flu network, Violet choked on her juice, coughing violently. Seeing this, Layla rushed to pat her back, while signaling to William to greet the guest emerging from the fireplace. Hello, dear Layla and William. Merry Christmas. Oh dear. What has happened to you, Vivi? Why are you coughing so? Alice, the socially exuberant one, made a grand entrance from the fireplace and, upon seeing the flushed Violet, remembered Eric's request from the previous night and quickly approached the girl. Let me check you over. Such a cough must mean you haven't fully recovered from the flu, right? Alice raised her wand, mumbling about giving Violet a thorough examination. What? The flu? William and Layla exclaimed in unison, their eyes fixed on their daughter. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell us? No wonder they had noticed a slight diminishment in Violet's round face yesterday. They had assumed it was merely a sign that she was growing taller, unaware that she had just recovered from illness. Caught off guard by the unexpected revelation, Violet felt an urge to faint. Before she could comprehend who had leaked this information, Alice revealed the culprit. No wonder Eric insisted I have another look at you. Don't worry, dear. Aunt Alice, as a senior healer from St. Mungo's, guarantees that you will be well cared for this holiday. Eric. Violet glared furiously at the stylishly dressed boy standing by his father, who sported an impeccable gentleman's smile as he feigned concern while observing the scene. Receiving Violet's accusatory gaze, he only deepened his smile. A reciprocal gesture is only polite, wouldn't you agree, my old friend? Violet, surrounded by the concerned adults, felt an overwhelming urge to kick him, yet she maintained a smile through her irritation. In Diagon Alley that afternoon, the atmosphere was festively vibrant, with each shop bustling with Christmas-themed activities. The magical creatures in the magical menagerie wore jingle bells, appearing irresistibly adorable. Although Diagon Alley was not as crowded as before the term began, it was still bustling with visitors. Their group split into three, with Alice and Layla leading, Violet and Eric in the middle, and Alan and William trailing behind. Despite Violet's annoyance at the revelation, she recognized her own fault in the matter. After a hearty lunch, she and Eric reverted to their usual camaraderie. On this festive occasion, Alice insisted that Eric and Alan don matching father-son outfits. Clad in suits, Alan exuded authority while Eric displayed effortless elegance. Before leaving, he adorned his suit jacket with the sapphire brooch Violet had gifted him. Violet appeared in Diagon Alley wearing her badger hat. As anticipated, she attracted numerous curious glances, with some children tugging at their parents' sleeves, demanding one of their own. Upon entering Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, she was met with an enthusiastic barrage of compliments from Madame Malkin. Unlike their first visit, during which they were rather apprehensive, they felt significantly more composed this time, less perturbed by the large scissors and the snake-like measuring tape. Are you looking to have 2 new school uniforms made? Madame Malkin inquired as Violet looked up at the ceiling in response to her direction. Eric, with his arm raised, answered, yes, not just uniforms, but also everyday clothes. My trousers barely reach my ankles, and my shirts are quite snug. It's best to start anew. Child, at your age, I would advise leaving a little extra room. Otherwise, before summer arrives, your clothes may no longer fit, Madame Malkin suggested kindly. Eric nodded obediently. Of course, madam, you are the expert, so I shall defer to your experience. Violet gazed at her reflection in the fitting mirror. Although she had grown a little taller, she still resembled a child. She sighed, enviously glancing at Eric, who had already surpassed her by half a head since their last visit. We're both in the first year. How is it that you've grown so quickly? Eric maintained his posture for Madame Malkin to direct the needle and thread and chuckled. Have you forgotten? I delayed my start by a year, so I am indeed a full year older than you. Oh, I was puzzled as to why it seemed so effortless when you carried me to the hospital wing that time. Before long, they exited the robe shop with their newly tailored garments, leisurely following the adults as they continued their shopping. Alice was busy at Slug Jigger's apothecary purchasing potion ingredients, claiming she was preparing a nutritious restorative potion for Violet. The thought of the potions she had previously consumed in the hospital wing made Violet scrunch her face in distaste, causing Alice to burst into laughter. While Alice perused the ingredients, Alan and William discreetly separated from the group and ventured into an inconspicuous secondhand shop, rejoining the children only after purchasing a new set of stationery from the ink and quill shop. Violet found their actions rather curious, but Eric appeared to understand. After gathering all their purchases, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon when the group returned to the leaky cauldron. Alan ordered some snacks, inviting everyone to take a moment to rest. Layla approached the bar, whispering something to Tom, the proprietor. After a brief discussion, Tom led Layla into the kitchen, and soon she returned, looking quite satisfied. Mom, what did you just discuss with the owner? Oh, it was nothing. I simply asked him to procure a few ingredients for me. Layla, recalling Violet's interest in food magic, was forthright. Tom and I are old acquaintances. Whenever I need to prepare materials in advance, I send a note via Owl, and he helps me gather them. If you want anything in the future, just let me know, and I can have Tom send it to you at school. Violet's eyes sparkled at her mother's words. She understood the implication. Previously, she had worried that she couldn't prepare many dishes due to a lack of ingredients in the kitchen. Now, with Tom as her supplier, once she mastered food magic, she could freely explore her culinary ambitions. After resting for half an hour, the group returned to Violet's villa via the Flu network. Alice and Layla swiftly made their way into the kitchen, preparing for the grand Christmas feast of the evening. Violet and Eric had initially intended to frolic in the snow outside, but having recently recovered from the flu, Violet was sternly instructed by Alice to remain indoors. Consequently, the two found themselves nestled together in a corner of the living room, indulging in the delightful company of cats. Meanwhile, Alan and William sat by the fireplace, engaged in a discussion about the dark magic defense course Alan had designed for the two children. What else could alleviate sorrow but the soothing presence of cats? Eric was enchanted as he caressed the silky fur of a ragdoll kitten, a bold little brother cat perched on his knee, affectionately licking his fingers. The world may be in tatters, but the kittens offered a patchwork of comfort. Violet meticulously brushed away loose fur from each cat with a comb. By the way, thanks to you, Alan agreed to provide us with some extra lessons last night. Eric gently stroked the ragdoll kitten and shared the good news. Violet looked up in surprise. Really? Then I can finally feel at ease. If I can learn dark magic defense, I will have a genuine sense of security here. She then called out to William. Dad, could you please give me a thorough cleaning? Without pausing in his conversation with Alan, William waved his hand, swiftly clearing away the cat fur from their vicinity. Violet, grasping the paw of her kitten, waved to William. Thank you, Dad. And then turned to Alan. Thank you, Uncle Alan. Alan, well aware of her gratitude, observed her holding the kitten, both resembling each other in cuteness, and his usually serious demeanor softened slightly. A hint of a smile gracing his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. Violet turned back to Eric, eagerly inquiring about the details. So when do we start our extra lessons? Reflecting on their discussion from the previous night, Eric replied. Professor Anderson mentioned that the final exam will be purely theoretical, with no practical assessment. Hence, Father has scheduled the extra lessons for the summer. Summer? I thought we were starting this holiday, Violet interjected. Oh, right. Aren't we prohibited from using magic outside of school? Eric shook his head. The Christmas holiday is too brief to learn much. As for the ban on using magic outside, that was merely a flaw in the original narrative. Alan had also explained that in magical families, as long as a parent is nearby, the Ministry of Magic cannot discern whether it is a student using the magic. However, to be cautious, he decided to procure 2 second-hand wands for us. Ah, the essential second-hand wands for fanfiction, Eric exclaimed. So if Uncle Alan is around, we could use our own wands, right? Just as he was about to mention Voldemort, Eric was met with Alan's piercing gaze, causing him to shudder and quickly substitute with, remember the snake-faced monster? Violet stifled a laugh, recalling the term from the internet, and nodded silently in acknowledgement. Eric discreetly glanced at his father, lowering his voice. Back when he killed his father, he was still a student, so he used his uncle's wand. When the ministry investigated, they cast a retrospective spell on the wand, confirming that it was indeed his uncle's wand that performed the killing curse. Coupled with his uncle's inherent disdain for muggles, the ministry unjustly convicted him. Violet suddenly grasped the situation. So, Uncle Alan wants us to use second-hand wands to prevent the ministry from tracing any mishaps back to us? Eric nodded affirmatively. So, when Dad went to the second-hand store this afternoon, it was to find us those wands? Violet mused. Eric chuckled. Recalling Alan's pained expression from the previous night, Alan has never been good at selecting gifts. Yesterday, when he decided to give us extra lessons, he resigned himself to the idea of gifting us each a second-hand wand for Christmas. Violet found it both amusing and frustrating. Yet she recognized that Alan's true treasure lay in his vast combat experience. In a game, Alan would be a veritable treasure trove of wisdom. The two continued to play with the kittens using a cat teaser until the enticing aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, drawing the kittens to the doorway in a neat row. They paused to clean off the cat for clinging to them before returning to their respective fathers. If you had one more litter of kittens, it would be indistinguishable from a cat cafe, Eric cheerfully remarked while helping to tidy up the cat's toys. Violet chuckled, remembering that Alan hailed from the United States, and pondered aloud. If Uncle Alan visits America, I wonder if he could bring back 2 Maine Coons. They are such gentle giants. Eric laughed, playfully countering her thoughts while secretly committing the idea to memory. Chapter 27. The Incompatible Secondhand Wands. Throughout the entire day, the weather graciously refrained from snow. However, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon and the sky darkened, snowflakes began to appear, gently cascading from the heavens. Accompanied by the calls of owls emerging for their evening activities, it perfectly encapsulated the spirit of Christmas. With Layla at the helm, the Christmas dinner was a resplendent affair, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. The feast included roasted chicken, steaks, gingerbread, and Yule log cake, along with the sauerkraut fish and braised spare ribs that Violet had long craved. Though Layla had never prepared sauerkraut fish before, she eagerly agreed to learn the new dish for her daughter's sake. After enjoying a hearty meal, the two families engaged in conversation until it grew late, prompting Eric's family to bid farewell. Alan approached Violet at the fireplace, presenting her with a slender box. His tone unusually gentle. Although the extra lessons begin in summer, I want you to get accustomed to the feel of an old wand beforehand. Take some time to practice minor spells, but remember to always be near your parents to avoid any mishaps. Violet received the box with both hands, earnestly noting Alan's advice, and sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Uncle Alan. I will remember your words and practice diligently. Alan gently patted the top of Violet's head, a hint of reluctance and regret in his demeanor as he turned to step into the fireplace, vanishing into the verdant flames. Alan mused to himself, who would have thought? I initially believed Alice was expecting a girl, only to find out she had a mischievous little boy instead. Over the years, I have often wished to take the sweet and charming Violet home as my daughter. When Violet was born, his eyes sparkled with envy. William, noticing his expression, kept a protective watch over his daughter like a guardian jewel. Throughout the remainder of the holiday, Violet focused on completing her holiday assignments while diligently following Layla around, studying food magic theory. Each time Layla cooked, Violet would take out her notebook and quill, attentively observing every step. Layla, multitasking, expertly directed the ingredients while explaining the intricacies to her daughter. Of course, there were also the meticulously prepared potions by Alice, administered 3 times a day without fail. Alice appeared precisely as Violet set down her knife and fork, stepping out of the fireplace to administer the potion, only to turn and leave without a trace, leaving Violet momentarily bewildered. The midday activity after lunch involved William helping Violet to gradually acclimate to using the second-hand wand from Alan. Apart from that one occasion in Ollivander's wand shop, this was Violet's first experience with an incompatible wand. Given her previous struggles in her spell class at school, using a second-hand wand proved even more challenging, as if a massive resistor had been added to the circuit, rendering her efforts cumbersome. Even casting a simple flickering charm took her 10 minutes to succeed. When she wrote to Eric, she vented her frustrations vehemently, only to discover that Eric was grappling with the same predicament. His second-hand wand stung his hand with each spell cast, leaving him in utter despair. And under Alan's piercing gaze, he nearly burst into tears. While lamenting with William, she recounted this ordeal, to which William responded with surprise. Wait a moment. I distinctly remember selecting a holly wand and a serpent's heartstring for you. Did Alan mix them up? Violet retorted, you chose them for me. You didn't notice the mistake? William, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed the bridge of his nose. The lighting in that shop was poor, and the 2 wands looked quite similar. I simply failed to recognize the error. Can the reliable Uncle Alan really make such an unreliable mistake? At a loss for words, William could only awkwardly chuckle and change the subject. That very evening, he took the wand to the Cedar Cottage. Upon revealing the mix-up, Alice collapsed onto the sofa, clutching her stomach in laughter, showing no mercy to her husband. Under the silent reproach of their child, Alan experienced a sense of embarrassment for the first time. It was already quite uncomfortable to present a second-hand wand as a Christmas gift, but to have given the wrong one was utterly mortifying. At that moment, Alan truly wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. Well then, Eric, try this one. This wand is made of hazel and unicorn hair. Alan's face flushed as he gestured for Eric to swap wands. After enduring the torment of the holly wand, Eric took the hazel wand from William, muttering luminose. With a flick of his wrist, the tip of the hazel wand flickered erratically before settling into a steady glow. Eric sighed in relief. Although it still could not compare to the ease of handling his own aspen wand, it was a significant improvement over the holly wand, which had felt more suited for a dance floor. Thank you, Uncle William, for making this trip. This wand feels just fine for me. William exhaled in relief. Good. Since you're satisfied, I'll take this holly wand back to let Vivi try it. With that, William bid farewell to the family and with a pop, vanished, using apparition to return to Violet Villa. Violet, lounging on the sofa, was absently massaging Sesame's tiny paws when William's sudden appearance startled her, causing Sesame to leap into the air, fur bristling and arching its back, ready to confront the intruder. Quickly, Violet scooped Sesame up and calmed it, turning to shield the cat from view, while asking William, Dad, has Eric resolved the wand issue? William placed the holly wand into Violet's hands and gently patted Sesame's head. My mistake. Next time I'll apparate to the courtyard. Eric has improved significantly with the wand, so you should give it a try too. Violet examined the returned holly wand, which measured approximately 10¼ inches. Its surface gleaming, yet upon closer inspection, she noticed several faint scratches along its midsection. Holding the wand, she performed a flickering charm, and the tip erupted in a dazzling light, momentarily blinding Violet, while Sesame's round, bright eyes narrowed into slits. Nox, goodness, this is quite the bright wand. Violet hastily extinguished the wand's glow, blinking as spots danced before her eyes. After switching wands, both of them noticeably accelerated their adaptation to their respective wands. By the day before returning to school, Violet was already able to experiment with heating and freezing spells on a cup of cool water under Layla's guidance. After another careful attempt to freeze the water and then boil it, Layla concluded the day's lesson, wiping the beads of sweat that had formed on her daughter's forehead from intense concentration. All right, we shall pause here for today. Tomorrow you will return to Hogwarts. So I have a task for you. Violet awaited her mother's next words, to which Layla smiled gently, producing a thermometer from her pocket. Upon your return, you must practice heating and freezing the water in a cup daily until you can accurately adjust it to your desired temperature. Violet pondered. I can only either continuously heat or freeze the water in the cup right now. I can't precisely control it all at once. Are you suggesting I explore the magical energy needed for different temperatures through constant practice? Layla nodded approvingly, her eyes twinkling with pride. Indeed, Vivi, you are quite astute. This is one of the objectives. The other is to train your control over magical energy. A wizard capable of precise control over their magic is immensely powerful, which is why those proficient in food magic are often equally adept in combat. Violet wholeheartedly agreed, recalling Molly Weasley, who, during the 5th book, spent most of her time cooking for everyone at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Little did they know that this seemingly ordinary woman, regarded as the Phoenix's culinary chief, later skillfully dispatched one of Voldemort's most trusted commanders, Bellatrix Lestrange, with 4 silent spells during the Battle of Hogwarts. Violet reflected, so, it's best not to provoke the kitchen staff, who knows what hidden talents they possess. On the day of their return to school, the weather was far from pleasant. Fierce winds howled, and the thick snowflakes were swept back into the air before they could settle on the ground. Violet felt as if she were being mercilessly slapped by the snowflakes swirling around her as she approached King's Cross Station. If Christmas had been a tranquil snow globe, this day felt like a frantically shaken one, leaving even Trelawney bewildered. They did not bring the second-hand wand back to school. As Alan believed that a second-hand wand was merely a backup, it was always best to use one's own wand. Furthermore, it was better to avoid complications should the professors discover their second-hand wands, for explaining that would be quite a hassle. After all, it wouldn't do to imply that the school's defense against the dark arts curriculum was lacking, necessitating parental involvement in their children's education, which would surely offend Dumbledore. After dinner in the Great Hall, they shared their Christmas holiday experiences with friends before returning to their dormitories. Once back, Violet and the others felt at ease to inquire about Carol's condition. Carol had lost some weight, yet her complexion had improved significantly compared to when she had left for the holidays. She clasped Ashley's hands tightly, expressing her gratitude. Ashley, thank you for the pendant. It has truly been invaluable. My grandfather's condition had deteriorated, and even the hospital's therapists advised us to give up hope. I refused to believe it and insisted on placing the pendant on his chest. To my astonishment, his color gradually improved. By the time I returned, he was able to eat on his own. Just to be safe, I left the pendant with him. I hope you don't mind. Ashley sighed in relief. Embracing Carol, that is truly wonderful news. You can finally rest easy. As for the pendant, since I gave it to you, it is yours now. So do not worry about it. Ross also patted Carol's hand. See, what did I tell you? Mr. Miller will be favored by fortune, having overcome such a significant hurdle. The days ahead will surely be smooth and healthy. Carol, with tears in her eyes, covered Ross's hand and nodded emphatically. I conveyed your blessings to my grandfather and recounted our everyday interactions. He remarked that friendships willing to lend a hand in times of adversity are rare, urging me to cherish the bond we share with you. Camille, with her flowing golden locks, tossed her hair and proudly lifted her chin, exclaiming, Indeed, we are. Oh, Violet. How do you phrase it? Violet could not suppress her laughter as she interjected, sisters of different fathers and mothers. Precisely, we are sisters of different fathers and mothers, Camille declared, hands on her hips, prompting a chorus of laughter from the others. Speaking of pendants, Ashley gifted me one for Christmas as well. Violet produced the pearl necklace that hung around her neck, mentioning that her father had given her a similar one, and she had combined them beautifully. Ashley examined it closely and nodded in agreement. They indeed complement each other quite well. I had to persuade my godmother for quite some time before she agreed to help me create this batch of pendants, and I even designed the sketches myself. Violet keenly picked up on the keyword, a batch. Ashley gestured towards the others. Yes, your Christmas gifts are all pendants that I personally designed. Camille and the others eagerly showcased their received pendants. Violet inspected each one, noting that Ross's was a pink crystal embraced by delicate wings, its bright hue perfectly matching her gentle and subtle personality. Camille's pendant featured amber encircled by wheat stalks, harmonizing with her golden hair and amber eyes. Ashley's thoughtful designs suit each of us splendidly. But what about Carol? Except for Ashley, the rest had received pendants, while Carol was far away in Florida. Violet suddenly reminded everyone that they had yet to send Carol her gift. Thus, in a flurry, they pulled their suitcases from under the bed and rummaged for Carol's Christmas present. Carol watched their bustling figures with a squint and a smile, reminiscent of a content little kitten. "All right, I'll go first," Camille exclaimed, producing a gift that thudded at Carol's feet. "I noticed how much you adore Quidditch, so I picked out a broomstick maintenance toolkit for you." Violet quickly followed suit, revealing her gift. Upon seeing Camille's present, she gasped. "I also happened to choose that toolkit for my gift preparation. Fortunately, it was for Ross. Otherwise, that would have been awkward." With that, she presented her own offering. "I prepared a golden snitch bracelet for you, Princess Carol." Ross gifted Quidditch gear, and in a delightful twist, she and Camille had essentially assembled a complete set of equipment. "I thought, given how well you fly, you'd surely be selected for the house team in second year, so consider this a head start." As for Ashley, it was unsurprising that her gift was yet another pendant. This one, like the one she had given Carol before Christmas, was crafted from obsidian but shaped into the outline of a shield, entwined with rose vines. Violet marveled. "Ashley, your talent for designing jewelry is truly exceptional. Each piece is stunning. Why not consider becoming a jewelry designer after graduation?" Chapter 28. The confusion of the unknown seated on the edge of the bed. Ashley swung her slender legs, tilting her head slightly, a hint of pride evident in her voice as she declared, "That's precisely my intention. However, I still wish to create them myself. Asking others to make jewelry often involves extensive communication to achieve the desired effect." Camille was threading the pendant onto a delicate silver chain for Carol when she turned her head and said, "We want to have career consultations until 5th grade. For now, we must focus on our studies. Otherwise, when the time comes to meet the course requirements, we might find ourselves unable to do so, and regret will come too late." The others nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring her sentiment. As night fell, everyone had drifted into slumber, yet Violet remained awake, staring blankly at the ceiling. The evening's conversation regarding future employment left her feeling somewhat lost. She pondered the reasons for her presence in this world, how long she would remain here, whether it would be a lifetime or if she would awaken from this grand dream once the narrative concluded, returning to her previous life as the overworked Ling Wei. If the former, what profession would allow her to establish herself in this realm? And what of her biological parents? If the latter, what purpose did her current efforts serve? Aside from survival until the end? Violet tugged the blanket over her head in frustration, yet the swirling thoughts in her mind refused to dissipate. When she first arrived, the urgency of adapting to unfamiliar people, environments, and lifestyles left no room for such reflections. But now, as life gradually fell into a routine, the twins' mischievous antics began to remind her of the subtleties of stillness. The novelty of this new world would eventually recede like a tide, and she began to fear what she would rely upon to endure in this realm. The next day, Eric spotted Violet in the hall, her eyes bearing the telltale signs of fatigue. During breakfast, she appeared listless, and after eating, she did not engage in lively conversations with Ashley and the others, but instead wore an expression of distress. Eric found her demeanor oddly familiar, yet he could not pinpoint why, even as his mind wandered during class, contemplating the cause of her disquiet. After dinner, as they strolled through the courtyard, he sensed that she likely felt her troubles could only be shared with him. Eric chose not to rush into inquiries, instead quietly accompanying Violet as they walked, patiently awaiting her to speak. After what felt like an eternity, when they reached the grassy area where they typically had flying lessons, Violet finally halted, gazing upward at the vast night sky, resembling an inverted bowl resting upon the earth. The storm from the previous day had seemingly emptied the heavens of its wintry stock, yielding a rare, clear day. Beneath the deepening night, Violet looked up at the brilliant stars, capturing the faint light that had embarked on its journey eons ago. In the surrounding stillness, she felt insignificantly small, whether confronting the vastness of the eternal or the unpredictable nature of fate. "Eric, have you ever considered what profession you might pursue in the wizarding world?" Violet finally voiced her long-buried unease after moments of silence. "Last night, as Ashley and the others discussed their future career aspirations, I suddenly felt a wave of fear." Eric's breath hitched momentarily, while Violet had not elaborated. His keen intellect quickly grasped her fears. In truth, he had sensed these thoughts ever since that fateful night when she was inadvertently harmed by the sour candy. He had observed her reveling in the joy and novelty of Hogwarts life and refrained from hastily awakening her to such concerns. On one hand, these questions did not yet demand immediate attention. On the other, he wished for her to savor happiness a while longer, without facing these daunting dilemmas too soon. He had anticipated that Violet would only start contemplating such matters after the arrival of the Savior, yet she had become aware much earlier than he expected. Stirring a sense of sorrow within him, he remained silent, allowing her to continue. Once the conversation had been initiated, the remaining words flowed more easily. Violet feigned a casual discussion about their studies, gradually unraveling her feelings of confusion and conflict, unaware that her pace quickened, her voice trembling as she spoke. Eric, what should we do? We are all acutely aware of the destinies that befall those around us, yet we remain oblivious to our own. A sudden sense of directionlessness enveloped me in this world, leaving me questioning the very purpose of my existence. Perhaps it was the pent-up pressure within me that finally erupted. For Violet felt the energy within her dissipate into the frigid air of the winter night. She found herself inexplicably drawn to the snow-blanketed grass beneath her feet, trembling slightly as she crouched down to absent-mindedly sift through the once pristine snow. A sigh escaped her lips, carried away by the biting wind, when a pair of warm, dry hands reached out, grasping her slender wrist and gently pulling her upright. Eric, upon witnessing the glistening, red-rimmed eyes of Violet, breathed a sigh of relief. He feared not her tears but the prospect of her bottling them up, potentially causing herself harm. Though the snow had not fallen today, the wind still howled like a blade. Alice had been diligently administering potions to her, and despite her gradual recovery, it was best to avoid the cold. As Eric led Violet back towards the castle, he did not relinquish his hold on her wrist. In this moment of confusion and helplessness, Eric's firm grasp offered a modicum of warmth, grounding her wandering heart. He walked steadily alongside her, harboring his own thoughts about her concerns. In truth, I had recognized your anxieties long ago. I thought that one day you would come to realize them yourself, hence I refrained from speaking up. Yet, I wish for that day to arrive later, so you could enjoy life a little more. After pondering this, I continually encouraged you to bolster your strength. For while the future may be uncertain, our capabilities serve as the greatest reassurance when confronting the unknown. If we consider this journey as a game, and if our presence in this world is merely a serendipitous accident, then our task is simply to be spectators, living each day to its fullest as if we have achieved victory. Should we triumph, whether facing death or receiving rewards to return to our original world, we would not be at a loss. Conversely, if we find ourselves here with a mission, what could that mission entail? I surmise it could be one of two scenarios, either leveraging our knowledge of the original narrative to amend its unresolved conflicts, or standing alongside the protagonists against Voldemort. Once our task concludes, perhaps Merlin will grant us a choice, to remain or to return. Regardless of the situation, each holds significance in our existence here. Violet, do not dwell in such pessimism. In any world, the future remains elusive. All we can do is live in the present. Eric abruptly halted, earnestly regarding Violet's still moist eyes. Violet, no, Lingwei, wherever we may be, remember that the future is shrouded in uncertainty, yet the present is tangible and real. Never allow the unknown future to ensnare your current life, for that will only lead to a state of perpetual anxiety, squandering precious time, and ultimately resulting in regret. With that, he gently tapped the top of her head with his finger. Moreover, you are not alone in this world. You have a fellow unfortunate soul by your side. When challenges arise, we shall face them together. When direction and meaning elude us, we will seek them out together. Fate has not forsaken us. We are not left to fight our battles in solitude. Eric's calm, yet resolute words gradually soothed the turmoil within Violet. Though the future remained unclear, Eric's unwavering presence brought her back to solid ground, guiding her step by step through the fog of uncertainty. Unable to resist, she stole a glance at Eric. If she felt this way, how long had he, who had awakened before her, grappled with similar feelings before achieving such tranquility in the face of the unknown? Upon reaching the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, Violet sincerely thanked Eric. Thank you, Eric. I feel composed now, and I apologize for dragging you into this cold wind for so long. You were right. The important thing is to live in the moment. I know what I must do in the days ahead. Seeing Violet rejuvenated, Eric felt a weight lift from his heart, responding with a light-hearted smile. No worries. As long as you're at ease. It's cold. Let us head back to rest. With that, he affectionately ruffled her hair and watched her enter through the opened entrance of the barrel before turning to leave. As Eric made his way back to Ravenclaw Tower, he reflected on their recent exchange. In truth, he believed that a simple embrace would have provided her with even greater strength. However, Lingwei had never traveled abroad in her previous life and was unaccustomed to Western modes of interaction. A spontaneous embrace might be misconstrued, even if his intentions were purely encouraging. Thus, he opted for a more measured gesture, a gentle pat on her head instead. He hoped that his words would genuinely assist her, enabling her to find restful sleep that night. After the previous night, spent in turmoil, she now felt considerably more at ease, and the fatigue that had accumulated throughout the day washed over her like a tide, leading Violet swiftly into slumber. In her dreams, she wielded her wand with confidence, directing ingredients to leap into the bubbling pot of crimson oil, using the levitation charm to control the steaming delicacies as she entered a banquet hall adorned in a distinctly national style, preparing to serve her guests. Just as she discerned the appearance of the guests, a startled exclamation escaped her lips, causing her to involuntarily tip the entire pot onto one of their heads. In the next moment, she jolted awake, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath, lamenting, "What a waste! How dare that snake-faced monster partake in our culinary delights? He deserves nothing but refuse." From that day forth, Violet commenced diligently completing the assignments laid out for her by Layla, beginning with boiling water. That absurd dream had sparked a revelation within her. Was she not studying food magic? If she did not return home after graduation, she could open a restaurant in Hogsmeade, specializing in her hometown-esque cuisine, allowing wizards to savor exquisite dishes. With this thought, her dedication to mastering food magic deepened. Practicing with her wand at home had felt clumsy, but upon switching to her own large wand, she found her practice much more fluid. She could now heat water from room temperature to boiling and freeze it into ice cubes in increasingly shorter intervals, although she had yet to achieve the seamless transition that Layla required. Moreover, the glass cups could not withstand the rapid temperature fluctuations, shattering and returning to their original state, a process she had grown quite adept at. Initially, her roommates would be startled by the sound of breaking glass, but now they had become accustomed to the occurrences. She remained patient, aware that mastering precise control over her magical output would take time. At least she could now enhance her magical strength, and her next challenge would be to practice the art of diminishing it. As winter gave way to spring, the accumulated ice and snow began to melt away, revealing a landscape no longer draped in monotonous white, but dotted with budding greenery, heralding the revival of life that had lain dormant beneath the earth during the long winter months. One Friday afternoon, while studying in the Great Hall, Violet completed her transfiguration homework and noticed Ashley and her friends still immersed in their work. She opened the notebook Eric had gifted her at Christmas and, taking her wand, began her daily practice of boiling water, documenting her insights and techniques imparted by Layla within its pages. As Eric completed the star chart assigned in his astronomy class, he felt a slight discomfort in his shoulders and, not unexpectedly, spotted Violet, adorned with a light purple headband, once again fiddling with her water cup. Casting a glance towards the teacher's desk, where Professor Flitwick, their house head, was supervising the study session, he felt reassured, picked up his assignments, and settled beside Violet. From Professor Flitwick's perspective, it merely appeared as though two diligent students were engaged in academic discussion. However, the reality was that Eric was casually gossiping with Violet while pretending to flip through his book. "That headband of yours looks lovely. When did you get it? I don't recall seeing you wear it before." Violet, checking the temperature of her water cup with the back of her hand, still dissatisfied, replied nonchalantly, "It was a Christmas gift." Eric then leafed through his notes on food magic, inquiring, "Who gave it to you?" "Ashley. I remember you mentioning her keen eye for jewelry and clothing." Violet shook her head. "No, I have no idea who sent it. The gift was only marked with my initials, and there was no sender's name. William checked it, and I brought it home. I only started wearing it now that the weather has warmed up." Frustrated after several failed attempts to achieve the desired temperature for her water, Violet set her wand down and began flipping through her notebook, uncertain of where she had gone awry. Upon hearing Violet's words, a wave of curiosity washed over Eric. How peculiar, he thought, that someone would send a Christmas gift so anonymously. It wasn't as if it were something shameful. His own father sent secondhand items under his real name. As the two exchanged whispered words, two first-year Slytherin students entered the hall, namely Terrence Higgs and Dorian Pusey, who were on a quest to find research materials in the library, apart from Professor Flitwick gesturing for them to quietly take their seats. Hardly anyone in the hall acknowledged their presence. Violet, engrossed in her task, did not notice that Terrence's gaze lingered momentarily on the headband adorning her hair before he sat down. Only Eric, lethargically munching on potato chips, took note of this. Chapter 29. The Theory of Magical Unitization. Eric's awareness of Terrence Higgs stemmed from their past camaraderie during a prank involving the Weasley twins, fostering a sense of brotherhood. Additionally, the interactions between Slytherin and Ravenclaw were generally amicable, so casual greetings were customary when they crossed paths. Little did he know that today would reveal Terrence's covert glances towards his dear friend. Naturally, he did not harbor any delusions of grandeur, believing that Terrence's gaze was directed at him, as they had just exchanged pleasantries moments before. After Dorian greeted him, he settled down to organize his belongings, while Terrence stole a glance at Violet beside him. As Eric paused mid-chew, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, and he raised an eyebrow. His thoughts drifting between Terrence and Violet, pondering the nature of their connection. Ultimately, his gaze landed on the violet headband Violet wore, and a hypothesis began to form in his mind. It seemed he might have discerned the identity of the anonymous gift-giver. This revelation was both surprising and not. It was not unexpected because, back in high school, Ling was one of the most discussed girls among the male students. In terms of appearance, she wasn't the quintessential beauty at first glance, overshadowed by the delicate elegance of the class beauty who had studied classical dance since elementary school. Nor did she possess the striking presence of the captain of the girls' swimming team in her second year. Yet, on the school forum's gossip section, she had secured her place amidst the competition with a single cosplay photo of Nuwa mending the sky. He still recalled how that image had been lauded in absurdly exaggerated terms by forum users, one claiming her demeanor was aloof and ethereal, as if she were an otherworldly being, while another remarked that her beauty was only 7/10, yet her divine aura elevated her to a perfect 10. Even more ludicrous were the comments hinting that if she remained silent, he would be inclined to kneel and offer incense in her honor. Reflecting on this, Eric regretted ever indulging his curiosity to peruse such posts. It was no surprise that Ling had become a revered figure among students, dubbed the saint based solely on that one image. Eric had been speechless upon reading those praises, realizing the absurdity of the notion that anyone could perceive her as ethereal, especially after witnessing her somewhat eccentric demeanor in the hallways. It seemed that some individuals took pleasure in withholding the truth, perhaps eager to witness the disillusionment of those naive young hearts. Though she often appeared lost in thought with a blank expression, there was indeed an air about her that suggested she belonged to a realm beyond the mundane. Upon learning of this outlandish title, Ling had rolled her eyes in his presence, exclaiming, "I am the embodiment of the Earth Mother, not some dark cult saint. Call me a goddess, if you must." It was only a decade later, at a reunion at Universal Studios after enduring the trials of life, that he recognized there was a kernel of truth in the seemingly ludicrous accolades on the forum. Ling, fully blossomed and barefaced, stood out remarkably. Yet when confronted by strangers, a mere furrow of her brow could effectively deter any advances, although she often wore a perfectly timed smile. When she stood quietly with her arms crossed, observing the antics of others, she seemed like nothing more than a spectator in this world. Over time, he even harbored the notion that she could easily retreat to a secluded forest and cultivate herself into an immortal being. With this thought lingering in his mind, Eric pondered whether Ling had always maintained such an aloof demeanor with outsiders, revealing her true self only to those she deemed worthy. In truth, before he became acquainted with her through study sessions, she had merely been courteous towards him. Thus, when the moniker of Saint emerged, he, having already formed a close friendship with Ling was inclined to believe that others were merely victims of an illusion. Despite Violet's youthful appearance, she radiated an enchanting allure reminiscent of a celestial child. Coupled with the mature soul residing within her, Violet's unique charisma was impossible to conceal. Her expressions could easily captivate attention. What surprised Eric was that the first boy to be beguiled by her charm was none other than Terrence Higgs from Slytherin. He had never witnessed any interaction between Violet and Terrence beyond their shared classes. At that moment, Eric's peripheral vision caught sight of a partially obscured class schedule pinned under a stack of parchment, revealing that their astronomy class that evening was indeed a joint session with Slytherin. Thus, it was entirely plausible for Violet and Terrence to have crossed paths. However, he found himself puzzled again. The astronomy tower would be dim and difficult to navigate at night. What could they possibly see of each other? Was it truly a matter of an enhanced aura? Strangely enough, Terrence's appearance suggested a cool and distant demeanor, and when Violet wore a blank expression, their energies indeed bore a striking resemblance. Eric grimaced slightly, finishing the last half of his potato chip. Now he understood why, during the sack race with Lewis, Terrence had also joined in. While the surface reason was the ongoing rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, it appeared that Violet might have played a role in this as well. To suggest that Terrence harbors no feelings is something he cannot accept. Hufflepuff maintains amicable relations with several other houses. If he truly regarded Violet as an ordinary classmate or friend, he could simply present her with a Christmas gift openly, rather than resorting to anonymous gifting, which implies a sense of secrecy. Should he confide in Violet about this matter? He feels a twinge of curiosity about her reaction upon discovering the truth. Undoubtedly a look of bewilderment followed by laughter, exclaiming that the person must be rather peculiar. Today is not suitable for practice, no matter how he tries. Nothing seems to flow smoothly. Violet, disheartened, sets down her wand and rests her head in her hands, visibly distressed. Her muttering disrupts Eric's train of thought. prompting him to gather his wits and shift into his usual academic discourse mode. Sitting up straight, he inquires with concern, "What seems to be the matter?" "How shall I put it? When I boiled water earlier, it was akin to pushing a syringe. One must do so gradually and steadily for the magical output to remain stable. However, Layla assigned me a task to practice achieving it all at once. In other words, I need to release that segment of magic in a single burst, much like a bullet." Eric nods in understanding. "I can grasp that, and what follows? The dilemma lies here. I can maintain a stable magical output for a period, but when it comes to a quick release, I always struggle to gauge the exact amount of magic in that fleeting moment, either too much or too little. What's worth such distress? Follow me." Upon discerning where Violet is stuck, Eric promptly grabs her notebook and, taking her wrist, leads her to consult Professor Flitwick at the teacher's table. Isn't it foolish to have such a renowned charms master nearby and not seek his insight? Professor Flitwick, surprised by their approach, finds the issue of magical control they present to be rather trivial, and he is more than willing to assist his students. However, in his long tenure at Hogwarts, he seldom encounters students eager to explore such topics. Thus, he responds with great care and thoroughness. "My dear child, this is an excellent question. I encountered a similar challenge in my youth. Here is how I approached it." Flitwick, an exemplary educator, endeavors to explain in terms accessible to the students, who listen intently as Violet diligently adds new notes to her notebook, with Eric also absorbing some valuable insights. During the exchange of questions and answers, Eric discreetly glances towards the Slytherin table. Yet, to his disappointment, Terence is busily engrossed in writing an essay, occasionally engaging in discussions with Darian, seemingly oblivious to the happenings at the teacher's table. This leaves Eric somewhat perplexed. Could it be that he misjudged the situation? Perhaps Terence has no interest in Violet, or he is not the anonymous gift giver after all. After all, they are still quite young. Declarations of affection may be premature. If he were to voice his suspicions, it could lead to awkwardness on both sides. Terence and Darian are among the more amiable and principled members of Slytherin. To confront a mere baseless rumor would risk creating an unnecessary rift in their interactions. Perhaps he is merely overthinking it. Eric sighs internally, dismissing the matter from his mind as he returns his focus to Professor Flitwick's explanations. With the professor's guidance, Violet begins to grasp several key concepts. Flitwick then assists the two in experiencing the nuances of magical output. This represents the smallest scale of magic a witch or wizard of your age can produce in a single spell. As he speaks, Flitwick gently grasps Violet's hand holding the wand, guiding her to produce a small droplet of water akin to the size of a pearl from her necklace. An adult wizard could achieve a droplet half this size. With a flick of his wand, he conjures a minuscule droplet, almost invisible, that hovers steadily in the air. My advice is to remember the sensation you experienced when producing the droplet. For the time being, practice in this manner. Once the droplet's size stabilizes, gradually increase the magical output. This approach will prove more efficient and safer than your erratic attempts. He, fearing they may not have grasped it fully, guides them through the process once more. Eric recognizes the benefits of mastering magical control and resolves to practice alongside Violet. After sincerely thanking Professor Flitwick, the two return to their seats, with Violet exclaiming, "Truly, he is a master of charms. His guidance far surpasses my own fumbling efforts." Eric ponders Flitwick's earlier remarks. "I can't shake the feeling that the method Professor Flitwick imparted to us bears a resemblance to the principles of quantum mechanics." Upon hearing Eric mention the perplexing concept of quantum mechanics, Violet tilts her head, her eyes glazing over. "What on earth? We ventured into the realm of metaphysics, and now physics is involved too?" Aware that physics was Violet's least favorable subject in high school, Eric chuckles to himself. You know, employing scientific methods to learn magic is rather novel, and it might indeed be effective. At least Professor Flitwick has discerned a pattern. His approach aligns closely with Planck's concept of quanta. Violet shoots Flitwick a bewildered glance, donning a mask of distress. It is simply impossible for her to reconcile the dazzling young physicist, a paragon of beauty, with the diminutive Professor Flitwick. Though both immerse themselves in practice, Eric, as the quintessential scholar, finds his thoughts captivated by Flitwick's enlightening theory of magical quantization. Meanwhile, Violet, the physics novice and aesthetics enthusiast, struggles to purge her mind of any unwarranted associations between Professor Flitwick and the striking figure from her past. Lost in their respective contemplations, they remain unaware of a covert gaze directed at them from the Slytherin table. With Professor Flitwick's guidance, they manage to proficiently release their smallest unit of magic before dinner. Encouraged, Violet attempts to increase her output unit, but is restrained by Eric. "We mustn't rush this. It might become muddled overnight. It's prudent to practice for several days until it becomes second nature before attempting to increase the output." Heeding the advice of others bears fruit, and Violet decides to set aside her ambitions for the moment, refocusing on her practice. After dinner, Violet composes her insights into a letter, entrusting it to Eric to deliver to Claire when he sends his correspondence home. Eric, accustomed to Violet's habit of commandeering his postal endeavors, accepts the letter and stows it in his bag. As Eric anticipated, after a night's rest, their stability diminishes by nearly half. Thus, throughout the entire weekend, the pair engages in relentless practice of conjuring small droplets of water, with Violet managing to fill 4 glass cups during one evening session, leading Ross to jest about Hogwarts tap water. The repetitive nature of their practice becomes somewhat tedious, and after 3 days, Violet starts to lose patience. However, seeing Eric remain dedicated and focused, the girls in their dormitory join her in the endeavor, allowing her to gradually regain her composure and concentrate on the task of releasing the small droplets with renewed determination. As the slowest among them, Camille finally achieved a stability of around 80%. Violet and Eric were at last able to freely conjure droplets of water. The two stood upon the lawn, playfully launching tiny beads of water at each other, reveling in their amusement, much to the envy of the young hawk and badger awaiting their flying lesson nearby. What they engaged in was a miniature water fight, though for them it felt akin to wielding high-pressure water guns, not to mention the imminent arrival of Madame Hooch. Even a single Ferk could easily tear them apart. Alas, their progress surpassed ours by leaps and bounds. When would we ever attain such proficiency? Camille, clutching Rose's arm, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Rose glanced at the dejected little golden head, offering soft words of comfort, setting aside the clever Eric. Violet had begun her practice earlier than us, and with greater diligence. We had all witnessed the effort she had invested, illustrating the essence of perseverance. We resolved to focus on our training, and by this weekend at the latest, we too would achieve their level of skill. At that time, I shall join you in such playful antics. Camille, merely venting her frustrations, found solace in Rose's encouragement and soon brightened up, sweetly smiling. All right. Chapter 30, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. Violet and Eric frolicked in their water battle amidst the lingering chill of early spring, and even after Madame Hooch's timely drying charm, they found themselves reporting to the infirmary. Heads drooped under the ire of Madame Pomfrey. What were you thinking? Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, hands on her hips, her wand pointed accusingly at the two. The snow has yet to fully melt, and the weather remains frigid. Did you think yourself invincible, like Nicole May? As she spoke, Madame Pomfrey's wand jutted toward Violet, the tip nearly poking her nose. Unable to meet the furious gaze of Madame Pomfrey, Violet fixated on the wand tip before her, inadvertently crossing her eyes. You came here once before Christmas due to influenza. Did you find the potions to your liking? And you? Madame Pomfrey's voice grew more agitated, her cheeks flushing. As a boy and older than her, how could you be so reckless? I'm sorry, I was wrong. The two, aware of their guilt, quickly admitted their fault. Madame Pomfrey, exasperated, turned to fetch a revitalizing potion, leaving the two contrite youngsters standing in place. At that moment, Professor Snape appeared silently in the infirmary. Casting a sidelong glance at the duo, a sardonic chuckle escaping his lips as his deep voice dripped with sarcasm, deliberately slowing his cadence. Oh, look. Miss Lin has come to the infirmary for a free meal again. I can only assume that the majority of my potion ingredients have vanished into your seemingly bottomless stomach. Am I to write to Miss Lin's parents to reimburse me for the cost of those materials? Had it been the old Ling way, such condescending remarks would have prompted an immediate retort. However, the current Violet faced the notorious Professor Snape, realizing that a moment of impulsive retaliation could jeopardize her teammates. Thus, she could only seethe silently, fervently praying to Merlin for Snape to finish his tirade and depart swiftly. Noticing Violet's silence, Snape shifted his attention to Eric. It appears this year's Ravenclaw is not particularly bright. One managed to inexplicably explode a cauldron in my class, while the other foolishly indulged in a water fight in the cold, landing himself in the infirmary. Perhaps I should request the headmaster to thoroughly inspect the sorting hat, to see if it has indeed become senile. Violet sneezed, pondering whether she had inadvertently crossed paths with Slytherin today, as it seemed she'd been reprimanded by two of them. Seeing that the two remained oblivious to his remarks, Snape found the situation rather tiresome and ultimately chose to spare them. He wrinkled his nose in disdain, letting out a barely audible click of his tongue before turning to the cabinet where the potions were stored. Just then, Madame Pomfrey returned with the revitalizing potion, watching intently as they consumed it, before unceremoniously ejecting the two transformed into steam engines from the infirmary. Violet and Eric exchanged nervous glances, and upon witnessing each other's comical expressions, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, they quickly composed themselves, glancing back at Snape, who appeared to be engaged in idle chatter with Madame Pomfrey. The moment they caught his eye, they felt a jolt of anxiety and promptly fled the terrifying vicinity. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, Eric halted, panting and leaning against his knees. At this rate, We are bound to be the subject of ridicule in flying class. We need to find a secluded spot. He pondered aloud. By the way, how long does this potion last? Violet nearly expelled the revitalizing potion from her system, her complexion paling, and she leaned against Eric's slightly broader shoulder to steady herself. Gasping for breath, she replied, I think it lasts about 2 hours. Hearing this, Eric looked somewhat troubled. 2 hours? That means we won't be able to go to the Great Hall for dinner until at least 6:30. I have astronomy class tonight, and I wonder if there will be enough time to eat. Violet coughed a few times, finally regulating her breath. It shouldn't be a problem. If worst comes to worst, we can go to Bobo to improve our meal. The two resolved to find an empty room near the kitchen, tidying it up a bit before sitting down to prepare their assignments. As Eric spread out the parchment, he reminisced, Madame Pomfrey was right. I should have stopped you. I just got carried away thinking about those high school days during our water fight. High school days. Violet paused her page turning, gazing thoughtfully at Eric's nostalgic smile. Are you referring to the times we would have pin battles in the hallway? Recalling this, Violet couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, that very thing. Eric replied with a hearty laugh. Back then, we could only rely on our imagination. To others, it seemed juvenile and awkward. Who would have thought that one day we would wield real wands and play with actual magic like this? The two shared a hearty laugh as they reminisced about their more whimsical days, soon returning their focus to their assignments, immersing themselves in the sea of work amidst the steam that lingered around them. The two, engrossed in their studies, ceased their chatter, occasionally discussing challenging problems while diligently writing. 2 hours swiftly passed, dusk settling in, and as the room darkened, they finally set down their quills, gathering their books and parchment. Dinner should be starting soon, so what do you think? Shall we head to the Great Hall or the kitchen? Eric inquired, not lifting his head as he organized his disheveled bag. Noticing the steam from Eric's ears had diminished to nearly imperceptible wisps, Violet surmised her appearance was likely similar, and replied, let us go straight to the Great Hall. By the time we arrive, the potion's effects should have mostly worn off. Sounds good, Eric agreed, slinging his bag over his shoulder as they walked together toward the Great Hall. Upon their arrival, the effects of the revitalizing potion had indeed dissipated, allowing them to straighten their backs and nonchalantly take their usual seats, feigning that nothing had transpired. Ashley and Lewis had long since finished their classes and arrived at the auditorium, eagerly awaiting lunch. Upon witnessing the two return side by side to the main group, Ashley's eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased, well, look who finally returned from their little date. Where on earth have you two been all this time? Eric, sipping on pumpkin juice, promptly choked at her words, while Violet appeared as though struck by lightning. What nonsense is this? Who would possess such peculiar taste as to have a rendezvous in the medical wing? You've seen the outrageous side effects of that stimulant potion before. We were merely trying to avoid being seen and ridiculed, hence we sought a secluded spot to complete our assignments. Ashley stifled a giggle at Violet's flustered reaction, fully aware that the bond between the two was more innocent than the snow blanketing Hogwarts. She was simply poking fun at their inseparable companionship. Upon hearing her mention the stimulant potion, Cedric leaned in with concern. Didn't Madame Hoqueef use the drying charm on you? Why are you drinking a stimulant again? Are you feeling unwell? Violet gently scratched her cheek, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Yes, indeed. After this little escapade, my reputation for being frail and sickly is utterly beyond redemption. Cedric's tone held a note of reproach. Well, you ought to refrain from such frivolity. If you desire to play, at least wait until the weather warms up. Violet smiled sheepishly. Oh, but I was just so thrilled at the progress we made in practice that I couldn't resist a bit of fun. Carrot, slicing into her steak, chimed in with her own teasing. I reckon we should keep an eye on you, ready to restrain you whenever you're about to indulge in mischief. Andrew, unusually joining the banter, quipped, restraining you? You'd be lucky if she doesn't drag you along for the ride. I clearly saw you itching to use your wand this afternoon. The others erupted into friendly laughter. Carrot feigned a fierce expression, brandishing her knife at Andrew in a mock threat. Hearing the commotion, the Ravenclaw companions recalled the joyous scene from earlier that day, unable to suppress their smiles. Hey Eric, how do you and Violet plan to practice next? Lewis asked, his mouth full of apple pie. Eric pondered for a moment before responding. This afternoon, we discussed taking a gradual approach, adding one unit at a time. It's crucial to build a solid foundation. After the Easter break, we'll consult Professor Flitwick regarding our next steps. Since Albert, Lewis, and Eric shared a dormitory, whenever Eric practiced the small water droplets, the other two joined in, and their progress was nearly catching up with his. Fiona, the only first-year girl in Ravenclaw, resided with older students and didn't shy away from practicing in front of them. Ravenclaw students, known for their intelligence, swiftly grasped the benefits of this practice, leading to a widespread adoption throughout the entire house, much to Professor Flitwick's surprise. In contrast, Hufflepuff displayed a lack of similar enthusiasm for studying. Many were preoccupied with their heavy academic loads, leaving only a few diligent students to seek guidance from Violet's small group. Initially, Andrew hadn't considered joining, but due to Violet's persistent coaxing, he found himself alongside Cedric and Angelina, thinking it would be unwise to miss out, and thus he was included. Consequently, Andrew had recently grown more familiar with them. As Camille savored her pudding, she suddenly recalled something and hastily set down her spoon, excitedly inquiring of Carrot, "By the way, this Saturday is the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Are you going to watch?" Carrot, a die-hard Quidditch fan, lit up with enthusiasm. "Absolutely. I wouldn't miss it." She then turned to Ross. "What about you, Ross?" Ross, one of the standout students in flying class, readily agreed, "Of course. The more matches I watch, the better prepared I'll be for the second-year team selection." Camille then turned her eager gaze toward Ashley and Violet, to which Ashley shrugged. "It's not like it's a Hufflepuff match, so I'll pass. But if you two make the house team next year, I promise to cheer you on from the stands." Violet also shook her head. "Forget about the other houses. When these two face off, it's not a match, it's personal vendetta. Rather than witness blatant fouls, I'd prefer to wait for next week's Gryffindor and Ravenclaw match." Carrot expressed her disappointment. "All right then, I'll come back and tell you all about the match after it's over. Violet, you better not end up in the medical wing while we're gone." Violet rolled her eyes with a mock smile. "Oh, please." On the weekend, early in the morning, Camille, along with her companions, devoured their breakfast before hand-in-hand making their way to the Quidditch pitch. Meanwhile, the perpetually lazy Violet remained in the auditorium, practicing the release of 2 units of magical energy in tandem with Ashley. Just as Ashley finally managed to awkwardly conjure the small water droplets, Violet's keen eyes caught sight of Carrot and Camille at the entrance, their faces flushed with anger. Even the usually gentle Ross wore a fierce expression. "What on earth happened?" Ashley asked with concern, pulling Camille and Ross to sit down. "Weren't you going to watch the Quidditch match?" Violet, however, seemed to understand, likely due to the outrageous fouls witnessed during the game. She poured a cup of milk tea for Carrot and set it before her. Carrot accepted the tea, gulping half of it down before venting. "Thank goodness you two didn't attend. You have no idea how dirty that match was." Ashley caught on. "Did Slytherin strike again?" Then Ross slammed his fist on the long table, his face contorted with rage. Charlie Weasley was struck in the face by a bludger right at the start of the match, and he was covered in blood. Oliver didn't last 5 minutes before being kicked off his broom by Slytherin's beaters, breaking his leg on the spot. Ashley winced at the thought, inhaling sharply before asking, "And who caught the golden snitch?" Camille replied through gritted teeth. "One of Gryffindor's chasers tackled Slytherin's goalkeeper, Blatch, to interfere. But the 2 beaters managed to send Slytherin's seeker off the field. It was only when Charlie Weasley got back on his broom that he had a chance to seize the snitch." Violet exclaimed. "Now that's quite the extreme trade-off." The chaotic and bloody nature of the match left Ashley in disbelief. Such blatant fouls. Didn't Madame Hoqueef call any penalties? Carrot pounded the table with her fist. "That's the most infuriating part. Madame Hoqueef penalized those who were physically aggressive, and Gryffindor had to swallow their anger. But Slytherin kept targeting bludgers near Madame Hoqueef. She was practically ready to explode." Violet sighed, trying to calm Carrot. "This is why I didn't want to watch the match. Do you all remember the game before Halloween? Our Hufflepuff against Slytherin. That match was chaotic enough, and with Gryffindor involved, it would be even more blatant." Violet felt a twinge of resignation. Slytherin's team had always resorted to unscrupulous tactics to secure victory, with Marcus Flint exemplifying this approach. His strategies consistently led his team to win, but were hardly clean, verging on dishonorable. Yet, unfazed by the criticism from other houses, he remained steadfast in his style. "In the end, I won the match. What can you do about it?" His arrogance made one want to give his teeth a good straightening. Chapter 31, The Masked Black. "How about learning from me?" Violet gently caressed the back of the furious Carol, whispering words of comfort. "You needn't attend any more Slytherin matches." However, Carol, fueled by indignation, rose from her seat, her deep brown eyes brimming with defiance. "Absolutely not. I must go? That buck-toothed fiend is utterly detestable. I want to hurl dung bombs at them. I shall learn the amplifying charm and unleash my wrath upon them." Observing the transformation of Carol, who now unabashedly referred to herself in the first person, Violet felt a twinge of embarrassment. She hastily covered Carol's increasingly loud mouth, forcibly guiding her back into her seat. "All right, my dear, keep your voice down. You truly are the epitome of youthful audacity. Can you afford to provoke Slytherin so recklessly?" Yet Camille concurred with Carol's sentiments. "Carol is absolutely right. Slytherin deserves a lesson. Especially that buck-toothed captain. Otherwise, they'll run rampant." As Violet watched the typically cautious Ross nod in agreement, she felt her head spin. She gestured for them to lower their voices, striving to restore their rationality. "Please, think clearly. While it is unwise to generalize, consider how many students in Slytherin come from families with Death Eater connections. Professor Snape's bias is not a new phenomenon. At least we have the professors at Hogwarts to shield us, and we may only face some bullying. What about your parents? Have you completely disregarded their concerns? The three, now brimming with fury, felt as though they had been doused with a bucket of icy water. Their rationality slowly returned, and an unsettling chill settled in their hearts. They remained silent for a long while, until Carol, still grappling with her emotions, stubbornly asserted, "But that person we cannot name has already been defeated, hasn't he? Even if Death Eaters still exist, they won't dare to cause chaos." Violet felt a headache coming on, pressing her temples as she struggled to formulate her arguments. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. Turning to see Eric, she realized he had arrived at the Great Hall while she was preoccupied with the others. Noticing her distress, Eric had discreetly inquired with Ashley about the situation. "Violet is merely looking out for your well-being," Eric said softly, leaning in closer. "Before coming to Hogwarts, my father warned me that the Dark Lord is merely in hiding. The day the Chosen One returns to the magical world will be the day he resurfaces. Therefore, we must exercise caution." Eric's serious demeanor rendered even the bold Carol pale, her heart racing with trepidation. He then took a seat beside Violet, while Ashley chimed in, "Violet isn't forbidding you from supporting other houses. She just doesn't want you to confront Slytherin directly. In the next match, you can cheer for their opponents." Ross had regained his composure long ago, and after listening to Eric and Ashley, Carol and Camille quieted down. The four sat there in silence until Cedric and Andrew, equally incensed, stormed in, expressing their dissatisfaction with the match. Tonks, with her vibrant red hair, burst into the hall, and Violet couldn't help but feel that Slytherin had truly crossed the line, inciting public outrage. She had always believed that Slytherin's notorious reputation was not solely a result of their obsession with blood purity and disdain for muggles. A segment of Slytherin students held an inflated sense of self-worth, lacking the virtues and abilities to match, while others resorted to extremism. Such individuals, even in the Muggle world, would be utterly loathed. To continually deride others as mudbloods, a term laden with extreme insult, only serves to expose one's ignorance and low moral standards. While desperately clinging to a fragile and worthless sense of pride, they are all novices in the realm of wizardry. Their prowess is not superior to ours. So why should they look down upon us with disdain and arrogance? Had they possessed a slightly higher moral caliber, they would not have tarnished the reputation of their own house. Indeed, there are numerous commendable wizards from Slytherin, such as Leta Lestrange, who defied Grindelwald out of love. Professor Snape, a double agent, Regulus Black, who turned against Voldemort and destroyed a Horcrux, and Professor Slughorn, who distributed Felix Felicis to students during the Battle of Hogwarts, along with Madame Pomfrey, who diligently cared for students in the hospital wing. Yet, due to the misdeeds of Flint and the notorious Death Eaters, people often harbor prejudices against those hailing from Slytherin. Those who insult others will inevitably face disdain in return. When you look down upon others, how can you be unaware that those you scorn also revile you? Carol felt a sense of defeat. "I know Violet is concerned for our safety, but seeing Flint's smirking face makes me want to smack a quaffle right into it." Violet sighed heavily, feeling a headache coming on. Despite having conveyed her point, Carol still yearned for confrontation. While Violet shared her desire to bag Flint herself, she understood the dangers of provoking Slytherin, especially those with Death Eater ties, before Voldemort and his fragments were completely vanquished. At that moment, Eric, who had been practicing with his wand, chuckled softly, saying meaningfully, "A personal confrontation with Flint would be unwise. Rather than taking the risk alone, why not share the burden with everyone?" Everyone paused, puzzled by Eric's words. Violet, however, grasped the underlying implication. He was suggesting a collective approach, where, in the event of trouble, the blame would not fall on a single individual. Carol and Camille, reignited with determination, inquired, "Eric, do you have a plan?" Eric remained silent, merely smiling at Violet, while the others turned their hopeful gazes toward her. Violet, stifling the urge to bite him in frustration, retorted, "What Eric means is that we should rally the entire student body of Hogwarts to protest against Flint's buck teeth." Eric couldn't help but smile, pleased that Violet had grasped his point. He knew that someone capable of navigating time zones and sampling all manner of delicacies in his previous life must possess some clever ideas. She was merely inclined to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ashley, deep in thought, analyzed, conflicts between one or two students are often dismissed by professors as mere childish squabbles. They won't pay much attention. Inter-house disputes are typically smoothed over by their respective heads. However, if students from 3 houses unite against Slytherin, the headmaster and professors would have to take it seriously. Violet shook her head and clarified, "No, not 3 houses, but 4. 4 houses? But how could Slytherin condemn its own students? Besides, There will always be those who prefer to remain neutral and not take a stand, Camille said, resting her chin on her hands, perplexed. Eric nudged Violet's elbow, encouraging her to continue, but Violet, unwilling to comply, rolled her eyes and replied, "Don't you have a voice? You came up with this first, you should say it." Seeing Violet's patience wearing thin, Eric wisely refrained from further teasing her, turning to explain to Carol and the others. There's no need to meticulously coordinate every student. As the match commenced, the entire Quidditch pitch was engulfed by a cacophony of dissent and condemnation, including voices masquerading under the name of Slytherin. This not only escalated the difficulty of identifying the instigator, but also sowed seeds of suspicion within Slytherin itself. Violet added, "Slytherin excels at weighing pros and cons, safeguarding their own interests. Once they perceive the external environment as unfavorable, internal discord is inevitable. If we target Flint, they will abandon him for self-preservation." Such a representative tactic in public opinion was something she and Violet had witnessed in their previous lives, insidious yet elusive. With a deep sigh, Violet recognized his intent to malign Slytherin. How cunning. She lamented that she should never have dragged him into the drama of the fan wars. Of course, she mused, rather than confronting Slytherin head-on, it would be more prudent to let them descend into chaos, allowing them to turn on each other and spare herself from the ensuing mess. What if the rational faction ends up gaining control over Slytherin? That would indeed be a delightful outcome. Among those present, aside from her and Eric, who were both transformed, the rest were naive, innocent souls. Upon hearing Eric's information-laden remarks, their worldviews were reshaped, leaving them in a stupor, as if they had just stepped into a new realm. Oh, how intriguing. This is indeed fascinating. While Ross and Ashley pondered thoughtfully, Camille and Carol's eyes gleamed with excitement, leaving Violet in utter despair. Alas, this kind-hearted and innocent Hufflepuff group was on the verge of being led astray. At that moment, lunch arrived, and an array of sumptuous dishes appeared on the table. Violet expertly ignored the visually appealing yet unappetizing English-style fried rice, eagerly piling several fried chicken legs onto her plate, while inviting others to join her. "All right, let us eat first. Eric's plan will require meticulous attention to detail, and we need to fill our bellies before we deliberate further." With a frown, she then shooed the culprit Eric back to the Ravenclaw table. Throughout lunch, Violet felt a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. While proposing the idea was thrilling, the more she contemplated it, the more she realized that nefarious deeds inevitably leave traces. Given that Carol and the others were merely first years, how thorough could they be? Relying solely on their small group, they would soon be discovered. If this plan were to be executed, the challenges would be formidable, and myriad issues would arise. How to oppose? What tools to use? How to create the tools? If they involved people, the greater the number of participants, the higher the risk of leaks. And they might be apprehended by the professors before they even conspired. The boys, eating with alacrity, finished their meals ahead of her. Before departing, Eric patted Violet's shoulder, signaling her to follow him outside. "Apologies, I let my enthusiasm run away with me just now." Once they reached the fountain in the courtyard, Eric immediately expressed remorse for his earlier suggestion. Violet shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "Oh, I wonder who it was that previously insisted I should tread carefully to reach the conclusion?" Eric recalled his earlier anxious demeanor, feeling a bit sheepish as he chuckled lightly. It was the match this morning that was so infuriating. Even Buddha would be riled up. How much more so those who genuinely love the sport of Quidditch? To Violet, Eric's demeanor resembled that of a foolish dog, aware of its blunders, yet still enamored with its master. Then Eric leaned closer to Violet and whispered, "I understand your concerns, but while watching the match this morning, I pondered a foolproof method to minimize the risk of exposure. What I shared with Ashley and the others was merely a preliminary idea. We can discuss the specifics in a secure location tomorrow." Violet raised an eyebrow. "A secure location? Are you referring to the room of requirement?" Eric glanced at her in surprise and chuckled softly. "How did you know I was talking about that?" "Process of elimination," Violet replied while counting on her fingers. "What we intend to do, if exposed, will surely incite the wrath and retaliation of Slytherin and Professor Snape. So we must keep it a secret until the day of execution. Outdoors, amidst the bustling classrooms, it would be all too easy for others to notice. The most suitable places for confidentiality and undertaking schemes within Hogwarts are limited to the Chamber of Secrets, which we cannot access without speaking Parseltongue, and the Room of Requirement. Indeed, the Room of Requirement fits the bill. Even if we knew the location of the chamber, we couldn't enter without the snake language." Eric casually tucked his hands into his pockets, the wind gently billowing the hem of his robes, presenting a picture of youthful confidence from a distance. "A couple of days ago, Lewis and I got lost returning to the common room at night after the stairs led us astray. While searching for our way, we came across a tapestry depicting a troll in a ballet tutu. The troll beating the foolish Bananap," Violet murmured. The wall opposite the tapestry is indeed the room of requirement. Exactly. However, we stumbled upon it by chance, so I plan to search for it thoroughly this afternoon. The problem is, I can't recall which floor the room of requirement is on, only that it's opposite the tapestry, Eric lamented, scratching his head. On the 8th floor. Violet replied with certainty. The room of requirement is on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. I'll accompany you there shortly. With a clear objective, the two set off without delay, quickly informing Carol and the others before making their way to the 8th floor. Hogwarts Castle, already vast, was filled with numerous branching corridors and ever-changing staircases, making it deceptively easy for even seasoned upperclassmen to lose their way, let alone first years who had only been there for a few months. As Violet and Eric navigated the corridors, discerning the portraits and tapestries on either side while gauging their whereabouts by the view outside, they circled the 8th floor 3 times before Eric finally discovered the uncharted passage where the stairs had deposited him. I remember this place. The stairs led me to a wooden door, and beyond it was a passage. To the right upon exiting was a statue of a wizard chess queen. Eric scrutinized the statue at the end of the passage, recalling his route from that evening. I remember that when I emerged, I turned right, and upon seeing the torch, it was right here. Then at the next junction, I turned right again, and at the end of this passage, to the right, was that tapestry. Following his recollection, Eric hastened his steps, his tone growing increasingly excited. The passage lacked windows, the sole source of illumination being the torches, casting a rather chilly atmosphere. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, they reached the end. Chapter 32, The Wheel of Fate Turns. Eric glanced around before pointing at the wall on his right, exclaiming, "Look, it's right here." Violet, who had already lost her sense of direction while following Eric through the twists and turns, was utterly disoriented, unaware of their position within the castle. Dizzily, she raised her gaze to follow Eric's finger, her eyes landing on an enormous tapestry that nearly engulfed the entire wall. As described in the books, the tapestry depicted 6 trolls dressed in ballet attire, wielding large sticks, performing elegant ballet poses as they struck the foolish Bananab at the center of the scene. The grotesque and unsightly giant, adorned with an elegant ballet costume and executing ballet movements, rendered the entire scene indescribably bizarre and comical. "Oh, how absurd!" Violet couldn't help but exclaim. Eric, upon hearing this, chuckled. Indeed, quite ridiculous. Now that they had located the tapestry, the wall opposite it must surely be the room of requirement. They exchanged glances and began to deliberate. How do we confirm it? Should we follow the method outlined in the book? Wait, how is it described again? Let's start with the simplest request. I need a room that can conceal objects. All right, you take the lead. The room of requirement probably won't comprehend Chinese. Fine, but honestly, how did you even pass the English exams with such poor skills? Shut up, just go. Pushed forward by an indignant Violet, Eric recalled the instructions for the room of requirement and silently recited the incantation as he paced back and forth in front of the wall 3 times. When Eric finally halted, Violet anxiously clasped her hands, her gaze fixed intently on the wall, hoping for any sign of change that would summon the room. However, the wall remained utterly still and unresponsive. Growing impatient, Violet was about to pull Eric aside to inquire what had gone awry, particularly if his focus was lacking, when the wall began to transform, a smooth door slowly materializing before them. It worked, they exclaimed, their eyes lighting up in surprise. Eric, suppressing his excitement, cautiously ensured that no one else was nearby before placing his hand on the door, inhaling deeply, and pushing it open. Instantly, a magnificent space, far beyond their wildest imaginations, unfolded before them. It was vast, immeasurably so, exceeding the effects that words or film could convey, leading Violet to suspect that this space was larger than the castle itself. Within this seemingly endless expanse lay a chaotic assortment of items amassed by students over the years, haphazardly strewn about without any discernible order. While it was indeed a splendid place for concealment, retrieving anything from it would prove to be quite the challenge. To phrase it nicely, it was a repository for hidden treasures. To phrase it bluntly, it resembled a junkyard. The pair wandered slowly, surveying their surroundings and exchanging remarks. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes must be here, right? Yes, the diadem of Ravenclaw. And the vanishing cabinet is also here. The one that Master repaired? Precisely. The room of requirement truly is a remarkable place. Look, there's even a notebook on numerical divination. Eric brushed off the dust from the notebook surface and quickly flipped through a few pages to ascertain its contents. Given the sheer volume of antiquated items piled here, with a thick layer of dust, Violet felt a tickle in her nose and couldn't suppress a sneeze. It's a pity it was ultimately destroyed by fire. Sacrificing the room of requirement to obliterate a Horcrux was quite a loss. Upon witnessing Violet sneeze, Eric lost the desire to continue exploring, guiding her back. Had the diadem been exposed earlier, perhaps we wouldn't have needed to make a sacrifice. It's not that I haven't considered that. But given the scale of this mess, finding a small diadem amidst it is akin to digging a tunnel to the Chamber of Secrets. At her jest, an amusing image flashed in Eric's mind of Violet energetically wielding a shovel, vigorously breaking through the ceiling of the chamber, greeting the bewildered basilisk with a cheerful hello. He quickly clenched his fist to stifle the laughter threatening to escape his lips, his shoulders shaking slightly as he tried to suppress it. Ahem. The chosen one finding the Horcrux is merely a matter of destiny's design. We are but mere bystanders in this tale. If we truly wish to locate the diadem, we might have to resort to the tedious method of clearing this clutter first. True, with the magical and physical resistance present here, it can only be a Horcrux. The two exchanged words as they departed the room of requirement, conducting another experiment to confirm that the room could indeed transform into what they needed, before establishing a route to return. After all, Eric had stumbled upon this place twice purely by chance. Fortunately, his memories served him well, and he retraced their steps, making the journey back and forth twice. Eventually, he discovered a more direct route, allowing them to leave the 8th floor, where a dizzy Violet awaited. They agreed to return the following Sunday with their friends for a small gathering. After an afternoon of brisk walking, Violet collapsed onto her bed upon returning to her dormitory, falling into a deep slumber, with Ashley bringing her dinner. What happened? Weren't you with Eric looking for a place for the gathering? How could it take all afternoon, leaving you so exhausted? Ashley inquired, noticing Violet's pale complexion. Violet swallowed a mouthful of pumpkin pie and weakly replied, "We wanted to find a more private location. But after searching several empty rooms and finding them unsatisfactory, we ended up taking longer than expected." Rose chimed in with a more down-to-earth comment. "Did Eric really just take you for a jog around the Quidditch pitch?" Carol seemed puzzled by Rose's quip. "Aren't you supposed to fly on a broomstick at the Quidditch pitch? Why would you run?" Camille added to the confusion, "You know, the Quidditch pitch is so large, I doubt I could even run a lap." Ashley, holding her pumpkin juice, watched in bemusement as the conversation veered wildly off course, then turned back to see Violet, half asleep while nibbling on her pie, and quickly set down her cup to rouse her. "Wake up. Eat your fill, and take a shower before you sleep." Before Violet could inform her friends about the existence of the room of requirement, the unexpected aftermath of the Slytherins' brutal match left everyone blindsided, effectively sidelining the revenge plans of the still-absent Avengers. Ultimately, Hogwarts students were still children, quick to feel intense emotions, yet equally swift to let them dissipate. Just a week later, the majority of their outrage had significantly waned. However, a few stubborn and audacious individuals continued to seek opportunities for retaliation against Flint and his cronies. During a herbology class, Violet was astonished to discover that Fred and George had actually arrived late. They appeared disheveled nearly 10 minutes into the class, explaining that they had urgently needed to relieve themselves, resulting in Professor Sprout deducting 5 points from their house and assigning them a week's detention. It wasn't until dinner in the Great Hall that she learned from a gleefully sympathetic Carol about the misadventures of the two troublemakers. "What did you say?" Violet dropped her potato pancake onto the table, as if she had just heard a ghost story. In the afternoon, Flint and his lackey, Blaze, skipped History of Magic class and wandered near the Whomping Willow, only to get caught and thrashed by it. By the time Professor Snape arrived to rescue them, Flint's legs were broken, and Blaze's face looked like a pig's head. As she spoke, Carol covered her mouth, giggling, while her spoon sent a few pieces of pasta tumbling across the table. Violet, dazed, picked up the fallen pancake, cradling it in her hands, finding the entire affair utterly ridiculous. While Professor Bin's lessons certainly tested personal resolve, why on earth would Flint and Blaze skip History of Magic to provoke the Whomping Willow? It made no sense whatsoever. She thought this and voiced her thoughts aloud. At that moment, Andrew leaned over, his eyes gleaming as he shared the latest gossip he'd just overheard. Tonks heard it in the hospital wing, apparently. Flint was bandaged up like a mummy and was still complaining to Professor Snape. As they were on their way to the History of Magic classroom, they were struck from behind, only to turn and see the assailant's stick vanish around a corner. And then, Camille, filled with curiosity, wondered who the valiant messenger was that had executed the deed they had only dared to contemplate. They pursued the shadow of the stick, yet failed to locate the perpetrator. Just as they resolved to return to class, another sharp blow to the head ignited their fury, prompting them to chase the shadow down a strange path. Eventually, in a dimly lit room, they were struck a third time and lost consciousness completely. When they finally regained their senses, they found themselves nearly beaten to a pulp by the Whomping Willow. Although the identity of the hero remained a mystery, their actions were indeed commendable. A source of great satisfaction, they had it coming. Camille heartily gulped down a generous portion of pumpkin juice, relishing this. Her most liberating day since last week's heart-stopping Quidditch match. Violet, however, couldn't help but think of Fred and George, who had been late to herbology class. According to Flint, they had been attacked before class commenced, Yet Fred and George only appeared 10 minutes after the lesson began, leaving a whole hour unaccounted for. Only Angelina had mentioned to her during Professor Sprout's roll call that Fred and George had left Gryffindor Tower before their lunch break was over. So how could they be late? Timing-wise, Fred and George were indeed quite suspicious. Moreover, given that the Gryffindor Quidditch team had recently suffered a setback, it was plausible that some hot-headed youth might be seeking retribution against Flint. If the culprits were indeed the twins, how had they managed it? Violet absent-mindedly munched on a potato pancake, her mind racing with this conundrum. After finishing their meal, Eric dragged her out of the castle. Claiming that a stroll was necessary to aid digestion after such a hearty feast, they meandered down the staircase that led down the hillside. Arriving at the same spot where they had disembarked from a small boat on the day they first entered Hogwarts, a place known as the boathouse. This place seemed oddly familiar. Violet, using her wand to cast Lumos, surveyed her surroundings. Of course it felt familiar. This was where Voldemort had commanded Nagini to kill Snape in the films. The boathouse's floor was slick with moisture, and Eric found a dry step, casting a cleaning charm before they seated themselves. The evening breeze from the Black Lake was refreshing. Perhaps spring was approaching, as neither felt cold. Violet reflected on the plot. Did Snape not die in the Shrieking Shack? Films do tend to take creative liberties, nothing surprising there. Unperturbed, Eric remarked. Are you all aware of this afternoon's events? Violet nodded, jokingly replying, we all know. And if it weren't for the fact that I know it couldn't possibly be you, I would have thought your trio of troublemakers was back in action. Eric chuckled at the memory of the last time he had bagged the twins. However, he had not forgotten the purpose of calling Violet out for a stroll. He casually inquired, who do you think is responsible for this? Violet shot him a playful glance, refraining from answering directly, instead turning the question back to him. What do you think? They exchanged knowing smiles, both simultaneously declaring, the Weasley twins. In the next breath, they asked each other, why do you think so? They locked eyes, neither willing to be the first to speak. Finally, Eric smiled lightly, tousling Violet's hair as he casually stated, not long after the Quidditch match, Flint was attacked. While the other two houses may not favor Slytherin, the most likely motive lies with the Gryffindor students. Among them, the only ones capable of executing this without being detected are the Weasley twins. Violet swatted away his hand, retorting, during this afternoon's herbology class, Fred and George arrived late, disheveled. Angelina, who sat beside me, mentioned that they left the tower before their lunch break was over. So how could they be late? The afternoon Slytherin history of magic class and herbology were an hour apart, considering the distance between the classroom and the Whomping Willow. They are indeed the prime suspects. Moreover, Eric added, I overheard Professor Flitwick complaining that Fred and George had miscast spells during the first class after Christmas, ruining his teaching supplies. In a fit of anger, he had them confined to Filch's office. Violet paused in her task of tying her hair, her expression shifting to one of realization as she looked at Eric. Are you suggesting the Marauders map? Eric confirmed, they must have gotten their hands on it. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why Flint, an upperclassman, could chase for so long without discovering who had attacked him. The Weasley twins must have utilized the map to navigate the castle's secret passages. Violet mused, the Marauders map, such an incredible artifact, akin to the Deathly Hallows. I only remember that the twins managed to steal it from Filch's office in their first year, but I couldn't recall when exactly. So it was after Christmas. Cradling her chin in her hands, with her elbows resting on her thighs, she began piecing together the timeline, with the Marauder's map in hand. It also explained their tardiness. After incapacitating Flint, they likely found themselves late for class. Although there weren't many people in the corridors at that time, they couldn't very well walk out with two upperclassmen in plain sight. They must have traversed the school's secret passages all the way from the History of Magic classroom to the Whomping Willow, and then from there to the greenhouse, taking a convoluted route that would certainly result in their lateness. Chapter 33, A Conversation at the Boathouse. Eric pulled out a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from his pocket, offering Violet a bean, which she rejected with a look of disdain. Eric illuminated the box, rummaging through it until he selected a few and placed them in the palm of Violet's hand. Knowing you fear surprises, these are all barbecue flavor, so you can eat them without worry. As he searched, he continued, another point, from personal experience, first-year students cannot levitate heavy objects for extended periods. They can only manage short bursts, which would significantly slow their movements. Violet brought a bean to her nose, sniffed it cautiously, and, with some hesitation, popped it into her mouth. After a few chews, confirming it was indeed barbecue-flavored, she relaxed and began to enjoy the beans in her palm, while Eric added 5 or 6 more, all safe to consume. Listening to Eric's analysis, Violet felt a sense of security in her snacking on Bertie Bott's beans for the first time. In any case, it was clear that Fred and George were indeed behind the incident. However, she wondered whether they would be caught. After all, aside from the Marauders map, the other professors could easily deduce the situation. The coming days would likely prove to be quite tumultuous for Gryffindor's potions class. Eric, envisioning Snape's foul mood, akin to a premature onset of menopause, shook his head, recalling how even stepping into the classroom with his left foot could become grounds for point deductions. I just hope he doesn't take out his frustrations on Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, or I might have to urge Fred and George to invent a skipping class candy 5 years in advance. As he spoke, he suddenly grimaced, rolling his eyes. He had just bitten into a mustard-flavored bean, the taste overwhelming. Violet watched his reaction, finding amusement in his misfortune. At this juncture, Violet recalled something. So, are you still planning to proceed with your cloak and dagger scheme? Eric inhaled deeply, alleviating the stinging sensation of mustard on his tongue and in his nasal passages, and shook his head, saying, Weasley's performance has already released most of the students' emotions. The method of using the polyjuice potion becomes more effective as the conflict intensifies, given the current circumstances. Even if we continue, we will fall far short of achieving the desired effect. Listening to Eric's response, Violet felt a tinge of regret. She had already devised a slogan for the occasion, but alas, it would go unused. Just as she was lamenting this, she heard Eric continue. This method can be set aside for now. We can occasionally contemplate ways to refine it. With Flint's disposition, one should not hope for any corrections from him. It would be more reliable to expect kindness from Snape. Sooner or later, it will be useful. After taking a few more deep breaths, he finally regained his composure and murmured, I thought it would taste like cucumber. How could it be mustard? Violet did not catch the latter part of his muttering, but was inspired by the earlier segment. True, once the chosen one enrolls, the conflicts will certainly escalate. Having wrapped up the discussion on the failed polyjuice potion, they shifted their conversation to their current practice progress. Eric noted that even when increasing their magical output, both of them were becoming adept at their spells at an accelerated pace. He estimated that if they continued at this rate, they would be ready to consult Professor Flitwick regarding the next stage of their training well before the Easter holidays. After exchanging information, they clapped their hands and rose from the steps. Violet waved her wand to freshen up their robes, and together they descended the stairs, using their wands as makeshift flashlights as they made their way back to the castle. Meanwhile, in the shadows on the opposite side of the boathouse, a pair of eyes observed their departing figures with an inscrutable gaze. Unaware of this, Violet continued forward, but Eric felt a flicker of intuition. Abruptly turning back to gaze at the boathouse with suspicion, the owner of the eyes withdrew their gaze the moment Eric halted, concealing themselves just in time to avoid his probing glance. Why have we stopped? Violet inquired, somewhat breathlessly, though their ascent was leisurely. Chatting as they climbed had left her slightly winded. Eric, maintaining a serious demeanor, fixed his gaze on the boathouse. The curious gaze had vanished too swiftly, leading him to question whether he had merely imagined it. The boathouse appeared unchanged, yet he was certain that someone was present. Violet followed Eric's line of sight, but discerned nothing amiss. Did something fall in the boathouse? Shall we go back to retrieve it? The cool moonlight illuminated Violet's obsidian-like eyes, causing Eric to sigh inwardly. Despite having lived in Hogwarts for half a year, she had yet to fully acclimatize to the presence of ghosts, occasionally startled by them. It would be best not to disclose what he had just sensed. Otherwise, he might find her attending class the next day sporting panda eyes. It's nothing. Let us head back, Eric said, guiding Violet ahead while he trailed behind. He lowered his gaze, reflecting on every detail of their earlier conversation in the boathouse, feeling a slight relief. Fortunately, they had agreed to speak in their native dialect whenever they were alone together, bypassing English entirely, a language that could be deciphered. He reasoned that even if the person hiding in the boathouse listened in, they would only hear an incomprehensible string of encrypted dialogue. Yet, Eric did not completely set his mind at ease. During their flying lesson the following day, he confided in Violet about the incident. Upon learning that someone had been eavesdropping in the boathouse, Violet nearly suffered a heart attack, struggling to keep her broom steady. Thank goodness we didn't converse in English or Mandarin. If someone overheard our spoilers and thwarted Dumbledore's grand plan, how would we leverage our narrative advantage to navigate risks? Violet exclaimed, anxiously patting her racing heart. Eric's expression remained tense. Speaking in our native dialect minimizes the chances of translation, but we did mention names directly. Names are transliterated, making it challenging to ensure they remain undetected. Therefore, moving forward, we must avoid directly stating names or use code names instead. Violet wholeheartedly agreed with Eric's proposal, but pondered aloud. What if that person is particularly patient and meticulously stores this memory, gradually searching for a way to decipher it? After a moment of contemplation, Eric responded, that is indeed a possibility, but I believe that even if they deduce we are speaking Chinese based on our ethnic backgrounds, they would likely first assume it is Mandarin. Even if they exert considerable effort to find a translation for Mandarin and discover the pronunciations do not match, they would then have to invest time sifting through numerous dialects to find the correct matches. This back-and-forth process could take 5 or 6 years. By then, we would be nearing graduation. Eric's rationale was compelling, swiftly assuaging Violet's worries, and she ceased her fretting. After flying a couple more laps, she broached another topic. By the way, I noticed you've been practicing rapid ascents and dives lately. Are you planning to try out for the Quidditch team in your second year? Eric executed a stylish broomstick drift, smoothly halting beside Violet. Indeed, I used to enjoy basketball, and I'm thinking of vying for the seeker position next year. Can playing basketball be compared to Quidditch? U1T instinctively bounced the snitch off the ground. Will you? Though she thought this, Violet still expressed concern for his practice progress. So how is your training going? Eric grimaced, lamenting, don't mention it. Now that we're in the magical world, how can I still feel the effects of gravity and weightlessness? I nearly fainted the first time I practiced ascents and dives. Violet pictured her previous experiences on vertical roller coasters and pendulum swings, shivering in sympathy as she gazed at Eric. I can barely endure a few minutes on a roller coaster. I can't imagine what playing a Quidditch match for dozens of minutes must feel like. If you're truly determined to join the Quidditch team, aside from gradually acclimatizing, you'll need to pray to Merlin for a competent seeker. Eric's expression darkened as he recalled something. I heard that there was a match that lasted an entire month. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together, earnestly praying to Merlin, who was somewhere in the clear sky. Please, let any seeker from any house be capable and reliable. Violet couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the rare sight of Eric beseeching the heavens, then gently patted his arm. All right, there's still a quarter of an hour before class ends. Fly a few more laps with me. I want to go faster this time. Though my flying talent may not match yours, and I have no hopes for Quidditch, I at least want to ensure I can fly safely. Just look at Hermione in the 7th book. She managed to ride her broom in the room of requirement to evade the fiendfire. I can't be worse than Hermione. Eric chuckled. All right, fly as fast as you wish. I'll keep pace beside you. Upon hearing this, Violet's expression took on a peculiar quality. Why does that sound like one of those fandom slogans? XX bravely flies. XX always follows. Eric's smile stiffened. Please don't utter such frightening phrases. Nestled by the shores of the Black Lake, Hogwarts Castle, embraced by mountains, appeared from a distance like a picturesque oil painting. The painter named Spring returned to this land with brush and palette, adding their own hues to the canvas. With a stroke, vibrant greens enveloped the earth overnight, while delicate touches of color blossomed in hues both vivid and subtle, gradually adorning the verdant landscape. The once silent mountains and forests, after the gentle caress of spring breezes and rising temperatures, regained their lush vitality. Violet has finally liberated herself from her dependence on the warming charm and shed the heavy layers of clothing. She unearthed the new garments that Layla had prepared for her. Originally made for Christmas, these outfits now fit her perfectly. At the beginning of the school year, all the new students were of similar height. But after a winter has passed, noticeable differences began to emerge. The 5 girls in Violet's dormitory helped each other measure their heights, and to their surprise, Rose turned out to be the tallest among them. Having just celebrated her 12th birthday in February, Rose began to grow, shedding some of her baby fat and shooting up to a height of 158 centimeters. At this rate, it is likely she will surpass 160 centimeters by summer. As the girls entered puberty, they started to pay more attention to their appearances. Rose, who previously had hair just to her shoulders, heeded Ashley's advice during winter to let it grow longer, only occasionally trimming the split ends. Now, her hair cascades down to her shoulder blades. Ashley crafted a gentle and sophisticated fishtail braid for her, enhancing Rose's intellectual and graceful demeanor, earning her unanimous praise from her peers. Caro and Camille, born in April and May respectively, also began to grow, albeit not as rapidly as Rose. They have reached a height of 155 centimeters. Although Violet has grown taller as well, she remains the shortest among the 5 girls at 153 centimeters, with even Ashley surpassing her by a single centimeter. While 1 centimeter may not seem significant, it is enough to leave Violet feeling a bit disheartened. As everyone else is growing taller, why am I still the shortest? Frustrated, Violet boldly proclaimed in the dining hall, "From today onwards, I shall drink more milk." Eric observed with interest, arms crossed, as if he were merely watching a spectacle. Perhaps due to this body having consumed milk since childhood, he exhibited no symptoms of lactose intolerance. Therefore, after arriving in this world, he committed to drinking a glass of milk every day, and now he stands 4 centimeters taller than he did at the same age in his previous life. As for Violet, she faced a bit more misfortune. Upon her arrival here, she experienced mild lactose intolerance. However, in her own words, compared to her previous life where drinking milk tea or eating milk candies would lead to stomach troubles, her situation has improved significantly. After adapting for over half a year, she can now consume milk, though she still prefers yogurt. With determination, Violet insisted, "Eric, you must supervise me to ensure I drink 2 glasses of milk each day." Eric neither rejected nor accepted her request, but merely advised, "Are you certain you wish to drink 2 glasses? Drinking yogurt would yield similar benefits. Perhaps it would be better to consume more rice and meat." Upon hearing the mention of rice, Violet's expression twisted momentarily as she recalled its dreadful texture and taste. Yet she resolutely replied, "I am certain. I can have both, 2 glasses of pure milk during the day and yogurt in the evening, a dual approach. I refuse to believe that this one tea helped me grow taller." Unable to dissuade her, Eric reluctantly agreed. However, he privately resolved to monitor her health closely, ready to intervene at the first sign of gastrointestinal discomfort. As for height, Eric began to reminisce about the first time they became classmates in their freshman year and what Ling Wei was like then. He recalled that during their first year, Ling Wei sported a long ponytail, her cheeks still round with baby fat, resembling a soft and tender snow cake, and he imagined that poking her would yield a delightful sensation. He himself had grown to 180 centimeters by that time, nourished well. Once, when all the class representatives gathered in the head teacher's office for a meeting, Ling Wei stood before him, so diminutive that she could barely reach his chin, likely not even measuring 160 centimeters. Gradually, she grew taller, but he continued to develop as well, and thus the height difference remained constant throughout their 3 years of high school. Watching Violet confidently strike a pose with one hand on her hip while the other downed her milk, Eric couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps due to her aversion to the local rice, she consumed more potatoes and meat, despite her conscious efforts to balance her diet with fruits and vegetables. Her height had increased significantly, though her face had become rounder. One couldn't help but wonder if this time she would surpass her previous height in her last life. Chapter 34, The 5 Unparalleled. On a Friday in mid-March, a light rain fell in the morning, and after it ceased, the sky remained overcast. By the afternoon study session, however, the weather unexpectedly cleared. Students studying in the hall noticed the clouds dispersing and the sky brightening, and they could hardly contain their excitement at the prospect of frolicking outside. Violet, noting that Professor Snape was supervising their study session, exchanged a knowing glance with Eric, and they promptly pivoted to seek out Professor Flitwick, who was grading assignments in the Charms classroom. Professor Flitwick summoned Violet, and then Eric. "Professor Flitwick, we have been practicing diligently based on your guidance, and our control over our magical powers has become significantly more refined." Eric shared his thoughts as well. "Indeed, I have found that I can now grasp and utilize new spells with much more ease." He felt a sense of optimism, believing that if they continued practicing in this manner, they might master the control of small water droplets before reaching adulthood, elevating their proficiency to new heights. Violet, reflecting on her recent discoveries in potions class, felt compelled to contribute. "I have also noticed something intriguing during my potions lessons. Prior to our practice, we approached potion making strictly by following recipes and procedures, akin to our magic being passively applied according to a predetermined program, leaving us unaware of its influence. However, after our recent practice, I have occasionally been able to sense how my magic interacts with the potion." Eric raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You can feel it?" "I haven't noticed any changes while brewing potions." Professor Flitwick had been observing their progress closely, and he was pleasantly surprised by how quickly they were advancing. He listened intently to their reports, nodding in agreement and offering occasional comments. Upon hearing Violet describe her newfound sensitivity in potion making, a look of admiration crossed Professor Flitwick's face, and he exclaimed, "Many wizards believe that following the recipe is sufficient to create a decent potion. However, those who aspire to become masters of potion making are often those who can perceive and control how their magic affects the process. It appears that Miss Lin possesses an exceptional talent and keen insight in this field. If Professor Snape were to hear of this, he would undoubtedly place great value on your abilities." Upon hearing such daunting words, Violet froze for a moment, barely managing to maintain her smile. No. She couldn't bear the weight of Professor Snape's scrutiny. Just witnessing his intense demeanor whenever she brewed potions was enough to make her apprehensive. Should he truly take a keen interest in her, it might prove to be a torment for both of them. Eric covered his face, realizing that Violet had managed to fluster Professor Snape during potions class, making her truly unique in that regard. Professor Flitwick did not overlook Eric's presence either. Eric, being a student of his house, exhibited remarkable learning and comprehension abilities, standing out as one of the most exceptional Ravenclaw students of this cohort. His performance in class had always been impressive, and since he began practicing magical control, his progress and achievements in Charms class consistently astonished Professor Flitwick. "Eric, the effectiveness of your magical control will be directly reflected in the use and outcomes of your spells. In every session of Charms class, I can observe the tangible results of your practice. Your progress is evident to the naked eye. To be frank, you surpass my expectations." I never anticipated receiving praise and affirmation from Professor Flitwick. The two exchanged glances brimming with delight, realizing that their efforts during this period had not been in vain. Listening to Professor Flitwick's words, they found their performance exceeded his expectations. Professor Flitwick addressed them, saying, "Come now, you two shall demonstrate your abilities one at a time. Utilize Aqua Eructo to the best of your abilities, gradually amplifying your magical output from the smallest unit to the maximum, and showcase your practice results." With that, he drew his wand and tidied up the charms classroom, placing the ungraded assignments into a drawer. The two students had approached Professor Flitwick mentally prepared for an assessment, and upon hearing his directive, they felt a wave of relief wash over them, as if to say, as expected, while Professor Flitwick turned his back to organize the classroom. A silent yet tense standoff unfolded between the two students. Eric gestured to Violet. "Ladies first, you may go ahead." Violet raised her chin towards the Ravenclaw crest on Eric's robe, replying, "How courteous, but a Ravenclaw should take the lead." Eric gritted his teeth, tugging at Violet's sleeve towards Professor Flitwick's direction. No, you go first." At that moment, just as Professor Flitwick finished tidying up and turned around, Violet swiftly pulled her sleeve back and stepped behind Eric, using him as a shield. Professor Flitwick, seeing Eric standing tall before him like a snow-laden pine, assumed he had volunteered and said, "Excellent. I appreciate proactive students. Let Eric go first." Forced into the role of a volunteer, Eric muttered, "You've betrayed me. Our friendship is in tatters." With no option left, he clenched his jaw and produced his aspen wand, taking a deep breath to steady himself before commencing Aqua Eructo. After days of practice, Eric had developed muscle memory, steadily increasing his magical output. The small droplet at the tip of his wand grew from the size of a pearl to that of a ping-pong ball, then to a basketball, ultimately forming a large water sphere. Despite the increasing size, Eric maintained an air of ease, but the sphere continued to expand. It only ceased to grow when its diameter matched that of an adult's height, excluding Professor Flitwick and Hagrid. Violet gazed at the large water sphere hovering in midair, its smooth surface reflecting the windows and the blue sky with fluffy clouds. She thought, "Goodness, this size is almost comparable to the water prison Dumbledore used to trap Voldemort." Meanwhile, Eric furrowed his brow, not only because his magical output had reached its limit, but also because he pondered where he would place such a massive water sphere. A mere release would douse the three of them in a deluge. At that moment, Professor Flitwick, focused intently on the water sphere, nodded in approval. With a flick of his wand, he took control of the large water sphere, and with a horizontal sweep, it instantly transformed into a mist of tiny droplets. Finally, with a wave towards the classroom door, the mist swiftly swept across the entire room, as if he had wiped down the desks and floor with a cloth. Witnessing this display ignited a fire within the two students. They wondered when they would ever reach such proficiency as Professor Flitwick. "Well done, Eric. You performed admirably. Please take a moment to rest over there." Next, Professor Flitwick gestured towards Violet, saying, "Come now, Miss Lynn, let me see how far you can go." With Eric's example before her, Violet felt considerably more composed. She retrieved her large wand, positioned herself where Eric had stood, closed her eyes to steady her breathing, and upon opening them, her gaze sharpened with focus as she softly intoned, "Aqua Eructo." A small droplet immediately formed at the tip of her wand, gradually increasing in size, much like Eric's had. However, the subsequent development surprised Professor Flitwick. Unlike Eric's sphere, which resembled a tranquil lake with occasional ripples, Violet's droplet displayed a tempestuous nature. As it expanded, it mirrored a tumultuous ocean, waves crashing and surging, as if ready to break free and assault nearby targets. Compared to Eric's creation, hers resembled Dumbledore's suffocating water prison. As the sphere grew larger, Violet's expression became increasingly intense and commanding. Eric stared at her, recalling a moment during physical education class when he had seen her gripping a water bottle, venting about her teammates. Her current gaze was strikingly similar. Violet, fully engrossed in her water sphere, felt her wand beginning to warm in her grasp. She sensed a heartbeat within it, pulsating rhythmically, faster and faster, until it synced with her own heartbeat. At the moment their frequencies aligned, an exhilarating voice echoed in her mind. "Now, release attack." Without hesitation, Violet directed her wand towards the classroom's wooden window. The turbulent white waves finally burst free from the confines of the water sphere, morphing into a dragon of water that lunged towards the window with a roar. Upon crashing through the glass, the water dragon surged forth into the blue sky, its fierce presence echoing through the air. The three individuals in the charms classroom stood momentarily speechless, gazing at the gaping hole in the window. As they regained their senses, both Ravenclaws turned to Violet in unison, marveling at her formidable prowess. This Hufflepuff is rather impressive, unbeknownst to the trio in the charms classroom. At a distance in the Quidditch pitch, Slytherin players were fervently engaged in practice. Flint, recently recovered from an injury, simulated new tactics as the beaters and chasers intermingled in flight, providing cover for Flint, who possessed the quaffle. Meanwhile, the substitute players, DeLorean and Terrence Higgins, sat in the stands, closely observing their seniors' movements. The 6 airborne individuals remained oblivious to the ominous water stream rapidly approaching them from behind. Terrence Higgins was the first to notice that the water stream was targeting his teammates in the air. Alarmed, he leapt to his feet and shouted a warning. "Watch out behind you." His youthful voice barely carried over the expanse of the pitch, and while the others heard someone calling out, they were too engrossed in practice to heed the warning. In the next instant, the 2 beaters, engaged in mid-air position exchanges, were knocked off their brooms. Reacting quickly, the struck players instinctively tightened their grips on their brooms, avoiding a direct fall, but instead dangled precariously like fish caught on a line, struggling in vain. Double kill. The water stream, undeterred, struck with the force of a battering ram against the back of the chaser swooping behind Flint. The unfortunate soul gasped for breath, spiraling downwards while clinging tightly to the broom. Triple kill. At this point, Flint, the lone commander, faced no further obstacles. The torrent roared forth, aiming directly at Flint's rear as he accelerated on his broomstick. Hearing a series of short gasps behind him, Flint turned to investigate, only to be struck by an immense force that propelled him off his broom. Overcome by inertia, he somersaulted through the air, plummeting to the ground like a missile, his face meeting the soft sand of the pitch, creating a sizable crater before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Quadra-kill. The relentless torrent, having achieved its fourfold victory, continued its rampage until it collided with the goalpost, dissipating only upon impact. The sheer force of the collision sent the lofty hoop swaying violently. The goalkeeper, Blatch, who was idly leaning against the post, was caught off guard as the shaking structure knocked him off his broom. Fortunately, in his frantic effort to regain balance, he managed to grasp the water-soaked post, sliding down it and landing safely, a stroke of luck amid misfortune. Pentakill. The scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could comprehend the chaos, they were all struck down. Thus, among the 6 Slytherin Quidditch players airborne, only the Seeker, who had been lounging idly at a height, escaped unscathed, left dumbfounded as the sole survivor and one of 3 witnesses to this calamity. Meanwhile, in the stands, Dorian Ponce and Terrence Higgs had already rushed in a flurry towards the castle to summon help. Unbeknownst to all this, Violet, patiently absorbing Professor Flitwick's guidance, remained blissfully ignorant of the fact that her testing spell, Clear Water, had just accomplished a feat beyond even the Weasley twins' reach, an unparalleled 5-fold success. Though the paths diverged greatly, both she and Eric passed Professor Flitwick's impromptu assessment with flying colors. The professor advised them to continue their foundational practice while exploring the varying effects of spells under different levels of magical power. Eric initially considered starting with a fire spell, but reconsidered, realizing that igniting a blaze at school could lead to disastrous consequences. He had no intention of emulating Crabbe's reckless antics that nearly cost him his life. After a brief contemplation, he opted for a considerably simpler and safer spell, the repairing charm. On Violet's end, Layla had already tasked her with practicing the heating charm and the freezing charm, aligning perfectly with Professor Flitwick's instructions. Therefore, she decisively chose to practice the heating charm, which she had mastered thoroughly. Before they departed the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick earnestly urged both of them. Your talents and magical abilities are exceptional among all the students at Hogwarts. Nurture and utilize this divine gift wisely, lest it go to waste. Chapter 35. Only 2 months until finals. Perhaps due to her first experience pushing her magical abilities to the limit, Violet felt even more fatigued and famished than when she sought the room of requirement. During dinner, she disregarded Carol's usual gossip, consumed by her hunger. However, Carol was particularly animated that day, sharing tales of Flint's unfortunate encounter in the hospital wing, bandaged more than ever. She remained completely oblivious to the connection between this incident and her friend's earlier exploits. The next morning, after breakfast, the 2 friends summoned their companions. Upon witnessing the gathering, everyone understood that Eric and Violet had important matters to discuss, with most of the Ravenclaw students having vacated the Great Hall and the Hufflepuffs present in force. They all took seats at the Ravenclaw table. Violet counted heads, ensuring everyone was present, including Andrew and Angelina, before nodding to Eric, signaling him to commence. Eric, receiving Violet's cue, cleared his throat and began. The reason we called everyone here is that we have 2 important announcements. First, Violet and I visited Professor Flitwick yesterday. Following his advice, we can now begin practicing with different spells in the second phase. He also emphasized the importance of observing how varying levels of magical power influence the effects of spells. Ashley's eyes lit up. Does that mean I can switch spells? Using Clear Water every day? I've nearly forgotten how to pronounce it. Violet shook her head, dousing her enthusiasm. You and Camille are still not stable in your output of magic. It's best to master this spell before moving on. Otherwise, if you switch to a more damaging spell without proper control, you might end up hurting yourself. Ashley deflated like a punctured balloon. Fine, I suppose safety is paramount. Violet comforted her. Cheer up, pouting doesn't he look good on you? I saw you practicing by the Black Lake yesterday. I reckon in about a week, you'll be ready. How about we choose a spell together then? Ashley looked up at her friend, her lips curling into a beautiful smile. Okay, I'll trust you. Cedric lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. So, as long as we master our original methods, we can choose spells to practice next? Eric nodded. Exactly. The idea is to ensure you're proficient before switching. This is for safety's sake. Additionally, for your first spell switch, it's best to choose a less harmful, everyday spell. I initially wanted to go with a fire spell, but I feared that one misstep could set Hogwarts ablaze. Albert, uncertain about his proficiency for the second phase, stood up and brandished his wand. Eric, could you help assess whether I'm ready to switch spells? Aside from Ashley and Camille, who had just been pointed out for potential retention, the others eagerly expressed their desire to join in. Observing his friend's enthusiasm, Eric quickly raised his hands to calm them. This is the Great Hall, and it's not suitable for practice. Let us finish our discussion and then head to the Black Lake. Thinking back to the commotion from the previous day's assessment with Violet, he was wary of testing everyone's skills in the hall. Andrew had already opened his notebook, listing a few spells he intended to switch to. Remembering that Eric had gathered them to discuss two matters, he set down his quill and asked, So, what is the second thing you wanted to discuss? Violet and Eric exchanged mischievous smiles and replied in unison. Only 2 months until finals. This proclamation struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving their companions, who had been eagerly choosing spells, utterly stunned. Camille wailed, collapsing onto Lewis, Merlin's beard. 2 months? Why remind us so early? Are you both devils? The others wore similarly twisted expressions, their faces devoid of hope. Violet earnestly reassured them. Aside from flying lessons, we have 7 subjects to review. Plus, we need to consistently practice controlling our magic. Of course, we must prepare our study schedule in advance and allocate our time wisely. I will outline the pace for each subject during each time slot. As for the specifics of execution, you can adjust according to your own circumstances. Exemplary students like Cedric and Fiona had already calmed down from their panic, engaging with Eric in discussions about how to allocate their revision time. Ross wiped his face and joined in the conversation. The others, however, expressed their disinterest, indicating they would follow whatever arrangements were made. After all, who would dare to jeopardize their grades? With the time management prodigy Eric at the helm, the review plan was swiftly established, meticulously inscribed on parchment and distributed to each participant. Without hesitation, Eric replicated the study methods he employed during his senior year. To harness each member's strengths, he requested that everyone submit the subjects they felt most confident in for assessment, subsequently assigning them the task of compiling review materials and weekly test questions for those subjects. Indeed, no one misread. Weekly tests were now a reality, prompting even Violet, who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, to feel a pang of empathy. Eric's rationale was that these assessments would promptly uncover any gaps or weaknesses in their current review efforts, while also allowing for a longitudinal comparison of progress, thus providing a reference for adjustments to their subsequent study plans. His tone and expression mirrored those of their high school homeroom teacher, leaving Violet, despite her urge to voice her dissent, speechless. Violet was assigned the subject of potions, and upon accepting this responsibility, her features contorted in dismay. Why potions? I excel in transfiguration, she lamented, attempting to shift the burden, only to be met with a pointed remark from her dear friend Ashley. Realistically, Violet, both of us could handle transfiguration, but look around. Who among us possesses greater steadiness in potions than you? The nods of agreement from their peers were as vigorous as chicks pecking at grain. Indeed, aside from Ashley, Violet's steadfast ally, who among them had not faltered in potions class? So I accept it, even if you haven't blown up a cauldron. The subpar outcomes of your potions have been filtered out. Only you can be responsible for potions. Eric's pronouncement crushed Violet's hopes entirely. As for transfiguration, both Ashley and Lewis are competent enough. You two shall oversee that subject together. At this juncture, Cedric raised an objection. Wait a moment. Isn't my herbology superior? Why is Angelina handling herbology while I am stuck with history of magic? Violet's gaze wandered. Her conscience pricked as she sheepishly touched her nose. There's no choice. You're the only one among us who can withstand Professor Bin's hypnotic lectures. Cedric's notes had filled in many gaps, making history of magic undeniably his domain. Stunned into silence, Cedric's expression suggested he might weep. Ultimately, their good classmate Andrew volunteered to co-manage history of magic alongside Cedric, declaring, I am the man who perseveres longest in Professor Bin's class, second only to Cedric. Meanwhile, Violet, the longest-enduring female against Professor Bin's hypnotic prowess, remained as quiet as a mouse. Having narrowly escaped the pitfalls of history of magic, Ross partnered with the equally adept Fiona to tackle astronomy. Eric's evident prowess and charms led him to take charge of that review task without contest. Perhaps inspired by her grandfather's tales of battle experiences shared during a Christmas visit, Carol's understanding of defense against the dark arts had elevated significantly post-holiday, prompting her to confidently claim that subject for herself. The remaining peers without designated material preparation tasks, such as Camille and Albert, whose grades were respectable yet unremarkable, sought to contribute to avoid the sense of idleness that gnawed at them. Thus, Eric assigned them the responsibility of compiling a collection of errors from each weekly assessment. With the impending final examinations divided into written and practical components, Eric devised a corresponding review strategy. From Monday to Friday, the focus would be on theoretical knowledge, followed by a weekly test on Saturday morning and practical rehearsals in the afternoon. Sundays were left for personal arrangements, whether to be the study champion or to balance work and relaxation, depending on individual choices. As for magical control training, it had to take a back seat in the face of the final exam, with review taking precedence. Violet, however, managed to carve out time for her studies, planning to complete the practice of 3 new spells before the summer break, dedicating the remainder of her time to reviews. Under Eric's guidance, the small team embarked on their final review with great enthusiasm, observing their dedication. Even during meals, some murmuring incantations while others recited notes, other students in the academy felt the pressure mounting. Tonks, now a 5th-year student, faced her OWL's examination in June. Following a recent career consultation, she had set her sights on becoming an Auror. However, she knew she needed to excel in both potions and herbology to meet the requirements. The looming exams left her somewhat flustered, unsure of where to begin her preparations. When Eric distributed the review plans, she borrowed Andrew's copy to study diligently, finding it immensely inspiring. Seeing first-year students earnestly crafting their own review plans, Tonks felt a surge of joy and, based on her assessments, created her own study schedule. Previously overwhelmed and uncertain about which subject to prioritize, Tonks found clarity in her planning, significantly boosting her review efficiency. In gratitude, she purchased a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from Honeydukes during a weekend trip and excitedly presented it to Eric, praising him as a good person with fervent handshakes. On the day Violet received her assignment, she borrowed Claire and ordered a large roll of parchment from the Quill, an ink shop in Hogsmeade. However, staring at the blank parchment alongside her potions textbook left her feeling perplexed. Potions merely entailed recipes and procedures. How could she approach this, holding the Quill without writing a word? She felt akin to her university days when she attempted to compose online fiction, finding herself stymied upon opening a Word document. Clutching Sesame to her chest, she absent-mindedly stroked its fur, her brow furrowed as she fixated on the parchment, as if willing the words to manifest like Voldemort's Horcrux diary. For nearly an entire class period, she stared at the parchment, brainstorming and subsequently rejecting one idea after another. Just as she dismissed her 49th proposal, an epiphany struck her. She gently traced her finger over the ingredients section of the textbook, deep in thought. She recalled that Lewis had frequently complained about the small print and cramped spacing in the textbook, which, coupled with the dim light in the cellar, had caused him to misread lines while preparing ingredients and brewing potions. If Snape happened to walk by, his presence would only heighten Lewis' anxiety and increase the likelihood of errors. With a flash of inspiration, Violet swiftly seized the Quill and began to write fervently on the parchment. She realized she knew precisely how to prepare the review materials for potions. She decided to start with the first lesson Scabbers potion, segmenting the potion's information into an overview of its effects, preparation steps, and brewing instructions. For the potion effect overview, Violet unearthed her Scabbers potion thesis, revising and refining it before inscribing it, noting the high potential for short answer questions adjacent to her notes. In the preparatory phase, she meticulously compiled the types, weights, and processing methods of potion ingredients into a concise table, significantly reducing the chances of misreading and facilitating review and memorization. Furthermore, she hand-drew illustrations of the potion materials to aid in recognition and retention. For the brewing steps, Violet transformed the instructions into a flowchart, a task she had executed countless times during her previous employment, so much so that she could create one with her eyes closed. Within an hour, she had organized the review materials for the scabies potion, and when she presented them to Eric, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I knew entrusting this potion section to you was wise. This format is excellent, so please proceed similarly with the rest. With the endorsement of the university's prodigy and newfound experience, Violet was emboldened to compile all subsequent potion recipes. By the following dinner, she had bound the parchment into a booklet, duplicating 10 copies with the copying spell according to the number of students, distributing them into each person's hands. Lewis, the potion novice, flipped through a few pages, and a sense of reverence washed over him. Violet, you are my Merlin. My potion studies are saved. Chapter 36, Assistance from Professor McGonagall. The review materials for other subjects were gradually compiled by the respective leaders within a week. Eric decided to conduct the first weekly test the following Saturday. Thus, the little ones, who had just been rubbing their sore hands, had to commence the arduous preparation for the test questions. Fortunately, the content for the first weekly test was minimal, requiring only 5 multiple-choice questions, 5 fill-in-the-blank questions, 5 true or false questions, and 2 short answer questions for each subject. After showering and returning to her dormitory, Violet retrieved a folding table from beneath her bed, setting it up on her mattress. This was a lazy table she had commissioned William to make during the Christmas holidays. Although there was a communal table in the dormitory, she preferred to create the questions from the comfort of her bed. Violet thumbed through the potion review booklet, gauging her peers' progress, and decided to base the test questions on the first 2 potions in order. As the question creator for the weekly test, Violet was exempt from participating in that subject's assessment, as the process of crafting and grading the questions effectively served as a double review of the material. The same applied to her companions responsible for other subjects. Violet pondered for a moment, biting the nib of her quill, planning to craft the majority of the questions conventionally while incorporating a few obscure ones that might catch her classmates off guard. It was not her intention to make things difficult. Rather, it was due to the formidable Professor Snape, whose reputation instilled fear among students across the year. It was better for her classmates to experience some pressure now than to be overwhelmed by Snape's unpredictable questioning later. Once she completed the questions, and after ensuring the ink had dried, Violet carefully rolled the parchment and placed it in the drawer of her nightstand, ready for the following Saturday. After finishing this task, she glanced at the clock, noting she had about half an hour before bedtime. She retrieved a long-unused cup and thermometer, along with a partially filled table, and donned her slippers, walking over to the communal table to continue exploring the relationship between magical output and temperature. Given the fragility of the glass cup, she hadn't yet mastered the drying spell, so it was best not to endanger her bedding. Violet filled the cup with fresh water and inserted the thermometer, recording the initial temperature once the reading stabilized before commencing with the heating and freezing spells. She applied the heating spell using varying units of magical energy, documenting the temperature changes, then utilized the freezing spell to return the water to its initial temperature before applying the heating spell once more. Violet repeated this process tirelessly, gradually filling 2/3 of the table with data. Although she had not yet completed the table, she was beginning to discern patterns. Nevertheless, she resolved to finalize all data trials before discussing her findings with Eric, hopeful that this university prodigy might derive a formula from her results. After completing her exercises for the day, Violet stretched lazily, turning to observe her roommates. Ashley, clutching her Transfiguration review booklet, was lethargically leaning against her pillow, her eyelids beginning to droop. Ross and Carol were stifling yawns, their gazes vacant, yet their review progress for the day was incomplete. Thus, they shook their heads, forcing themselves to stay alert and continue studying. Meanwhile, Camille, freshly emerged from the shower, sat by the communal fire, resting her chin on her palm, half-closed eyes and dripping hair clearly indicating she was utilizing the warmth of the flames to dry her locks. Ashley, if you're tired, just sleep, Violet advised while tidying her table. Don't wait until you lie down. Reading in bed is hard on the eyes. Huh. Oh. Ashley lifted her head sluggishly, her usually bright sea blue eyes now dull, reminiscent of her struggle to stay awake in Professor Bin's class. Violet couldn't help but smile at Ashley's dazed expression. After a moment of staring blankly, Ashley snapped back to reality, closed her review booklet, placed it beside her pillow, and pulled her blanket over herself, drifting off to sleep. Violet shook her head, gently lowering Ashley's curtain before returning to her own bed. Once her belongings were organized, she used the heating spell to warm her blankets before snuggling in, her mind, which had been racing all day, quickly succumbing to drowsiness. In her hazy state, she could still hear Camille helping Ross and Carol review key points. The trio spoke in hushed tones to avoid disturbing the two who had already fallen asleep, prompting Violet to reminisce about her past life, where she often played Hogwarts white noise from a certain site as background sound to focus. In her half-consciousness, their voices seemed like distant whispers, and in the next moment, Violet's heavy eyelids closed. Just before she sank into slumber, her final thought was, actually, white noise is quite conducive to sleep. In the following days, the group systematically progressed through their review schedule. In class, professors continued to introduce new material, while the leaders of each subject updated the content of the review booklets accordingly. During a Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall instructed the students to transform an apple into a jewelry box. Ashley and Violet completed the task early and, after receiving bonus points from Professor McGonagall, began earnestly discussing how to summarize the lesson content in their review booklet. While they were deep in conversation, a frail, weathered hand reached over their heads and snatched the review booklet from Ashley's grasp. Startled, they looked up to find their hearts racing as Professor McGonagall, stern-faced, slowly perused their work. Violet and Ashley exchanged anxious glances but dared not speak up to reclaim the booklet. They could only sit obediently, fidgeting in their seats as they awaited the professor's judgment. After a lengthy pause, the sound of parchment rustling ceased. Professor McGonagall closed the booklet and scrutinized the two girls before her, heads bowed like quails, her expression inscrutable. As the head of Gryffindor House, she was well aware of her students' attitudes toward learning. Apart from Percy Weasley, whose academic performance in the third year was exceptional, only Angelina Johnson from the first year had proactively entered a state of review. The rest of the students either followed the professor's pace, studying the material before beginning their reviews, or resorted to last-minute cramming, putting in effort only before exams and leaving their fates to chance. At first, she was concerned that Angelina's youth might lead to disarray in her study rhythm due to her hasty revision, resulting in more harm than good. Thus, after a transfiguration class, she retained Angelina for a thoughtful inquiry into the reasons behind her early revision, intending to assist her in refining her study plan. To her astonishment, she discovered that this early revision was, in fact, a collective endeavor. Upon examining the retrieved study schedule, Professor McGonagall felt a flicker of surprise. The schedule was both reasonable and meticulous, thoroughly accounting for the students' learning pace, review speed, and rest periods. It facilitated comprehensive revision without imposing excessive pressure on the students. She mused that even if she had devised it herself, she could not have crafted a better plan. "Did you create this study schedule yourself?" Professor McGonagall inquired with a hint of skepticism, only to see the young lady shake her head and respond honestly, "No, it was devised by my Ravenclaw friend, Eric Liu." After speaking, Angelina glanced at Professor McGonagall's expression and, perhaps seeking to curry favor, added, "Following this plan and the guidance from the revision booklet has significantly enhanced my efficiency compared to studying alone." Revision booklet? Professor McGonagall noted another new concept mentioned by Angelina. Angelina nodded and retrieved her potions and herbology revision booklets from her bag, placing them before Professor McGonagall for her perusal. "The knowledge points in the textbooks are rather fragmented. My friend assigned each of us a subject we excel in, compiling the key points into the revision booklet, alongside conjectures regarding exam question types. This way, studying becomes far more effective." After reviewing both booklets, Professor McGonagall silently agreed with Angelina's assessment. Indeed, if students adhered to the revision booklets and schedules, even those with less than stellar academic performance could achieve commendable scores after 2 months of diligent study. Then what about this week's test? Professor McGonagall's slender fingers pointed to the schedule. Angelina covered her face and replied, "That was also Eric's idea. He said regular testing allows everyone to identify their shortcomings and track their progress." Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled. It was indeed a splendid notion. Had the academic plan for the year not already been established, she would have implemented it herself. Having recognized the value of the revision booklets and schedules, Professor McGonagall generously returned them to Angelina, kindly advising her to study diligently, as she looked forward to her excellent performance in the final examinations. This was also the reason she had taken up the revision booklet from Ashley earlier that day. After being impressed by the 2 booklets, she had remained curious about how her students would summarize the knowledge points in her Transfiguration class. According to the information provided by Angelina, the revision booklet for Transfiguration was crafted by Hufflepuff's Ashley Brown. Therefore, the moment Ashley presented the revision booklet, Professor McGonagall's attention was drawn to the 2 of them. After perusing the booklet, Professor McGonagall felt a sense of satisfaction. The Hufflepuff student had indeed not disappointed her, in addition to summarizing the theoretical knowledge points effectively. Ashley had included various spellcasting techniques and success rates. It was evident that the girl had invested considerable thought into her work, as some techniques for ensuring student safety had not been taught in class and were only shared with a select few students who excelled in Transfiguration when they sought her guidance. Professor McGonagall returned the booklet to Ashley, casting a deep glance at both girls before turning to leave, leaving them exchanging apprehensive looks. "Do you think Professor McGonagall is angry?" "She didn't deduct any points, so perhaps not," Angelina speculated. She had mentioned that Professor McGonagall was already aware of the revision booklets. Known for her leniency towards diligent students, she likely would not pursue the matter. As Violet had anticipated, Professor McGonagall did not reprimand them for their contemplation of the revision booklets during class. For the remainder of the lesson, Professor McGonagall occupied her seat at the podium, seemingly engrossed in writing. It wasn't until she called the two girls to stay behind after class that they realized what she had been busy with. With a smile, Professor McGonagall handed Ashley a bundle of rolled parchment, speaking encouragingly. I am aware of your small team's revision plan from Angelina. I have also reviewed the Transfiguration revision booklet you compiled. It is commendable, though there are several areas that require refinement. Overjoyed by Professor McGonagall's approval, both girls felt as if fireworks were bursting in their hearts, though Ashley managed to contain her excitement. However, her sparkling eyes and flushed cheeks betrayed her inner emotions. It is a great honor to receive your affirmation, Professor McGonagall, Ashley said, her voice quivering slightly. This revision booklet still has many areas needing improvement, and your guidance will be immensely beneficial for me and my friends. Professor McGonagall nodded in appreciation, stating, I have always been willing to offer guidance to students who demonstrate initiative and a passion for learning. This parchment I am giving you contains my personal insights and supplementary information regarding some knowledge points within the revision booklet, as well as a recommended reading list to aid your understanding of Transfiguration. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall swiftly pinned a note for Ashley. The books listed can all be found in the library, but 2 of them will require a note of permission from a professor before they can be borrowed. Gratefully, Ashley accepted the note with both hands, saying, Thank you, Professor McGonagall. As the time for the next Transfiguration class approached, several students began to enter the classroom. Observing this, Professor McGonagall instructed the 2 girls to take their leave. As Violet hurried out of the Transfiguration classroom, she collided squarely with Terrence Higgs, exclaiming in surprise and stumbling backward. Ashley, startled by the incident, quickly steadied her friend. Rubbing her sore nose from the impact, Violet's eyes brimmed with tears as she repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't notice you were coming, and I ran into you. I truly apologize. Terrence, also pushed back by the collision, took a moment to regain his balance, discreetly massaging his chest while frowning. He quickly assessed the situation, glancing at Violet, who was nursing her nose, but said nothing, merely stepping aside to create a pathway for the 2 girls to move on. Seeing that this Slytherin, though frowning, did not seem inclined to pursue the matter, Violet and Ashley hurriedly expressed their gratitude and slipped away through the opening he had provided. That scared me. Violet, are you hurt? Your nose is all red, Ashley exclaimed, pulling down Violet's hand from her nose to examine her closely with concern. At that moment, the sharp pain had subsided, and Violet, feeling somewhat recovered, shook her head and replied, I'm fine. Thankfully, neither of us was moving too quickly, otherwise we both would have had to report to the hospital wing. But what about that Slytherin? Do you think we'll get into trouble? Ashley voiced her worries. Others might need to be cautious, but he's Terrence. He never instigates trouble. He's one of the more agreeable Slytherins. Violet waved dismissively, reassuring Ashley. Chapter 37. The first weekly test. The first weekly test was scheduled for the last Saturday of March, coinciding with the final day of the month. The weather had been dreary and rainy for 2 consecutive days, and the once mild temperatures had turned cold again due to the downpour. This dampness was particularly tormenting for Violet, who despised such weather, and drove the cleanliness-obsessed Lewis to the brink of madness as he repeatedly cleaned his muddy shoes throughout the day. Fortunately, today the rain has finally ceased, and the heavy clouds that lingered over Hogwarts for 2 days are gradually dispersing. The morning light is faint yet vibrant, as the energetic sun breaks through the gaps in the clouds, slowly asserting its dominance over the realm. The Whomping Willow, resembling a freshly bathed puppy, vigorously shakes off the raindrops clinging to its branches. The courtyard paths remain slightly damp, with a few sparrows occasionally landing on the cobblestones, slipping clumsily beneath their tiny feet. As the sun ascends, Hogwarts begins to buzz with life. Inside the Great Hall, students from the 4 houses chattered animatedly about their weekend plans. Some enthusiastically plotted their forthcoming day trip to Hogsmeade, while others furrowed their brows, fretting over the impending OWLs and Newt's examinations. After breakfast, a considerable number of students dispersed from the hall. Angelina, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, joined her study group at the Ravenclaw table. Eric silently counted the attendees, and upon confirming everyone was present, he cleared his throat and announced, All right, we are about to commence our first weekly test. Please, spread out a bit. A seat apart should suffice. Obediently, everyone rearranged themselves, but Cedric soon felt a sense of discomfort. The long table was too narrow, and he could easily see the papers of those seated across from him. Let us return to the Hufflepuff table, he suggested. With that, he rose and made his way back to the Hufflepuff table, followed by Andrew, Violet, and a few others, leaving the Ravenclaw table noticeably emptier. As the sole Gryffindor present, Angelina oscillated between the 2 tables, ultimately deciding to take a seat at the Ravenclaw table, perhaps to bask in the aura of Ravenclaw's wisdom. Once satisfied that everything was in order, Eric gestured to those responsible for the test papers to begin distributing them. Besides the subjects of charms, potions, herbology, and defense against the dark arts, which were each handled by a single individual. The remaining subjects, history of magic, transfiguration, and astronomy, were jointly addressed by Cedric, Ashley, and Fiona. Thus, aside from Camille and Albert, who were responsible for the error collection, everyone else was tasked with 6 subjects instead of 7. After 2 weeks of review, confidence was palpable among the students, and given that this was merely a weekly test, the pressure was manageable. As the test papers were handed out, students prepared their ink and quills, engaging in lighthearted banter. Albert, Cedric teased, inspecting the nib of his quill. I heard from Lewis that you've been putting in considerable effort in herbology lately. You must be feeling quite confident for today's test. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Albert replied confidently. If I make a single mistake, I'll clean Phil's office. Oh, such bravado. I'll remember that, Carla chimed in, turning to Angelina. Be merciless when you grade his paper. Angelina understood the jest, raising an eyebrow and giving Carla a thumbs up. Rest assured, if there's a mistake, I want to go easy on him. Just then, Eric handed the charms test to Violet and remarked, Albert, you've inspired me. How about we implement a punishment for our weekly tests? The bottom 3 scores must face a consequence. What do you think? Camille, ever the instigator, enthusiastically supported the idea. I'm in favor. Andrew gasped, don't say such terrifying things. Violet, who had been enjoying their playful banter, suddenly lost her amusement as the topic veered towards perilous territory. She leaped from her seat like a rabbit, gripping Eric by the nape with one hand and covering his mouth with the other, growling, you'd better shut it. Is the weekly test not enough for you to handle? I beg you, be a reasonable person. Due to his height, having grown to nearly 1.7 meters by spring, Eric had to bend down slightly as Violet dangled from him, her weight forcing him to stoop. Mmm, he mouthed, desperately signaling for mercy, mimicking a zipper motion near his lips. Violet shot him an exasperated glare before releasing him and flopping back into her seat, whereupon Eric playfully ruffled her hair, inciting her frustration. Having completed his playful torment of Violet's hair, Eric chuckled softly, deftly dodging her irritated swipes as he resumed distributing the test papers. One could hardly blame him for relishing the opportunity to ruffle Violet's hair. Her lustrous, silky locks glimmered like spun silk, suitable for a shampoo commercial without any special effects. In her frequent compliments to Sesame, she would remark, so sleek and smooth, it feels divine to touch. Coupled with the remaining baby fat on her cheeks, when she pouted, she resembled a plump, white bun, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Finally, as the distribution of test papers concluded, each student adopted a serious demeanor, setting aside their previous frivolity to swiftly peruse the questions before them. Eric produced the clock he had purchased during Christmas in Diagon Alley, setting it to ring in 2 hours, and declared, there are 7 subjects, 15 minutes each. The exam begins now, and we will collect the papers in 1 hour and 45 minutes. With this command, a hush fell over the room as everyone seized their quills and began to write. No specific order was mandated for the subjects, and students instinctively commenced with the subjects they felt most adept at. Violet was no exception. Upon receiving her paper, she assessed the difficulty of the questions and arranged her response order, starting with transfiguration and charms, followed by defense against the dark arts and herbology, leaving her most dreaded subjects, history of magic and astronomy, for last. The hall had emptied significantly, and the last to leave was Flint, who had recently endured a series of beatings. Today he had booked the Quidditch pitch, intending to take his team for practice, bringing along Terrence and Dorian. With a couple of seekers and a chaser graduating this year, and the Slytherin house already small, the pool of capable substitutes was even more limited. Flint was determined to cultivate the 2 new students who had shown promise in Quidditch. Initially, Flint paid little heed to the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables. But as he exited the hall, he cast a scornful glance at the students engrossed in their exams and mockingly remarked to his teammates, a bunch of bookish fools. With a dismissive snort, he turned to leave with Terrence and Dorian. Just then, Eric's keen ears caught the derisive comment. He shot up his head, glaring fiercely at the retreating Slytherin players, his jaw clenched in anger. You've got a chance. Look at my house emblem and say that again. Terrence, trailing behind, felt a mix of emotions. In truth, he preferred the tranquility of the library over the chaos of Quidditch. However, Flint had made it clear to him and Dorian that they were the only 2 who could fill the gaps next year. After much deliberation, he had reluctantly accepted Flint's invitation. He had heard Flint's words clearly, but he and Dorian exchanged glances, each recognizing their shared disapproval. There were indeed many diligent students within Slytherin, some whose intellect was on par with that of Ravenclaw. Flint himself is a lackluster athlete, and his statement serves as a disparaging remark towards diligent students across all houses. Should his own housemates discover Flint's disdain for hardworking scholars, they may not confront him openly, yet they would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him in secret. Moreover, despite Flint's Quidditch team frequently claiming victory, the controversies surrounding them are substantial. Being a firm advocate of rule adherence and fair competition, Flint's actions starkly contradict my principles. Contemplating this, Terrence's brows furrowed in indignation. The prospect of being chosen as a reserve player no longer seemed as exhilarating. Nevertheless, since his inclusion in the team is now a foregone conclusion, he resolved to play earnestly. While he cannot control others' propensity to foul, he can remain steadfast in his own principles. In a few years, when more suitable seekers emerge, he can gracefully retire from the team. The clock's hands ticked steadily on the dial, and the only sounds in the hall, aside from the crackling of the fire in the hearth, were the scratching of quills and the ticking of the clock. Among the study group grappling with their exams, some had already begun to scratch their heads in frustration, while others stared blankly at their papers, unconsciously nibbling on their quills. Most absurdly, Albert was tossing a gold galleon in the air, attempting to divine the answers obscured in the fog of uncertainty through some arcane method. Unbeknownst to them, at the entrance of the hall, Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore had been observing them for quite some time. "Albus, you've seen what I've just mentioned. What are your thoughts?" Professor McGonagall inquired softly, her tone tinged with an undercurrent of pride. Dressed in a silver-gray robe, Dumbledore diverted his gaze, gesturing for McGonagall to follow, then sauntered away from the hall. "These students are quite industrious," Dumbledore remarked cheerily. "It appears that this year's first-year finals will see Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw shine brightly." Professor McGonagall, growing impatient as Dumbledore meandered without addressing the crux of the matter, pressed on. "Albus, I meant, what do you think of their study methods?" Dumbledore, with a non-committal "oh," replied, "My thoughts? My thoughts are that these children are quite resourceful." "To hear you speak is to hear a riddle," Professor McGonagall thought, exasperated. Just as she was about to stamp her foot in frustration, Dumbledore chuckled heartily, leisurely continuing, "The method is indeed a sound one. Yet it is evident that those children exhibit a commendable level of self-discipline." Stunned, Professor McGonagall stood frozen for a moment, and by the time she grasped Dumbledore's meaning, she realized he had already strolled a fair distance away. Hastening to catch up, she queried, "Are you suggesting that while the review plan is beneficial, its efficacy largely depends on the student's self-motivation?" Dumbledore, fashioning his long beard into a bow with his wand and admiring his handiwork, replied, "Astute students will naturally discover the advantages of this method. However, Minerva, this approach may not be suitable for every student." Professor McGonagall seemed to ponder this, a hint of despondency creeping in. "You make a valid point. For instance, the Weasley twins would be better off if we hoped they didn't wander off at night rather than expecting them to adhere to a structured study regimen." At the mention of the Weasley twins, Dumbledore burst into laughter. "Ah, Minerva, the children will eventually find the study methods that suit them best. You needn't fret so." Professor McGonagall opened her mouth to voice another thought, but Dumbledore deftly shifted the topic. "Oh, by the way, given the splendid weather this weekend, let us take a stroll in Hogsmeade. I've heard Honeydukes has received some new confections, and I am eager to take a look." Having worked alongside Dumbledore for many years, Professor McGonagall discerned his intent to conclude the matter, and with a deep sigh, she followed suit. "Speaking of which, I too long for a taste of the butterbeer from the Three Broomsticks." Suddenly, the silence of the hall was shattered by a piercing bell, causing every hand gripping a quill to tremble involuntarily. The eagle-shaped clock chimed precisely, its metallic wings flapping as it paced along the Ravenclaw table, occasionally pecking at those who had yet to cease writing, impatiently reminding the candidates that the examination had concluded and there was no use in futile struggle. Submission was imperative. Violet, dazed from grappling with the star charts, found the bell's chime oddly melodious. As it rang, she promptly discarded her quill and sprang up, invigorated, to collect her classmates' potions exam papers. Compared to the headache-inducing astronomy, she felt an inexplicable fondness for history of magic. With the number of examinees being few, the examiner soon gathered all the papers, and the grading commenced swiftly. "Oh dear, Lewis, why do you always falter on the Scabbers potion? You got the proportions right, but the stirring direction is all wrong," Violet exclaimed, exasperated, as she marked a bold cross on the paper. Amidst Camille's mocking laughter, Lewis, abashed, covered his face. His ears flushed. "Eric, the first Goblin Rebellion occurred in 1612, not 1621. Cedric, typically good-natured, felt a twinge of despair at such a basic error. Eric chuckled nervously, scratching his nose. "Well, at least all 4 digits are correct, right? Albert, isn't it easy to remember the weaknesses of the Devil's Snare? You're finished. You'll be cleaning Filch's office later," Angelina remarked coldly at the blank fill-in-the-blank question. Albert attempted to defend himself. "Oh, come on. I just missed one detail about the light sensitivity. I've got it now." "Violet, is the star chart of Saturn's moons really that difficult?" Fiona, usually reserved, stomped her foot in frustration. When Saturn was mentioned, Violet's ire flared, and she slammed her palm on the table in retort. Which planet boasts over 100 moons? I could scatter some grains of rice on the table and still have fewer moons than that. Camille, rubbing her sore wrist, echoed the collective discontent. Why did you all have to pick Saturn among the 9 planets of the solar system? Ross hastily distanced himself from the topic. Don't look at me. My original suggestion was Jupiter. Andrew, slumped dejectedly on the long table, drawled, Jupiter is just as devilish, you know. The first round of assessments concluded, and everyone received their papers back. Violet performed adequately in all subjects, save for astronomy, which was a complete disaster. The chaotic star chart of Saturn's moons bore almost half incorrect answers. The troubling part was that she could hardly remember how she had filled it out. Considering that this course was mandatory, she couldn't abandon it before passing her OWLs in 5th year. Holding the paper, Violet felt an overwhelming desire to weep. She relished the vast and mysterious universe, but the act of filling out star charts was far from enjoyable. Opting for a distraction, Violet shoved the paper into her bag with a huff and stood to stretch her limbs, resolving to take a stroll outside. Having been cooped up in the hall all morning, the sun was shining brilliantly outside, and to forego a walk would be to waste such splendid spring weather. Unfortunately, after inquiring around, she found that her usual companions, who often clamored for a break, were still entrenched in their studies, with only Carol eagerly agreeing to join her. I adore the indescribably fresh scent after the rain, Carol chirped, skipping along the cobbled path, occasionally kicking pebbles into the adjacent grass. After being indoors for so long, the fragrant aroma invigorated her spirit. Violet trailed behind, her hands clasped behind her back, observing Carol ahead as she flitted about like a little sparrow, glancing this way and that, a light smile gracing her lips. I do enjoy it as well, but the incessant rain in England is rather disheartening. When it pours, the gloom settles in, sapping one's energy. Were it not for the drying charm, I would suspect my clothes would be on the verge of mildew. Violet sighed softly. She genuinely believed that if there were a ranking of the most popular spells within the British magical community, the drying charm and the cleaning charm would undoubtedly be at the forefront. After a week of incessant rain, she mused. Violet Lining might have to change her name to Eve Budgenicumodchuan. At this, Carol sighed in agreement. If there's one thing I find most difficult to acclimate to in England, it's certainly this wretched weather. I've lived in Arizona and California in the States, where the sunshine is abundant. Here, it's either raining or overcast, with far fewer days of sunshine than in California. The incessant patter of rain these past few days has been utterly vexing. Though the Hufflepuff common room is underground, at least each dormitory has a fireplace, which makes it bearable on sunny days, Violet remarked with a light chuckle. Indeed, I'm grateful the sorting hat placed me in Hufflepuff. Had I been sorted into Slytherin, I would surely have gone mad. Carol shivered at the thought. Isn't that the truth? Among the 4 houses, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are situated in towers, elevated and breezy, offering a much drier ambience than the lower levels. Though Hufflepuff is underground, its location is relative to the castle. It actually resides on a hillside that rises significantly above sea level. Therefore, when the sun shines, its warm rays can always filter through the round windows into the common room. Only Slytherin's common room is genuinely below sea level, right by the Black Lake, with humidity aplenty and scant sunlight, a veritable haven for vampires. Violet, do you think it's the lack of sunlight in Slytherin's common room that contributes to the peculiar temperament of its students? Carol chuckled mischievously. Perhaps. They might even wonder why Salazar Slytherin chose such a dismal place for their common room. Violet laughed softly in response. As they continued their banter, the two aimlessly wandered to the front of Hagrid's hut. It stood like a sentry at the edge of the forbidden forest. Just as Violet was contemplating whether to pay Hagrid a visit, the wooden door creaked open, and a massive dog barreled out, barking ferociously at Violet and Carol. Woof, woof, woof. The proximity allowed them a clear view of the dog's long fangs and the spittle flying from its barking. Carol's face blanched in fright, and she let out a shriek, stumbling back in terror. Violet, momentarily stunned, stiffened and instinctively pulled the whimpering Carol behind her, facing the charging beast. As the dog bore down upon them, a grayish figure darted from the side, launching itself at the dog. Simultaneously, Hagrid's urgent voice rang out. Hey, Fong, stop. The cat, fierce and defiant, yowled, its fur bristling, with its black ears pinned back like airplane wings. It launched a flurry of blows to the dog's head, which, caught off guard, yelped in pain and retreated. The cat, having successfully fended off the dog, paused, arching its back and curling its tail, issuing a low growl as it faced the nowadays dog, occasionally huffing in warning. You dare threaten my human? Just watch what I'll do. The towering giant clumsily squeezed through the door, scooping up the dog that was now confronting the cat, scolding it in exasperation. I told you not to scare the students. And look what you've done. Stay inside. As Hagrid shut the door with a thud, Violet let out a tremulous sigh of relief and hurried to check on her pet, Sesame. She cradled Sesame in her arms, and the feline soon relaxed. No longer on high alert, it affectionately nudged its cold nose against Violet's cheek and licked her fingers with its pink tongue. Fear not. The big dog has been sent packing. Wasn't he impressive? Sesame seemed to boast. Thank goodness you intervened, or Fong might have lunged at you both, Hagrid remarked, relieved to see that the two students were merely startled and unharmed. Carol, gripping Violet's sleeve, still shaken, asked, Is that dog yours? It just came barreling out. And it terrified me. Hagrid, noticing the red in Carol's eyes and the glimmer of tears, looked rather sheepish. Yes, that's Fong. I take him with me when I patrol the Forbidden Forest. He has been cooped up in the hut for too long due to the rain, and today, he was just too excited. Violet examined Sesame's paws, and then looked up at Hagrid. Hagrid, Sesame hasn't had a nail trim in a while. She hit Fong pretty hard just now. I hope she didn't scratch him. Hagrid waved dismissively with his massive hand. No worries, Fong's tough as nails. He is more likely to learn a lesson from this encounter than to be injured. Come on, let us head to my hut for some tea. I just baked a batch of rock cakes to calm your nerves. Carol hesitated for a moment, having just witnessed Fong being confined. And wasn't he quite ready to enter the hut? Violet's throat caught at the mention of rock cakes, Hagrid's special recipe. Her own sensitive stomach wouldn't tolerate them. Glancing around, she quickly pointed to two bulging sacks beneath the window, diverting the topic. Hagrid, what are those two bags? Following her gaze, Hagrid replied, Oh, those are potatoes and carrots. I'm going to wash them and prepare some feed for the magical creatures. He then grumbled about the weather. I brought them back a few days ago, but with all the rain, the hut is cramped, and I couldn't store them properly. Now that it's finally clear, I'll get them washed and peeled. Wash potatoes and carrots? And peel them? Violet's eyes brightened. This was a splendid opportunity for practice. Hagrid, we've been cooped up in the castle and just came out for a stroll. How about we sit outside on a small stool and soak up some sun while we help you? I often assist my mother at home, so I'd love to lend a hand. She nudged Carol, signaling her to join in. Oh right, I've been practicing the clean water charm. I can help too, Carol added, eager to avoid being inside with Fong, who still loomed large in her mind. Hagrid, slightly embarrassed by their offer, rubbed his hands together. I should be treating you, not making you work. Nonsense. It's a splendid chance to practice spells. However, when we're done, could I take a few potatoes and carrots? Of course, Hagrid exclaimed. Seeing the determination of the two, Hagrid could not refuse and went inside to fetch 2 small wooden stools and several iron buckets. Before closing the door, he did not forget to gently press Yaya's dog head back inside, whimpering, it too long to venture out and bask in the sun. Thus, the 2 little ones and the half-blood giant settled in front of the cabin, ready to commence their task. Allow me to allocate the duties, Hagrid said, opening 2 cloth bags and pouring out the potatoes and carrots contained within. One would be responsible for rinsing, another for washing off the dirt, and the last for peeling. Which would you like to do? Carol eagerly raised her hand, declaring, I'm practicing the clear water charm, so I'll handle the rinsing. Violet pondered for a moment before responding. My hands tend to wrinkle and shed skin when they touch water. Hagrid, could you teach me the peeling charm? I can take on the peeling. The peeling charm was a simple, commonly used spell, and Hagrid, having cared for the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, was quite adept at it. He readily agreed and began to teach her how to use the spell with hands-on guidance. The peeling charm proved to be much simpler than the cleaning spell. After peeling a few bumpy potatoes, Violet had mastered the charm. The 3 adjusted their positions, with Hagrid seated in the middle and Caro and Violet on either side, commencing their assembly line work. Caro controlled the water flow, rinsing the potatoes and carrots, while Hagrid effortlessly lifted 3 or 4 potatoes in one hand, his rough palm rubbing them like dough, effectively washing away the dirt with a quick rinse before passing them to Violet. Initially, as Violet had just learned the peeling charm, her speed was slow. It took her half a minute to peel one, and the surface was uneven. The pile of washed potatoes at her feet grew higher. Fortunately, Violet's control over her magical power had improved, and after peeling 10 to 20 potatoes, she became proficient. She could now peel one in 5 seconds, depositing it into the iron bucket filled with water, and the pile of potato skins beneath her feet quickly accumulated. Once they finished processing the potatoes, the trio could chat while they worked. Listening to the occasional laughter from outside, Yaya felt a restless itch, wagging its tail anxiously as it paced back and forth in the tiny living room. Finally, unable to contain itself, it dashed to the window, standing on its hind legs with its big paws on the windowsill, eager to glimpse what the 3 outside were discussing. However, instead of Hagrid and the 2 human children, it was met with the sight of the cat that had just given it a thorough thrashing. Yaya immediately cowered, its ears drooping, with a squint of its sesame blue eyes. The cat raised a paw and slapped Yaya, sending its head back inside. Yaya was somewhat intimidated by this round and robust feline. Yet the allure of the merriment outside proved irresistible. Thus, it persistently stood up again, only to be promptly swatted back down by the cat in a repetitive cycle. Let me see. I just want to peek. I won't move. It was not until lunchtime that the three outside concluded their work, and the cat, in a rare act of mercy, jumped down from the windowsill and approached its owner. As Violet and Caro bid farewell to Hagrid, he pulled several unpeeled potatoes and carrots from one of the iron buckets and stuffed them into the backpack Violet had brought. I should have treated you to tea. Yet here you are, laboring so diligently. I truly feel quite embarrassed, Hagrid admitted, a flush creeping to his cheeks. However, the two children were well-mannered and easy to get along with, and they did not harbor any prejudice against him for being a half-blood giant, which delighted him. Hagrid, next time we have the chance, may we come visit you again? Caro asked earnestly, tilting her head back. She had been closest to the windowsill earlier and had witnessed the amusing interactions between the cat and Yaya, which had made her chuckle quietly. In the presence of the aloof feline, Yaya's fierce demeanor had completely evaporated, and her fear of it had miraculously diminished as well. Hagrid was pleased to hear they wished to visit again. Oh, certainly. I would be delighted. You can send a message with an owl before you come, after making arrangements. The two waved goodbye to Hagrid, taking the cat with them as they headed back to the castle for lunch. It was only after they had walked quite a distance that Hagrid stopped to watch them leave. Bending down to tidy up the scattered items on the ground and carrying the peeled potatoes and carrots back into the cabin. According to the review schedule, Saturday afternoons were designated for practical training. Eric had long since requested a vacant classroom from Professor Flitwick for this purpose, specifically selecting one closest to the hospital wing for the safety of his friends. Eric and Lewis had arrived a day early to clean the room, shifting two long tables to either side of the classroom entrance so that anyone interested in potion making could use the space. The desks at the back of the classroom had been removed, clearing an area designated for spell practice. Those who felt confident in their potion-making skills could practice spells in this space. The two areas were separated by a considerable distance to minimize interference between the two groups. All right, from today onward, this classroom will be our dedicated space for practical exercises. Eric elaborated on the room's purpose before allowing everyone to select their practical projects, granting them the entire afternoon to organize their activities. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall be utilizing this classroom for the next 7 years. Chapter 39, Holding the Food Number Tag. During lunch, everyone discussed and decided to focus on potion-making practice that afternoon. During class, they could work in pairs, allowing one to assist the other if needed. However, the final exam would require each person to complete the task independently, presenting a significantly greater challenge than regular class sessions. Thus, after finishing lunch, everyone returned to their dormitories to collect their cauldrons and potion ingredients, clattering the tools together as they made their way back. Although everyone carried an array of items, Violet's load was particularly substantial. When Eric took her backpack, he found it quite heavy. Why can't we team up for the final exam? Lewis grumbled, scratching his head. Without Camille's help, I fear I might end up setting off fireworks all afternoon. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in unison, exclaiming, Wait a moment, Lewis. You should go to the corner. Eric quickly interjected, No, you should position yourself by the door. If you get injured, the hospital wing is just a left turn out the door. You see how prescient he is, someone remarked. In essence, he had chosen this practical location primarily to facilitate Lewis's trips to the hospital wing. Lewis, unable to protest, pouted. However, he was acutely aware of his own clumsiness and resignedly moved his things to the nearest spot by the classroom door, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Violet found a sunny spot and deftly set up her tin cauldron. She then pulled out her potion review booklet, flipping to the page on Scabious potion, diligently reciting the preparation process before closing the booklet and confidently beginning to brew without notes. With nimble hands, Violet carefully placed all the ingredients for the Scabious potion on the table, first adding 4 horned slugs to the cauldron to steam. During the steaming process, she meticulously measured the required weight of dried nettle leaves and counted out 6 venomous snake fangs to place in the mortar, beginning the patient task of grinding them. The classroom was soon filled with the sound of grinding, a noise that was both torturous to the ears and teeth. Once the snake fangs had been ground into a fine powder, the horned slugs were ready as well. Violet, with a pair of pristine wooden chopsticks, delicately captured a slug and placed it into a glass dish for later use. She then meticulously cleaned the crucible, adding distilled water anew. Once the crucible was returned to the flame, she unexpectedly circled to the other side of the table, turning her back to the others, and without hesitation, tossed the powdered snake fangs and stinging nettle leaves into the crucible, commencing the brewing of her potion. Just as Eric, who had recently finished steaming the horned slug, lifted his gaze, he caught sight of Violet commencing her signature soup-making style, causing his hand, which held the slug, to tremble involuntarily. while others were cautious in adding their ingredients, fearful of over or under-quantifying and thus jeopardizing the potion's quality. She treated the process as casually as discarding refuse, pouring her ingredients in with abandon, leaving onlookers in a state of anxious trepidation. While others stirred their potions with precision, she stirred as if seasoning a pot of soup. Her method seemingly careless yet unerringly effective. Eric, while carefully sweeping the powdered snake fangs into the crucible with a small broom, shook his head in disbelief. For other students, potion class felt like an ordeal, one that was presided over by Professor Snape. Yet in their class, it seemed entirely reversed, as though it was Professor Snape himself who was undergoing a trial. With the crucible slaying Lewis ahead and the soup stirring Violet behind, they were toying with the very heartbeat of Professor Snape. The professor, visibly exhausted, had little time to monitor the other students for points, proving that wickedness has its own way of being punished. Violet was acutely aware that her method was wreaking havoc on the mental states of those around her, which is why she deliberately distanced herself, turning her back to minimize the impact. Unfortunately, Eric's table was right beside hers, and even with her back turned, his height allowed him a clear view of her actions. Working on potions beside her truly required a stout heart. Eric took a deep breath, already feeling sympathy for whoever would sit beside her during the final examination. As Violet focused on maneuvering the slug into the crucible with her chopsticks, she turned back in confusion and uttered, "Well, Snape wouldn't he set up a separate examination room for me, would he?" Eric chuckled. "I can reasonably speculate that during the practical potion examination, Snape will seat you in the last row." Violet nonchalantly removed the crucible from the fire, replying with indifference, "It matters not. Besides, who would notice anyone else when one is seriously focused on potion making?" "I sense you are implying something," Eric replied, his expression deadpan. Violet casually tossed in 2 porcupine quills, stirred clockwise 5 times with a carefree motion, then gestured towards Eric's crucible. "I'm alluding to you. Also, your crucible is boiling." Eric snapped back to reality, quickly following the procedure and waving his wand, as he observed the pink vapor wafting above the crucible and the dreamily pastel blue potion within. Violet felt a sense of satisfaction, believing this concoction of scabious potion to be of far superior quality than her first potion class. Nodding in contentment, she set the crucible aside to cool for bottling. At this point, less than a single class period had elapsed since she began her potion making. While tidying her workspace, she glanced at her peers' progress, noting that most had only reached the halfway mark. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted. Armored protection. The sound of an exploding crucible coupled with frantic incantations startled everyone in the classroom, causing Violet to flinch and nearly drop her porcupine quills. All eyes instinctively turned toward the doorway where Lewis stood, unsurprisingly surrounded by chaos. Indeed, Lewis had once again lived up to expectations by blowing up his crucible. Albert, utterly exasperated, remarked, "This morning, you flunked the written exam on scabious potion, and now in the afternoon practical, you've blown up the cauldron. What will you do for your final exam, Mr. Evans?" "Ah, truly not surprising," Camille said, her lips twitching as she observed Lewis, relieved to see that he had not been splattered by potion, allowing her to refocus on her own crucible. Cedric, with sympathy, asked, "Lewis, which step went awry this time?" Lewis, cleaning up the scene, sheepishly admitted, Ha, seems like the snake fangs weren't ground finely enough." Fiona, standing nearby, added with ruthless precision, "Not just that. You also overcooked the heating time." Violet, standing at Eric's table, propped one hand on the table and placed the other on her hip, her face reflecting sympathy as she said to Eric, "I think you'd best pray to Merlin that you aren't seated next to Lewis during the exam." Eric gazed at the remnants of the crucible, his face paling as he swallowed hard in trepidation. Lewis's mishap did not deter the others from potion making. After tidying up, he began to brew another batch of scabious potion. Fortunately, he had foreseen this and had prepared extra when steaming the horned slugs. Violet carefully bottled the blue scabious potion, thoroughly rinsed the crucible, stirring rod, long-handled spoon, and mortar, setting them aside to dry. She then retrieved a larger crucible, refilled it with water, and placed it over the fire. Next, she extracted the potatoes and carrots that Hagrid had given her that morning, quickly peeling and washing them, then using a slicing spell to cut them into chunks before tossing them into the crucible. Following this, she retrieved 2 oil paper packages from her bag. Upon opening one, she revealed a pile of chopped pork spine, and the other contained 2 golden ears of corn. She had specifically sought these from the kitchen after lunch, intending for this moment. The pork spine had been pre-ordered from Hagrid, taken from a sow that had been bled out, and for good measure. She had even had Hagrid marinate it with cooking wine and ginger for an entire morning. Oh, she had provided the cooking wine herself. During her time in England, she had lost all earthly desire for its pork. Heaven knows how unpalatable the pork in England is, both in the Muggle world and the wizarding realm. When Helga, The founder established culinary magic. How could she not have devised a spell to make pork delicious? The boars were not bled, the pigs were not drained, and during blanching, the scum was overwhelming, not to mention the overpowering stench that annihilated one's appetite, rivaling that of the mutton from her hometown, which was notoriously pungent. Violet sniffed, confirming that the pork bones bore no significant odor, and rinsed them thoroughly with fresh water before adding them to the crucible. Finally, she placed several bottles of seasonings on the table, merely a common blend of culinary essentials she had recently had Eric's owl, Claire, fetch from the leaky cauldron in London. Having completed all these preparations, Violet assessed the size of the flame, deeming it insufficiently vigorous, so she picked up her wand and adjusted it to a roaring blaze. Now, all that remained was to wait for the broth in the crucible to reach a boil. Utilizing this waiting period, Violet pulled up a stool, sitting down to practice incantations directed at the empty space at the rear of the classroom. Am I seeing this correctly? You're making soup, Eric exclaimed, holding the steaming crucible with both hands, astonished at the sight before him. Violet, cradling her notes on charms, nodded slightly. Yes, a signature dish from my hometown. Corn, potato, carrot, and pork bone soup. Would you care to join me? Eric stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that a meme he had encountered online had now materialized before his very eyes. Just then, the broth in the crucible began to bubble, and the enticing aroma of pork wafted through the entire classroom. Noticing this, Violet promptly adjusted the flame to a medium-low setting, allowing the essence of the pork bones to slowly infuse into the broth. The tantalizing aroma of meat wafting from the tip of her nose stimulated Violet's salivary glands. She was brewing a soup reminiscent of her hometown. Eric unconsciously swallowed, his ironclad demeanor giving way to exclamation, "Drink." Merlin's beard. Who is cooking? It smells divine. Despite the potent scent of potions enveloping the classroom, Andrew discerned the incongruous fragrance, his recently digested lunch now stirring his stomach to life with a gurgle. At that moment, Carol, who was adding porcupine quills to the bubbling potion, set down her stirring stick and, drawn by the aroma, hurried over to Violet's desk, exclaiming, "Goodness, Violet, no wonder you asked Hagrid for potatoes and carrots this morning. It's for cooking, I assent it? Can I have a taste when it's ready?" "Well, you could," Violet replied with a mischievous grin, "but you must bring me a satisfactory potion for scabies in exchange." Carol immediately deflated, lamenting her fate, and returned to her unfinished potion. What? Violet is cooking? Ashley had already caught a whiff of that enticing scent, and, upon hearing Carol's remarks, accidentally spilled a few drops of potion while bottling it. Blast it, I should have brought utensils. As everyone neared the completion of their scabies potions, they congregated around Violet's cauldron, their eyes fixated on the carrots and potatoes swirling in the soup. Except for Lewis, who had to redo his potion after an explosion. He was still halfway through and dared not leave, though the aroma continually beckoned him back. Savoring the air, Violet noticed the soup's fragrance intensifying, overpowering even the scent of the scabies potion. She rose to open every window in the classroom for ventilation. "Lewis, shut the door," Violet called back. "The smell is too strong. We can't let it waft out into the corridor." Lewis promptly complied, eager not to miss a single drop of that soup. With the soup still some time away from completion, the group reluctantly returned to their scabies potions, glancing back repeatedly. As Eric bottled his potion, he inquired of Violet, "What prompted you to make soup all of a sudden?" Stirring the contents of her cauldron without looking up, Violet replied, "In my hometown, it's customary to brew soup every few days. It's been nearly a year since I've had a proper bowl. I'm nearly dying of cravings. Besides, can we even call what they serve here soup? It's more like a creamy mush." Eric capped his potion, a nostalgic tone creeping into his voice. "Back when I studied abroad, I wasn't completely inept in the kitchen, though my repertoire was limited. The soup you're making now is the only one I mastered. It's simple yet delightful, and the ingredients are readily available. If it were something more complex, like burdock root and peach kernel, sourcing the materials alone would be a monumental task." Violet sighed at the thought. Making soup in England was indeed a formidable challenge. Noticing her sigh, Eric waved a bottle of azure potion before her. "Here, fresh scabies potion, made to order. Surely, I can claim the first ticket?" Violet chuckled at his jest. Taking the still warm crystal bottle and feigning a scrutinizing look, imitating Professor Snape's disapproving yet begrudgingly generous grading demeanor, she drawled, "It's barely passable, Mr. Liu. What about your own utensils? Should I fetch them for you?" Eric glanced at the large bag at her feet, chuckling, "Oh, Miss Lin, I see someone being disingenuous. Could you not cooperate and let me perform a little longer? Where's the rapport?" Violet gestured toward the original bag that held the cauldron. "You can fetch and wash your own. You'll serve yourself soup later." Eric extended 2 fingers, 2 bowls. Violet pointed at the suddenly animated Carol and the others, flashing a bright smile. "If you can manage to snatch from them, 3 bowls will be no issue." As they bantered, the contents of the cauldron transitioned from clear to a pale yellow, a thin film of foam and grease forming on the surface. Violet meticulously skimmed off the foam with a ladle and scooped a small spoonful of soup, blowing on it to cool before tasting. Although the soup was unseasoned, the sweet essence of corn and the savory flavor of pork were already discernible. Remarkably, she had managed to coax a normal pork flavor from British pig. Still, the ingredient's essence had yet to fully meld into the broth. It required further simmering. Rather than merely washing his own utensils, Eric took it upon himself to clean everything Violet had brought, even scrubbing the bowl that held the foam. Once finished, he neatly arranged the utensils on the table he had tidied, his gaze fixated on the simmering broth, a hint of impatience stirring within him. If only Violet could master food magic sooner, they wouldn't have to wait over half an hour like muggles. Chapter 40. 8 Immortals Cross the Sea, each displaying their skills. When Lewis finally bottled his scabies potion, Violet's soup was nearing completion. Observing the bright, glistening soup, reminiscent of diluted Felix Felicis, she knew it was time to add the final seasonings. The carrots and corn already possessed sweetness. She needed salt to enhance the meat's savory essence, thus perfecting the soup's flavor. However, she was accustomed to using a small pot, where a spoon or two of salt sufficed. Now, with a pot thrice the size, she preferred to err on the side of caution and add salt gradually to avoid an overly salty concoction. After deliberating, she added 3 spoons of salt to the ladle, stirring it into the broth to ensure it dissolved completely. After a moment of mixing, Violet dipped a tasting spoon, blew on it, and slowly sampled the soup. The sweet aroma of corn enveloped her senses, and the sweetness of the pork was noticeably enhanced compared to before seasoning. Yet, it still felt insufficient. The flavor was too mild. Furrowing her brow, she added another spoonful of salt. This time, instead of tasting herself, she handed the little spoon to Eric. I prefer stronger flavors. I fear it may be too salty. Please do try. Eric hesitated, glancing at the spoon she had just used, feeling a touch awkward. His mouth opening and closing as he debated whether to accept it. He couldn't tell if Violet genuinely considered him a close friend, or if she was simply too engrossed in her cooking to think of the implications. Seeing his indecision, Violet quickly realized her oversight, silently chastising herself for letting her soup-making cloud her judgment. She nonchalantly reclaimed the spoon and took a sip herself. "Did you wash all the utensils?" she asked, noticing the clean tableware. Just as Eric was about to reach out, his left hand faltered, missing its mark and hovering awkwardly in the air. Thinking fast, he extended his right hand holding the bowl forward, naturally lifting the spoon from his own bowl with his left. "Can't you be a bit more generous and just pour it directly into my bowl?" Violet shot him a playful glare. What kind of person tastes soup by pouring a whole bowl? She then scooped a ladleful, carefully shaking off half of it before pouring the remaining soup into Eric's bowl. "Blow on it before drinking. It might be hot." Eric gazed in silence at the familiar gesture of her hands for a long moment. "Your hands are almost on par with the aunties in the high school cafeteria with a decade of experience." Violet squinted slightly, her eyes gleaming with a hint of menace. Observing this, Eric sidestepped, cradling his bowl, as he dodged the sharp glances that flew towards him. He blew gently on the hot soup in his bowl, his gaze wandering, feigning concern over the potion-making progress of their peers. Unlike the timid Violet, who feared the scalding heat, Eric soon deemed the soup cool enough to sip. He took small, measured sips, the warmth rapidly spreading through his body, the fragrant, sweet broth compelling him to close his eyes in satisfaction. "Delicious. This is the flavor I've been yearning for," Eric exclaimed as he drained the remaining soup in one gulp. "Even better than the one I made." "Is the flavor too bland or too salty?" Violet inquired, more concerned about this aspect. "Just right," he replied, relishing the long-lost taste, the lingering sweetness dancing on his palate. Excitement bubbled within him, reminiscent of a child's joy. "No need for seasoning. I could drink 5 bowls of this." Violet nodded in agreement, lowering the flame to its minimum. It was wise of her to let Eric taste it. Had she been the one to drink it, she would have added another half-spoonful of salt, as it still felt a tad too mild for her. "By the way, didn't you only add salt? Why does it taste sweeter than my broth?" Eric pondered aloud, savoring the flavors still tingling on his tongue. Violet blinked, somewhat perplexed by his question. "Sweetness is drawn out by salt. Isn't that basic knowledge? And how did you prepare it before?" When I make soup, I add sugar and chicken essence. While it is indeed savory, it lacks the sweetness of yours." Violet disagreed. "That's unnecessary. The inherent sweetness of the carrots and corn is sufficient. Adding sugar would muddle the flavor. The pork has its own savoriness, and chicken essence would overshadow it. If it's cold, a touch of pepper would warm it up." As she spoke of cooking, Violet animatedly shared her thoughts. In her previous life, she had no particular hobbies except for cooking. She had met a temperamental chef through work, who was brusque with everyone but surprisingly easy to converse with. He often invited her to taste new dishes and would privately teach her a few culinary tricks. Just remember, if you want sweetness, add salt first. This applies to chicken soup too. Nodding vigorously, Eric held his bowl and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Leaning in to whisper something into Violet's ear. After hearing his suggestion, she shot him a peculiar glance before finally uttering 2 words, cunning. Soup's ready. Violet called out to everyone, inviting those who wished to partake to come and exchange their potion vials for bowls. She first ladled a generous serving into Eric's bowl, including several pieces of potato and carrot, while only giving him a single large piece of corn and rib. Eric cheerfully accepted it. Sitting at his place and ostentatiously scoring the potions, exuding an air of triumph that made others wish to snatch his bowl away. The potato is delightful. Cedric's potion turned out quite well this time. It has a lovely color. Here's the bowl. Go ahead. Oh, the carrot is also quite sweet. Ashley, your potion is a bit dark. Be mindful next time. This corn is incredibly sweet. Violet, you could cook it a bit longer next time. My goodness, Lewis. Your potion is nearly navy blue. Any darker, and it would be unacceptable. Lewis, initially apprehensive, sighed in relief upon hearing this, hurriedly taking his bowl to queue before Violet's large pot. When he saw the deep blue potion, he felt a wave of despair wash over him, convinced he would miss out on the fragrant soup. To his surprise, Eric had allowed him to pass. Lewis gently blew on the steaming broth in his spoon, deciding to make another batch of potion for scabies later. After ensuring each of his friends received a full bowl of soup, Violet finally served herself. Sitting aside like the others to savor her meal, she bit into a soft carrot, chewing slowly while watching her friends heartily enjoy their soup. Witnessing the expressions of contentment on their faces filled her with unanticipated joy. Her culinary journey began shortly after she graduated from university and moved into her own apartment. At that time, she aimed to save money, so she started preparing her own bento lunches to bring to the office, which were cheaper and healthier than takeout. Occasionally, close colleagues would sample her cooking, and the sense of accomplishment she felt when they expressed surprise and approval far outweighed any praise from her superiors regarding her work. As her salary increased, she could afford to order takeout daily, yet she maintained her cooking habit. By then, it had transformed into a passion. She relished the magical process of transforming various ingredients into exquisite dishes, yearning for positive feedback from others about her culinary creations. This was unrelated to mere survival or the tiresome ideals of propriety espoused by nosy relatives. It was purely because she loved it. Violet, is there any soup left? Carol inquired, having savored the last drop. This soup is so refreshing. May I have another bowl? Violet nearly choked on her soup at the compliment, as it was the first time someone had described her broth as refreshing. However, upon reflection, she realized that Western soups tend to be thicker, and in comparison, her soup could indeed be considered refreshing. I adore the taste of corn. This soup is sweet and delightful. Violet, I do love another bowl. Fiona chimed in, lifting her clean bowl towards Violet. Cedric and Albert, gnawing on the tender pork bones, nodded eagerly, disregarding decorum. Observing this scene, Eric felt a surge of unease, a sense of impending crisis. In a flash, he downed the last spoonful of soup and dashed to the pot, noticing it still half full, and urgently grabbed a long-handled ladle, exclaiming, Violet, you promised I could have 3 bowls. In his quest for more soup, Eric disregarded the corn and ribs, filling his bowl to the brim with steaming broth. Eric, you're being unreasonable, Carol protested, brandishing her spoon in frustration as she followed closely behind. Violet chuckled at the two, their childish antics reminiscent of preschoolers bickering over a spoon. Angelina deftly maneuvered behind Eric, seizing the ladle when their backs were turned. Angelina, you're so sly. Just as Angelina reveled in her triumph, she was caught off guard by Andrew and Albert, who each tapped her shoulder to distract her while the other snatched the ladle. A perfect example of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird waits in the shadows. However, the two who had just succeeded in their heist soon fell into disarray, as Cedric, having arrived late to the fray, seized the opportunity to slacken their grip, deftly snatching the ladle for himself. Watching them all employ their cunning strategies just to secure a taste of the soup, Violet found herself in fits of laughter, nearly spilling her own bowl in the process. How delightful it was that everyone enjoyed her soup. Amidst the fray of eager hands, the pot of soup dwindled rapidly, leaving only a few meager bones at the bottom. Violet shook her head in disbelief. She had prepared such a generous quantity, yet it was all gone in moments. Even she, the chef, had only managed to consume 2 bowls herself. What a ruthless fate. Andrew patted his round belly, a look of contentment gracing his features as he declared, This soup is both fragrant and sweet. Once you start drinking, it's impossible to stop. Ashley delicately wiped the soup from the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction as she remarked, I hope this doesn't come across as impolite, but I must say, this corn and bone soup rivals the creations of the kitchen's little elves. Violet observed her graceful demeanor, reminiscent of her pet piggy, who would leisurely wipe its mouth after a meal. Alas, the image of this little princess had been irreparably tarnished by her own actions last year. And now it was widely known at Hogwarts that one should never provoke the prettiest first year of Hufflepuff. The cuter they appeared, the fiercer their temperament. Ross could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Violet, didn't you just start learning how to cook? How is it that your first attempt tastes so remarkable?" Violet hesitated momentarily, pondering how to explain. Should she admit to relying on instinct or claim to possess an innate talent? Well, I've been watching my mother cook. So over time, I've picked up a few things. Violet cleverly used Mrs. Layla as a shield, knowing everyone recognized her as a master of culinary magic. So, would you all like to continue sampling my culinary skills? Violet recalled her recent discussion with Eric, subtly dropping the bait. Upon hearing this, everyone straightened their posture, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. How about this? Every Saturday, during our practical sessions, if you all perform well, I shall cook, she proposed. Ross, intrigued, queried, so, just like today, will there be delicious soup? Violet nodded affirmatively, including, but not limited to, soups. I shall prepare dishes from my eastern homeland. Camille's eyes sparkled with delight as she exchanged glances with Ross, then leaped up and exclaimed, "Wonderful." Ross quickly added, "But next time, you must make a larger portion. Today's was simply insufficient." Violet retorted, "Oh, dear guests, I had already made extra. Who would have thought you little ones could eat so much?" Lewis, gazing at the remnants of soup at the bottom of his bowl, mused that even for the sake of a single bite, he must perfect his potion, having feasted well. The group sat for a moment to digest before diving back into their training. Yet, compared to the initial monotony, now everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. The only peculiarity was the increased frequency of bathroom visits due to the copious amount of soup consumed. Those practicing spells, like Violet and Eric, fared well, but poor Lewis, fearing a mishap with his potion, had to hold it in, his pale face turning a vivid shade of crimson. It was only after completing the final step that he bolted from the classroom, racing towards the nearest boys' restroom. Eric strolled over, eyeing the significantly improved potion with interest, and remarked to Violet, "It seems the allure of good food has worked wonders. Lewis's scabious potion has improved tremendously." Violet replied languidly, "Each benefits as they share their needs, progressing together. If it were not for this, I would not have agreed to your proposal." With the tantalizing carrot of gourmet meals dangling before them, enthusiasm soared during subsequent practical sessions. Judging by the results of their recent assessments, the effectiveness of their review was evident. The one who made the most remarkable progress was undoubtedly Lewis, who had finally mastered the art of crafting an excellent scabious potion. Witnessing the potion in the cauldron shimmer in a lovely shade of powdery blue, Lewis felt an overwhelming urge to scream with joy and soar over the Quidditch pitch. Everyone diligently advanced through their review, and before they knew it, 2 months had swiftly passed. The weather had transitioned from the pleasantness of spring to the fervor of summer. The flora surrounding the castle had reached its peak of lushness, much like the Hogwarts students facing their final exams, currently at the pinnacle of their academic prowess and intellect. Both Eric and Violet, having experienced their own preparations for exams in a previous lifetime, appeared more relaxed than their peers, even with less than a week remaining until finals. In stark contrast, the genuine first years were becoming increasingly tense as the final exams loomed closer. Carol had refrained from gossiping during meals for an entire week. Ross yearned to devour his notebook, and Cedric dragged Andrew into the library immediately after class, only returning to their dormitory just before curfew with their snacks. Amidst this pressure-laden atmosphere, the weekly flying lessons had become a cherished time for everyone to unwind. The more passionate the child was about flying, the more pronounced the relaxation effect seemed to be. As the final assessment for the flying class was to be conducted at the Quidditch pitch, Madam Hooch led the students for adaptive practice on the final session of flying lessons. Chapter 41. Have you changed your ways? Violet was now adept at skillfully maneuvering her broom for high-speed flight and obstacle evasion. She joyfully circled the Quidditch pitch, landing neatly beside Ashley, who was resting in the shade. "Ashley, aren't you going to take another lap?" Violet casually pushed aside the stray strands of hair falling over her forehead, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I believe you could fly even faster." Ashley, her chestnut hair neatly tied back with a silver band, appeared more spirited than her usual princess-like demeanor, resembling a valiant young knight. "I'm a bit slow with the obstacle evasion. I think I'll practice that a bit more," Ashley replied, shaking her head. At that moment, Carol executed a graceful roll and came to a sudden stop in front of them, startling both girls. Violet patted her chest, calming her racing heart, and heard Carol's cheerful voice ring out, "Come on, Ashley, I'll practice with you. I may not be as fast as Ross or Cedric, but I'm agile." Among this year's Hufflepuffs, it was Cedric, Ross, and Carol, who displayed the most remarkable flying talents. Ross excelled in acceleration, Cedric was adept at flying and tracking, while the petite and nimble Carol specialized in evasion and sharp turns. In Madame Hooch's words, Carol is like a large golden snitch painted in black. Having just competed against Ross and Cedric, Carol had successfully eluded their pursuit, managing to leave them in the dust despite the fierce winds that accompanied high-speed flying. Cedric was sweating profusely, while Ross, skilled in acceleration, had nearly grasped Carol's broom multiple times, only for her to evade him each time. Carol's suggestion resonated perfectly with Ashley, who, after Violet advised them to prioritize safety, watched them fly off. No sooner had they departed than Eric appeared before Violet. The summer sun was relentless, and Eric's shirt was damp with sweat. After being cooped up indoors, it feels exhilarating to fly freely and work up a sweat. Eric stretched lazily on his broom, wiping his forehead. The damp hair on his neck felt itchy, and as Violet wiped the sweat from her own neck, she agreed. With finals just a week away, everyone has been so tense lately. It's beneficial to have moments like this to unwind, otherwise, it can backfire. The more stressed one is, the more crucial it becomes to learn how to relieve that pressure. Eric paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and glanced at her before casually adding, "By the way, you Hufflepuffs have no classes tomorrow afternoon, right?" Violet, slightly puzzled, nodded, "Yes. Aside from the astronomy class in the evening, we're free tomorrow afternoon." "Why do you ask?" Eric chuckled softly. "Have you forgotten? Tomorrow is your birthday." At his reminder, Violet's eyes widened in realization as she gently tapped her forehead. The drawback of having a birthday in June was that it invariably coincided with final examinations, whether at a Muggle school or a magical institution. Recently, she felt as though she was drowning in a vast sea of knowledge, completely oblivious to the impending arrival of her birthday. Eric couldn't help but smile at her belated recognition, and after clearing his throat a couple of times, he shared his plans. "Rose and Ashley approached me yesterday, intending to gather everyone tomorrow for a lively celebration. It serves to commemorate your birthday and allows everyone to unwind a bit." "Really? A birthday party for me?" Violet exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. She genuinely cherished the idea of celebrating her birthday with friends, yet the timing often felt awkward, caught between revision and examinations. Throughout her school years, she rarely had birthday parties. After entering the workforce, her company often held mid-year reviews in June, which meant that for over 20 birthdays, she had merely settled for a few red eggs as a substitute for celebration. Now, being here and able to embrace her childhood once more felt like a sweet compensation. Upon learning of the birthday party plans, Violet felt a wave of joy wash over her, akin to fireworks bursting in her heart. With a childlike tone, she eagerly inquired, "Will it be in that empty classroom on Saturday?" "No, we're heading to the room of requirement. We can go there after lunch, or even around 2 o'clock after the rest period." "Why the room of requirement? Isn't that classroom on Saturday suitable?" "That classroom is too close to the hospital wing. If we let loose, Mrs. Pomfrey would surely scold us. We discovered the room of requirement previously, but never had the chance to gather everyone there. This time, it's perfect." Violet felt a slight unease as she pondered. "Wait, isn't your transfiguration class on Tuesday afternoons? Won't you be tied up until 3 or 4? Confident in his remarkable sense of balance, Eric nonchalantly placed his hands on his hips, stretching his neck and shoulders. "We've completed the transfiguration curriculum for this academic year. It has been quite warm lately, and Professor McGonagall has not been feeling well, so she allowed us to study on our own." "Oh, I see. That explains why I noticed Professor McGonagall looking a bit unwell at breakfast." Violet recalled seeing the professor pale and fatigued in the Great Hall, feeling a twinge of concern. After discussing the arrangements for the next day, they spotted Madame Hooch reprimanding students seeking refuge from the heat, and they quickly hopped onto their brooms for practice. During dinner, Violet made a special trip to the Gryffindor table to invite Angelina to her birthday party. However, Angelina hesitated, revealing her dilemma. "I'm thrilled to be invited to your birthday celebration, but I have back-to-back history of magic and flying classes tomorrow afternoon. I'm afraid I might have to leave midway. Would that dampen the mood?" "Not at all. I would be delighted just to have you there," Violet exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Angelina in a playful manner. "It's all about celebrating with friends and having fun together. You've been studying so hard lately. You look exhausted with dark circles under your eyes. You need to take a break." Angelina raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "I look tired? Where do you see dark circles?" Nevertheless, Violet's words resonated with her. The pressure of finals had left her feeling taut, like a bowstring, both physically and mentally drained. She longed for an opportunity to unwind. Yet the other Gryffindors were equally focused on their studies, and she feared that relaxing would put her at a disadvantage. Thus, when Violet invited her to the birthday celebration, she felt it would be unwise to decline, and after a brief moment of hesitation, she relented. "Then it's settled. I'm so excited." Violet's eyes sparkled with joy. "Tomorrow, after lunch, we'll all head over together." Suddenly, Two red-haired figures sprang out from behind Angelina, startling both girls. "What are you two planning?" Fred and George chimed in unison. Violet, caught off guard, gasped, "Oh my goodness." Turning around, she realized it was her old adversaries, Fred and George. "Are you preparing something fun?" George draped an arm over his brother's shoulder, eyeing Violet with keen interest. Thinking of how her encounters with the twins often led to chaos, Violet pursed her lips, intending to bid farewell to Angelina and depart. While she bore no ill will towards them, she was keen to avoid any mishaps at her birthday party. Understanding the dynamics between the three, Angelina stepped in, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. We just wanted to study together before class tomorrow." Fred raised an eyebrow, recognizing the evasiveness in Angelina's tone, and he quickly deduced Violet's desire to avoid them. Their curiosity had led them there, but it also presented a chance to mend fences with the Hufflepuff girl. Ever since the sour candy incident, she had been avoiding them like the plague. Once, when they encountered her outside the library, they had barely begun to apologize before she bolted, as if fleeing from a werewolf. Seeing Angelina cover for her, Violet took her cue to leave. Just as George opened his mouth to call her back, Fred tugged at his robes, signaling him to remain silent. Angelina watched her friend depart, then turned back to the brothers with a teasing glint in her eyes. "What's this? Want to reconcile with Violet?" Fred scoffed. "We'd love to. But she gives us no chance whatsoever." George added with mock despair, "We were even planning to eat sour candies in front of her to make amends. But she runs away every time she sees us." Angelina smirked. "Serves you right. You tormented her, and now she is understandably wary of you." George's eyes lit up, and like an eager puppy, he leaned closer to Angelina. "How about you help us out and play the mediator?" Angelina raised an eyebrow. "What's in it for me?" George was momentarily taken aback. "A reward?" Angelina replied with an air of entitlement. "Of course, there should be a reward. If you want me to be your go-between, I deserve compensation. What if Violet gets upset and blames me? That would be a loss for me." George stood there, dumbfounded, while Fred interjected. "If you can make the connection, regardless of the outcome, once finals are over, we'll take you to practice Quidditch and throw in a howler frisbee as well. How does that sound?" "Deal." Angelina agreed with enthusiasm, then motioned for the twins to come closer. She whispered, "Tomorrow is Violet's birthday. You need to set aside your pranks and prepare a proper gift for her to present at lunch. And of course, if she is not interested, don't press the issue." Upon concluding her words, Angelina cast a playful glance at the two brothers before gracefully departing the hall, leaving behind an elegant silhouette that seemed to sweep away the mundane. Fred and George exchanged knowing looks, their faces adorned with enigmatic smiles as they whispered to each other. Subsequently following in her wake, their footsteps light as they ascended the stairs, ultimately vanishing into an unnoticed corner on the 5th floor. The following day, after the conclusion of their potions class, a throng of students emerged from the dungeons, hastening towards the Great Hall. Violet was engrossed in conversation with Fiona, utterly oblivious to the fact that Camille and Ross had discreetly slipped away from the group, as she delightedly savored a delectable pork cutlet devoid of any unpleasant odor. She and Ashley offered heartfelt thanks to the heavens and the house elves in the kitchen. It was then that Camille and Ross reappeared in the hall, making an okay gesture to Ashley from a corner hidden from Violet's view. Thanks to the remarkable success of the pork cutlet and the fact that it was her birthday, even Snape refrained from his usual cutting remarks, leaving Violet in high spirits, her appetite notably improved. Once everyone had satisfied their hunger and was contentedly belching, they awaited Angelina's arrival to gather for their excursion to the room of requirement. "Ah, Angelina has arrived," Ashley exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting her immediately. However, her expression soon faltered as she noticed the two Weasleys trailing behind her. Violet, who had been feeling somewhat drowsy from her meal, was jolted awake by Ashley's remark and, upon glancing up, found herself surprised to see the two troublemakers indeed following Angelina closely, clearly intending to join them. The trio halted before Violet, who leaned forward to observe the unusually bashful Weasley twins, then glanced back at Angelina, momentarily perplexed. "Sister, what is the meaning of this?" Angelina cleared her throat, dropping a bombshell. "Fred and George are here to apologize and make amends with you." The revelation left everyone present in shock, with Violet's eyes widening in disbelief. Camille, with her mouth full of apple pie, found herself choking, her breath becoming labored, prompting Lewis to instinctively pat her on the back. Cedric, mid-sip of pumpkin juice, transformed into a human spray bottle, while Eric stared out the window, questioning the very nature of reality as he confirmed that the sun had indeed risen from the east that day. Ashley scrutinized the brothers. "Have you two changed your ways?" Fred and George stood there, dazed, unable to react. In their minds, they had imagined Angelina would first speak kindly of them, then reveal that they were there to present her with a birthday gift, allowing their relationship to mend seamlessly. Little did they expect Angelina to bluntly disclose their intentions, leaving the typically charismatic Fred and George momentarily speechless. Under the scrutinizing gaze of their peers, George felt compelled to say something. But his mouth opened and closed without uttering a word. Ultimately, it was Fred, with a sense of determination, who retrieved the gift box they had concealed behind them. His ears flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. We discovered yesterday that today is your birthday, and this is our present for you. Having said that, Fred nudged George's elbow, signaling him to contribute. All right, we deliberated for an entire evening over this. Please, open it, and see if it meets your approval. Violet took the box, momentarily unsure if the brothers were merely attempting to tease her again. However, upon receiving a reassuring glance from Angelina, she cautiously opened it. To her surprise, what lay within was not the typical prank item she had anticipated, but rather a beautifully crafted light gray feather quill, resting elegantly inside the box. The label revealed that the feather was sourced from the wings of a sphinx, an astonishingly refined gift. Unbelievable. The ever-mischievous Weasley twins have turned serious. Violet marveled, her fingers gently caressing the quill as she gazed at the twins with astonishment. Ashley and Ross, equally intrigued by the gravity of the gift, leaned in to examine it closely. Isn't this a new release from the Quill Emporium in Hogsmeade? You're only in your first year. How did you manage to acquire it on a weekday? Ashley delicately traced the quill with her fingertip, appreciating its smooth texture, which elicited a smile from her lips. At this, the Weasley twins grew more animated. Fred, puffing out his chest with pride, declared, "Of course, first years can't access Hogsmeade. But we employed special means. Age is no longer a barrier." With a shared grin, the brothers chimed in unison, "Happy birthday, Hufflepuff Violet." Violet couldn't help but laugh at their theatricality, understanding that their special means likely involved the Marauders' map and secret passages to Hogsmeade. She could only imagine the bewilderment of the Quill Emporium's proprietor upon seeing 2 pint-sized first years enter. "Thank you. I truly cherish this gift," Violet replied warmly. "It's not that I dislike you. I was simply frightened by your pranks. I prefer not to make any more visits to the infirmary." At this, Fred and George exchanged sheepish glances. Initially, they hadn't thought their pranks were a big deal, but after returning home for Christmas, they had faced the wrath of their parents, who had delivered a severe reprimand, followed by a strict confinement that kept them from even attending the Christmas dinner. According to their little sister Ginny, Ron had learned of their mischief at school, which had resulted in a rather severe punishment for them. During their confinement, they had felt somewhat indignant, questioning the severity of their punishment, until their father Arthur had firmly chastised them. "Are you not satisfied until someone is seriously harmed?" This had struck a chord, prompting them to reflect on their actions. Since returning from the holiday, they had been mindful of the consequences of their mischief. Recalling this, the twins sheepishly apologized. "We're sorry. We will be more considerate in our pranks in the future, ensuring we don't hurt anyone." Lewis, recalling Camille's feverish state after being frightened, couldn't resist a jab. "I thought you would say you'd never prank anyone again." Albert, reclining with his arms crossed behind his head, coolly remarked, "Dream on. Expecting the Weasley twins to give up pranks is as futile as hoping Snape will grant you an O on your final exam." Laughter erupted among the group, with Fred and George exchanging looks of disbelief at how well Albert understood them. Lewis snorted but decided to let it go. Since Fred and George had acknowledged their mistakes and sought reconciliation, Violet felt no need to continue avoiding them. Moreover, since Halloween, Hogwarts had indeed become significantly quieter, with far fewer complaints about the Weasleys, indicating that their change of heart was genuine and reflected in their actions. With this thought in mind, Violet closed the quill box, rose to her feet, and sincerely extended an invitation to the twins. "So, would you like to join us for the birthday party later?" Fred and George exchanged surprised glances, quickly nodding in agreement. "It is our honor." A large group of individuals marched majestically down the corridor of the 8th floor, following the winding path led by Violet and Eric. To be precise, only Eric was truly guiding the way, as Violet had completely lost her sense of direction by the 3rd turn, merely following along while engaging in light conversation with Eric. "How could you agree to let the twins come to the room of requirement? They possess a Marauder's map and have an insatiable curiosity to roam, inevitably discovering the existence of the room. I must admit, I was quite surprised by your willingness to reconcile so swiftly. I thought you would avoid them for years." Avoidance is not a sustainable strategy. The wizarding world is rather small, and opportunities for interaction abound in the future. The joke products they may invent could prove invaluable at any moment. Since we will eventually need to cultivate a good relationship with them, I might as well take the initiative now. That makes sense. Amidst their banter, they arrived at the tapestry depicting the giant's humorous antics against a hapless troll. Caro linked arms with Ross, giggling as she pointed at the comical giant on the tapestry, while Fred and George began to make faces, mimicking the giant's gestures. Eric, familiar with the surroundings, walked back and forth in front of the wall 3 times, murmuring, "Please provide me with a room suitable for a birthday party. Soon." A smooth door appeared on the wall. Upon opening it, a spacious room adorned with party decorations unfolded before the eyes of the newcomers, leaving them in awe at their first visit to the room of requirement. Fred withdrew his astonished gaze, turning to George and whispering, "We've passed by this tapestry before. How did we not notice such a magical place? Interesting. Shall we inquire with Eric later? No rush. We can ask in a couple of days. Today's focus is not on that. After all, this place was discovered first by Eric and Violet, and it remains their secret. Since Violet has invited us, it indicates they have no intention of keeping it hidden from us. We can afford to celebrate her birthday today before anything else." In the spacious, brightly lit room, the walls were adorned with colorful balloons, and overhead hung a vibrant birthday garland. Below it was a large round table with a glass turntable at its center, which Violet speculated was intended for food and beverages. A long table by the window was laden with party props, birthday hats, whimsical headpieces, party poppers, and various games. The playful Caro and Camille cheered before rushing over to choose headgear, with Fred and George eagerly following, brainstorming ideas. "This Treant hat is adorable. Oh, this one has a fairy on it. I adore this. Hey, why does this Treant hat move? I'll grab a fire crab. Wait. Oh no, it's caught fire." The commotion drew everyone's attention, revealing Fred wearing a fire crab top hat that was furiously spewing flames, while George's Sniffler hat had accidentally ignited, its Sniffler looking alarmed as it scurried away with George. Just as George's hair was about to catch fire, Ashley, standing closest, swiftly brandished her wand and expertly extinguished the flames with a stream of clear water, narrowly saving George from an untimely fate. "Thank you. That was a splendid use of aguamenti," George said, wiping his face with a lingering sense of trepidation. Ashley grinned. "So you've decided to turn over a new leaf and not harm others? A case of exporting your mischief back to yourselves? I see. Besides, aren't you both self-proclaimed geniuses? Why not simply remove the hat?" She then handed him a handkerchief to wipe the droplets from his forehead. George felt embarrassed to admit that the hat's inner clasp had snagged his hair, making it impossible to remove. The minor mishap did not dampen their spirits. And just as Violet was being coaxed into wearing a unicorn hat by Fiona and Ross, a sudden loud explosion startled everyone, leading them to suspect it was yet another prank by the Weasley twins. However, Fred and George shook their heads vigorously and pointed towards the center of the round table. Following their direction, they were greeted by a familiar sight: Dobby, the house elf, their savior during late-night hunger pangs. Feeling the collective gaze upon him, the little elf nervously bowed to Violet, saying, "Dobby heard that today is the Mrs. birthday, so he made a birthday cake to celebrate. Wishing you a very happy birthday." With a snap of his fingers, a magnificent three-tiered cake materialized in midair, gently descending onto the glass turntable. Unlike the uniform cakes they had seen before, this one boasted 3 distinct layers. The bottom layer was a fruit cake, the middle a black forest cake, and atop it was Violet's favorite, tiramisu. Each layer was adorned with fondant figurines. The fruit cake featured Cedric and Andrew from Ravenclaw and Angelina from Gryffindor, while the black forest cake showcased the 4 girls from Violet's dormitory, and the tiramisu had a figurine of the birthday girl herself. Uniquely, Violet's figurine was not dressed in Hogwarts robes like the others, but instead donned her former costume as Nuwa. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Violet stammered, "Thank you so much. This must have been your idea, right?" She shot a sideways glance at Eric, who merely smiled in response. In truth, the cake was largely her roommate's idea, with only her figurine being her own suggestion. After placing the cake, Dobby snapped his fingers once more, and the table was filled with an abundance of snacks, chips, fries, mini cakes, and even several desserts Violet had previously asked Dobby to make, along with a selection of drinks including pumpkin juice, milk tea, and coffee. With his task complete, Dobby bowed deeply and, with a pop, disapparated from the room of requirement. "Well then, everything is ready." Eric assumed a hosting stance and declared seriously, "Now, Violet's birthday party begins." Cheers erupted as everyone enthusiastically ushered Violet to the cake, collectively inserting 12 candles, each layer adorned with its own assortment. Andrew, with a mischievous grin, placed his bright pink candle onto the figurine of Cedric, making it appear as though Cedric were holding a golden staff. Cedric, noticing Andrew's antics, playfully pushed him away. "All right, everyone step back. Let me light the candles." Angelina confidently brandished her wand, her flames having been praised even by Professor Flitwick. As Violet watched Angelina deftly light the candles, an unsettling thought crossed her mind, recalling a certain explosive prankster, causing her to shudder. Heavens, if that prankster were to ignite them, it would not be a birthday cake, but rather a cream bomb. Once the candles were lit, the group sang the birthday song in varying pitches. Violet was relieved that Fred and George were on their best behavior today, singing the birthday song with surprising decorum. It is worth noting that these two have previously taken it upon themselves to sing the Hogwarts school song to the tune of a funeral march. Violet, hurry. Make your wish and then blow out the candles. After finishing the birthday song, Cedric observed that the candles had burned down by a third and quickly prompted the next step, reminding everyone not to utter their wishes aloud, for doing so would render them impotent. Violet had never experienced the gaze of others upon her while making a wish and was at a loss for what to wish for. Her eyes scanning the eager faces surrounding her. There was Eric, her companion of 2 lifetimes, Fred and George, inseparable as shadows, the refined and academically accomplished Cedric, the tall and striking Angelina, and Ashley, Camille, and others whose names were not mentioned in the original text, yet who undeniably existed here among every little wizard at Hogwarts. Violet caught sight of their expectant and benevolent gazes, so bright and sincere, and a thought suddenly blossomed in her heart. With hands clasped in reverence, she closed her eyes and silently repeated her wish. If the butterfly effect truly exists, then may the wings of her and Eric's butterflies whisk away the world's unfulfilled longings. Having made her wish, Violet smiled as she opened her eyes, momentarily dazzled by the bright candlelight, which caused her eyes to glisten. Seeing she had finished her wish, Fred and George began to cheer her on to blow out the candles. No, I can't reach the top of this towering cake. Violet circled around, extinguishing the candles on the lower and middle tiers, but found herself perplexed by the third tier. Who was the genius that had placed those top candles there? I. A small chubby hand shot up. It was Albert, declaring, "Levitation charm. You deserve it." Violet couldn't help but laugh in exasperation as she noticed the candles had already burned down considerably. Anxiously, she looked around for something to stand on. At that moment, the whimsically accommodating room of requirement conjured a splendidly carved wooden spiral staircase beside the long table, alleviating everyone's urgent dilemma. The Weasley twins gallantly pushed the ladder forward, gentlemanly offering their hands to help Violet ascend, while playfully saying, "Princess, please come upstairs. Princess, please blow out the candles." Violet, nearly in fits of laughter, almost toppled over on the staircase. With the assistance of the ladder, Violet easily extinguished the candles atop the highest tier, as Camille and Louis, timing perfectly, set off party poppers to a chorus of jubilant cheers. Violet accepted the cake knife from Ashley and solemnly made the first cut, after which Ashley and Eric began to distribute the cake to everyone. "I want Black Forest cake. I do like a fruit cake, just a small piece will suffice." Rose, who had begun to develop rapidly, both in weight and height, had been controlling her diet lately to maintain her image. Everyone tacitly left the tiramisu for Violet. The Black Forest and fruit cakes were quickly devoured. Violet gazed at the tiramisu, which was nearly the size of her face, and thought she could never consume an entire portion. Thus, she divided the tiramisu into 3, allocating a piece to herself, Eric, and Ashley. As she took a small bite, the bitter cocoa powder intertwined with the flavor of rum on her tongue, and she savored the moment with her eyes half closed. So this is the feeling of celebrating a birthday party with friends.